Big effort now from Pfeiffer Georgie. Big, powerful move into that second hairpin. Pfeiffer Georgie goes stratospheric on Saltburn Bank for the second year in a row. She's gapped Henderson. Here comes Lizzie Deignan now. Pfeiffer Georgie carrying that effort. It's 200 metres from the top, but the defending champ has got the gap over the chasers. She's heading towards the title for the final time. Huge effort now from Pfeiffer Georgie. It's a battle behind for the silver and bronze medals, but Pfeiffer Georgie, for the third time in her career for DSM Firmenich Postenel, she'll be able to enjoy this one. She comes back to Saltburn by the Sea and takes the 2024 national title. What a ride from Pfeiffer Georgie. And behind, the sprint for silver, Henderson takes it, Deignan takes the bronze.
A superb performance there from Flora Perkins, taking fourth on the day but winning the under-23 title, going one better than last year's silver medal. But Pfeiffer Georgie, the queen of Saltburn Bank.
Indeed, the queen of Saltburn Bank. That was the third title, as we heard there, for Pfeiffer Georgie. She's back at this year's event and she'll be wearing number 1. But again, she's got some superb opposition. We'll talk about some of these riders a little bit later on. But let's have a look at the course today. It is an interesting one. 1,800 metres of total elevation, 128 k's in terms of distance. But we commence the course with 3 large laps of 23.4 kilometres. It's a rolling parcours. The hardest climb on the biggest of these opening laps is actually in the opening few kilometres. It's quite a steep climb. And then we commence 3 laps of a smaller finishing circuit in and around the finish in Aberystwyth. We go through the finish line on each occasion. And this one's quite technical, 12.4 kilometres round with a steep climb and, importantly, a steep technical descent. You've got to be wary of that today, especially in these difficult conditions. So that is the course for today. So, perfect. Thanks, mate.
Thank you very much.
Hello and welcome to the National Championship, the Lloyds National Road Race Championships for Women 2025, live here in Aberystwyth. It's been a brilliant few days of racing, and thanks to the Ceredigion County Council for backing the National Championships this year. We've had the time trials earlier in the week. We had an exciting set of circuit race championships on Friday, and the finish of this week's event will be, of course, the road races. This morning we have the women's, the elite and the under-23 jerseys to be awarded. Later on this afternoon, the men will tackle the same course but over a slightly longer distance. And as you can see, a hardy crowd of fans has assembled at the finish line here in Aberystwyth. Not particularly nice weather conditions, warm all over the rest of the country it appears, but today But today it's a bit gloomy, 17 degrees and wet. Now, before we look at what's in store for the riders this year, let's take a look back to Saltburn and the event in 2024.
And here goes Five for Georgie.
Five for Georgie, carbon copy of last year. Big effort now from Five for Georgie. Big powerful move into that second hairpin. Five for Georgie goes stratospheric on Saltburn Bank for the second year in a row. She's gapped Henderson. Here comes Lizzie Deigner now. Five for Georgie carrying that effort. It's 200 metres from the top, but the defending champ has got the gap over the chasers. She's heading towards the title for the final time. Huge effort now from Five for Georgie. It's a battle behind for the silver and bronze medals, but Five for Georgie for the third time in her career for DSM Firmenich Postenel. She'll be able to enjoy this one. She comes back to Saltburn by the Sea and takes the 2024 national title. What a ride from Five for Georgie. And behind the sprint for silver, Henderson takes it. Deignan takes the bronze.
A superb performance there from Flora Perkins, taking fourth on the day but winning the under-23 title, going one better than last year's silver medal. But Five for Georgie, the queen of Saltburn Bank.
Five for Georgie, indeed. 3 times the national champion, took that title in 2021, 2023 and back in 2024 last year in Saltburn. She has to be the rider to beat without a shadow of a doubt, and will be wearing number 1. Well, some Hardy fans camped out, cups of tea to the fore, fish and chips maybe a little bit later on. Gloomy conditions here. It looks like the rain is going to be set in for the vast majority of the day today, but not too cold, luckily, for our competitors. But we do have a pretty technical and challenging circuit in store. So with this, the route we have, we'll go through the finish line on 3 occasions for the finishing circuit. But let's have a little look at what is in store for our elite women and the under-23 women today. So, total distance of 128 kilometres. Total elevation, as you can see, of 1,840 metres. We have one big lap to complete on 3 occasions, and that's 23.4 kilometres around, and that will take us on to a smaller finishing loop, which is pretty technical. 12.4 kilometres round to be taken in on 3 occasions, passing through the finish on each lap. Good for the fans. Then we kick out of that finish line with a steep climb and a steep descent as well. It will be very technical in these wet conditions. So certainly a challenging course in store for all of the riders out there in Aberystwyth today. Well, I hope you guys are sitting comfortably at home. I'm Matt Stevens. Alongside me for the ride today will be Hannah Walker. Hannah Walker, always so much fun commentating on the National Championships. A real privilege, both men's and women's races today. But this field for the women this morning, of course, 2 jerseys to be competed for, the elite and the under-23. We have got arguably, although there's some riders that aren't here, an absolutely stacked field full of present talent and also rising stars as well.
We certainly have, Matt. Good morning. It's always very, very special to be commentating on the Lloyds National Road Championships. And as you say, we've got such a stacked field. When you take a look down at the riders who are racing at the very highest level of our sport in the World Tour, you've got riders who are racing as part of World Tour development teams, but also we've got incredible talent in the domestic scene too, which is brilliant to see, and we always have done. But when you take a look down, you've got 94 riders who are racing here. And we've also got some brilliant under-23 riders too. So it's going to be very exciting when you take a look at the route as well. You've got those 3 big laps, the 4 small laps, 4.5 small laps, 128 kilometres, and it's not an easy course. There's a few technical sections in there, some tricky descents, and for me, it's going to be very interesting to see who will come out on top. I mean, it's going to be hard fought for. It always is. It's a national title.
It certainly is. We've got some riders that are clearly in form as well. And one of the notable riders, I think, could possibly do a superb rider today. Canyon SRAM's Zoe Baxter. She surprised, I think, many in winning the individual elite time trial the other day, although she has won at World Tour level in time trials. She won her first elite World Tour time trial earlier in the year. But maybe a little bit of a surprise to take it in such emphatic fashion. But maybe, what are your thoughts on her? Because this course is pretty hilly. She doesn't revel on the big climbs, but maybe the smaller punchy ones will suit her. What do you think?
I think that the small punchy climbs will suit her, and the fact that it is technical, don't forget she's on home soil. She's racing in Wales, so for her it's incredibly special. For her to take that elite national title was superb for her, and when you're able to beat an Olympic silver medalist in Anna Henderson,
indeed, yeah,
you've taken a huge scalp.
Yeah, yeah, that was what I noticed a lot as well. Here we are, the riders assembling, jacketed up as you'd expect. It's always really grim, isn't it? There's a smiling Anna Henderson. Still trying to get used to her in the little Trek kit, of course, taking that silver medal last year in the road race. Silver medal in the Olympics, as you just alluded to. Another silver medal on board. Again, one thing's for sure about Anna Henderson. Whatever the terrain, she will excel. She is so versatile.
She is versatile, and I think no matter the conditions, the fact that we've got the rain here and the bad conditions, she won't be phased, and you can see that. It's so hard to rub the smile off her face. She's always beaming with joy, and she's always got that smile on her face. And for her, you can see that she's ready. She seems comfortable, and she seems calm as well, which I think is a real important factor on a day like today. You know, having come so close in the past, could today be the day that she takes that national title and gets to don the stripes for the next 12 months?
Sure, she'd absolutely love that. So coveted is this particular jersey. Of course, as Hannah was saying, it's all about the win. Okay, placing is lovely, but it's all about winning that national title, wearing that jersey for the next year, and then wearing those colours on your sleeves for the rest of your career as well. But I think looking at the composition of the field we have here, the out-and-out favourite for me is Pfeiffer Georgie, but for me, arguably the equal favourite for me is Kat Ferguson. She's young, she's precocious, she's versatile, she packs a unbelievable sprint, and she's a racer. She's a pure thoroughbred racer, but she's still so new to the sport, relatively speaking. Each race is a voyage of discovery for her, but she's a raw talent. She
is a raw talent, and the one thing for me about Kat Ferguson is she's incredibly savvy. Tactically, she's very smart as a bike racer, so she might have the physical attributes. She's very, very strong, and we've seen this year alone, in her first year as a World Tour professional, how well she's been doing. If you think back to one of her first World Tour podium, that was in Trofeo Binda in the north of Italy. That just tells you the calibre of rider that Kat Ferguson is, and that's a very hard, demanding circuit. So no doubt today, with those climbs that we see in Trofeo Alfredo Binda, she can have a good result today, I think. And don't forget, I mean, 3 weeks ago she was a handful of seconds away from winning the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. Wore the green jersey, took a brilliant stage victory in this pouring rain.
Yeah, that was a very technical finish, wasn't it? Over the cobblestones, wasn't it? It was a seated effort from her to take that stage win, and as you said, took the jersey. It wasn't quite enough to win the race overall. It was so close, but she is one of the most exciting prospects, not just for British cycling, but in world cycling. Is signed through to the end of 2027. Watch out for her in the white and navy blue of Movistar, but importantly for Kat Ferguson, she's got Carrie Lloyd and Claire Steels, two very good teammates as well, who could easily win as well.
They could.
Well, we're off. We're rolling out. A slight little bit of neutral as the weather conditions matching what we had in the elite women's circuit race championships on Friday night. It's gone very quickly. That was an absolute thriller, but they'll head out into these 3 big circuits, back into the finish, but it doesn't look like it's going to dry up anytime soon. Now the weather forecast is set to rain for the rest of the day, and this really is a tricky finishing circuit, especially with that steep descent into the finish, that little climb, lots of twists and turns. It's pretty long, so 12 k's is a pretty decent distance, but it has a little bit of everything. So as well as that fatigue that would have set in by that point, very technical, I hope we don't see any crashes, but it's the type of finishing circuit in these conditions with no sign of it drying up that could make it quite stressful.
It will make it stressful, and these weather conditions just add another layer of stress to what already is a pretty nervous day. It always is. I don't know about you, Matt, when you were racing in the National Road Race Championships, but in the morning you always felt those nerves, the tension, and I think that's a good thing ahead of such a big goal, a big task ahead of you on the National Road Race Championships. But this definitely makes it very tricky. On the large loop, you've also got a very steep descent that comes after around 9 kilometres. You've got to be wary of that one. And then, of course, when you come into the finishing circuits, you've got that descent, which is around about 6 kilometres from the finish line. Onto a single track road, everybody's going to be fighting for position. Even if you're in a group of 20 riders, even if it's whittled down and you've got a group of 20, you still want to be well positioned.
Yeah, definitely. This circuit, or these loops, should have said, there's no super long climb on it, but it's just undulating all day long. But over the course of the 128 Ks, we have 1,800 metres of elevation, which is not insignificant at all. The kilometres continue to tick down, but they haven't quite deneutralised things just yet. The screeching of the disc brakes in the early stages of the race.
We've got 3.4 kilometres of neutralised section here before we'll officially get underway for this National Road Race Championship. See, it's all being kept at a very modest tempo at the moment. Izzy Sharp on the far right-hand side, she's the rider from Little Trek, the under-23 rider. She's racing for the World Tour squad. She was the rider who took the silver medal in the Lloyds National Circuit Championships on Friday night.
Yeah, she was super active, wasn't she?
Very.
And she's clearly focused as well, already at the front in the neutral zone. You do get a sense that generally the riders who want to keep that position through the neutral zone are probably a couple of the riders who are going to try and follow these early attacks. So I am expecting a couple of early moves to go. And again, the unique dynamics of the National Road Championships, it means it's a race you don't want to get caught on the back foot, because if you are a rider from one of the bigger continental world tour teams, of which we have several here, what you don't want to do is end up chasing, because the domestic riders will look to you to do the chasing. So always important in the Nationals to be on the back foot. And also one thing about the Nationals compared to racing on the continent as well, and a lot of the riders who race abroad coming back to race on home roads say it's so much harder but in a different way. Maybe the speeds aren't as high, but it's so attritional. The roads are generally grippier, you're in the wind a lot more because the race breaks up, you have to push into the wind, you don't get sucked along by the peloton quite as much. It's a different sort of energy distribution. It's just a lot more grippier, is the phrase we'd use.
Yeah, absolutely, I totally agree. I also think the climbs that we have here, they're short, sharp, punchy, very, very steep. So we've got gradients today on the large loop, you've got gradients of 8, 9, 10, 11, 12%. Then as I said before, you've got the very steep descent down the other side. That's a minus 14% gradient that you're having to tackle. Seems as though the running into the climbs, it's rolling for a while. You've got a few short, steep peaks, but the descent, you've got to be so on your game, on top of your game.
Yeah, you basically lose all the elevation that you've gained, but in a quarter of the distance, it's a very steep descent. Actually, we've got VeloViewer up, we're just looking at the information that's supplied to us from those guys. But yeah, that gives us a nice indication of that.
But once the race is officially underway, got around 1 kilometre, then you're already climbing. You've got a little bit of a drag, which will take you all the way until around 4.2 kilometres into the race. You've got a bit of a descent, and then you already start the climb of the day with 5.2 kilometres into the race here. So you've got to have made sure that you've had a good warm-up, that you're ready. You can already see the jerseys who are up towards the front, who they're anticipating. And I know it's early on in the race, but with these kind of weather conditions, you can't take anything to chance. No. You're on the wide roads now, you've got plenty of space. But later on, and as we know when we're in this part of Wales, we do have those narrow roads, single track lanes. We've got around 1 kilometre until this neutralised section will be finished, and then we'll be officially underway. There's Jo Tinley, just sitting behind her teammate. She's the rider on the right-hand side in the red and black jersey.
She was very active the other day, couldn't quite back up the win that she took a couple of years ago in Lincoln when she was circuit race national champion. But this is the sort of circuit that will suit her. Always willing and eager to get stuck in the action, and will like a harder race as well. She'll like a race that's very selective, prefers a less tactical one, although she is very astute. There she is.
One thing for me today for Jo Tinley, I wonder if she'll be playing that team role. You know, she's more than capable, but maybe she'll be playing that team role, more of a road captain to her team. And when you take a look down at the start list, they've got so many riders. They've got the numerical advantage of Sian Bottley, they've got Amelia Seabag, they've got Alice Colling, who's an under-23, but Amelia Seabag is also an under-23 rider too, so eligible for that under-23 title. Sadly, Bexy Dew and Alex Morris both haven't taken to the start, but they've also got Lucy Gadd, Lucy Glover, another under-23 rider, Lucy Harris, Neve Murphy and Annabelle Ramsey. So they've got the numerical advantage here.
They certainly have. They've got a very, very big team. They would have had, they've got 9 on the start line, and they would have had 11 had it not been for the 2 non-start. So we're about to start officially. Those few neutral kilometres are underway, but that, again, you can just see that little climb. They've just been up in the neutral zone. They'll have to come up that again, and that's on the smaller circuit before we head out to the big laps, of course. But the flag has now been withdrawn, and we are officially underway. So this is it, the Women's National Road Race Championships 2025. 2 jerseys up for grabs today. These coveted titles, so hard fought for, and straight away we have an early attacker. A seated acceleration up this little bit of a climb on this main road, on this rolling, undulating parkour with these hard, grippy little climbs, hard road surface as well. And it is the team of the Smurfit Westrock cycling team who go on the offensive, unsurprisingly, with that amount of, with 9 riders. You want to be on the, you don't want to be chasing, Hannah.
You don't. You want to be on the front foot. I will say one thing: Jo Tinley absolutely loves the rain, and you can already see that one of their riders is just trying to push the pace. Keris Lloyd is sitting there in third wheel. She's the rider with the white jersey with the navy blue shorts on. And one of the riders from Spectral Racing. Also, Becky Story is the rider from Picnic Postinel, who's sitting in 5th place.
Yeah, that little acceleration, just see how quick they're moving at the back. The back shot from the motorbike here just shows how quick they're moving uphill here. This is a circuit I do remember. I haven't had a national championships on this circuit before, but this road used to be the Aberystwyth road race back. We're talking 30 years ago, but I do remember this road. It's particularly hard. A proper sporting course, I'm going to call this one. And although this is a hilly course, I like it because it's not ridiculously hard. It makes it quite an open race, and I think because of the way it's laid out, because of the way it's formulated, we should see a pretty aggressive racing. So all together after that initial acceleration by one of the riders from the Smurfit Westrock cycling team, expect to see them active there in that red kit with the black sleeve to the left. 3 riders across the front. In fact, they've got 4 riders across the front, making sure they're covering things off. But again, on a day like this, 28 k's over this sort of terrain, although you want to be aggressive and on the front foot if you can, Hannah, you also need to make sure you measure your effort, because this is an unforgiving circuit.
And you also want to save something towards the back end of the race. You don't want to use all of your matches too early and use them willingly. You want to be smart about where you use your effort, but you can see already how fast the opening part of the course is. Undulating, it's rolling.
We're actually on part of the circuit that is on both circuits, in fact, so we're just heading out this early sector, and we'll be joining the larger circuit shortly, and then commencing those 3 big laps, then commencing the 3 laps of the finishing circuit. So nice and wide, plenty of opportunities to move up. A little bit of debris on the road here, as you can see, from these falling trees, these wet weather conditions. But nobody, after that initial acceleration, has decided they want to go clear, maybe just bedding themselves in and keeping a wary eye on everybody else. So, and again, we expect aggressive racing, but also from time to time, is quite calm. It can be quite tactical, can't it? Nobody wanting to show their hand, apart from the Smurfit team, who have got all these riders and decided they're going to be the squad that sets the tempo here.
They want to be active, they want to animate, they want to be up towards the front. Lucy Glover's got a great chance, a great opportunity to try and fight for that under-23 title. See how bunched up it is once you get to these steep gradients, and this is before we get to itself. There's Savannah Morgan on the far left side, number 46 in the orange and pink jersey. She's the rider from the London Academy.
This is going to be one of those potential launch pads a little bit later on, isn't it? Many of the riders there dropping down. You can just see the curvature there. That's going to be kicking up to sort of 9 or 10% in the early phases of this finishing lap, well, opening circuit, should I say? Yeah, very, very interesting composition of field. You can just see Zoe Baxter on the right-hand side, her left-hand side just drifting through to the front. Again, she has a very decent team, a small but punchy team. Owen Roberts is there, Alice Towers as well. Alice Towers, of course, the champion back in 2022. What a breakaway, what a win that was in similar conditions, far colder. This is mild and wet, but back when she won in Scotland, it was absolutely freezing cold. It was something like a 50-mile breakaway, wasn't it? Do you remember?
It was.
An incredible ride, wasn't it?
It was incredible. It was so impressive the way that Alice Towers won. It was such a hard circuit, won by a couple of minutes to fight for Georgie. Anna Henderson taking the bronze medal that year, and it was Lizzie Holden who just missed out on the medals. But it was so impressive from Alice Towers, because at that point she was 19 years of age, so very, very impressive. It was a daring ride. Certainly turned a few heads and landed her with that contract at Canyon Stram.
Exactly. It was a ride of real class. Ended up, of course, a year in the jersey. I think we're looking at a couple of riders who are starting to struggle already. Just towards the back of the peloton, this is Laurie Richards of the Wales Racing Academy, just starting to lose a wheel or two. Just shows how relatively, again, there is going to be a disparity between the best in this field, isn't there? The World Tour riders who race week in, week out at the highest level, and riders who race around a full-time job or education, and we're going to see that early on, especially on climbs. That's when we see the gap in class really start to show, because the riders on the front here looking relatively composed, and the riders struggling already at or near their very limit.
Yeah, look, we've got around 15 World Tour riders in this field, and that's excluding those who are racing for development squads of a World Tour team. And then we've got incredibly strong domestic riders, like we're seeing with Smurfit Westrock in the red and black jerseys. We've also got Das Hutchinson, who are on the far right-hand side in the blue and green with those purple bikes. So it's no surprise we've got such incredible talent here that it's always so hard fought for.
It certainly is, and that's the beautiful thing. The British Road Race Championships allows the best domestic riders and our domestic riders who've gone overseas and applying a trade to come together to battle it out for such a coveted jersey. That looks like it's April Tacey just near the front there, just on the right hand side. Not sure if that is April or not, but it is the Smurfit team that have decided. They clearly come in this race with a plan. With 9 riders, you can't come into a race without a plan. So clearly they've said, right, we need to make this race as hard as possible, and they put a rider on the front just to set this pace early on.
They have, and if you can sacrifice one of your riders, and they're more than happy to do so. They've got the strength to be able to do so.
Still climbing on this. It's like a series of steps, this long climb, isn't it? It's very hard. It's a classic Welsh roads we've got here, and as you can just see, the wet glistening on the road surface, and you can just see it's quite a hard, grippy sort of tarmac. Very different roads that we get abroad. As we look at another rider who's just struggling to remain in contact, Lucy Morley of the Velatic Racing team, gamely battling on as we get a real injection of pace here. So our first proper injection of pace in the early stages of this race. Still under 10 minutes of racing underway. Should be just over 3 hours, say, approximately. As Morley continues to fight on. Not a great sign for Morley, but I tell you what, she'll continue to battle on. Hopefully if she can get to the top of this rise, recompose herself. But already there's a lot of damage being done, and another illustration of how hard these opening few kilometres are as we continue to climb. And these rolling climbs, they're hard to get into a proper rhythm, aren't they, Hannah? Because you know, you've got these little flat sections, you're constantly changing gear. Really hard. Classic British roads are very different than the roads we get abroad. So we will get a little bit of pitch and break up from time to, we will get a little bit of pitch and break up from time to time. We're in a low signal area, as we can see. Most of the time we'll bring a nice and clear pitches, but it is quite remote in some parts of Aberystwyth. But we are using 4G and 5G technology to bring you these pictures live and uninterrupted, of course. So please do bear with us from time to time. So another one of the teams just willing to set the pace here at the front, set their own agenda. That's what, there's a lot of riders who aren't supported here in terms of having teammates, but some riders just like to get stuck in and not happy with the easier pace early on and putting already a few riders in difficulty.
But you can see how much effort they're having to put in at the front here, and the pace on this climb. As I say, it almost goes up in steps, in ramps, and short, steep ramps too. So maybe they want to keep themselves out of trouble. It is a lot of energy. It will cost you a lot of energy to be doing this, and to be setting such a tempo, to have your nose in the wind. You're taking the brunt of it and allowing everybody to take the slipstream, take some shelter from you. However, if that's the agenda and they want to make sure that they're out of trouble, particularly once we go over the top of the climb, and we'll get to the top of the climb with around 7.5 kilometres into the race, then you start to plateau, and we'll start that descent 9 kilometres into the race here, and then it's incredibly steep for just over a kilometre. Very, very technical. Just crunch some numbers: 13 World Tour professionals and 38 Continental riders, UCI Continental riders. So it's more than half of the field here are racing at a professional level.
There you go. It gives you an indication of the class war. This is some sketchy scenes. A little bit of picture break up here, as we said. 4G and 5G technology in a slightly difficult area in terms of our signal. I tell you what, there's some hardy souls braving the elements. That's an interesting way to spend your Sunday morning, but best of luck to these guys. Hopefully they'll be wrapped up warm after their dip into the sea. That'll be the Irish Sea there, won't it? I guess, yeah, in the Irish Sea. And no doubt the 5 hardy souls you can just see. They're not seals, they are human beings bobbing around. Thankfully, not too far from the shore. I wonder if they'll be having fish and chips or ice cream. But yeah, that was a really, really quick bit of descending. And look at how it's strung out already.
You just keep swimming west, you'll end up in Wexford.
Indeed. I don't think it's one of those days that the riders will be jumping in the sea afterwards. That's for sure. Yeah, I don't think so. Not quite the balmy conditions we've got in the rest of Great Britain, but another big acceleration here. So this descent has actually split the field up more than the climb leading to it, and slingshotting over the top. We've got riders trying to go away already.
We are. This is Josie Knight in the white jersey of Tekka's CC, who, whilst it was Joe Tinley in the red jersey who was pushing the pace there on that descent in that fast section, was all strung out, and Josie Knight just capitalising on that, slingshotting herself up the road. She's a fantastic time trialist, a brilliant pursuit rider too, and particularly in the team pursuit. Don't forget, a medalist in the Olympic Games. Is a classy bike rider. But when you can see from this long shot from the camera here, from the motorbike, how many riders already are getting detached from the back, and more riders who are trying to come across. Looks like the figure of Becky Story, the rider from the Isle of Man, who's coming across from the World Tour squad of Picnic Postanel in that indigo and orange jersey. Tinley in the wheel.
Yeah, so absolutely ripping to bits here at the back here. Riders struggling to stay in contention. A few that were dropped on the climb, also struggling to maintain the wheels on this descent as well. But it kicks up again. This is going to be the story of the day, basically. It's up and down. There aren't that many totally flat stretches of road in this part of Wales and on this circuit. It's a proper sporting circuit. You've got to be on it all the time. And also on this sort of circuit, if you can be really smart about using your momentum as well, if you use the descents to then kick up over the top, and that's exactly what Josie Knight did on that occasion. Had that momentum, went down the outside, and has used that free little bit of speed to try and go clear. But now this another little climb just starts to bite. Joe Tindley managed to slot into the slipstream there as well, in the red, as Josie Knight continues to look around. And just look how hard these little group of riders, 8 or 9 riders just off the back here, are having to fight to stay in contention. They're going up. Well, at the top of this little climb, the peloton are going to start to go downhill.
Evans, one of those riders who's been ejected out of the back of the peloton. Also, Katie Ann Carlton of Team Boom Pods. Evans racing for the Hansling Alba Development Road team in that blue jersey. They've got a fantastic potential in Lauren Dixon today, the Scottish rider. She's only been racing for just over a year. You think back to 1 year ago in the National Road Race Championships, and she didn't finish. That was her first race at this kind of level. Didn't finish, and since then she's just gone from strength to strength. Her results this year have been incredible. Already taking a victory at the Rafa Lincoln Grand Prix. She had some brilliant results over in the Tour of Norway, taking second on one of the stages, but also in the Tour de Feminin over in Czechia, and then also getting a great result over in Brittany with a second place behind a fantastic rider in one of the riders from UAE Team ADQ, and that was Paola Blasi. So Lauren Dixon, certainly one to watch out for. She was brilliant in the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women too.
Well, definitely one to keep an eye out for. But another big acceleration has gone clear. Marked straight away by a rider from the Smurfit and West Rock cycling team. They've been over every little split we've had so far. Okay, there haven't been many, but they've covered it. And they're clearly on a mission to use the numbers that they have to best effect to protect their leading riders and make sure they're represented out in front. 4 hour racing done and dusted. Another little acceleration over the top of this climb and down again. We're basically heading in a south-easterly direction at the moment before we loop back round again.
This looks like Lucy Glover from Smurfit West Rock cycling team in that red jersey. She's been with one of the riders from Brother UK on form. A little bit of a shake of the head because Glover kicked through hard there.
She did. That was Cecilia Heim from the Brother UK on form team. This is another rider struggling at the back here. This is Laura Ansey, unattached, desperately trying to get back in contact. Unattached means, there it is, Laura Ansey. She isn't actually in a team, more of a club team than an organised elite team. Again, detached early on. Meanwhile, up in front, this little group have managed to extricate themselves clear. Only a handful of seconds in front. Just see a little flag giving you an indication of the wind direction. Not too much wind today, but a good little move going clear here. And again, showing us how dialed and how committed Smurfit West Rock cycling team is to get a person in every single move here, Hannah.
It is incredible, but I think you also have to have the team. You have to have the strength of the team to be able to do this. You've got the numerical advantage, and it's all good well having the numerical advantage, but you've got to have the legs. You absolutely do, and you've got to have the ability to have the riders up there, and they certainly do. It's great to see, but I think they come in with, I think the onus on them that they can afford to get themselves in moves, which is great. I think if you can get yourself into a strong move with some other committed riders in a breakaway, it could play to their advantage, and it means that their other riders, they can sit by the time, be patient, save their energy, and you leave it to other teams, other riders to have to do the chasing. So right now it's perfect, the fact that Lucy Glover, one of the riders who could go for that under-23 title, has made herself made her way into the breakaway here, and she's visibly the strongest here, but by the looks of things, the peloton behind, they're not looking like they're wanting to try and bring things back. Quite happy with the situation. Rider there from Brother UK on form, and that was Cecilia Heim. So we made that right-hand turn onto that short, steep climb, getting detached here.
Yeah. Change of Slightly main road into a smaller country lane here. This is where we get out of sight, out of mind pretty easy. Look at these high hedges here, twisting, turning terrain, and constantly rolling. Really got to keep on it. Lots of constant gear shifts, but yeah, no reaction so far from this little group out in front. Just looking at the amount of quality under 23s in this film. I counted, you counted up the amount of domestic, well, continental professionals, including World Tours. We've got 33, yeah, 33 under 23 riders as well. But a lot of those are actually in World Tour teams as well. So the amount of talent coming through at the moment is incredible. I don't think I remember a time like
Honestly.
it. And I've been around for a long time. We've got some exceptionally talented women coming through the scene at the moment, haven't we?
We do, we really do. I remember there was one time in our National Road Race Championships where we'd have Nicole Cook, Emma Pooley, Lizzie Dignan, we had the wonderful Sharon Laws, and who else did we have? Nikki Brammeyer. We'd have a handful of riders who would come over back home from the continent, having raced in all of the top races, and it was incredibly special to have them at the Road Race Championships. Whereas you take a look now, you've got 51 professionals here, and you've got 94 riders who have started, so more than half the field are fully fledged pros.
It's amazing. Well, the sport in itself has just moved on, and
It's grown so much.
and the British scene has moved on as well a lot. A lot of support for the riders who are running at international level and the national teams as well. But so this lead has grown now. Got these two have got around 8 seconds over a chaser, and then the peloton just behind. So again, this is ideal. These are the perfect roads. We're riding on the B4340. It does like a classic B road, doesn't it? Very narrow. Thankfully, the roads are closed to these riders on a rolling road closure, so no worries about oncoming traffic, which is absolutely fantastic. But and a really well-designed course. I know we haven't seen the rest of it so far, but as soon as I saw a glimpse of this course, I thought, yeah, this is going to give us a really sporting, hopefully open, exciting race. Even the weather conditions, you know, it is part and parcel of racing, isn't it?
It is. It's totally part and parcel. It's a huge shame because over the past week we've had wonderful weather conditions.
I know.
And then particularly in Wales they've had great weather conditions, and it's just a shame for the National Circuit Race Championships and today for the National Road Race Championships that we've got these weather conditions. But you can't do anything about it. You've just got to roll with it. You've got to adapt. You've got to be up for it, and you know, it's all part and parcel. But I do have to say, and I agree with you, it's a very sporting course. I do think it'll make for great racing roads as well, and I think we'll see some great action unfold later on.
I certainly think we will. Well, here is our leading riders out in front. Lucy Gadd just on the front, just behind Megan Anderson of Team Boom Pods. So Lucy Gadd, a cracking job. Sorry, not Lucy Gadd, so it's Lucy Glover, should I say. A couple of Lucy's in that team, and they've opened up a nice little lead on these narrow roads, working really well together at the moment. In fact, it does look like that it's Glover doing a little bit more than Gadd. Two completely different styles on the bike. Really fluid pedalling here, slightly more rolling action from the rider from the Smurfit Westrock cycling team. But this is perfect for Smurfit Westrock because they're just going to shut down things now. They can just try as best they can to just control the race and follow rather than actually attack now.
They don't need to do anything right now. They as you say, just follow. They can leave it to other riders of the teams to have to do a lot of the work. And you can see behind, it's not pedestrian. There's a split in the front of the peloton with a number of riders starting to go clear. Another one of the riders from Smurfit Westrock is in that move. You can see the red and black jersey. Also one of the riders from CJ O'Shea is in the move, as well as Hess Cycling Team. It's the rider in the lime green and black jersey. Josie Knight is in the move in this white jersey from Tekka's CC. So this could be a really interesting move. If this all comes back together, it does also mean that Cecilia Heim has managed to find some wheels, and she might find herself back in the front of the race now.
Exactly. She was what we call in French chasse patate, wasn't she, chasing in between the breakaway and the bunch. But at this stage of the race, sometimes that's not a bad place to be, and I think she has been reabsorbed. I saw Joe Tindley in that group as well, so a couple of representatives from the Smurfit Westrock cycling team, should they all come together. This is a superb little bit of riding here. Megan Anderson looking pretty good. rolling through as we continue to wend our way in a southeasterly direction. We get to the furthest point of this large circuit at a place called Aberystwyth. I'm going to really crush these Welsh pronunciations. How would you say that? You're just smiling at me.
I think Aberystwyth.
Aberystwyth, okay, that's going to be the farthest point of the circuit. We then swing right, almost in like a U-bend, over the river that leads back into Aberystwyth, and then we head back along. It is the A485, continuing that rolling parkour all the way to Tolborth, de Southgate, and then we swing back onto the circuit again. So for the next few miles at least, we are going to, the theme of the race is these narrow, twisting roads. And as you can see, if you're at the back of the bunch, there's not too much of an opportunity to try and move up here. And they've really knocked it off here. This is a good move. I expect this lead to go up now. Again, especially with the fact that the road is so narrow at that particular point.
We've just entered into Llanilla, into that village, so we're heading into a little bit of a headwind. Coming from the left-hand side, it's almost just hitting the left-hand shoulder. Look at that now, 19 seconds for the chasers, who are working really well together. They're doing through and off, they're sharing the workload, 108 to the peloton. Lloyd wanting to get rid of some of her unwanted clothing.
You know, it's too warm up in these conditions. I mean, a lot of the riders were wrapped up, weren't they? But as soon as the racing's on, when it's 17 degrees, even with the wind, you're going to be so sweaty, aren't you?
I was going to say, it's deceptive, isn't it? When you see weather conditions and you see the rain and it's a bit gloomy, it's grey, it's deceptive, but it will be humid. Take the opportunity to get rid of unwanted clothing while you can.
Definitely. A little technical work. Bit here, just through this little village.
Well, Tacey's made her way into this move as well, number 81. She's the rider in this navy blue jersey, just in front of Cecilia Heim. She's the rider from Team Coupe Repsol. Another rider who races at continental level, number 16. This is one of our riders from CJ O'Shea Racing Team. This is Matilda McKibben. She's also an under-23 rider, as well as one rider from Hess Cycling Team. This is Holly Ramsey.
Yeah, they've opened up a nice gap, Holly Ramsey, just at the back there rolling through. So that group has now rejoined, well, it's joined, not rejoined, joined for the first time the front of the race. As our cameraman just gives the lens a little bit of a wipe, that's going to be a constant necessity today. So that is a very powerful group, but noticeably, Hannah, there aren't any representatives from the World Tour teams. So we don't, no Movistar in there, no Picnic Post-Danel, no Canyon SRAM, no Phoenix de Koenig, no, although Imogen Wolf is on her own for Team Visma Lisa Bike, it's all the domestic teams that are in front. But despite the lack of the big teams here, this is a very strong breakaway.
Incredibly strong. You've got riders who are fully committed, and you only have to take a look at the way that they're doing through and off right now. This could be a Tuesday night chain gang, the way that they're going through. They're fully committed, fully dedicated, and they know that they've got a strong group of riders who can try and throw a spanner in the works here. Everybody's committed, everyone's going through. We've got the two riders, just a little way up the road.
So there we go, 1:07 it is to the peloton. Saw just a few moments ago, well, a minute and 7 seconds ago, we saw our breakaway go through this little chicane. They've got a nice lead, completely out of sight at the moment. They certainly won't be out of mind, because the shape of this peloton suggests that somebody or someone, a couple of teams, have started to chase, because they cannot let a group that strong and importantly that big go clear, because everybody is working well.
But look, the two riders who were out front, they've been caught by this chasing group. Everybody together now at the front. They've got that 1 minute and 7. When you take a look how strong the front of the race is, and you take a look at the World Tour riders, for Picnic Post-Danel, you've got 3 riders. You've got 5 for Georgie, Josie Nelson, Becky Story. For Canyon SRAM Zonda Crypto, you've got Alice Towers and Zoe Backstead. Who's going to form? Are you going to form an alliance? If this gets to 3-4 minutes, perhaps, who's going to do the chasing? So there's no wonder that behind there's a little bit of impetus. This is one of the riders who kind of looks at things is in the chase. This is Dawson.
Yeah, she's escaped and is in there in between, in that gap, trying to drive across. Has clearly sensed the danger of that move, glances over her shoulder. This is Lottie Dawson from the Brother UK On Form team. I'll tell you what, she's going to need to be on form to shut the gap of a minute on her own. And again, to do this, she's clearly worried about what's going on in front. And quite often, this is the way to do it. Hopefully, that will spark the racing again from behind to get a counter-attack that's gone clear. But there's a lot of the big domestic teams that are here that if they get riders that come across, they won't work with her either, will they? So it's a really difficult situation. And there we go, 1 minute and 10 seconds. So the lead is continuing to go out now as we look at Matilda McKibben from the CJ O'Shea team rolling through. Focusing here on Lottie Dawson. It's a big ask, isn't it? A minute on your own, Hannah. Although it's an admirable effort, physically that's going to be very hard to cross solo.
And into the slight headwind too, so very difficult for Lottie Dawson to try and bridge across. However, she sensed an opportunity on this part of the course to try and do so. And on this part of the course, you've got a few peaks and troughs along the way, but predominantly it's quite nice rolling roads. They're pretty wide. You can see good road surface too. If you're going to do it, to be honest, this is a great place to do it once you start to head back towards Aberystwyth, and then you'll make that right hand turn to start another one of our large loops. So I know she's got a teammate up the road, Cecilia Heim. Got good form, I have to say.
Yeah, she's
making good inroads.
Yep, she's out of the saddle here, middle of the block. Again, you've got to try and keep that momentum over these small climbs, using that real peak power to get over the top. There's no climb here, maybe from that side from the one earlier on, that you can really settle into rhythm. You've got to punch your way over the top, then recover. So it's going to be a series of really hard efforts.
This is interesting. Jess Roberts has made a way into the front group. She's the rider from Spectre Racing who finished third and took the bronze medal in the circuit race on Friday night. Interesting that she's opted to try and get into the early move. Doing a recon and doing a little bit of a pre-race ride on parts of the course yesterday with her sister and former professional Amy Roberts yesterday.
Half an hour racing done. The study of concentration there for Joe Tinley. This is a good situation. Get yourself on the back foot, on the front foot, forcing the big teams to chase. Haven't really seen what's been going on in the peloton directly behind, apart from that counter-attack. But one thing is for sure, this group, to a woman, are all riding well. That was April Tacey rolling through just there in the green kit. And this is a real sterling chase, but it's a thing is, an effort like this, Hannah, what you can't do is settle into rhythm and just pace your way across and take your time. You've got to ride fully committed in the red to try and shut the gap. That's the way to do it. Otherwise, you'll just start to lose ground too quickly, won't you?
For this rider here, Lottie Dawson, she needs to try and get into the front group, the group of leaders, before they get to the climb once again. That will be with 103.2 kilometres to go, because I think once you go over the top of that climb, you've already spent so much in order to try and bridge across. I think it's going to be nigh on impossible, particularly when you've got such a strong group of riders who are fully committed and cohesive.
It's real good study of how the sort of effort that it needs to get across this gap. She is 100% committed here. On the hoods, keeps looking around, checking the gap. Not too sure exactly what the gap is between her and the chasing group behind, but she's got 1 minute and 28 seconds to make up. She's continuing to fall back at the moment. Let's just remind you of who the riders are in this front group as we continue to look at Lottie Dawson. She has a teammate in the front group, though. That's Cecilia Heim. Also in the breakaway, Matilda McKibben of the CJ O'Shea cycling team. And here we are. This is this big break. And we've got Madeline Leach of the Hansling Alba development team also there. Rolling through at the moment. Number 69, Joe Tinley. Again, just a reminder, we are in a low signal area. We are running our streaming live coverage here on 4 and 5G. So from time to time, we will go into pockets of this beautiful countryside where the signal isn't quite. So it is. Wow, just look at the pace of our chase now. Look at the gap that's really started to grow now. 1 minute and 28 seconds now. It is from her, number 7, to the peloton. She's immediately in the gap, but 2 minutes and 30 seconds. This is a very dangerous breakaways. Lots of big teams are represented. Joe Tindley in that break, Lucy Glover, Jess Roberts, as Hannah was saying earlier on, as we head back to the front. And it is indeed Jess Roberts is rolling through on the front there in that orange and green checkered kit, just rolling through as well there from the Techers team. That's Josie Knight. She was very active the other day in the Elite Circuit Race Championships. Just rolling through now, that's a Madeline Leach of the Handsling development team, and another attack now comes. So this is where some of the World Tour teams need to get involved, and indeed they are. So a big acceleration there from one of the riders from, I think it was Josie Nelson from Team Picnic Post NL, the team of the defending champion, Five for Georgie. We haven't seen height nor hair of the defending champion. She's clearly tried to keep her powder dry. The winner back in 2021, 2023 and at 2024, twice of course on that Saltburn circuit. But this is Aberystwyth as we run gradually back into town now. So we're heading back towards Aberystwyth, and it won't be too long before we actually swing right and we commence our first of the big laps. Remember, we've got 3 large laps of 23.4 kilometres, and then we do 3 smaller laps of 12.4 kilometres that will take us through the finish each time. So continuing to focus here on our solo chaser, Lottie Dawson, in and out of the saddle, and this is the sort of effort you need on this sort of circuit. Unrelentingly hard. As the chain is a little bit further up the block now, seated back down into the saddle. And again, this is little kicker before we head back in towards Aberystwyth. We then do a sharp right and head back out again up the climb. But there's almost too many climbs to mention on this circuit, some more significant than others. April Tacey just rolling through, keeping it on the big ring. Pretty much every single ride. If you look closely at the chain sets, most of the riders in this group have dropped it down onto the small ring as we continue to focus now on this little chase group. So we've got one rider behind, so we've got Lottie Dawson is rider, or group 2, shall we say, on the road, then the third group on the road, just in front of the peloton of this group of 2 riders here. This pair trying to extricate themselves from the peloton. It looks like it's the figure of Josie Nelson and one other. So 35 minutes done of this British Championships. There we go, heading back through the finish. So 2 laps to go, this big finishing circuit, through the feed zone here. Riders will want to take on food and supplies on a circuit as difficult as this. It really is a challenge. There's that hard right-hander that takes us back to the opposite way around the circuit. So that little bit of a loop round, and here we go. A little bit of a descent now. This will take us into a climb. So essentially 1 large lap done. We don't pass through the finish line on the opening 3 laps, but we do when we finish our little finishing circuits of 12.5 Ks. So this group, Hannah's just fueled us up with some coffees. Hannah, some information just coming through. This group, the lead maxed out at 2.5 minutes, now nearly 2 minutes to the peloton. So we've got a proper race on our hands. We've just swung right, we're just heading back down the opposite way. So we've done 1 complete circuit, and this rider sat at around 1.5 minutes. This is Lottie Dawson. She's yet to actually take that right-hand bend through the feed zone. It just shows how ridiculously hard and attritional this circuit is going to be. So far harder than I thought it's going to be, just constantly up and down. But
the riders have made it what it is as well. And so the nature of the course has been difficult, and that, you know, from the profile, from the terrain, that's difficult in itself, but they've also taken the race on from the very beginning. There's been no shortcuts, there's been no looking around at any riders, any of the rivals. They've taken the race on from the very start, and this has led to a very demanding opening part of this national championship, and we've already seen so many riders who have been ejected out of the back. We saw one of the riders there from Picnic Post NL who was towards the back just then. Whether she's had a problem or not, But it's unforgiving. It
Yeah.
really is.
It really is. And now we've seen lap number 1 of this circuit up close and personal. It's okay looking at it on a profile, isn't it? But when you actually see the nature of the circuit, the twists and turns, the descents, just the amount of climbing on the circuit, like no one long climb. We've just got this right-hander coming up. In fact, it's 1:57 now, so she's really dropping away. I don't think it'll be too long before she's actually caught by the bunch. So we've got this double right-hander here. So essentially a little right-hander, another one, and then we swing right. So she's going nice and wide just to take the steepness out of that corner.
She's making like work of it. It really is. You can see how she's being joined by one of the riders from Picnic Poston now. My apologies.
Yeah, that was a little counter. I think, well, we'll wait and see her race number. I think that's Josie Nace or Becky Story. Let's
I
have a
think it's
look.
Becky Story. She's a rider from the Isle of Man.
Yep. So joined by Becky, but this is going to be a big ask to shut to 2 minutes. Becky Story joining forces now with Lottie Dawson. So these riders, Becky Story of Picnic Postal and Lottie Dawson, they are group number 2 on the road. And then I don't think it's too far back to the peloton behind. The last images we saw, it was about like 20 or 30 seconds. They're driving hard into this gap, up this little bit of a climb before it drops down. A classic sporty circuit here. A little look round there from Becky Story just to see if the rider with her is going to give her any assistance, and I don't think she can. The thing, once you've been caught by a rider and you've been out on your own for a front, you need to have a little bit of an opportunity to rest up. So no real surprise that Lottie Dawson from the Brother UK on Form team is just opting for a little bit of a rest. But the speed they're moving at, it's not actually that much of a rest at all, even in the wheel here, is
I
it?
was going to say, she's just put it on to the big ring. She's taking the opportunity to sit in the wheel of Becky Story, just try and get some recovery, get some respite, use the opportunity to save some energy. And you do save when you're sitting in the wheel of a rider in front of you. You've got that slipstream, you've got that benefit. And for Becky Story, knowing how dangerous the front group is, and the fact that they opened up that gap of 2.5 minutes pretty swiftly, I've got to say. Now you're sensing the danger and thinking, right, well, let's try and send a rider up the road. Pfeiffer Georgie and Josie Nelson can remain in the peloton, sit tight, bide your time, but meanwhile, we need someone represented here. And Becky Story has got the capabilities to bridge across, and that's only going to benefit Lottie Dawson. It's going to benefit Becky Story as well. It means that she can now take a bit of a micro rest. She'll freewheel, just try and get this recovery here and try and carry as much speed as possible into that little climb. We're seeing more and more riders who are attacking off the front of the peloton here, Matt.
Yeah, this is group 3. So we've got our lead group of around 8 or 9 riders. Then we've got the 2 in between, Lottie Dawson and Becky Story. And now we have group 3 and group 4. So already in the very early stage of only done 40 minutes of racing, this course is proving to be very, very difficult indeed. But as you were saying, it's the riders that make it. The course can't make it on its own. It's how you tackle a race. You can make even a flat race hard if you attack it aggressively. And if you attack a course like this, it's going to really start to split. Oh, this is pretty hard for Lottie Dawson to stay on the wheel of Becky Story. This is the most significant climb on the circuit. Okay, it's in various little stages, but unfortunately Lottie Dawson cannot hold the pace in front of Stories now. Becky Story is trying to go clear and bridge across on her own.
When you've got the ramps of 8, 9, 10, upwards of 12%, and you've already had such a long, hard chase to try and bridge across, you've put yourself into the red. Stay on the wheel of a top-class climber too.
Ollie Ramsey just at the back of that group, another one of the under-23 riders in this group. Maddie Leach here too, also an under-23. It's almost, I know the under-23 side of the women's sport has developed over the last couple of years purely because the pool of riders is far deeper, but more and more riders coming through. Probably one of the best examples, a contemporary rider who is still, well, just out of it. Actually, Kat Ferguson's still 19 or 20, but just out of a team. Yeah, still 19. We have got a proper under-23 class now, haven't we? But again, as in the men's, there are young women coming through who are winning World Tour races or are performing well at a very young age as well, aren't they? Because of all this open source information that we've got about training and development, fueling, etc.
We are. But I even think back to when the National Road Race Championships were in Aberystwyth, and Lizzie Dyden won the title, and she also took the under-23 title. Same with Pete Kenyon as well.
Yeah, of course, blimey, yeah.
Took the jersey and was up there in the elite race too.
Tell you what, Becky Story is looking very good here, trying to bridge across. We just saw a few moments ago a couple of other riders trying to clip clear of the peloton. They're not too far behind, but that lead group are over the top of this climb. Just look at the difference in speed. We are going to see this. This is going to be a feature as we move back into from the front of the peloton to the bunch and the riders in between. Quite often, they're normally, if the time gaps are a minute or so, they're moving at the same sort of speed, but this course is so choppy and up and down. Even a minute's gap, you're going to have riders moving at completely different speeds because they're on different, because the circuit is so up and down and variable, isn't it?
It is. And there's so much to the circuit as well, with the rolling roads, which are pretty fast, as we've seen already. Brilliant road surface, it's very, very smooth. Then you get to these grippy sections of the course where it's just up and down. You can't really get too much of recovery. You've got a slight tailwind in this section. That's one advantage to the riders.
Yeah, a little bit of a tailie. It's not too strong, the wind, but it's there. It's certainly on a bike, you know, especially on exposed parts. Any little bit of tailwind you've got, it's like, well, it's like a breath of fresh air, isn't it? You feel it's just even a light wind. When it's in the back, it just makes so much difference. It can be so miserable, especially when you're riding solo, trying to bridge a gap or trying to win a bike race. It's so hard when you're battling against the wind.
And having roads that feel fast on, you know, it sounds ridiculous, but sometimes you feel like you're riding through treacle on some British roads. You feel like you're not getting anywhere because they're just so heavy and so difficult and demanding. It saps the energy. Well, it does sap the energy from the legs, and you seem to burn through your matches far quicker.
Yeah, I think looking at how hard this race is going to be as we get later on, I have a feeling some of the World Tour riders are actually quite confident that the riders in front will start to tire on a circuit like this. What they have is strength in depth. The gap is coming down to our solo chaser. This is, of course, Becky Story from Team Picnic Post&L, and she's about to catch a rider that's been dropped, one of our early aggressors. I think this is actually Lucy Glover that's been dropped, isn't it, from our Breakaway. And look at the difference in speed here.
Huge difference in speed for Lucy Glover. She did a wow. She's not even going to have an opportunity to get on the wheel.
No, that is just shows a difference in class here, doesn't it? Maybe in shape as well. Again, our chasers were actually still climbing, and our Breakaway, as we talked about, are doing a different speed right over the top. It looks sometimes like we're looking at two different bike races, doesn't it? It's absolutely fantastic. But again, the thing is, you could see a group up in front go away over the top of the climb, and then they're out of sight, aren't they? So 1 minute they're there, and then 1 minute that they're gone. So that the difference in speed means the distances, although the time remains the same, the distance fluctuates, and that's one thing that you need to get your head around sometimes. It's quite counterintuitive, but it's a weird one.
And in Lucy Glover's case, Becky Story, you're in the hedgerows. She's gone round the corner, and you almost feel you feel isolated. It feels very bit eerie when you're on the roads like this. You know, you're in the middle of two groups. You're neither here nor there, and you know, just pure fact that the Becky Story is so strong. She's into time trial mode now. She's such a great climber as well.
There's a couple. I think we're seeing a little bit of a gentle push coming up, and there we go. That's often what you'll get. Cycling is, of course, a non-contact sport, but a gentle little tap is what we see, just to keep that cohesiveness there. And just a reminder of, although these riders, pretty much all of these riders are from different teams, especially the fact that Lucy Glover is now dropped, Joe Tinley doesn't have a teammate. They're teammates right now, aren't they? So they will help each other out as best they can. Just a general
alliance.
Yeah, exactly. It's an alliance that will fracture later, but right now, if they've got any chance of trying to win this bike race, do well in this bike race, they need to stick together, don't they?
They do. They need to keep the cohesion, keep the cooperation in that front group. I haven't seen any riders other than a couple of riders. That was a very pleasant little push from Maddie Leach to the rider there from CJ O'Shea. to Matilda McKibben. But other than that, no riders trying to or having to miss a turn because of the difficulty in this front group. Everybody's contributing well. Keep the cohesion, keep the cooperation, because you're in it for the long haul now. We're only in the first quarter of the race.
Exactly. Also, another rider has been dropped as Becky Story continues to pick off riders from this group. Still hasn't quite got that breakaway in sight yet, but she has taken the best part of 40 seconds out of that lead. In fact, it was around 2 minutes when she began the chase, and now a little bit of a well, are you going to come with me? No, I think the answer is no. Cecilia, she's given her a little bit of a wave here. Sometimes things doesn't look good for Heim here, does she? If she's been dropped on the climb, she's not going to be able to offer up too much assistance, I think, at this point of the race as well. But a good effort from her, but clearly this just shows how quick they're going out in front.
The other thing is, Becky Story can't hang around and lose the momentum in saying, well, come on, just get a little bit of respite on the wheel. She needs to get to the front group because they are working so well. She's one rider up against 9 riders here.
Yeah, 1v9. She's doing a good job. I tell you, at what cost? Very interesting little move here as they continue to roll through. So Cecilia Heim has now been dropped from that group. So 2 that were in it are now not. So Lucy Glover and Cecilia Heim are now not there, but the rider rolling through the front, that's Matilda McKibben of the CJ Shea team. Just rolling through behind her, that's Holly Ramsey just taking her turn on the front. You can hear there's conversations going on, isn't there? All giving themselves, if they're not, I don't think these riders have got radios, but they just, there will be information passed on the side of the road from time to time, and also our motor will give information to them as best they can. But this is more about encouragement and when to ride, when not to ride, when to push, when to ease off. And a rider as experienced as a Josie Knight clearly dispensing that information, isn't she?
And even if it's just a little bit of information of the time gap or who's coming across. So seeing the blackboard, seeing the situation on the road. They don't have race radios, they don't have any communication with their sports directors in the team cars behind, so you're very much alone, and any information that you can share in your group here in the lead is only going to benefit you.
Tindley rolls through, such a good start on the bike. Arms at 90 degrees, massively experienced. National champion, as we talked about earlier on. She won that title solo in Lincoln. The rider rolling through as well, as you were talking about before, in great form, and Jess Roberts from the Spectre Racing team. So this is a really good move, and I don't think, apart from the couple of riders that have been dropped, as April Tacey moves through from the Cork team, everybody seems to be working here, and this is a classy move, but slowly but surely our chaser is taking off the seconds, and again, she's constantly feeding. That's going to be a real feature, because this is a long chase, and still 50 seconds she's closed as Becky Story, but this will have a cost, so she's going to need to make sure she constantly fuels and also patiently gets across this gap as well, because a 2-minute gap, you've got to think about how you do it, because it's a massive commitment.
It's huge. To be able to do this alone on this kind of circuit is a huge task ahead, but she races at the highest level of our sport. She's got the caliber, she's got the class. You've already started to see that she's taking on some food, some nutrition, some fuel, some gels, which is really important to do so. And it's not just her because she's making such a big effort, but actually everybody should be doing the same. Everybody should be taking on little bits of food, hydration, keep yourself well topped up, and keep the carbs coming, because you might not feel like you need it right now, but I can tell you in an hour's time, and particularly towards the back end of the race, if you haven't fueled yourself properly, you're going to be so depleted, you're going to have nothing left, and you'll find yourself into the red. It could have a huge cost and impact on your race too, and if you're in a winning situation, or even to go for the podium and you have a hunger knock, there's no coming back from it. It's too late.
It certainly is. Now, I think it's fair to say, just for anybody watching at home, we're talking about the importance of making sure the riders are fully hydrated and fueled, is that racing across both men's and women's sport has progressively got faster and faster. There's the equipment to look at, but more importantly, the equipment aside, although that has got faster, just look at how aerodynamic that bike just looks. It looks fast. The kit's fast. No baggy jerseys at all. We were racing in baggy jerseys. Well, I certainly was back in the day.
Me too.
But it's the fueling. So these riders, let's go back maybe just 3 or 4 years, when we were commentating on bike races, riders were taking maybe 50, 70 grams of carbohydrates an hour. Now that's almost double that, isn't it? So that they're fueling more and therefore able to go faster for longer. It's not quite as simple as that, but also it is, isn't it?
It is. Do you know, I think it's not just from a racing aspect, and you're quite right, now riders are looking towards 110, 120, 130 grams of carbohydrates per hour, which is incredible, and you can take that through gels, through solid food, but also take it through your drink, through your bottle, and that's probably the easiest way to take such an amount on. Two bottles of carbs of 50 grams each, and then a couple of gels. You've soon covered that, but it's fueling during your training in the build up to an event as well. So you're not depleting your stores too much when you're training or in a big training block, and making sure that you are able to recover, and in turn you're building that fitness, you're helping the body to recover, and you're not in a deficit.
Yeah, it's as you say, you need to teach these riders over the last couple of years, and speaking with both of us, know a lot of the riders. We regularly talk to the riders when they were first having to take these larger amounts on board, and there's a chain reaction within the peloton. Some teams are fueling a little bit more first, other teams soon pick up on that. It's quite an unusual feeling. You still feel quite depleted and tired, but your stomach feels quite full, and it takes quite a while to get used to that, as you say. So training equally, you're training your legs and your system on one hand
to absorb it all,
but it's you're training your digestive system. So it's like stomach training.
Well, you absolutely are, and it's not normal, let's say, to be able to take on that amount of carbohydrates per hour. So you do have to train the stomach to be able to digest such a large amount. But I also think the products have evolved as well.
Far better, aren't they? Yeah.
That's another thing. We're seeing such ease to be able to take one gel that has 40 grams of carbohydrates. It also makes it easier to be able to take so much on.
A lot more natural element. We used to have a lot of products back in the day that were far more chemically harder to digest. Quite often you get riders that I certainly felt a little bit bloated after eating, even half the amount the riders are eating now. But riders are saying that these products, and there are many different ones available. Each team will be sponsored by different brands. Other riders will mix it with a bit of real food in the mix as well, a little bit of cake, maybe a little bit of fruit in the back pocket as well. Some riders like to mix it up, others are happy to just use gels. Others like a mix of solid food and gels. But yeah, it's just far easier to digest. The products are just simply better, and better for the gut, and contain a lot more natural products as well. So this gap has actually started to, we're at the far corner of the circuit now, heading back in the opposite direction. So we've got to the furthest most southeasterly point. Now we're heading back in northwesterly direction, back towards Aberystwyth. But that gap, it went down to 1:11, Hannah. Now it's bounced back up to 1 minute and 21 seconds. Now, although I think it's fair to say that on an individual level, Becky Story is the most experienced, most decorated rider compared to the rest, but you've got eight riders rolling through and off, and it's a completely different story, isn't it? They're able to recover, they're able to keep that pace higher at the front for longer, so that doesn't look good now. I think this is going to be now pretty hard for our lone chaser to get across that gap.
It's incredibly difficult, but it also depends on where you are, and you've spoken about it already, where you are on the course too. On that section, she's gone over the climb. She's now got a pretty long section, okay, give or take a couple of little lumps along the way, but nothing quite as difficult as the climb that we see on the entry into the circuit. But you've got this long section now of roads like this, just slightly undulating, flat in places. You're well protected, well sheltered from the hedgerows. Slight headwind, but you do have that protection. Stick to the far left-hand side of the road. try and protect yourself as much as possible, and hopefully she can start to make some inroads. But when you are one rider versus 8, and they're all getting some respite, getting some recovery, rolling through, keeping that momentum and keeping the chain tight, it's very hard as one rider to bridge across.
It certainly is. And she's certainly not giving up on the job. As soon as we get the gap back to the peloton, we'll tell you, but I think it's roughly 2.5 minutes still approximately. But she's doing an absolutely sterling job. But the thing that's so difficult on roads like this is you cannot see the group in front. It makes a massive difference, Hannah, doesn't it, when you're, well, here we are, back to the peloton. Bit of activity, nobody's broken clear just yet on this narrow little A road. And we are, for the majority of this little section, we're actually losing elevation again before we then kick up. So all the elevation is done in a shorter period of time on the opposite side of the circuit. So we're gradually losing elevation, save for a little bit of pickups. So this side of the circuit, we're dropping down rather than picking up. So just coming up to our first hour of racing. So we're coming up to around a third of the way, just under a third of the way through the race. I estimate we're going to be just over 3 hours today on a course like this. Still got those 3 finishing circuits. And once we get through the end of this lap, one more big lap to go, and then we head into the tight streets of Aberystwyth, and finish in exactly the same spot as we did the other night for our Circuit Race Championships, which, if you haven't watched them, get on to British Cycling's YouTube and check it out, because we had, for both men's and women's events, absolutely brilliant bike races in wet conditions for the women. It dried up for the men's, but we were royally entertained. It really set the scene for our breakaway. Here we go, just going through our list of breakaways. It is 8 riders strong. Cecilia Hines has been dropped, should I say. We've got Matilda McKibben here from CJ O'Shea Racing. We've also got Madeline Leach of the Hansling Alba Development Team. Holly Ramsey is there from the Hess Cycling Team. Joe Tinley from Smurfit Westrock. Jess Roberts of Spectra. Megan Anderson of Team Boom Pods. April Tacey is the rider just there, number 81. That's Joe Tinley just checking round. She'll just see empty tarmac behind her. And then Jess Roberts and Maddie Leach. We've also got Josie Knight from the Techers team, just rolling through there in that white jersey, who was very active the other night in the Circuit Race Championships. But this group are still continuing to work well. I think it's fair to say, although we had the 2 riders that were also with them, this is a really natural selection. On a course like this, there's no hiding place at all with those steep climbs, is there? I mean, on the flat, it's difficult to tell between the riders in terms of strength, but once we get those steep uphill sections and this fast pace they're setting here, it's quite quick to actually establish who the strong riders are.
I agree, and that's why I was saying before, within this leading group, we've not seen anybody start to miss turns, because you can't hide, and even if you do sit in the wheels, it's only a matter of time before you are distanced and dropped, and it'll only take for you to be found out once we get to the larger, longer climb, for you to start to lose the wheel and being able to keep up in the front group here. So everybody is pretty evenly matched. Everybody's clearly come into this championship, as so many of these riders do, with such top shape. And that's not to say that some riders might have had a bit of a rocky run into a race, and then particularly into a national championship. But everybody's pretty evenly matched. Everybody knows what is expected of them here in this lead group. 3:30 now to the peloton.
Whoa.
Wow.
That's a big, I mean, certainly closable. We've got well over a couple of hours of racing still to go. Maybe not quite a third of our way through. So once we commence this big lap, we'll have done about 56, 57 Ks after 2 laps approximately.
Just gone through Clanillar. 2.7 kilometres have been covered, around 89 kilometres to go.
There we go. Chaser now has got to really think about what she does here. Does she continue to persist? And I think with a gap like that much, you've almost got to think, well, do I just not give up trying to pursue and cross the gap, because that's increasingly hard. She's essentially now riding at round about the same pace. So Becky Story is rider number 2 on the road, but she's 1 minute and 22 seconds behind. She started her chase at 2 minutes. There we go, Lana Linnart. but now the peloton are a further 1 minute and 40 seconds behind her. So she certainly doesn't want to give up the effort, but I think bridging across this gap might be a little bit of a bridge too far now. She might start to catch rods that are dropped, but what should we desperately hoping for? And I know I can't read her mind. I'd be interested to hear what you think, Hannah, is that a group bridges across to her now.
That would be the optimum case. However, it's going to take a tall ask for any group of riders to close 2 minutes and 10 seconds to get to Story alone.
It's a really hard one, isn't it?
Right now, Story just has to be persistent. Although she's not making any inroads and hasn't been doing for the last 5 kilometres, 6 kilometres or so, she's maintaining, she's holding the gap at 1:22. So that, it's not all bad, put it that way. But I think if she wants a group to come across, there's got to be something pretty spectacular happen for a group to bridge across the Story and to close such a deficit at the moment.
It'll be, if it does happen, it's not going to happen for the next 45 minutes or so, is it? It's going to be, she's got a long period of time.
Do you know what I'm curious about? Once we get to those small loops, Matt, to close such a deficit from the peloton behind, and with such a strong group of riders, given the fact that the small loops are pretty technical, there's some very steep descents on the single track roads, that's hard to close back time on a group that's away. Where do you chip away at the lead of the leaders?
Exactly. That's a very, very good question. You're going to have to sort of try and make the difference on the climbs, because as you say, a lot of the differences won't be made because of how much speed. Given these wet conditions, you're not going to be able to tackle the corners anywhere near as much. And we do see that disparity between, in terms of the technical skill of riders as well as the physical one. But as you say, there's not a lot of open road in which to chase on. It is a tightly packed finishing circuit. Remember, we've got one more big circuit to go on this big lap. So we do 3 laps of 23.4 Ks, and then we also do 3 laps, but of a far shorter circuit. It's 12.4 kilometres, and as Hannah rightly said, there's a steep climb on that one, but there's also a very steep descent. So the climb's hard enough, but the descent is very steep indeed. It's actually 13% gradient. So the climb itself averages about 9.5%. We go over the top, and then we drop down and lose that elevation very quickly. So that's going to be certainly pretty testing. Here we are, our first sight of the peloton in a short while. There is a rider on the front doing the chasing, but interesting that still no presence from the likes of Canyon Tram. Movistar still absent. Of course, Team Picnic, Post and L don't really need to do anything because they've got Becky Story in the gap. And Becky Story is actually starting to lose a little bit of time now. She's now 1:27, so she's starting to lose a little bit of time. She shut it down to within 45 to 50 seconds. It's now, or a minute, or should I say, it's now 1 minute and 21 seconds. This isn't a great scenario for her. She's got to really think about how she races this bit of the race. She knows there's still a lot of strength behind. She's also an important rider, a rider in her own right that could possibly win this bike race, but one would imagine Josie and Becky Story are going to be riding for Five for Georgie, especially on a course like this, to try and make it title number 4. But she's really got to think on her feet now. No direct sportif in her rear, nobody else giving her any assistance. This is really where we understand what it's like to take a bike race. This is one of the Alps and DeKoning riders going clear now.
Yeah, by the looks of things, this is Flora Perkins, who is trying to get out of the peloton, try and inject some pace. In the yellow jersey, that's Imogen Wolf from Visma Lisa Bike. 19-year-old Barnsley. Because now that, again, anyone in the peloton, no rider here has race radio. They don't have any information in their earpiece. They've not got the sports directors from the team car saying, look, the gap's now at 3 minutes 30. We're getting into a pretty dangerous situation here. So they're relying on either going back to the team car and getting any information possible, or relying on the blackboard, which has the information of how many riders are in the leading group, what's the time gap, who's in the chase, what's the time gap there, and what is the time gap to the peloton. And so you've got to make sure that you're so aware and making sure that you do know the time gap when you're in the peloton, and realizing, hang on a minute, this is becoming a little bit dangerous. Okay, we've still got just over 85 kilometers to go. However, who's going to take it upon themselves to do the chasing here? Because we've got several teams in this breakaway group who are represented. They've got the strength in numbers behind. They're not going to contribute.
Yeah, it is a very interesting scenario. This is where you really learn how to race a bike. There are some events, especially the likes of Aberystwyth riding on the circuit abroad most of the time. The stage winner. Remember first, Aberystwyth coming to the forefront. It was in the Tour de France on Zwift, wasn't it? When she won a couple of stages there.
It was. 2020.
2020. Yeah, that was when she first came into prominence. An active esports racer at that particular time. And beat some of the best riders in the world, and is now plying her trade as a professional. It was great to see. But looks like the sun has come out. Maybe we are going to get a bit of a change. Well, clearly we are at the moment. Hopefully the roads will dry up a little bit. And one thing's for sure, especially in these sorts of conditions, as soon as the sun breaks through, you get so much hotter so quickly. So I don't think it'll be too long before Becky Story maybe removes that gilet if it continues to get a bit warmer, because she's still wrapped up, isn't she?
And even looking at the gilet, you can see it's also causing some drag.
Yep.
I say it's a minor detail, but it's a pretty big one when you're wanting to try and be as aerodynamic, as efficient as possible, and then you've got a gilet which is catching a lot of the air. It's just acting as a sail.
It's acting as a windbreak. It's
Windbreak,
there's so much attention to detail now. So the peloton have clearly lost a little bit of momentum despite that attack. I think it was, as you said, Millie Cousins from Phoenix de Koning. They're now at 4 minutes and 4 seconds. Still one big lap to go. We're not even quite through that lap board yet. Won't be too long before we swing right. That double right-hander which takes us onto the circuit once more to commence our third and final lap of the big circuits. But 4 minutes and 7 seconds with the strength of that group, Hannah. Wow, okay, there's still enough road, there's still enough time. This is still a hard race, but this is fascinating. This is absolutely fascinating stuff here.
What's interesting to me when you take a look at the scenario at the head of the peloton now, it's Hansling Albert Development Road Team who are on the front, and Becky Story's got rid of that.
That must be listening to us.
Ah, yes. We said they've not got earpieces. Maybe she's got a direct line to us.
She must have done. She's looking for a little bit of assistance. One of the motorbikes, the neutral service motorbike. So she hasn't got a car up with her at the moment. So that, as you can see, that's a neutral service motorbike. A front wheel and a back wheel there to offer up some support should she have a puncture. But as you were talking about just a few moments ago, this is all about measuring your effort completely independently, understanding what it takes to get yourself through this part of the race. Eating and drinking, selecting the right sort of pace to ride at that you know you can maintain, and try and stay as important and vital as to the race as you can. But the gap is dropping away. In the last just a handful of seconds, 4 minutes and 15 seconds.
Look how long it's taken the peloton to catch to Cecilia Heim. She was distanced a good 15, maybe even 20 kilometres.
Yeah, and she's knocked it off.
And it's only now that she's knocked it off. So she's been persistent in the gap between the peloton and Becky Story. And so this it's a bit of a telltale sign as to how hard it is to bring back any group. And I was just going to say, just before we saw Becky Story get rid of the gilet and hand it to the neutral motorbike, it was interesting to see that it was Hansling Albert Development Road Team who were on the front of the peloton. Given the fact that they've got a rider who is in the breakaway in the form of Maddie Leach, I know they've got a very strong rider in Lauren Dixon who's got a fantastic opportunity and a realistic opportunity to take this national title today. But perhaps you want to use other riders, your rivals, and put them under pressure and think, well, look, Movistar, if you want to take the title here, Canyon SRAM, if you want the title, you need to get to the front too and do some of the work. Das Hutchinson, they don't have a rider represented in the breakaway. They've also got a lot of riders here. They've got Natalie Grinzer, Elizabeth Hermoller, Lucy Lee, Sophie Lewis, Tamsin Miller, Ruby Oakes, Libby Smithson, and Morven Yeoman. Force others to do it before you take it upon yourselves.
Yeah, that is a big team. As you said, the Das Hutchinson team, 9 riders in this field. They haven't managed to get anybody in the breakaway. I think they are the team that's actually riding on the front at the moment. We saw that little shot. There's certainly some other teams riding, but we shall see. So 1:35. So unfortunately for Becky Story, she's continuing to lose that little bit of time, and that isn't any reflection on her in terms of a rider. She rides at a very high level, but she just cannot match the combined power in front as these riders continue to relay. They can ride that little bit harder on the front, keep that pace high, knowing that for the best part of a minute or so they can recover before they hit the front for 10 or 15 seconds, even on the climbs here. As we can see, April Tacey hit the front again. She's such a strong rider. She's taken off those arm warmers. Looks like she's wrapped them around her brake hoods there. She'll be looking to give those away. Won't be too long before we take that next little right hand. I think they might have already done it, actually. Just over an hour of racing done. Still another couple of hours of racing still to go. So still an opportunity for this time gap to come down. Because although the riders in front are working well, they've built that lead of 4 minutes, they are burning through their energy at the same time, and there is a lot of relatively rested legs, to say that comparatively speaking, in the peloton behind, but they've still got to go disproportionately quicker in the final stages of the race. So they are playing an interesting game here, and I think without DS's in their ears telling them, this really tells us a lot about how riders make decisions on the road themselves. It is quite an interesting one. They're certainly not out of the game, but they've put themselves in a slightly difficult spot, bringing such a big gap down. Even the likes of Zoe Baxted, Pfeiffer Georgie and Kat Ferguson have got a lot of work to do. Okay, we're on the back part of the circuit now, so we've now got one more big lap before we then drop back down into Aberystwyth. So 2 big laps completed, 1 more lap to go, and we have an intriguing situation on the road here, Hannah.
We do, and they've gained another 10 seconds here, the leading 8. This is incredible, and you're quite right. At what point does the trio from Movistar and particularly Claire Steels on this kind of course, Matt, it really suits her so well. At what point on the course do they think, hang on a minute, this is incredibly dangerous and increasingly dangerous? We've already seen how hard it is for a couple of riders to even gain 30 seconds, for example, and Becky Story's lead deficit, is only increasing. 1:36 now for the rider from the Isle of Man.
But the thing for Becky here, though, is she's losing time on the leaders, but she's gaining time on the peloton. So she can't. And again, they just keep easing off here. It's Isabel Sharp on the front, who did that superb ride the other night, nearly took her first national title, edged out in the end and had to settle for the silver medal. But at some point in this next lap, Hannah, if we head on to the finishing circuits, the 3 finishing circuits, around 36 k's to go, and they've still got 4 minutes, that's going to be very difficult to close for the reasons you talked about. But also, even if there are attacks, to shut that sort of gap in such a short period of time is going to be very hard. So even if this break, let's assume they are going to be caught, it's going to be very deep into this race, isn't it?
And how much does that cost you in trying to close? If you do manage to do it, how much does that cost you to do it in such a short space of time? But to be honest, on this kind of circuit, for me, this is going to be the last time on the climb, the main climb on the large lap.
Yep.
The riders, Kat Ferguson, Claire Steels, Imogen Wolf, Millie Cousins, Flora Perkins, Alice Towers, I think they've all got to go on this climb and set such a blistering pace that they're able to start to nudge things, get themselves out of the peloton and form an alliance and try and bridge across here. This is a good opportunity to do so, because it's proving that the other parts of the course, even when there is an injection of pace, there's a lot of riders who are able to follow the wheels. There's no consistency in the pace at the head of the peloton.
No one team deciding to take
There's
it up.
no momentum.
Yep. We've got this. Well, it's going up to 5 minutes now. Wow, look at that time gap. 4 minutes and 48 seconds. Is this National Championships moving away from the pre-race favourites? Will Pfeiffer Georgie have an opportunity to even battle for a medal at this point? Will Kat Ferguson have to wait for another year? This is absolutely fascinating. But such a strange situation here for Becky Story. All she can hope is she almost has to think, okay, right, maybe I'm not going to shut the gap. Maybe I just ride at this pace that I can sustain. Okay, looks like the peloton have got a lot of momentum here. It's purely because they're going downhill, but they are the best part. It's gone up again. 5 minutes and 5 seconds is the gap to the peloton. Wow, interesting scenes here. So, the thing is, Becky's Story here has got to think, do I just wait? Do I bide my time? Do I ride maybe just below a pace that she hoped, and then just keeps an eye on that gap. And once that front group starts to split, then she does like a negative split. That's maybe the only way to ride it right now.
I think so. You only have to look at her body language, her facial expression.
She's comfortable.
She's so comfortable. She's got this poker face. She looks comfortable. There's no rocking and rolling in the upper body. She's rock solid. She's taking opportunities on the course to get some respite, take some deep breaths, as you can see, just to have a bit of a reset. She does look so comfortable, and she's got this linear effort.
Yeah, she's got to smooth it out. That was really interesting shot there as she dropped down, got super aero on that downhill section, and as you could see, she was taking those really deep breaths, just breathing in and out, just to lower that heart rate a little bit before she knows the pain will come again.
Keep yourself calm.
Exactly. It's just, yeah, keeping yourself calm, keeping yourself cool. We're on the steepest part, the lower part of this climb now. This is where it goes up to 10%. Everybody on the small ring, the chain right up to the back end of the block, nearest the spokes, giving them that nice low gear. But 5 minutes and 5 seconds, well, I bet they cannot believe the sort of lead that they've got, but they still know there's a lot of racing. Still do another one of these big laps, and then that technical punchy finishing circuit that has to be completed on 3 occasions. They've certainly given themselves more than a fighting chance of one of these riders taking the title. But although the gap's at 5:05 to the group behind, there is still the chance to take this back. But what they can't afford to do is have a gap of 5 minutes and 5 seconds with under an hour of racing still to go. Because when we hit the finishing circuit, we'll have probably 50 minutes, 55 minutes of racing on that finishing circuit, roughly.
You see another showing of the Blackboard 4:45 for the peloton. But I think even if you've got more than an hour on the circuits, I fear that it could be too late.
Yep.
I really do. I'm quite fearful. Have they underestimated the 8 riders out front?
Well, right now, it appears that that's the case. Okay, a couple of seconds.
Things can change.
Yeah, things can change enormously, and there still is a lot of quality behind. We've got the 3 riders from Canyon, SRAM, Alice Towers, former champion in 2022, Zoe Baxter, the new elite time trial champion, of course, multiple world champion in cyclocross, remember. So Baxter and Owen Roberts. We've got 3 riders from Movistar back in the peloton. Kat Ferguson, one of the pre-race favourites, Gareth Lloyd, and Claire Steels, an exceptional climber. And then the 3 teammates, or the 2 teammates of this rider here, Pfeiffer George and Josie Nelson, teammates of Becky Stroh. But they don't need to do things too much. But they're going to be a little bit nervous about this situation too, aren't they? One rider burning matches herself and hasn't quite managed to get to the front. Okay, she's got to measure this effort now. Let's see what she can do, but it isn't ideal, is it?
It's not. It's absolutely not. And okay, she's up the road, but she hasn't made the junction to the 8 leaders. So right now she's racing for 9th place in this National Road Race Championship. And just to your question, how long do we think we're going to be on the finishing circuits for? They'll be on that finishing circuit. They'll enter into the finishing circuit with 59 kilometres to go, or 58.4 kilometres to go. That's when they'll make the right-hand turn, enter into the half lap, then they'll go towards Aberystwyth onto the promenade, and that's where they'll go through the start-finish line, and that's where they'll see 4 laps to go. So I think we're going to be looking at around an hour and a half of racing on those finishing circuits. So even so, a gap of over 5 minutes is still incredibly difficult. Normally you would say a minute for every 10 kilometres if you want to try and knock off that lead to 2 leaders.
That's the rough guide that we use, isn't it?
It's a rough guide,
yeah.
but I mean,
It's
it's a rough guide, but it also depends on the parkour.
It certainly does. We shall see. But the gap's come down, so from it topping out at 5 minutes and 5 seconds, and we could see from that motorbike that rode by, that did have 4:45 written on it when it gave the information to our lone chaser, Becky Story. So it has come down a little bit, and surely, I think as they pass through the feed zone, that's where it's the only point on the course that I can see, unless there's a couple of feeds elsewhere, but I don't think there is. I think there's one big feed zone. That's where that information would have been relayed back, and that's where your team managers, members of the family and stuff will be relaying that lead and say, right, you got to get organised. They've got 5 minutes and 5 seconds. You need to start to do something, and maybe we are starting to see some sort of reaction, because it's now 4 minutes and 35 seconds. So it looks like from the time gap. Just in the last couple of miles or so, they've taken 30 seconds off that lead. Hopefully we will see the peloton in a little while to see who's doing the chasing, to see who's if there's another group that's just chipped off. But 4:32, still a nice lead. But although these riders have built up that lead, they are going to start to feel it, especially as we enter hour number 2 on a course like this. With the amount of time they've spent in the front, they're going to start to feel that fatigue. Even though you're fueling right, you still get tired, don't you?
Yeah, you can fuel. The fueling is just to keep your body topped up. It doesn't mean you're going to be completely fresh as you were at the start of the race. So you are going to feel that fatigue. You are going to feel the kilometres in the legs and these harsh, grippy roads in the legs. Just then, from the peloton, we started to see a lot of the riders from Das Hutchinson in those blue and green jerseys move towards the front. Also a glimpse of Kat Ferguson on the far left side in that white jersey. She's got Anna Henderson, who's on the wheel from Lidl Trek. So now we're starting to see a number of riders move forward who've been pretty anonymous so far. Imogen Wolf in the yellow jersey, never too far away from the front.
You can also see the rangy figure of Pfeiffer Georgie as well.
Yeah.
She's sat in third wheel, actually, just so the defending champion, 3 titles already in her relatively young career. But that was quite interesting. 3 of the pre-race favourites all at the front. But it was quite funny there to see Anna Henderson locked onto the wheel of Kat Ferguson, just in case she makes a move. Because at this point of the race, that wouldn't be unsurprising for one of the big hitters to start to strike out now, to try and start bridging across. And all it needs is a group of 4 or 5, 6 riders of that sort of calibre, and they will start to make inroads. But already, 45 seconds have been taken off. So, OK, they're doing a good job right now.
I was just going to say, after some consistency of pace in the peloton, they have started to make some inroads. And so that, when they see the blackboard once again, and they see the work that they've been doing in the peloton, and then they see the time gap, then the revised time gap, 4:10 now, they'll know that they're going in the right direction.
It is indeed the Das Hutchinson team that are riding. They've got a very strong squad in this race, and they have taken right now the responsibility of picking things up. 9 riders strong, 4 of them under 23. Although they've got assistance from, it looks like an unattached rider as well, just riding all in black. And that will be very welcome. And also welcome for some of these World Tour riders as well. So this gap is really, I wouldn't say it's tumbling, but it's coming down steadily now, 4 minutes and 10 seconds. And actually, the gap between our rider who's second on the road, Becky Story, is stabilised now. So she's not tiring, clearly, is she? She's losing time on the peloton, unsurprisingly, because they're chasing. But the group in front are slowing ever so slightly, but she's essentially riding at or near the same pace in front.
From the view on the peloton, you can see visibly the pace that they were setting on that climb, because there's a large group of riders who were detached in the far background, and so there was definitely some pace and some action on that climb. A little bit of a selection process going on. She still looks so comfortable and so within herself here, Becky Story, showing no signs of tiring whatsoever. Tonight just taking this descent a bit gingerly, still wet roads.
Yeah, although the sun's come out, it's pretty sheltered there, isn't it? Well, Becky Story takes the wider line before cutting in, making sure she avoids those cat's eyes. This is the peloton behind, and it's certainly thinned out. Anna Henderson now taken to the front on our right-hand side as we look at it. A little bit of picture break up there. We're running these images live and uninterrupted from deep in Wales. It's a lovely, beautiful part of the world, but there is a little bit of a picture break up from time to time. We're running on 4 and 5G technology. As we look at our breakaway, still working very well together. Haven't really seen, apart from the couple of riders that were dropped earlier on, Hannah, this group, despite losing that little bit of time, the best part of 50 seconds, they are still very organised and actually look pretty evenly matched, don't they?
They do. They communicate when they need to, perhaps a little time check or so. Everybody's rolling through well, nobody missing a turn. That momentum. Everybody, when you see a time gap of over 5 minutes, and you know that you've all been working so well together, there's no rider who is missed that turn and started to cause a little bit of disruption. Gives you so much confidence, so much motivation, knowing that the work you are doing is going in the right direction for these 8 riders. Jess Roberts, we just take a closer look at the rider from Carmarthen of Spectra Racing. Of course, a former winner of this national title back in 2018 with a superb performance, solo performance to take the title up in the Northeast. April Tacey, number 81, she's the rider from Team Coop Repsol, the Scandinavian team, Norwegian team. Yeah, Madeline Leach of Hansling Alba Development Road team in the blue and pink jersey, who's come into some really good form over the last few weeks. She's pretty strong in the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women, got herself into the breakaway on one of the stages, but then went into the under-23 time trial championships, took a bronze medal there behind Millie Cousins and Robin Clay. Good track rider as well, Madeline Leach. From Huddersfield, 22-year-old. While behind, it's Das Hutchinson in the blue and green jersey. The team who have put themselves up towards the front. The team made up of Robin Clay, Natalie Grinter, Elizabeth Hermoller, Lucy Lee, Sophie Lewis, Tamsin Miller, Ruby Oakes, Libby Smithson, and Morven Yeoman. Robin Clay, another rider who is in some really good form and had such a standout season already in 2025. Took a victory in the Tour de Feminin over in Czechia. It was on stage 3. Overall, our team has had a really solid first half of the season. Three minutes and 10 seconds now to the peloton. 1:33. Well, still holding steady for Becky Story, the rider from the Isle of Man of Picnic Postenel. But after so much action at the head of the peloton from Das Hutchinson and a couple of other riders who have really sensed such a danger, taking 1 minute and 55 seconds off the lead of the 8 riders out front. That's a huge chunk of time to eat into that lead of the 8 riders. And they'll enter into smaller loops with 58 kilometres to go. That's when they'll make that right-hand turn. They'll have a tailwind when they enter into the smaller loops, 4.5 laps of those small loops as they'll head into Aberystwyth. Almost a circuit of 3 parts. You've got the climb, which is just over 4 kilometres. You've got the fast descent over the top, which is a real tricky section onto a single track road. It's 1.5 kilometres, and then you've got the flatter section with a few little undulations, just over 6 kilometres, and then that takes you back into the climb itself. Distinct parts of the smaller loops. 3:10 is now the riders from Hess Cycling on the front of the peloton on the far left in the lime green and black jerseys. Don't forget they've got one of their riders in the breakaway. This is Flora Perkins in this burnt orange jersey of Fenix de Koning. Now Kat Ferguson just follows the wheels, so we're starting to see the emergence of a number of riders, but we've certainly got a select group in this peloton. Everybody taking the opportunity to refuel themselves here, but just from the impetus that has been consistent for the last 10 kilometres or so, they've taken 1:55 off this deficit.
That's pretty quick, in pretty short order as well. So clearly, one would imagine, they're pretty confident that they could bring it back. Still a long way to go in this race, but this is a long pull by a Flora Perkins on the front. But again, there are some of the riders in this group. They're so, given the programme that they've had, And they're more than up to the task. And as we saw, it is actually the big favourites now that are having to invest. They haven't got a big amount of teammates. And just as we pulled the camera away there, it was Kat Ferguson pulling on the front, one of the big favourites. But as we were talking about right at the very beginning of the programme, the British Championships across the men's and the women's, the road racing is so different than actually racing on the continent. And everybody that rides their respective national championships, whatever country, finds the same thing. It's always a really hard race, tactically intriguing as well because of the different balance of teams, a lot of individual riders, British teams as well, looking to the Conti teams. And the big World Tour teams we have generally are only small in number, so the dynamic is completely and utterly unique. So you've got to be switched on, but you've got to be willing to invest and expect to be in the win quite a lot as well. You want to win one of these national champs.
There's so much at stake, and so tactically it always is very, very different, and it doesn't always go according to plan. I mean, some races don't. I think for a national championship, as you say, when you've got this combination of the professionals who come back from racing on the continent, then you've got the domestic riders. We've got, as I said before, 38 UCI Continental riders who are here from our British Continental British UCI Continental teams. It is so different. You've got the numerical advantage, and of course everybody wants to wear the stripes for the next 12 months. That's a given.
Well, what a ride this is. Absolutely superb, Becky Story. So strip out that gap. She's actually bridged across. Absolutely superb riding here from Becky Story, from Team Picnic Post NL. She's bridged across that gap. Remember, she started her odyssey about a lap ago. It's taken her the best part, well, over a complete lap to bridge it. And clearly the gap wasn't quite what we thought it was. She was clearly, for it to have closed up this quickly, she's been constantly bridging across, and she's looked composed. She's measured her effort perfectly. That is one brave ride. Chapeau, whatever happens, that is an absolutely superb ride. And also gives a green card for Josie Nelson and Pfeiffer Georgie, not necessarily to need to ride now, because they've got representation finally in the front group. They can sit back. So what a performance that is.
That's incredible. Absolutely incredible that she's managed to bridge across, and we've been seeing that time gap of 130, 115, 120, 125. It nudged up to 136, but the way that she's measured this effort and had such a great ride to bridge across, forming a group of 9 now who are in the lead with 2:45. Understandably, she'll miss a few turns here. She'll get a little bit of recovery. She's already taking on some fluids just to try and replenish herself, and Jess Roberts taking a look over her shoulder thinking, where's Becky Story come from? Now a little wave to Josie Knight there. Becky Story saying, well, I've arrived, I'm at the front of the race now. It's been a long ride to get here. Just give me 5 minutes or so and I'll be able to contribute.
Absolutely brilliant stuff. Well, there we go. Takes a well-earned snack. I don't think she'll be riding for the next 10-15 minutes. There we go, 5 minutes. There you go, just give me 5. I'll just be 5 minutes. I'd have taken 10 or 15. Absolutely brilliant stuff. I mean, and the other women in this break, the other girls in the break will know that's fine. She's just bridged across. They'll be a little bit worried because she's the only representation for a World Tour team in the front group. They'll know how classy the 26-year-old is, but more than reasonable after that chase of the best part of an hour to actually sit on for a little bit before she starts adding to the pacemaking. As we look at Anna Morris and Amelie Cooper now in the gap, who've opened up a nice little lead on the chase behind. But what they need to do is get together here, but they're clear they've split on that descent. And the sun, you can just see this high frequency of light here, the sun really drying up these roads nice and quickly as Becky Story finally gets a little bit of shelter. And look at that, she's not waited 5 minutes, that's only 2 minutes, and already Becky Story is rolling through.
I'd have taken those 5 minutes.
I'd have taken 15.
Yeah, definitely. I wouldn't have blamed you. That is such an incredible ride, and whatever happens here, Becky Story, fantastic performance this far. Danger comes from behind with Anna Morris now. She's the rider in the black jersey because she's an incredibly strong rider, great track rider, brilliant pursuit rider, brilliant time trialist.
Yeah, Anna Morris, number 91, as you say, in all the black kit, running unattached. But quite often we get unattached riders who might actually just ride on the track for GB a lot of the time, don't they? And they don't, not everybody, although it might seem strange, has a club team or an elite team to ride with, but they'll just ride on their own in selected road races because they're supported by British Cycling.
Particularly when your big focus is on the track.
Exactly, yeah.
A lot of the time, it's to be honest, it's quite like Josie Knight, for example, but it's brilliant to see that she's a part of the Techers CC team, also her teammate both on the track and in a club team, Megan Barker. But you have different riders will opt for different things. Alan Barker, for example, she combines racing on the track but also racing for Uno X Mobility.
Tell you what, she's looking very, very aerodynamic, you know, taking that class from the track, that style on a bike. One thing is for sure, she's clearly riding strongly here, but importantly, she's ridiculously efficient. Just look at how frontally low, that small hole that she punches in the air. No expense spared in making sure she's fully aerodynamic. But what she does need, though, is a little bit of assistance. That rider that she was with briefly, she's dropped. But she's now solo and trying to bridge across the gap. But things have come back together. It was looking only half an hour ago, 20 minutes ago, the gap was 5 minutes and 5 seconds. But in a very short space of time, relatively speaking, the race is now a little bit more open, 2 minutes and 34 seconds. With still best part of half a lap to go on this circuit before we do about 55, 56 Ks, including that half a lap on the finishing circuits. Still a lot of racing to go in this British National Road Race Championships for women.
Anna Morris on this relatively flat section of the course, in the big ring, basically at the bottom of the block, keeping a very nice cadence, churning a monstrous gear, holding a very aerodynamic position on that road bike. As we can see, our second chaser on the road simply couldn't hold on to the wheel of Anna Morris.
Indeed.
So strong.
Again, at this point in the race, if you've already dropped a rider, do you just wait? It's a difficult one. Sometimes, if it's just coming out of a corner that somebody's a bit slow, but if they're actually not quite as strong as you, the best thing to do is go. Although sometimes, if you can use a rider for as long as you can, just encourage them, get a little bit of shelter every now and again, especially on the flatter to downhill sections where a weaker rider can assist a little bit, and as soon as you come to the climb you leave them. But clearly she has made the decision to go solo as we continue to look at our 8-rider breakaway, well, 9 riders now, because we have the addition of Becky Story, who's joined from Picnic Post NL. We did have 10 riders in the move, 2 were dropped, and then Becky Story's gone across, so 9 riders in at the breakaway. Becky Story is there from Team Picnic Post NL. We've got Matilda McKibben of the CJ O'Shea racing team. Maddie Leach is there from the Handsling squad. Holly Ramsey of the Hess cycling team is there. Josie Knight in the white and fluo kit of Techers. April Tace is there from Team Cub. Repsol in the blue. Also in the mix, Megan Anderson of Team Boom Pods. Jessica Roberts of Spectre Racing, Joe Tindley of Smurfit Westrock Cycling Team. That is your riders. Well, they are your riders, should I say, are now holding steady with a gap of 2 minutes and 33 seconds over this peloton. It appears to me, Hannah, from what we've seen so far, and also the small size of the group behind, this is going to be a race for the patient as well. You need to be strong, but also you need to have that discipline to trust your instincts in terms of the way that the race might unfold, especially on the finishing circuits now this gap has come down, and just really bide your time, especially with the class that we've got behind.
Totally. And you've got to be patient. You can't just burn through your matches. You've got to save something, but you've also got to be realistic of the situation on the road. And at some point, particularly behind, and as we see, the weather conditions have started to change. We had a brief moment where the sun was coming out, we had blue skies, it was looking pretty...
Oh, blimey. Typical changeable Welsh conditions.
Absolutely, absolutely. But you do have to be patient at times. You've really got to pick your right moments when you want to burn your matches, and if it's going to have a bit of an impact.
Well, it's lunchtime for a couple of riders in this group. It's lunchtime for the cows. Having a bit of feed, look like some Frisians. on offer there today.
I know you know your cattle breed very, very well.
Well, it's an annual thing for us, isn't it? So, and generally what we've had in some of the races we've had, a lot of wildlife on board.
There's the Lion of Flanders.
There's the Lion of Flanders, and there's the cows of Aberystwyth. There we go. They're clearly huddling together. Now, there's an old wives' tale, isn't there, that if cows are standing up, it's bad weather. If they're lying down, it's good weather.
Isn't it the opposite way around?
Also, I don't know. It's one of the two. It's one of the two. Oh, there we go.
I thought it was the other way around. If a cow's sitting down, it means that the bad weather's coming. If they're standing up, it's going to be good weather. So maybe they're preempting some good weather for later on.
I'll tell you what, I know a lot of farmers are big fans of cycling, so if any of you are watching, please get in contact with Spanner Walker on Instagram and Twitter with the correct answer to that question. Right, then back to the bike racing. It's been entertaining so far. Big gap for our riders at in front. At one point in this race, the lead was well in excess of 5 minutes over the chasing peloton. It's now come back to a far more manageable 2 minutes and 51 seconds. And the rider that we're focusing on now, once we've had the chamois wipe the moisture off our camera lens, is Becky Story, the 26-year-old World Tour professional from Team Picnic Post NL. A Herculean effort from her to get across that gap, completely solo. And now she joins the ranks of this 9-rider group, trying to stay clear as best they can. We're well into the final lap of these large finishing circuits, and this is our solo chaser, the unattached rider Anna Morris, looking pretty aero, again pedalling a nice high cadence here, putting too much pressure through those legs. As we hit one of these multiple climbs, such an interesting circuit, classic British roads. It is really beautiful, so quiet as well. If you're ever out riding in this part of the world, it used to be, the cycling team I used to manage years ago, the Sigma Sports team, used to come out to this part of the world to ride. We used to start in Crewe, ride up to Llandudno, then ride from Llandudno to Aberystwyth, and then ride back home again. It is an absolutely beautiful part of the world, and we do need to express our thanks as well to the Ceredigion County Council for getting behind this race, helping ensure that it gets put on. And we've got that wonderful finish that we're going to have in Aberystwyth in a couple of hours' time, roughly, give or take a few minutes. No, maybe an hour and 3/4, something like that, given the rate that they're moving at. Thank you for their involvement in putting on what has been so far a wonderful national championship.
It's been brilliant, hasn't it? It's been a real festival, and also the support of the Welsh Government, because that's really important to have the backing of the council, from the government, to be able to make organising a national championship as slick as possible, and having that support, but also for the locals and the local economy. It's brilliant that everyone can send down to Aberystwyth. All of the B&Bs, the hotels, the restaurants, the cafes, they all benefit from the national championship being here, which is wonderful. And it's such a beautiful seaside town. It
certainly is. It's a university town as well, and lots of bike racing has been hosted here over the years. We were talking on Friday night when we commentated on the Circuit Race Championships. We've had visits from the Tour Series back in the day. We've had the Milk Race, the Tour of Britain here finish over the years as well, and lots of road racing has been here over the years too, on these beautiful but hard country roads. There was the latest time check, 3 minutes and 30. It's gone out ever so slightly, so from the front of the race to the peloton, it's 3 minutes and 30. And our solo chaser here, Anna Morris, as you can see, is at 2 minutes and 11 seconds. And this is the rider, this is the the third rider on the road. And this is Amelie Cooper, who's also unattached. She was with Anna Morris, but unfortunately it got dropped. So she is essentially the third group on the road. Don't have a time check on her, but I think it appears that she's actually losing ground, but certainly looking good, but couldn't quite stay on the wheel of the rider that she was with, Anna Morris. And let's have a look up to see if we can actually see that gap in front. Can't quite see it right now, but no, I do think the bird has flown there. It doesn't look like she's going to get back in contact. But interesting how the gap going out against the peloton, it came down to 250, now back up to 329. Interesting shenanigans going on behind. Maybe The big riders in that group were thinking, okay, we've got it down to a manageable distance. We don't need to invest too much now. Let's go all in on the finishing circuit, or at least the approach to the finishing circuit, because, yeah, 3 minutes and 30 seconds. So the pendulum has swung back briefly anyway into the favour of this group out in front, especially with the addition of a Becky Story. Okay, it's only one rider, but she will add that little bit more impetus. And importantly, although it's only marginally, when you've got one other rider in the group, you get that little bit of extra rest, don't you?
I think it's a combination of both. The fact that you've got one extra rider in the front group, you've got an incredibly strong rider who's in that front group, but also the peloton, they had a spell where it was very, very consistent. They sensed that danger. It was 5 minutes and 5 seconds to the leading 8 as it was at the time, and they knew that they needed to eat into the deficit, and so they had 15 kilometers or so where it was, the race was on in the peloton, and they knew that there was a real danger. And we saw Das Hutchinson, who were riding on the front. We saw a spell from Phoenix de Koning, who were being very active with both Flora Perkins and Millie Cousins. We saw a number of other riders who were up towards the front, including Kat Ferguson. And then once Anna Morris launched herself out of the peloton and into the chase here, things perhaps settled down a little bit. Very interesting. I think it will become very tactical behind, because who wants to burn the matches in the peloton? Who wants to show their hand? Who wants to do a lot of the work? At what point do you, because it is the group is whittling down in the peloton. Every now and then one rider it drops away, another couple of riders drop away. That fatigue really starts to set in.
It certainly does. But there's certainly no panic from behind. They've actually got a rider interview coming up, and it's with no less than our defending national road race champion, Pfeiffer Georgie. For the last year, has been in those stripes. She'll be fighting for that jersey again. A little bit of work to do, but 3 times national champion, Pfeiffer Georgie. Let's hear what she had to say ahead of defending her title.
Yeah, I think winning the jersey, I think every year has been so special. I think the first time I won it was, yeah, one of the highlights of my career, and getting to wear the bands, like every race you do for 12 months, I think it means so much, and yeah, I'm definitely going to give everything to try and win it again tomorrow.
You had a chance to have a look around at the course and everything yet? Any thoughts on it?
Yeah, I rode it with my teammates Josie and Becky today, so we did the big lap and the local lap, and I think actually the big lap is probably harder with the climbing, and then I think the local lap is a bit more technical with the descent coming into the finish, and also the little bit around the town, so I think it'll actually be more tactical than physical tomorrow.
You came third in the time trial the other day in Aberystwyth. Do you feel like that's just sort of set you up quite where you want to be?
Yeah, I think that's my best result in a TT. I think, yeah, that's the best I could get on the day actually, and I've just come back from altitude, so physically I'm feeling really good, and yeah, ready to go for it tomorrow.
Excellent. You've got a long sprint finish there. Is it hard coming around that final corner and realising, oh, I've got to really keep this going for like a good few paces now?
Yeah, I was watching the crit last night on TV and saw that it's about 400 metres to the line, so it's quite long, and I think yeah, it's not as simple as coming out the corner first and sprinting, because it's still a bit, and also with the wind from the sea, I think you'll feel it a bit.
I was going to say, yeah, some of the riders yesterday were saying you do get that breeze kind of wobbles you around a little bit.
Yeah, every day here it's been blowing left to right with the wind, yeah.
Oh, well, good luck tomorrow, and we hope you can bring it home for a third time.
Thank you very much.
Always good to hear from Pfeiffer Georgie. Numerically, it must be, in terms of the odds stacked against her, winning it for a 4th time, although you wouldn't want to bet against her. The more wins you have, statistically, Hannah, regardless of form, it becomes an increasingly harder task just to back it up, doesn't it? It really, really does. But she's had a solid year. She had a fair share of injuries, though. Obviously, that awful crash in the Tour de France Femme avec Zwift last year, which put her out of action for a very long time. But it is good to see her back, isn't it?
It is brilliant to see her back, and for Pfeiffer Georgie, she had to spend a long time on the turbo trainer, a lot of time recovering from the extent of those injuries, and that's also not easy to have to deal with, not just the physical aspect of recovering and allowing your body to get back to 100%, but mentally very, very difficult to go through that when you're in such good form, and particularly as the national champion. But if she does manage to pull off a 4th national title today, she'll join Elizabeth Dignan and Lisa Brambani as the other 2 riders who have won this title on 4 occasions. Marie Purvis taking 5 national titles, Nicole Cook with 10, and Beryl Burton on 13.
I don't think anybody's going to beat Beryl Burton's in there anytime soon. An absolute legend of the sport. All of them legends of our sport, though. But that is an incredible tally of wins by Beryl Burton, isn't it? But Nicole Cook, icon to Olympic champion. Marie Purvis, next teammate of mine, actually, used to ride with North Wirral Velo with Marie Purvis from the Isle of Man. And Lizzie Dargan, yes. So 5 for Georgie, a bit of work to do, but 5 for Georgie, still only 24.
Yeah.
Still only 24 years of age. So let's have a look at the current situation in terms of the time gaps. It won't be long, actually, before we're at the leaders being 3 minutes and 25 seconds ahead of our peloton, are actually heading through the feed zone, heading back towards, and they're going to do essentially half a lap and then head into the finishing circuits as we look at our solo chaser, who's actually losing a little bit of time. She shut the gap to around 2 minutes and 10 seconds, or 2 minutes, and Anna Morris now, unfortunately, is falling away a little bit. There's the feed just up ahead. They won't do that double right-hander that we've seen before. They'll drop down, head towards Aberystwyth, and then eventually we'll swing a left, and then we'll eventually pass through the finish line and then commence those 3 finishing circuits of just under 12.5 kilometres. Still a lot of racing still to go, and I'm intrigued to see how technical this finishing circuit is. And there's a big major climb on it as well, isn't there?
There is, and that climb just over 4 kilometres long with some really steep gradients on the finishing loop. It almost goes up in 2 stages. So you have the first part of the climb, which is 8-9%, then it starts to plateau for around 650 metres, and then you start to climb once more, and again you've got those steeper gradients, a bit more of a progressive climb. Once you get to the top, you've got another 500 metres of a plateau, and then you have that left-hand turn onto the single track lane at Mariah, and that's where it's really steep. It's pretty tricky. It's something that the riders really need to be wary of. Minus 18% gradients on that single track descent there, so you have to have your wits about you. And I think a lot of the time when you're on the limit, and particularly as we get deeper into this race where the fatigue starts to set in, just keeping that focus on some of these tricky points. It's not just points in the race in terms of tactically, it's also technically, and making sure you don't make a mistake when you're really on the limit.
The actual finishing straight, it looks like it's the final 2 left-handers that we had on the criterium circuit in the championships the other day. So a little bit of familiarity, but our leaders in a minute will actually be turning hard right to join that circuit. They essentially, think they might have done it already actually. They're well onto that finishing circuit now, but they will commence essentially 3/4 of a lap going in a anti-clockwise direction. So as Hannah was just saying, they're heading out to Maroya now, and that's where they'll kick up that little climb and then drop down steeply through Glandrafon, and then heading in through Wanfar into the outskirts of Aberystwyth, and then they'll pick up a little bit of the Circuit Race Championships loop, head through the finish line, then there's another little kick as they head out of town to commence up to Southgate, and then they'll head back round again. So still the chaser now just, 1 minute and 33 it's saying to our chaser, so that lead is bouncing around. But she's certainly looking like she's settled into a pretty decent effort. But again, at this stage of the race, not a bad place to be in, because the racing could come from behind. I'm expecting some attacks to come, especially with the gap at 3:18. I don't think we'll see a complete peloton bring back this group out in front. I think it'll be 1s and 2s and little fractures going on this finishing circuit.
But Anna Morris has knocked off 45 seconds in the last few kilometres, give or take. So that's impressive in itself. She's making what looks to be light work, but this is pretty fragmented. You can see the groups and the riders who have been tailed off towards the back there, towards the convoy. But in the peloton here, other than one rider who is doing a lot of the work on the front in that blue jersey on the far left side, and she's the rider who we saw do a lot of the work early on in the race, before we saw any breakaways go, it's pretty stagnant at the moment.
It certainly looks to be that way.
309 though, it's still not all over.
Yeah, but I think there's clearly some riders here. Well, one would assume, given the way they're riding at the moment, they know what's to come. They know the climbs. They'll have had discussions. Although they're acting independently out on the road, not a lot of information is able to be passed to them. But they will have had sat down last night, had their various team meetings, these smaller little squads, and looked at the course, decided how they're going to tackle it. But there's plans though, Hannah, isn't there? Most often than not, it's very difficult to execute a plan to perfection because of all the variables, and also because this breakaway. So who would have thought this break would have got 5 minutes? It's still controllable, but this is this climb that we were talking about. It goes up into various stages, as you say, and then as you can see, if you just look over to the left, look at the amount of elevation they're actually gaining. Looks like a small bird of prey, maybe a kestrel, maybe even a kite. Yeah,
Kite, maybe?
Yes, kite. Well done, well spotted. Kestrel or kite. And also, we've had some cows, and I've got some horses, and a little foal just having a sleep.
I did have someone reach out, actually.
Did you really?
I did.
Okay.
I did. Dean Barnett
Yep.
reached out to me, and he said the cows are lying down, so a rainstorm is coming. Or so this is what the old wives' tale
So it's
claims.
the complete opposite of what I said.
So it's the opposite of what I said.
Well, I mean, I obviously meant that, Hannah.
Yeah, you did.
You know.
Don't worry about it. You know, I knew what you meant. But yeah, Dean Barnett,
This is this left-hander. This is this left-hander. So we're at the farthest point. This is Mariah, and now we start to drop down. This is what Hannah was talking about earlier on, and they've got some signs on the road there. This gets very narrow. This is a proper country lane here, almost like a back road to somebody's house. Let's have a look at this again in slow motion. It's a proper obtuse. Well, acute again. Oh, a back end went out there. Well, that was a real slide out there from Maddie Leach of the Hansling team.
almost going into Holly Ramsey, number 42, in this lime green and black jersey. Well held from both riders, but already at the start, before you even got onto the tricky descent.
Yeah, that was a bit sketchy, but everybody, thankfully, has stayed upright. But we're on to the furthest part of the circuit, and we're now onto this very tricky descent. So hold on to your hats, everybody at home. This is one of the most technical parts of this whole circuit. No chevrons to warn the riders either, but it's up and down, but we lose elevation very quickly. We go through Coed-Trin, and we get heading towards Glenarfon now. But this is we're going to have a look at this again. I think. Well, she just locks up the back wheel. Just carried way too much speed in.
Way too much.
And as you said, nearly collected in the process. Poor old Holly Ramsey. But thankfully, everybody is upright. But yeah, this is very, very technical indeed. As our chaser is definitely closed up. She's well onto the descent. So it might even be less than a minute for Anna Morris. So she's doing a good job here.
A really good job from Anna Morris, and we already saw that she shaved 45 seconds off. Another 15 seconds has been shaved off for Anna Morris. The tricky part here is going to be from the peloton. When you're on a single track lane, everybody's going to be fighting for that left-hand turn. You've got around 25 riders, give or take, who remain in the peloton here. Everybody's going to be jostling for position. It's a little bit fractured here in the front group after that descent, so they've got to get themselves back underway, and this will cost them a little bit of time too.
Just heading into the outskirts of Glenafron now. It's a little bit of an industrial area. Again, it's actually quite flat now, so it's a pretty flat run-in all the way in to Aberystwyth through this little valley road. A couple of small little pickups, but a little bit disorganised now after that descent, but they have waited for everybody. And they're using this opportunity as well. Megan Anderson, Team Boompos, just making sure she's getting some food on board. It's been a hard attritional day so far, and it won't be too long before they head into the outskirts of Aberystwyth. But as you were saying, Anna, we're heading up to that very tight left-hander, which swings back on itself before we lose elevation. So remember that waypoint gives you a real indication of the actual distance between our breakaway on the road and our solo chaser. Again, is doing a superb performance here. Anna Morris continuing to persevere. Still the best part of a minute, but certainly dropping. So doing a good job. And all she can hope for is the group in front stay a little bit disorganised and that often happens. It can take a few moments. Once the group gets split and everybody loses their position, it can take a little bit of time for them to get dialed again, because one or two riders take the opportunity to have a bit of feed, take the opportunity to miss a turn or two, and it can take a time for that group to re-coalesce, to get organised again.
Sometimes it takes a bit of a leader within the group to get everyone back together. All it takes is a couple of words, just to almost gather the troops, get them back together, get them working cohesively once again. But I have to say, they've made light work of that. They've got themselves back together pretty swiftly, if I'm honest. They're all very experienced. You've got some incredibly experienced riders who are within this group, including Becky Story, Joe Tinley, Jess Roberts, April Tacey, and so they spared no time in hanging around and getting themselves back working and rolling through.
Here is our solo chaser. Still out of sight, but closing that gap pretty quickly, actually, and we can just see that one of our service vehicles, one of our race organisers' vehicles, has just moved out of the way. That should drop in behind her. And the gap holding steady to the peloton behind at 3:05. Hopefully they've taken that left-hand bend nice and easy.
I was going to say, I wonder how, from a peloton perspective, going into that descent and making that left-hand turn and for the descent, what the situation was, because we started to see one of the riders from Little Trek move forward. Das Hutchinson were very keen in getting as many numbers up towards the front as possible before that left-hand turn.
I'll keep an eye on this little approach here as well. There's a car on the circuit there. That's not what you want. It's a rolling road closure here. So the car thankfully was stopped. Not exactly what you need, but the road's pretty flat here. But this circuit is a circuit of two distinct halves. Pretty flat, then basically up the climb, down again that you've just seen. So it's a long drag up to Morab, all the way from Aberystwyth. There's actually a couple of little kickers. A little kicker just out of Aberystwyth. It flattens them before we take up the climb. But this is our first sense of the approach to the finish line, basically, and what it offers up in terms of opportunities, because given that it is quite a flat run into the line, there's no last opportunity within the last 6Ks, 7Ks to actually go clear on a climb. So if you can't sprint, if you want to get away on a climb, you're going to have to do it early into the final lap. We are jumping ahead and thinking about it, but it is an interesting one, isn't it? Because it's a completely flat run into the line, technical before we do those few little left-handers.
Yeah, that technical descent into a flat run-in. So if you're in a position of going for the victory, and as you say, if you're not a sprinter or you're not someone who can win from the group or the riders you're amongst, you have to try and use the climb, and we've already seen how much of a drag that climb is itself, and a few little steep sections, but you've got from the top of the climb itself before you make the left-hand turn 6.4 kilometers to go until the finish line, and that includes the descent down. So you've got to try and make a move where possible, and you get onto those flat roads with 4.5 kilometers to go until the finish. So you've constantly got to be thinking, well, how can I win from the group that I'm in? Once they cross even into the finish, if you are in a group of 9, as we see here, where do you want to be going into Aberystwyth town? You've got that double left-hand corner. You want to make sure that you're not leaving it too late, that you're well positioned. There's so much to think of, but before we get to that point, we've got another 4.25 laps. We've got around 1 kilometre until we'll get to the finish line. So you've got this sweeping right-hand corner.
Glad they made that nice and clear for us. That's one of the biggest flam rouges I've seen in my life. Absolutely enormous flam rouge. So as you can see, we're back onto the. We're not quite on the crit circuit just yet, but the final approach is we do that double little left-hander that those of you who joined us on Friday night would have seen. Yeah, well into the final now. So next time through, or the first time through the finish line, they will have 3 complete laps to go. So when they pass through the finish, there'll be 37.2 kilometres to go, and then we have 3 laps of 12.4 Ks. Let's just remind ourselves of the riders out in front. Becky Story is there for Team Picnic Postnell. What a ride it was to get across. Here's this little bit of a left-hander. No, this is the double left-hander, so this will take us into finishing straight. Now, just checking the wind direction. The wind is in pretty much the same direction that it was for the Criterium Championships, for the Circuit Race Championships. So it's coming in over the right shoulder. So it is a headwind finish, and here they are. this is going to be the iconic shot that we will see. And a lot of, one of the riders, that's Maddie Leach, actually trying to encourage everybody to keep working. She'll know that the gap has gone out now to the peloton, 3 minutes and 24 seconds. Let's just call these riders across the line, and then we'll go back through the riders out in front. 9 riders then. This is it, we're coming into the final phases of the Women's National Road Race Championships 2025. 9 riders clear, and as you can see, they have a gap of 3 minutes and 24 seconds. Our breakaway comprises of Becky Story of Team Pitnick Post & Ale. She was the last rider to join that group. Matilda McKibben is there from the CJ O'Shea racing team. Maddie Leach from Hansling is there. Holly Ramsey of the Hess cycling team also in the mix. In the white of Techers is Josie Knight. April Tacey of Team Co-op. This is the solo rider on her own, who's closed the gap, in fact, to around about a minute. This is Anna Morris, who will be crossing the line in just a few moments' time. Also in the break, Jess Roberts of Spectra, Megan Anderson of Boompots, Joe Timley of Smurfit and Westrock. That's your 9 riders, and there is the time gap. So 55 seconds, a great ride. What a persistent ride it is from her.
Incredible performance so far from Anna Morris to close such a deficit. And these riders now, we're inside the final 50 kilometres. You can see the wind is coming off the Irish Sea onto the right-hand side of these riders. So 49.1 kilometres of racing to go.
Yeah, there's a little bit of a step up in just a few hundred metres time. It's our first little climb. It's only short, it's about 9%, then it flattens, and then we just commence that long drag up. So it's a circuit of 2 distinct halves. A long drag to the highest point at Moriah, and then we saw that really sharp left-hander where this group nearly came to grief. So it's pretty technical here as well, isn't it? It's super technical. It's almost like a mix of a kermesse. So narrow, hugging the old harbour here. So we've been along the promenade, heading through the old harbour, and then we'll be heading over shortly over Trefechan Bridge, and then that takes us up and over the climb. And it's still pretty wet here. In fact, a little bit more rain is falling as we look at our peloton coming into the finishing straight for the first time.
Being led by Hansling Alba Development Road Team, the Scottish-based UCI Continental team. Great to get a little look of who is remaining here. This is Flora Perkins on the right-hand side in that burnt orange Phoenix de Koning jersey. There is Zoe Backstead of Canyon Shrams on the Crypto in the yellow jersey just going through. That's Imogen Wolf. A number of riders still in this group from Hess cycling team. Aaron Roberts is there, as is Millie Cousins. They cross the line. Half minutes still is the deficit. Just trying to take a look. The riders who are in the group. 8.5 kilometres to go.
So on the front now, from Phoenix to Koenig, this is Flora Perkins. Been active earlier on. So 4 laps to go. 2 hours 10 of racing. So the best part, we're going to be looking at about another hour and 15 or something like that on way of racing. Just see that gentle breeze blowing in off into the harbour, but our 9 riders out in front. I haven't seen anybody sit on yet, and the gap's come down though to 2 minutes and 41. That's a bit more accurate now as they continue this long haul up. So it's basically the best part of 6Ks uphill, give or take a slight little bit of descending. So a long climb, a steep descent. So a different looking back half, but the climb does have the slight benefit of a tailwind. But it's not going to suit all of the riders. The lighter climbers like that a little bit more than the punchers, than the sprinters. And this will be our first proper look at this climb in its entirety, because we joined the climb about halfway up before, didn't we? So it's a long, long drag up.
Considering how hard the race has been so far and the terrain, which has been a a difficulty in itself. I was just going to say, we've not really started to see many riders suffer from the fatigue. It's only really now that we've headed into Aberystwyth, and this is the rider from CJ O'Shea, Matilda McKibben, the under-23 rider who's eligible for the under-23 title. Only now are we starting to see some signs of fatigue creep in, rocking and rolling of the shoulders, starting to miss a turn or two. Hansling Albert Development Road Team, despite having Madeline Leach in the front group, they're one of the teams who are pretty persistent from the group behind. Sitting in second wheel, that's Grace Lister in that lime green and black jersey of Hess Cycling Team. Never too far away from the front are the duo from Phoenix to Koenig, Flora Perkins once again, and she was a rider who has taken a medal the under-23 championships.
Right at the bottom of this climb, though, just went over the Trafalgar Bridge, but as you say, 25-30 riders maximum in this group, and there's the gap. So it's come down again. It's been yo-yoing. It was maxed out at 5 and a bit minutes for our 9 riders out in front, who were 10. Then we had 8, and then an amazing performance from Becky Story to bridge across. Now we are in the early part of our 4 finishing circuits of 12.4 kilometres. Just heading through the feed here. This is where the road really does start to kick up. It is a nasty, nasty climb and just drags on. It really, really does. Max is out at around 9%, but the descent over the top even steeper and a lot more technical. So riders are going to have to really bide their time, think about how they use this climb to their benefit. But it looks like Becky Story is wanting to press on a little bit. Number 4 just moving through to the front. That long chase she had, the best part of an hour, 45 minutes to an hour on her own, piling on the pressure to bridge that gap, to move across, and it's now her that is setting the pace on the front. The only rider deciding to push out of the saddle just behind her is Joe Tinsley, Smurfit Westrock, her cycling team. Joe Tinsley, should I say, looking completely and utterly locked on the hoods, seated. Meanwhile, we have the chase behind, and it's still a commitment from Phoenix to Koenig, willing to press on. And some of the bigger riders behind, some of these World Tour professionals that have made their way over to try and wrestle the title from the shoulders of Five for Georgie, are just sitting pretty. Kat Ferguson, Karis Lloyd and Claire Steels of Movistar all look to be in there. So in the mix as well, Alice Towers, Zoe Baxted. You can just see Zoe Baxted a little bit further back. So we're understanding that 2 of the riders in the front group have been dropped. So let's have a little look at this. So the pressure has been piled on at the front. April Tacey just rolling through to do her turn. Riders starting to feel the pressure here. And just towards the back of that group, Maddie Leach starting to struggle. Just these gaps starting to open up. Also, Holly Ramsey starting to struggle. You can just sense the tension in this group. It's the faster part of the climb, they're over the steep, but it just continues to drag on. But the gap is starting to come down now, 2 minutes and 19 seconds. And the chaser now only 20 seconds behind, so a heck of a ride is being done by Anna Morris to bridge across.
I have to say, from both of our riders who have attempted a solo bridge to our leaders, they've done such a tremendous job. To be able to do that kind of effort on your own, on this kind of course, and make such an impact is so mightily impressive, and it clearly shows that both Becky Story and Anna Morris are in sublime form.
Yep.
It really does. Now we're starting to see Kat Ferguson move forward. She's the rider in the white jersey of Movistar. Go through what is, it's gone through the feed zone onto this steeper gradients at the base of this climb. 2:19 to the peloton.
2:19 and another appearance, well, the first real appearance on the front of Kat Ferguson, and unsurprisingly she has been watched like a hawk. Anna Henderson in the slipstream there. Well, not much of a slipstream at this pace, but this is a 9 or 10% climb. So Kat Ferguson weaving from left to right, looking for a little bit of assistance here, but certainly looking pretty comfortable because she's riding at a decent pace here, but nobody wanting to assist right now as we come out of Aberystwyth.
She's flicked the elbow a couple of times, and Anna Henderson and Millie Cousins, neither of those riders wanting to come through. They're just following, snaking along the road to follow the wheel of Kat Ferguson, and at some point, well, she's not getting any assistance at all. But once again, flicks the elbow. She wants riders to come through and rotate. She's asking Henderson to come through, asking Grace Lister to come through, and finally, the rider from Shrewsbury does so.
Yeah, just getting a little bit of assistance. It took a little bit of time, didn't it? But they're also very wary of how strong Kat Ferguson is.
I agree.
You don't want to give her too much assistance. She has to be alongside Pfeiffer Georgie, really. I think the two standout favourites, not taking anything away from Anna Henderson, who of course got the silver medal last year, and the silver medal in the TT Championships. She'll be certainly wanting to finally add a title to her collection of medals, including the silver medal at the Olympic Games, no less, in the time trial. No wonder she's being a little bit cautious, a little bit tactical, and maybe forcing the younger riders to expend a little bit more energy as well. So you will get that. You'll get some of the younger riders, although prodigiously talented, also tactically shrewd, but they'll also maybe be they may be the first to crack in terms of expending energy and trying to bring the time gap down. So really cool head riding there from Anna Henderson.
Very. Keeping her powder dry. She's being very patient. She's being very, very selective with the energy that she spends here in this race, particularly at this point. When you take a look at her results in a national championship road race over the last few years, she's had a silver medal back in 2019 behind Alice Wood. That was when Lizzie Holden took the bronze medal. She podiumed once again in 2022. That was when when Alice Towers won the title ahead of Pfeiffer Georgie. Took a bronze medal when Pfeiffer Georgie took the win ahead of Claire Steels, and then a silver medal last year behind Pfeiffer Georgie. So she's had bronze and silver medals, but still yet to win the gold medal in the national title in the road race, to add to the national title she's already won in previous years in the individual time trial. So she wanted to try and take the bands and take those to the continent.
Add to the mix of a super successful Lidl Trek team. This group continued to ride well together. A few more faces starting to struggle a little bit here as we pass by our familiar horses. Around the trough, maybe it's lunchtime. Let's have a look. It is. It's technically lunchtime. Well, no, it's not. It's 11s. Maybe it's just 11s. Yeah. I thought it was lunchtime.
I'm looking at
I'm on continental time.
You are. I'm looking at your pile of snacks. You've got plenty of 11s. It's pretty impressive, I've got to say.
I've got enough for 11s for tomorrow as well.
Sweets, some malt loaf, croissant.
I've got
smoothie.
Got some smoothie as we head round. They took that corner. Talking of smoothies, they've taken that a little bit more smoothly on this occasion. No back wheel drifts at all as we head over the top of Moraya, dropping down. So halfway through opening lap of 4 circuits, and this is another little counterattack. Well, I think these are riders that have been dropped actually from the group. So Megan Anderson alongside Matilda McKibben have been dropped from our leaders, so we only have 7 riders out in front, so they've lost the best part of 45 seconds to a minute over the top of this climb. So it won't be too long, one would imagine, until they are reabsorbed into the drastically reduced peloton. Here's that left-hander coming up, and there's our orange pennant person. Gap coming down, 12 minutes and 12 seconds to the group. Drying conditions again, and we're on this really technical descent. Hold on to your hats, folks, as we continue and start this really twisty descent. But thankfully, a lot of the road is dried. But again, that can make for quite sketchy riding content. We always talk as commentators, Hannah, about wet and dry surfaces. So just hold on to your hats as we descend down this really twisty descent.
You can see the spray from the riders in front, and also a few more drops of rain that you can see on the lens of the camera there. Once again, Das Hutchinson in these blue and green jerseys, who are up towards the front with a number of riders. They did this exactly the same a lap previous, wanting to make sure that they entered into that left-hand turn. And look, Anna Morris is going to make the junction here at the bottom of the descent. That is so impressive. Another solo rider who's bridged across from the peloton, closed a pretty extensive gap from the peloton, made it to the front of the race.
Yeah, that's a superb performance. We didn't quite see her latch on, but there she is. Hopefully, she might give herself a bit of a rest, or will she just go straight to the front and drive, or just attack? Well, she's gone straight through to the front, countered immediately by Josie Knight. Great to head back to the peloton briefly to see them round that corner, because there was a real bun fight to get into that corner. As you were saying, Das Hutchinson, the squad. Remember, one of the biggest squads here with 9 riders with no representation in the front group. So they are the team that are riding hard at the front, and they'll be coming into that corner very shortly, if not right now, actually. And I did see Zoe Baxter as well, probably the most technically gifted rider in the remainder of the peloton, moving through to the front as well, because she'll absolutely love that wet, tricky descent, won't she?
She will. She'll love that section of the course, but also knowing that she's got some brilliant form, taking that elite time trial title a few days ago ahead of Anna Henderson, shows she's got brilliant form. She's been building very, very nicely. She had her coach Dan Fleeman, who was there at the time trial, and no doubt is here today. So for Zoe Baxter, another rider who's able to keep that calm composure in a race like this and bide her time. Again, not just physically very gifted, but tactically is so astute, which is incredible. And she's been such a brilliant rider all the way through her youth ranks into her junior ranks, and as soon as she turned pro, she got a lot of pressure on her shoulders, because she was winning.
Young. Yeah.
She was winning so much when she was a youth and a junior. Of course, the expectation is very, very high, but she's seemingly managed to deal with a lot of that pressure very, very well. Also been given the room to just get the experience at elite level, given the room to learn.
No, she's a classy rider, still only 20 years of age, from Pontyclun, so she's Welsh. So imagine that, winning the national road title, again, without wanting to put too much pressure on her shoulders additionally, but she is one of the best riders in this field, without a shadow of a doubt. Has to be one of the big favourites, and with the gap coming down, when we pass through the finish line again, in about 3 or 4 Ks time, we will have 3 more laps to go. That will be 37.2 Ks. So we're coming into the final hour of racing shortly. It's going to be the best part of 3.5 hours, the racing today. So a hard day out on these hilly roads here. And then this afternoon we'll have the entirety of the men's race for you. But this is the group behind. Be interested to see what's happening in the peloton, really. These riders are out of the mix, really. They are going to be taken. Here we go. Anna Henderson is on the offensive. We thought this might happen. And she has jumped clear, and she's dragging with her, or trying to get across the gap. It looks like it's the figure of Kat Ferguson, who's trying to get into the slipstream of the Olympic silver medalist in the TT.
Also there, trying to latch herself onto the back wheel of Kat Ferguson is Pfeiffer Georgie, the defending champion. Millie Cousins is the rider in that burnt orange jersey from Phoenix to Koenig.
Unsurprisingly, once these sort of riders, this sort of class starts to move through to the front and attacks, look at the gap, 1 minute 56 seconds, so the best part of 10 or 15 seconds have been taken. And as well as attacking, she's continuing to pile on the pressure, as well as the rider from Lidl Trek, Anna Henderson, happy to continue to ride. 1 minute 56 to our 9 riders out in front, 7 riders out in front now.
10 riders who were in the mix there, with another 2 riders who were trying to come across in the peloton. So really interesting to see what's happening, and it's not just the climbs that are doing the damage, but of course the tricky descent on that single track road has done a lot of that damage as they've got to the bottom of that, onto the flatter roads, into the final few kilometres before they'll head back into Aberystwyth town itself.
Yeah, here we go, there's a distinct split, and that has happened, as you quite rightly said, on the descent. That is where the splits happen. Riders, clearly the World Tour riders, a little bit more used to riding in the peloton, used to riding at higher speeds on the tricky descents, and rather than the selection being on the climb itself, it's happened on the descent. And as we can see, there's a real split here, and a big one. This group has sheared itself in half. So about 12, 15 riders there.
And one of the riders you can quite visibly see in that chasing group was Imogen Wolf in the yellow jersey. It stands out so well, the Visma Lisa Bike jersey. Imogen Wolf coming across too, so At least she's got some company to try and bridge across to that select group that's going clear on the peloton. The riders here in the front of the race, they're going to make this sweeping right-hand turn. They'll go through that Flamme Rouge, or what will be the Flamme Rouge, kilometre until they get to that finish line in Aberystwyth, where they'll cross the line. They'll have 3 laps remaining when they pass through the finish line the next time, and when they cross the finish line this next time, they'll have 36.8 kilometres to go.
So 1 minute 48, that gap is continuing to come down. We just saw that shot of that chase group, or the remainder of the peloton. Essentially, there's still 2 riders in between, remember, that were dropped from this group. Alice Towers also there. Zoe Baxted, Alice Towers, of course, the champion back in 2022 with that long range breakaway in the wet weather up in Scotland. It's wet weather here in Aberystwyth in Wales, and there's another title up for grabs. This is the 2025 Women's National Road Race Championship, sponsored by Lloyds. We're coming into the finishing straight again, second time through now. They will see 3 laps to go next time through, so 2.5 hours of racing. And our 7 riders continue to roll through together, but it's getting a little bit more cagey now. It's actually 8 riders, of course, because number 91, Anna Morris, has joined this group. Just on the back there, that is Maddie Leach, one of the riders who's starting to maybe struggle a little bit. So there you go, 3 laps to go. Joe Tindley, the circuit race champion a couple of years ago, leads them through, but the gap continuing to come down. Hannah, 1 minute and 39 seconds. This is ominous now, and the strength of that group behind, the sort of riders now committing to the chase. It's not looking good. It's putting a lot of pressure on our riders in front.
And the cream starting to rise to the top here in the peloton. Flora Perkins on the front. Imogen Wolf has made the junction, but so has a number of other riders. We've already seen Pfeiffer Georgie, who is in the move. A number of riders, which is great to see from Das Hutchinson in those blue and green jerseys. Also another couple of riders made the junction from Hansling Alba Development Road Team. Grace Lister is there from Hess Pro Cycling Team. Else is in the group. One of the riders from CJ O'Shea, well, I think they've been mopped up. Yeah, it is. It's one of the riders who was in the Breakaway formerly. That's Matilda McKibben, CJ O'Shea, and also our other rider who was in that.
So Eiley Shaw as well.
Yeah, Eiley Shaw, there she is. Yeah, in that white jersey.
That's it towards the back from the UE development team. You were tipping her the other day as well. She's clearly just, again, biding her time, just at the back of that group. And here we go through this. So the peloton now at 1 minute and 28 seconds. There can't be more than 15 riders in this group. 15, 16 riders. We'll hopefully get a look at that. Delve deep. I don't think anybody else has now been dropped is going to be in contention. This group is going to whittle down even further. That is for sure. Baxted is in this group, former champion as well. Alice Towers is in the group. They've got 1 minute and 25 seconds to make up, but we've got 3 more ascents of this nasty climb, and we'll be hitting the foot slopes of it shortly. But before that, we go through the old harbour area, which is really technical. You've got to keep your wits about you, Hannah, because anything can happen at any time here. You cannot take for granted how technical this little bit is. A moment's lapse in concentration and you're down.
And there's a change in road surface as well, so you go from the asphalt, the tarmac, then you're on to the little clinkers here, but once you're onto the harbour, you've got the concrete section too, so there's that constant change of road surface. Now Anna Morris is pushing on incredibly hard at the front in that black jersey, and that started to fragment this leading group here. April Tacey is just losing a couple of bike lengths, so is the rider from Hess Cycling Team, and that is Holly Ramsey. Also Madeline Leach is starting to feel the fatigue and feel the difficulty of this race so far. Jess Roberts is being left to close the gap to Anna Morris, a rider who she'll know well. Of course, they race in the Team Pursuit together. They race for the Great Britain track team, so they'll know each other very, very well. Jess Roberts, Anna Morris, and of course Josie Knight as well. Josie Knight, number 84 in that white jersey with the green shorts, the fluorescent touches on that Tekka CC kit. But Anna Morris, despite doing a large chunk of work to bridge across to the front of the race, she's still got that strength to do the damage here in this front group. left-hand side, 36 kilometres to go. Becky Story has had a good chance to recover from her solo effort to bridge across to the front of the race, and it's still at the head of the peloton. It's still Flora Perkins as they make their way over the bridge here, who is doing the work, and perhaps Millie Cousins is feeling very, very good. Perhaps they've had a discussion between them both, between Flora Perkins and Millie Cousins of Phoenix de Koning, the World Tour squad, and decided, well, how do you feel? What's the situation on the road? If the situation arises where we've got a group up the road, who's got the legs to be able to finish off the job? And ultimately, that's the most important thing to, as a team and as two teammates, you've only got two of you, you've got to use your numbers accordingly. And perhaps Millie Cousins has said, look, I'm feeling good, I've got the legs, I think I can finish off the job, I think I can take the title, I've got a good shout of taking the win here. And Flora Perkins has said, great, let's try and bring the jersey back to our team. Doesn't matter which one of us takes it, let's make sure it's either one of us.
Yeah, it certainly looks like it's the case, and you need to make a real decision. It's slightly different if two of you are really matched and think, okay, we can race this together, but often if a rider's got better legs, there's that constant communication that will go on. Even before the race, it's like, well, I'm in good form, but I don't think this is the circuit for me, but if I'm there, I'm going to work for you. And other times, it's like, okay, as long as one of us wins, we're both similar in form, let's take our opportunities and help each other on the road. But there's a completely different commitment there. That is just one rider completely sacrificing their own chances, Hannah, as you quite rightly pointed out. For another on that occasion. She's no way she'd be pulling this group along if she was thinking about herself. This is all riding for her teammate, and just sat behind there, Anna Henderson, never too far away from the front at all. And there's a couple of other riders actually getting on here. You can just see this group is going to swell, so just behind, about 30 or 40 metres behind that little group that were detached, possibly on the descent. We didn't actually see it happen. It'd be great if we could see them on the descent this time, because that's arguably, because we've never seen the attacks on the climbs, but the descent, even more important potentially.
I wonder if those riders who are just getting themselves back here were detached, going through the finish line into that little technical section in the harbour, where it's very narrow, just losing a couple of places there. But nevertheless, I mean, 1:30 now is the advantage for these riders here in the front of the race.
This is savagely steep.
It is savage.
Oh, absolutely horribly steep.
You only have to look at the body language of Jo Tinley in the red and black jersey here, the way that she's pedalling, but also Maddie Leach just trying to claw yourself back to the wheels and try and sit yourself in as best as possible. There still is a very small amount of draft that is available on this kind of climb, so you know, a little bit of slipstream wherever possible, but this rider here in the black jersey, Anna Morris, is making such light work. Her pedalling style, the cadence, she's rock solid in the upper body.
Yeah, she looks really good riding on the drops, quite unorthodox on that steep bit of a climb. But here we go. This is our group behind it again. It is the Das Hutchinson team. Just moving through to the front just to assist with the pacemaking, with that long pull on the front from Phoenix de Koning. Who's the next rider going to make a move? Are we going to see an attack? Because that really steep bottom part of the climb is going to be a key part. It's where the riders fancy doing the best part, 3 laps on the road. Remember, we've still got the best part of 2 3/4 laps to go as we head into the bottom of the climb and the feed zone. Everybody making sure that they're fed and watered on this climb. And here we go. Who's going to make a move? Or are we going to see this essentially neutralised? Will we see another selection here? Let's have a look to see what happens. Will we see an explosion? Or will we see riders just keeping their powder dry for the last 2 laps?
Some very swift hand-ups there of bottles, because feeding will close with 20 kilometres to go, so it's so important at this point. Here we go,
Sorry.
On the left-hand side.
Anna Henderson just launches one up this climb. I wonder if it'll be 3 laps to go. What an acceleration this is from Anna Henderson, absolutely flying. It's Millie Cousins on her wheel, so Millie Cousins equal to it. Oh, look at the pace here as well. Flora Perkins off that big turn on the front. So massive acceleration also in the mix as well. It looks like it's Josie Nelson trying to shut this gap down as well. So Nelson and 5 for Georgie. So, well, Five for Georgie, look, well, she's about 5th or 6th wheel, looks very calm, doesn't she? So Nelson and Georgie, the two other representatives from Picnic Post and L. Remember, they've got their teammate out in front, but this is a big acceleration from Anna Henderson. Seated acceleration, continuing to rip this group apart. Also trying to stay in the mix. There's Kat Ferguson about 10 wheels back, but this is a determined fight to try and split up this race by the Olympic silver medalist. Wow. She's really staking her claim to be one of the strongest riders in the race. Hasn't even looked round. Out of the saddle again, Hannah, and accelerates again as the road kicks up.
And with gritted teeth, and now she's starting to see gaps open up. It's Five for Georgie who comes around her teammate there, Josie Nelson, to close the gap. But Millie Cousins is able to match Anna Henderson pedal stroke for pedal stroke. And that just shows the form that Millie Cousins is in, and the reason why Flora Perkins has been working so hard for a teammate throughout this race so far. We saw her when that gap was at over 5 minutes, doing a turn here and there on the front just to put some impetus into the chase when the peloton had such a large deficit. But in the last 15 kilometres or so, Perkins has done such a wonderful job for Millie Cousins. And Millie Cousins, she's had a really strong past month or so, to be honest, racing. She had some wonderful results in the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women. She finished in the top 10 on stages on 2 occasions, 11th place on one of the stages, and then ultimately finished the Tour with 10th place in the general classification. So for Millie Cousins, she's gone from strength to strength over the last 18 months or so, and she's the rider now who's going to click it down a gear, kick on. Kat Ferguson is the rider in the white jersey who's just following the wheel, as is Grace Lister in that black and lime green jersey of Hess Cycling. Because now we're starting to see, and it's one of the riders who was in the Breakaway formerly. This is Holly Ramsey, who was being ejected out of the back. And that gap to the Breakaway now, 1 minute and 5 seconds.
Yeah, that gap that Anna Henderson essentially ripped out the best part of 45 seconds in very short order. They're continuing to ride behind a little bit. A lot of looking around, unsurprisingly. Riders just trying to recover. Now, Anna Henderson here, I wouldn't say she's partly shown her card. It's like, okay, that's a rider to watch. The last thing I want to do is now ride on the front and for somebody to go straight over the top again. But very, very, this could be really tactical. I think this gap is going to continue to come down and then yo-yo out. But that's a big chunk of time that's been taken back.
It's an opportunity to test your legs and to test the waters a little bit. But it's also an opportunity to test your rivals and see who has the legs, who's able to match me, who's able to come with me if I have a blistering attack here. And it's certainly put some riders into difficulty, the way in which Anna Henderson made that attack there. There was certainly some visible signs that some riders perhaps didn't have the snap with a blistering attack like that, and maybe it shows a little bit of an insight. And we've said already, this climb, you'll crest the top of the climb with 6.4 kilometres to go. You'll make the left-hand turn into the descent, and the final part of the course into the finish is flat. So if you want to try and win the title, you've got to try and test a few options. And sometimes you just need a little bit of an opener.
Just to see how your legs
Just to see how your legs are and open up the lungs a little bit.
Well, you know, on a climb that steep, it's going to not just hurt your legs, but you're going to hurt everybody else. So you're going to just drain a little bit of the energy from your opponents too. 53 seconds it is. We're just coming to the top of this climb again. As you can just see, there's the chap in that fluoro boiler suit. This is this hard left-hander. It's drying up with each lap now, so the sun is starting to come out. The clouds breaking, warming up as well, back onto this descent. It will be interesting to see what happens behind as well. So let's just say locked with this peloton here. This very, well, you can hardly call it a peloton, but it is indeed the peloton. Just out of the back there. Very good to see. That's Frankie Hall from the Pratty cycling team, so a rider with no teammates. She's certainly done well to stay lodged in there. So Baxton is just there as well. Number 12, Alice Towers is not in this group. So Alice Towers, the former champion, back in 2022, has been dropped. So Zoe Baxton finds herself without any teammates and now moving through to the front to try and inject a little bit more pace as well.
And Frankie Hall's been doing a lot of work throughout the whole race here. Early on in this road race, as peloton swing left into the start of the descent, Frankie Hall's been doing a lot of work throughout. She was setting the pace earlier on, she was driving things when the gap was pretty large. Racing for the Australian club team headed up by Pat Shaw. She's having a really good ride, Frankie Hall, in that blue jersey. Fantastic climber.
Seconds. As you see these patches of wet and dry here, just riders just making sure they don't go too hard, don't take any risks, any unnecessary risks. April Tacey just on the back, just lifting herself gently out of the saddle there, using her body almost as a suspension like you would on a mountain bike on a descent like this. You've got to watch that bit in the centre as well. You can see how little used this road is, because you've got that almost grass and moss in the centre, which can be lethal if you get your back wheel on it. It's a proper old school country road, this one, isn't it?
A bit of shale here and there. Noemi Thompson of Brother UK on form, who's at the back, number 10.
So a couple of gaps have opened up to our leaders now, just because of that descent. This group stayed together over the climb. There was no accelerations from anybody in this group. They're all working well together. And definitely a couple of riders to take it a little bit easier on the descent. Becky Story here, well, one of two riders in this group that jumped across to the front of the race solo. This is again Naomi Thompson from Brother UK on form, one of the under-23 riders in this field. Losing a few wheels on this descent, maybe not quite as confident as the others, just showing that we've seen more gaps open up on the downhills than on the uphills on this climb. That might change, but this downhill is going to be critical. If somebody is willing to take risks, and sometimes you have to take risks to win bike races. We talked about that in the crit champs, especially when other riders might not have the appetite for as much risk. That descent could be more crucial than the climb. Next time through, 2 laps to go and only 49 seconds. And it appears, I'm not saying the heart's gone out of this lead group, but they're starting to look at each other, starting to feel that little bit of fatigue, and they'll know that the bunch isn't too far behind either.
And knowing that time gap is coming down, and you're quite right, Matt, that fatigue that is really set in now. We're starting to see the tired legs, the body language has started to change, the cohesion and the cooperation has started to fade. Jess Roberts of Spectra Racing is trying to encourage everyone to roll through and get the cooperation back after that descent, because we saw on the previous lap and 2 laps ago on this section of the course, the cohesion was lost momentarily because of the descent, and they started to fragment ever so slightly. We saw that in the peloton. That's where we saw gaps open up 1 lap ago, where we saw a select group go clear before it started to merge back together.
Looking at Anna Morris with a great ride that was to cross the best part of a 1.5 minutes gap. Solo, all black, rather stealthy looking kit, taking an opportunity here to make sure that she's eating and drinking, and in the process missing a turn, and also in the process slightly disrupting this group. Every rider will do that from time to time, but what it does break up the group. It means that riders have to do quite often what we call a double turn. It's a turn on the front where there's nobody coming through, so you've got to go round the rider that then comes round you, and that can be really annoying, can't it?
And I do think that the riders are very wary of Anna Morris. The fact that she bridged across in the way that she did, but also as soon as she got there, she went straight past the rider. She's been pushing on, she's been kicking on, she's not shied away from doing a turn, and her turns have been pretty strong ones. And so for Becky Story, for example, she's acute to the fact that Morris is incredibly strong, and she knows that she's got to do something. She's got to make an attack if she wants to win from this group, if they do manage to stay away, which, looking at the time gap now, perhaps a little bit unlikely. We've still got just over 2 laps remaining. Tacey, a little bit of a grimace, takes a good old look at Anna Morris, who's got a real poker face, I've got to say.
Yeah, difficult to read her at all. Her body language, she's so locked in on that bike. But look at this for a sacrificial ride. Flora Perkins was dropped on the climb, or way towards the back of that group, and has latched on again. We clearly know what the dynamic is within the 2-woman team from Phoenix to Koenig. Millie Cousins and Flora Perkins, both under 23 riders as well, remember. There is a separate classification within this race. It could be that an under 23 wins it and essentially takes both jerseys, but there are 2 jerseys up for grabs now and this afternoon for the men's race as well. But no doubt about it, Flora Perkins is riding hard for Millie Cousins, because on that climb, Cousins looked very good, responded immediately to that acceleration by Anna Henderson. It's Kat Ferguson now, another one of our pre-race favourites, moves through to the front. But again, it's like we're looking at a points race, not a points race, a sprint race, isn't it? Nobody willing to help with the assistance.
Bit of cat and mouse.
Yeah, Five for Georgie doesn't need to ride. She's got her teammate up in front, Becky Story, after that epic performance. So she won't ride. What she might do is attack, but she won't want to bring any other riders with her. So we've got this almost this neutralization again here, as riders are still wary of what's to come, and they'll be fully aware of what Anna Henderson's going to do, quite likely next time up. So they're not going to ride through. So again, I'm not saying the pendulum is swung back in the favour of the others, but we can clearly see there's no organisation behind. It's going to be a series of attacks or one sacrificial teammate.
The one thing that Kat Ferguson doesn't have, that Phoenix de Koning does have, and Picnic Postanel does have, she doesn't have any teammates. And so Karis Lloyd is no longer in that group. Claire Steels, I'm quite surprised that Claire Steels is.
She loves the climbs, doesn't she?
Loves the climbs, and we hadn't heard any information prior to the race that she wasn't feeling well, or she didn't take to the start. So it is quite a surprise, because she's such a formidable climber. Kat Ferguson, just taking stock, taking a look around.
She's also got to make sure that she keeps a cool head here, doesn't get frustrated.
Make sure that she doesn't do too much.
Exactly, and one rider who hasn't done too much, but was definitely put on the back foot on the climb, was Zoe Baxter. We know that those longer climbs, she doesn't like them quite as much. She's a heavier built rider, more powerful, but can get over the punchy ones. She was losing the wheel, but she isn't panicking at all, is she? She's just biding her time, hasn't put her nose in the wind at all. And from that group, alongside Kat Ferguson, one would imagine has got one of the best sprints, but it's different after a day this long. But you know, you can see someone like Zoe Baxter leading out from that final corner, couldn't you? Coming into it hot, and they're just going long.
One thing that Kat Ferguson has, when a race has been very demanding, full of fatigue, it's been very grippy, she's still got that sprint, and it almost suits her better. When the harder the race, the better it suits Kat Ferguson.
Indeed. Well, we've got to catch these leaders first. And leading our group through is Josie Knight of the Tech CC. 2 laps to go now, 2 hours and 50 minutes just under of racing, and our leaders have, well, around 45 seconds. You've got the clock on, so 24.7 k's to go. So 2 complete laps of this finishing circuit, twice along the harbour here, over the bridge and back up this nasty climb as the group come in behind. I wonder if they've shut that gap down a little bit. They've still got around 500 metres to go, of course. Last rider in the remainder of the peloton, which has been shattered over this course, is Naomi Thompson from the Brother UK on form team, as we head back to our leaders. Target's dropped ever so slightly here, a few spots of rain. Group continues to ride, but it's not quite the same as it was in the early stages. And look at this, Flora Perkins on the front again, trying to drive this group home. She looks up, trying to see what the time gap is, and are just locked into her slipstream, the defending champion, Five for Georgie. 2 laps to go. Whoa, still so difficult to call. It's really hanging in the balance, this, Hannah.
It is, it certainly is, and there's still so many strong riders who are in that peloton who have, I don't want to say they've got fresh legs, but they've not needed to put the nose in the wind. They've not needed to do a turn. They've been pretty sparing in the work that they've done, and they've allowed and just let other riders do a lot of that work. Arwen Roberts just going through for Canyon Strom's Under Crypto development team. Also Isabel Sharp, number 45 of Little Trek, who is in that blue, yellow and red jersey. Also one of the riders from Spectra Racing, that's Anna Flynn, who was pretty impressive in the Circuit Race Championships on Friday night. Also Monica Greenwood of Team Coupe Repsol is in this group. She's the rider in that blue and turquoise jersey from the Norwegian squad.
I think this is going to be very hard for any of these riders to get back in contact now, but they'll continue to fight on. So they're still moving pretty respectably, and as you said, they're only a couple of minutes down. I think getting back into contention is going to be very hard as we head back to the front of the race. And our riders that have been clear for the vast majority of the day. This breakaway went very, very early on. It's in the first 10 Ks, wasn't it, that this break went clear? It has been the break of the day. Will it survive to the finish as they just head over the Trefecan Bridge? A glance over there from April Tacey. Becky Story also in that group as we look at some of these, but I wouldn't call them back markers. They're still well in the mix with this race, only a couple of minutes down from the front of the race, and they will certainly continue. Again, it just shows how hard this race has been, doesn't it? It's just been attritional. Total elevation today, once they cross the line for the final time, will be 1,800 metres. No enormously long climbs, but just a choppy, difficult sort of course to moderate your effort.
Very little time for respite in certain aspects and certain parts of the course. It's one course that it just takes its toll. The attritional aspect of the terrain, the way that it's being raced, as you say, the breakaway went within the first 10 kilometres, and before that, the first kilometre, 2 kilometres already, we saw Smurfit Westrock, who were pushing the pace with a couple of their riders. Lucy Glover, one of the first riders to really make a dent and make a move, as well as a couple of other riders, and so that was really the start of this upward trajectory here in the road race. So very little time where it's been calm, to be quite honest, and you've still got so much firepower in this peloton behind, and now we're starting to see a couple of the team cars come to the back. This is the team car of Lidl Track, who is just assisting and having a little bit of a chat with Anna Henderson, providing her with some bottles, an opportunity to find out what is the time gap, what's the situation on the road. Over to the far left-hand side of the road, the right-hand side, and I think she's going to make an attack here, because the riders, are they going to spot this? Well, Millie Cousins is right on this for Henderson.
Yeah, she used the width of the road, super smart, dropped back as if she was talking to the team car, and then used the width of the road. Again, she's a powerful rider, but she is a wily rider as well. That was super smart. Again, it's not often you see riders, you think about attacking forwards, you can use the width of the road to stretch the elastic, that is for sure. And Millie Cousins goes straight over the top, nearly wipes out Kat Ferguson. I think Kat Ferguson, that wasn't intentional. Kat Ferguson a little bit too close to the wheel here. So Millie Cousins now driving over the top, but immediately they slow down, so still 3/4 of a minute to the front group, and Anna Henderson, despite her best efforts, could not split the group. So it's neutralised once more. Just under 3 hours of racing here. Up for grabs, of course, is the National Road Race Championships. It's the title. We're pulling all the, I believe, all of the vehicles have been now pulled out the gap, and it's come down after that big acceleration. Now, you can just see how time gap is correcting itself. 30 seconds or so it is now, 32 it's saying, but on this stretch of road, they'll just see them just over the crest of the road. They've just gone out of sight briefly, but on this next section, they will come into view, and the gap will come down as they hit that really steep section, as Millie Cousins sets that tempo on the front. Wow, fascinating, seems so tactical, so brutally hard, but very tactical as well. Everybody wary of each other. Zoe Baxter at the back of that group, she'll be happy for them to take it easy a little bit on this climb. And there's acceleration from the front of the race now. It is Becky Story from Team Picnic Post NL who romps clear.
This is really interesting to see the Story going through the feed zone one final time, the last time to take a feed here before the feeding will close with 20 kilometres to go. Big attack. Tinley is able to match and follow here. This is really impressive from the rider from Smurfit Westrock. Just starts to lose the wheel now, but Jess Roberts, a former winner of this National Road Race title, is on the wheel of Story with gritted teeth. Just clicks it down a gear, and Story is looking right within her element. We know she's a terrific climber, and the rider from the Isle of Man is going from the bottom of this climb here, doing all the damage in the leading group. As the gap comes down to 21 seconds, Lauren Dixon takes a bottle for the last time. She drops the bottle, only wants the gel.
Yeah, she might not want to take the extra weight up the climb, especially on this steep section. She puts the gels in her back pocket. Who is going to launch on this one? Will Anna Henderson have enough in the tank to go again? Next time through the finish, remember, 1 lap to go, but what a great acceleration when you look at the sort of race that Becky Story has had so far. Clearly one of the most decorated riders in this group. She rides at the World Tour level, but to spend the best part, I think it was 45-50 minutes out in front on your own to bridge across the gap, but she's got a former national road champion with her. And look at the gap that has been opened up. It's surely a lot more to the chasers now than 23 seconds. This could be a fight for glory, because they're going a lot steadier behind. Nobody's willing to take up the chase just here. Could this be the moment that the title is taken? Okay, I don't want to get too far ahead of myself, but that looked like a very decisive move there.
But that camera shot, devastation
it's
behind.
Big gap, yeah.
It completely fragmented, obliterated that leading group with that stinging attack from Becky Story. And behind, she's now got a rider for company. Jess Roberts still there. She's taken a minute and a half, just sit on the wheel, and now she's able to come through and assist with Becky Story of Picnic Postenel. I have to say, this is really impressive from Jess Roberts.
Massively impressive.
Really, really impressive. I know she's won this title in the past. She formerly has ridden for what was Orica Green Edge. She's raced for Team Coupe Repsol. Spent a lot of time really focusing on her track ambitions while still dabbling in a bit of road racing too.
9th in the time trial just a few days ago. Backed that up with 3rd in the Circuit Race Championship, so she's clearly on very good form, but she is having to watch. Look at the face of the former national champion.
A little bit of a shake of the head there.
Yeah, something she can't work on the climb. She is basically going to lock into that slipstream. Meanwhile, the riders at 6s and 7s behind. This is Joe Tindley, the former Circuit Race national champion, just trying to fight for survival here. But the gap has opened up. It is to 51 seconds to our leaders. But look how good, how fluid, how relatively fresh, considering the race that she's had so far, Becky Story is. She's absolutely flying. I think it's fair to say she's putting the former national champion Jess Roberts on the rack.
If Jess Roberts can stay in the wheel here, and I know it's easier said than done on these rolling roads, and you can see great camera shot here because you can see how the road it's just a drag and it's so difficult. If she can stay in the wheels, then she can go over the top, she can get some respite for the descent, and then she can assist with Becky Story. And a little bit of a head shake there from Joe Tindley, just saying, can't do it, I can't come through, I can't remain with those riders. She put up a good fight to try and go with Becky Story there. That was really impressive. And overall, on this kind of course, I think Smurfit Westrock and Joe Tindley, they can come away from this race and be incredibly proud of the way that they've raced, because they took the race on from the very beginning. They've had 2 riders in the breakaway. Lucy Glover was there, Joe Tindley was there. They've had representation throughout in the peloton, just marking riders, marking any moves. They came with the numerical advantage, but they've used it to their advantage too.
They certainly have. Well, this is the chase. April Tacey on the front, Anna Morris and Josie Knight from Tekkers. So these are, oh, there's a big attack by Millie Cousins now. So Cousins goes clear. Well, she snapped the elastic straight away. Where's the response going to come from? They've got around a 55-second gap to close down, and they know that they are running out of tarmac. They're running out of time to win this national title. So after some sacrificial riding by Flora Perkins, it's Millie Cousins who finally has managed to go clear. But has she managed to totally and utterly snap the elastic? She looks around, the gradient kicks again, and she digs into her effort. Meanwhile, up in front, this is where the fight for the gold medal and that the coveted bands is now taking place. The woman in second place has already tasted success back in 2018. Jess Roberts knows what it takes, but Becky Story is going to be a formidable opponent. But as you say, if Jess Roberts can stay with Becky Story over the top, even hold within 5 or 6 seconds, get back on the descent, it's a different story.
It is a completely different story, and for Jess Roberts, she will be able to assist on the flat section into Aberystwyth and that first part as you enter into the circuit. So you can almost have a little bit of an agreement, if you like. But Millie Cousins, she has catapulted herself out of this peloton. She's the only rider who has been able to snap the elastic in the last 20 kilometers, 25 kilometers, who has made an attack here, and nobody's able to do anything about Millie Cousins. I said before, her form was good, but this is exceptional from Millie Cousins. And as I say, in the last 18 months or so, she's gone from strength to strength, and she's showing now her absolute class, and she's still so young, Millie Cousins.
She is indeed 21 years of age from Bicester. And here we go on the descent. Jess Roberts and Becky Story. So Jess Roberts, clearly the slightly better descender here, or slightly more willing to take a couple of little risks, or just is more comfortable on descent. It's not necessarily about taking risks. We talk about risk taking on descents, but generally riders of this quality, of this class, just ride within their comfort zone. They're not going to want to take too many risks and really push it, because this is sketchy. Okay, it's drying up now, but as we've seen, there's that moss, there's that mud in the centre as we come back to our chases.
And this is where it can be quite difficult, because okay, the approach in the beginning of the climb, it's dry, but then you get the patchy wet. This is normally almost a farm track, so you've got a little bit of grit and shale that is just loosely sitting on the surface of the road. There you can see as you enter into the trees, there's a little bit of green moss down the centre of the road, so you've got to be really careful that you don't carry too much speed and overcook it on this descent, and you get so far and this far into the race without having any issues. This is certainly not, you don't want it to come undone now.
Exactly. Here we go. One of the everybody's done a ride of the day today, but I tell you what, Becky Story can't quite hold the wheel of Jess Roberts at the moment, but I think at this point in the race, with a full lap to go next time through, it might be a good idea for Jess Roberts just to use that opportunity to rest, take a quick drink, take a gel, even if it's just 10 or 15 seconds of completely freewheeling, join forces again with Becky Story, and then start to drive for glory, because they have got a good lead over the chasers. 25 seconds. We know, of course, that Millie Cousins is jumping across to this group. This is the chase again. This is Josie Knight from Texas. Again, not descending quite as quickly, but yeah, this is the right thing to do. Becky Story bridging across, and what an opportunity for Jess Roberts just to take that micro rest. That free speed that you gain also equates to free rest as well. If you can descend well and learn that skill, it can buy you so much in a bike race.
But it also, and I know that Jess Roberts has a fantastic sprint on her. She's very punchy. She's a medalist at World Championship level. She's an Olympic medalist too. She's a brilliant bunch rider on the track. She's a fantastic road rider, and it also shows if she can apply the pressure on that descent, as she has done very, very comfortably, it seems. And when they'll get to the bottom of this descent for the final time, there'll be 4.6 kilometres to go. So for Jess Roberts, she's got the upper hand here. She just needs to manage the climb as best as possible. Right now, these two riders, they've got 16 kilometres remaining.
They have indeed. Well, the situation on the road is our two leaders, Becky Story and Jess Roberts. Then we've got Anna Morris just in front in the black jersey. Just behind her, we've got Josie Knight and then April Tacey. And then just behind them, they're the remnants of the breakaway, but closing very quickly. We just caught a glimpse of the flying Millie Cousins, who's been joined by somebody else. So she's clearly gone clear. And they'll either shut the gap at the top of the climb, or she's gone down the descent very slowly, because that was a massive gap. But I did see the little trek rider, Anna Henderson, very close behind as well. So they've shut that gap back down on that descent massively quickly. Indeed, here it is. So Henderson is here and also doing the riding here. This looks like it is Josie Nelson now driving hard on the front, because Five for George got a different coloured helmet, helping us identify them from a little way off. But this could all come back together here. So a lot of driving here. So Josie Nelson riding in the service now of Five for Georgie.
And all these four riders, they will fully commit. And Jo Tinley is being caught and swept up. She's trying to get onto the wheels of Millie Cousins.
Just giving them the time gap there, 36.
Time cap.
It is coming down, 36 seconds it is. They take the racing line through there. Great bit of descending earlier on there by the former national champion at Jess Roberts, 26 years of age now, as she looks across. They're having a little bit of a conversation. So yeah, and now this is the chase behind. So this is now got very, very organised. So this is group number 2 on the road. So things have changed dramatically in this final lap. So we've seen Anna Morris get mopped up by that little group behind. So 2 leaders now, and then we've got a group with all of the pre-race favourites, or a handful of the pre-race favourites chasing.
What was impressive, how quickly they closed and shut down the gap to Millie Cousins.
Yeah.
Because it was all done on the descent. Josie Nelson is working so hard for Five for Georgie, which is, I mean, they've got a rider up the road in Becky Story, who right now, Picnic Postonel should be leaving this to Anna Henderson, Millie Cousins. Right now, They are in a very strong position with Becky Story, who is visibly stronger than Jess Roberts on the climb. She could make a bid for glory on the final ascent of the climb, have such an advantage that Jess Roberts can't come back on the descent or on the flat, and Becky Story can race to victory. This is a little bit strange for me in terms of the tactics from Picnic Postonel.
It is. I totally agree with it. The reason I think they might be riding is because they've managed to dislodge Kat Ferguson, who they fear. But the optics aren't great because...
But you've still got Anna Henderson, who's a great sprinter.
No, I agree. I'm just trying to work out why they are riding.
Definitely.
No, I totally agree with it. It doesn't look great. If we suddenly saw Becky Story sit up, but the fact she's still riding through, it doesn't look great. And this is the situation we do get, isn't it? Without race radios, the riders have to make a decision themselves. And what they are doing, they're opening the door for a very dangerous-looking Millie Cousins to get involved. This is chase group number 2. That is Zoe Baxter on the front. She looks around a very short turn on the front, flicks the elbow. Kat Ferguson waving to everybody as well. The thing is, she was clearly, one would imagine, either dropped on the descent or dropped on the climb. We didn't see what happened there, but she is on the back foot. She needs to get back into contention, but I don't think there's going to be too many other riders there who are going to want to bring Kat Ferguson back into the mix for free. So she goes again.
Kat Ferguson on the left-hand side. She's being tracked by the yellow jersey, or attempting to be tracked by Imogen Wolfe. Looks as though one of the riders from Hansling Alba Development Road team is trying to bridge across. I think Lauren Dixon's in this group with Kat Ferguson. Grace Lister certainly is in the group, as is Jo Tinley at the back of the group.
She knows
she's throwing everything into this Kat Ferguson.
She knows it's not exactly now or never, but it kind of is heading towards that territory, because next time through the line we have 1 lap to go, only 12.4 kilometres to go. So she's got to do something, maybe even try and provide the catalyst for other riders to agree to work with her. Quite often just telling riders to work with you doesn't work, so getting on the front and leading by example does. But Imogen Wolfe, it looked like she was doing a little bit of riding behind, but meanwhile up in front, this is the battle for the victory. This is the battle for the national title. Who is it going to be? Will they be caught by that group behind that's around 30 seconds? But Becky Story of Team Picnic Postonel is there, and Jess Roberts of Spectra, the 2018 champion, leads in for the penultimate time along the promenade here in Aberystwyth. We have had an absolutely brilliant race. The lead of a 10-rider breakaway had 5 minutes on the peloton behind, but this race has been turned on its head. But these 2 riders are the sole survivors of that breakaway. The former champion rolled through to the front, Jess Roberts, in her slipstream, Becky Story. What is the lead behind? It's only a slender one, and we are just coming up to the bell. They will hear that bell in their ear. 1 lap to go.
You just saw there as well Jess Roberts' dad on the far left just shouting, you have to go, that this is the time gap. I've put the time gap on because to the chasers here to Henderson, it's very slender indeed. 13 seconds as now the gap behind with Imogen Wolfe in the yellow jersey, Grace Lister crossing the line. It's only 5 seconds, so I'm afraid this is all going to come back together here.
It does look like it, increasingly like it. Becky Story swings over, Jess Roberts rolls through. Looks like she's lost a little bit of impetus. And one thing we have to point out and recognise, these riders have been out in front all day long. Of course, Roberts is part of that initial breakaway. Becky Story bridged across, took the best part of 45 minutes to bridge across solo. Fatigue is going to be running deep through their bodies now. They've only got 13 seconds as they head round the outskirts of the castle on to the promenade, heading back out of Aberystwyth once more. But that is a mighty fine group that's chasing behind. There's a lot of firepower there, Hannah, and also that little group behind as well, containing Kat Ferguson, has not given up hope. They've got them within sight. What a race we've got on our hands.
Incredible race. Incredible racing roads. The route that they've designed with the 3 large laps, 4.5 small laps, it's been brilliant. It's led to some fantastic racing so far. It's been very open, it's been unpredictable, and so far we still don't know who could take the 2025 Lloyds National Road Race Championship here. Jess Roberts is still in the front with Becky Story. Behind you've got world-class riders. It's tremendous, and we're inside 12 kilometres remaining here.
No, we certainly are. A little bit of an acceleration there from Jess Roberts. Again, she's got no teammates for which to play with. She knows she's got this little bit of advantage, and I'd imagine she'd want to take this advantage as deep into the climb as she can. Now, has this group come back together? Now, this little group here with Zoe Baxter hasn't quite yet got back on terms. Also at the back, Ailey Shaw in this little group as well. I'm wondering if here, by the looks of things, Becky Story starting to struggle a little bit, because Jess Roberts, maybe that solo effort out in front. Now, Jess Roberts has had a hard day, but she's been in that group in the wheels. I think in terms of TSS score, in terms of effort out on the road and energy expend, it has to be Jess Roberts who's maybe feeling it just that little bit more.
I think so. However, when you get a sniff of the finish line and you're inside 12 kilometres to go, and you know that you've just got to get yourself over that climb, give you a little bit of sliding room. If you can enter into that climb with a handful of seconds over the others, just give yourself the best opportunity. We've already seen that Roberts is a wonderful descender. It's all come back together at the front. Georgie has made the junction, so you've got 3 riders from Picnic Postenel who are in that front group. Henderson is following Five for Georgie. Millie Cousins is still there. We're starting to see Josie Knight and Anna Morris, who have been ejected out of the back, but also one rider is that Becky Story. Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, they've just that little, when we had that camera change, they've actually caught them. This is the front of the race now. This is the front of the race, and the defending champion, 3 times champion no less, Five for Georgie. You can just see her teeth gritted, has a look, surveys the scene, and she'll see the silver Olympic medalist in the TT just behind her. Anna Henderson moves over to the side of the road just to try and increase the tempo. They'll be worried about bringing Kat Ferguson and indeed Zoe Baxley back into the mix should it come down to a sprint. So they're going to want to try and take out of the equation dangerous riders like that. But equally, out the back, riders who've been in the front all day long are really starting to time. We've got a natural selection that is occurring now. It is Millie Cousins in second wheel, so 3 riders going clear, and still the representation from Team Picnic Postenel is superb. Story, Nelson and Georgie all there, and this is the desperate chase behind with Kat Ferguson leading things.
This is a real grind for Kat Ferguson. You can see it's so laboured, you know, pushing a big gear, but she's taking it upon herself. She's thinking, well, if no one's going to assist, if no one's going to give me a few turns, I'm going to do it myself, because there's a national title at stake. She's trying to keep herself right within striking distance, but you can see how quickly the gaps open up. That gap was only 5 seconds when they came across the finish line. Yeah. And coming through the harbour and those narrow roads and the pretty technical section there as you went over the finish line, it's incredible how quickly the gap starts to open up as you climb back out of the main part of the town.
So we have 5 riders in front. The champion back in 2018, Jess Roberts, has been ejected. She's just off the back of that group, so she's got a lonely battle to try and get in contact. But the woman she was with shortly, Becky Story, is now driving on the front, so she is committed to the chase, and they have to, well, to driving the pace in the front, should I say. So Five for Georgie, Josie Nelson and Becky Story, all there from Team Picnic Post NL. And also in the mix there, representing Little Trek, Anna Henderson, and the final rider in our 5 group out in front is Millie Cousins. So it's an interesting group. A group of exceptionally good climbers, and they are opening up this gap. Look, they're just out of sight now, round the roundabout and up the hill. It looks like the chances of this chasing group are diminishing with almost every single pedal rev. Out
of sight, but certainly not out of mind. Other riders who are in this group, you've got the newly crowned National Circuit Race Champion Kate Richardson, number 39 of Hansling Alba Development Road Team. She's also got a teammate, Lauren Dixon, who's number 32 in this group. So number 26, that's Morven Yeoman of Das Hutchinson. She's one of the riders who's eligible for the under-23 title. So Grace Lister is number 40. She's been in some really good form over the last few weeks too. It's who's going to commit themselves in that chasing group. Now we start to see that Josie Nelson of Picnic Postenel, she's just grinding away up this climb, gasping and gulping for some and she's got such a great pedalling style, hasn't she? She's so smooth, always with a really nice high cadence.
Yeah, Anna Henderson, real classy campaigner, as is this woman just rolling through in the white helmet there, wearing number 1 on her back, 3 times the title winner. She's finished on the podium in Monuments as well, in Paris-Roubaix a couple of years ago, in that beautiful jersey. What a day that was for her. Unexpected as well. She didn't realise she got that 3rd place on the day, did she? Such an emotional time. She's such a classy campaigner, especially, we've mentioned it once before, but it's worth mentioning again, had a catastrophic crash. It looked very dangerous. but she's fought her way back into fitness, and she has teammates with her for company, or one teammate now, because it looks now as if Becky Story has now been dropped from that group. So we've got 4 riders out in front now. Anna Henderson continues to pile on the pressure. Importantly, the gap is starting to open now, though.
And you get the feeling that if there is another injection of pace over one of the little rises here before they get to the top and they make that left-hand turn with 6.4 kilometres to go down the descent, it could be a matter of time before Josie Nelson is ejected out of the back here, because you can see she's fighting valiantly to stay in the wheels, just trying to get a little bit of respite where possible. But on this kind of climb, and given that this race has been so difficult, she's hanging, she's fighting.
Yeah, she certainly is. And just behind here, this is the chasing group. Grace Lister from the Hess cycling team rolling through on the front. And previously, both Zoe Baxted and Kat Ferguson, they haven't been able to respond on the climbs to those stinging attacks by the likes of Millie Cousins, Five for Georgie, and Anna Henderson. So this is a real quality move. Josie Nelson just sat at the back of this group, just grimacing. She has a little look round, surveys the scene, and with the gap at 28 seconds, at the speed they're moving on this climb, that's going to be daylight, a lot of daylight here. So it's very important now that Josie Nelson holds on for as long as she can, because on that run into line, things are going to get complicated here. I can't see Henderson, necessarily Cousins or Georgie leaving each other on the climb. They're riding with each other here, so it could come down to a sprint, and having a teammate to shut the gaps in the closing stage of this race, such a valuable factor.
Very valuable, very valuable. And right now one rider is going to miss out on a medal as it currently stands, and it's not a done deal here. On points on this climb, the chasers have them in their sights, and if they start to look at each other and they start to play cat and mouse, you can quickly bring the time back.
Yep.
High for Georgie, however, she's looking impeccable.
Yeah, she's looking very good. Glances round, and she'll see a teammate with her for company, and Josie Nelson is there. She said she can't help on the climb. She's being honest. That isn't just cat mousing. I don't think she's feigning that. I think she honestly will work if she can over the top of the climb. But Anna Henderson also making sure, due diligence, checking in with the riders. Are you going to ride with this? And you can also get a sense if that rider's faking it, lying to you. There's this cinema that will play out as well. Riders holding back a little bit, not showing their hand. But I think, to be honest with you, Josie Nelson looks to be pretty an honest response, that she'll ride on the flat. Here we go.
Now you've got over the worst part of the climb. She's immediately come through, so absolutely right. She's not faking that. She's not trying to pull a fast one. She's genuinely was struggling, and here's a great opportunity to see how difficult this climb is when you see this rear camera shot from the chasing group behind of how hard the climb is itself. So for Josie Nelson, she's come through immediately. She's now giving a turn. Noemi, this is the rider from Brother UK on form. This is Noemi Thompson, who is riding on the front, number 10. One of the riders who is an under 23. She's very new to road racing, although she's a very strong triathlete. Some good results at Lincoln Grand Prix, also at the Alexandra Tour of the Reservoir last weekend. Great to see that she's still here, despite being such a newcomer to road racing.
Well, what a group of riders we have out in front. It's taken its time, but the cream has really risen to the top. We've had an absolute spectacular day's racing. I hope at home you've enjoyed it. And we've yet to find out who ultimately is going to take the title. But it looks increasing with a gap of 45 seconds. Although they have to keep riding. This is the thing. Once we get over this climb, we've got that tricky descent. We saw riders lose so much time, like 10, 15 seconds were lost on that descent. And if they start looking at each other, this group could get back in contact. Here we go. Cousins takes them round the corner. Nice bit of cornering there by Five for Georgie, but the key here is Josie Nelson in this group. She's going to do what she can. So if they do start looking at each other, Josie Nelson will just hit the front, because she will ride sacrificially here. This is, I'm really getting a bit nervous. You're grimacing as well.
I absolutely, and for Five for Georgie, she took it into that left-hand corner there.
MotoGP again.
Absolutely MotoGP. Valentino Rossi. But for Five for Georgie, a big acceleration, and Millie Cousins was acute to that move right onto the wheel of Five for Georgie. Correct thing to do, because this could be so important, an important puzzle to the piece of winning this national title here.
Well, what an
Cousins able to just be on the wheel of Fight for Georgie, Henderson sitting in third wheel, Josie Nelson sitting at the back of this group. But the way that they're descending, throwing themselves down this single track lane here, when you get to the bottom, it'll be 4 kilometres to go.
So I was just saying, I could hear the motorbike having trouble staying with them as well. They're absolutely flying down this descent. Becky Story is just at the back of this group now, giving herself a little bit of sliding space. 1:11, so the gap is really starting to go out. So at the bottom of this climb, we'll only have around 5.5 k's to go, give or take, and then we know it's a completely and utterly flat run into the line, but it gets quite technical. We've got that criterium circuit finish. As we know, that double little left-hander which leads us into the long 500-metre finishing straight with that little bit of a nagging headwind. Timing, also legs, very, very important. But here we go. And this is the key rider, and we said it before, Josie Nelson, 23 years of age from Litchfield, hits the front for Picnic Post NL. Who is going to take the title? Sort of 3 times champion. Can she back it up with an incredible 4 titles? Fight for Georgie, the winner in 21, 23 and 24. Another teammate. And what a race that Becky Story has had. She'll be holding her breath, fingers crossed that one of her teammates can take the title today, or will it be taken from them by Anna Henderson or indeed Billy Cousins. Now, Billy Cousins in that front group will be the first home in the under-23 category as well. So should things remain the same, she should end up as the under-23 champion. It's all about winning this bike race overall, isn't it? It really, really is.
And she's got a great chance of winning the elite title. She's in superb form. We've seen the way that she's ridden, and we've seen the way that Flora Perkins has completely dedicated herself to Millie Cousins, and she's showing and proving why. And for Millie Cousins, I think she's got a brilliant opportunity to take the victory. She's very smart. She's switched on. She's got the form to go with it. Looking at around, yeah, 110, just over 110 to the chasers behind there.
Sun comes out, bathing these riders in beautiful sunlight here in Aberystwyth. Well, what a championships it has been. It's been such an exciting race. That big break that we had that took a 5-minute lead, we're scratching our heads, wondering would that ultimately stay cleared. It hasn't. There's been a real fight from behind, but it's come late on these last couple of finishing circuits, these 4 finishing circuits that we've had. That have been absolutely wonderful to watch. A little bit of everything for somebody. Not a brutally hard course, but an attritional one that wears you down. A course that you also have to think about as well. You have to be technically adept because of that technical descent. But look, they're tightening up the ratchets. It is Fight for George, the defending champion, making sure that her shoes are as tight as possible, heading in to a crucial finale. The title up for grabs.
And gets rid of the bottle there. Doesn't want to carry anything unnecessary into this final. I think for Millie Cousins, only a couple of weeks ago, taking a 3rd place over in Belgium behind Lorena Wiebes, and so that just shows the calibre of the rider from Phoenix to Koenig. Number 28, she's had some brilliant performances of late. The way that she is on the bike, her body language, the pedalling style, she doesn't seem to have faded or shown any signs of weakness or fatigue. Constantly looking around as well. Just when you've got 4 riders coming into a finish mat, you've got to be wary, and particularly that Picnic Post NL have 2 riders here. And you've got to be careful that you don't have one of those riders attacking from behind. So constantly looking around, making sure that you're able to react to anything.
Yeah, what you just illustrated, she's doing it just now. Anna Henderson, just watching, making sure that somebody doesn't go early. But Fight for Georgia, we know she can sprint really well, but she's been used as a lead out a lot over the last couple of years for the likes of Charlotte Coyle. She's such a good lead out rider. She's technically very good, and she's got the ideal position now, 4th in line. And what she had is the absolute luxury at this stage of the race, with the stakes so high, to have Josie Nelson, the 23-year-old from Litchfield, driving hard on the front. So this is essentially a 3K lead out now, Hannah. Unambiguous situation here. Everybody locked in. We know that Josie Nelson, if she continues like this, she'll be out of the medals. But the key thing is who is going to win the national road race title. It's been a brilliant few days of racing. It is coming to a climax, and there's going to be a jersey given in just a few minutes' time. Who's it going to be? Is it going to be Five for Georgie, 4 from 4, Anna Henderson, or indeed Millie Cousins?
Five for Georgie looking for jersey number 4 in this elite women's road race title. Millie Cousins looking for her first elite national road race title. So is Anna Henderson. After a handful of silver and bronze medals, she's looking to try and take the gold. Nelson fully committed to Georgie, and it's almost like they're connected. They almost don't need to discuss it or talk about it verbally. Nelson knows exactly what she needs to do to be able to deliver the victory for Five for Georgie. They're going to make this swinging right-hand turn. There you can see they've got 1 kilometre to go through that Flamme Rouge, and this is where it's going to be get technical, and positioning is going to be crucial.
It certainly is, heading into that final left-hander. So Josie Nelson winding things up at the front. Millie Cousins takes a little look round. Less than a minute to go before we know who is going to be claiming the title. Will it be the rider at the back wearing number 1 at Five for Georgie? As Hannah was just saying, 4 title as it would be if she manages to win it. Will it be the young upstart Millie Cousins, who will take it 21 years of age, or will it be the experienced Anna Henderson, who's won the title in the time trial in the past? She is the Olympic silver medalist in the time trial. She's a reasonable sprinter at the end. She's in 2nd position. 2 more corners to go now. So just banking it in to the penultimate caller. It is still Josie Nelson on the front. She is going to provide the lead out. We're into a little bit of a headwind here.
Nelson leads out. She takes it to the left-hand side of the road. Henderson takes a look over the right-hand shoulder. Millie Cousins watching where is the move going to come from Five for Georgie. They're all looking, waiting, who's going to strike first in to go for this victory. Millie Cousins goes on the right-hand side of the road and hugs the right-hand side.
Yeah, Millie Cousins opens up. Anna Henderson, it looks like Five for Georgie trapped on the inside. It is going to be, looks like Cousins is going to take this. Cousins all the way to the line. Is she going to take it? Yes, she is. Millie Cousins, 21 years of age, takes the title here in Aberystwyth. What an absolutely brilliant sprint from Millie Cousins. She was outnumbered, but she was not outgunned.
What a performance from Millie Cousins of Phoenix-to-Koenig. Her first professional victory, a national title. She'll get 12 months to wear those national bands. She adds the national title to the under-23 time trial title she won a few days ago. And a big thanks to her teammate, Flora Perkins. What a top job from the rider from Phoenix-to-Koenig. Top job from Cousins. Top job from Perkins.
Absolutely superb there. So Cousins, Georgie, Henderson. Baxter takes 5th place there. 6th place it looks like there for Kat Ferguson, and an 8th place for Imogen Wolf, but no doubt about the winner. And smiles around. It's a fair race, wasn't it?
Very fair.
I mean, there's nothing anybody could do about the ferocity of that sprint. She opened things up first as well, and she was never rounded. I think that might be her mum. Absolutely wonderful scenes for Millie Cousins. She is your new Lloyds National Road Champions. And there it is. That's Flora Perkins. As you say, what a Trojan performance from Perkins. The amount of work that she did earlier on. Congratulations there from other riders. That's Robin Clay has come up to say congratulations. But what a race we had. Not to be for picnic post and out. But Five for Georgie, I think there's nothing. I don't think they could have done anything more. She couldn't leave them on the climb. She had a teammate with her for company who did the lead out. All she had to do was win the sprint, and on this occasion, she couldn't do it.
Perkins got the jump. Cousins got the jump, and she's having a good debrief already with Flora Perkins. But she was the rider who went first.
There was space on the inside as well.
There was,
but she just didn't have the pace. And ultimately, I think in the end, although Five for Georgie was closing, best part of half a bike or a full wheel there in the end, wasn't it? So an absolute superb performance by the 21-year-old. Again, as you say, won the under-23 title. She's won 2 jerseys here, technically, isn't she? The under-23 and the elite title. But what a brilliant race, and also chapeau to everybody who took part in this race, because that was action-packed from start to finish. Chapeau to everybody in the breakaway who made the race and made us think that maybe there could be a little bit of an upset, but ultimately the cream rose to the top, and what a show they put on for us here.
And at one point, it was looking likely that that was going to be the race. The breakaway would stay away. I have to say, the amount of riders that are coming up to Millie Cousins, she's such a popular rider. She's so well liked within the peloton. Everybody is delighted that she's taken this title. But there was one point in the race where I thought, tell you what, this is getting a little bit dangerous. The breakaway could make it all the way to the finish, and maybe the peloton have underestimated the strength of the breakaway. This was earlier on in the race when the breakaway started to form. Josie Knight was the rider from Decisive who started to ignite things. This was into our small
skid.
groups.
Yeah, this is the big skid there that nearly took somebody out. That was Maddie Leach as we headed on to the smaller circuits. And this was the moment that Anna Morris actually got across the gap. A great ride from her. 2 big rides today from riders getting across the gap. And deep into the race, we had 2 riders clear. Jess Roberts and Becky Story. And then this was the big attack from ultimately the rider who won, Millie Cousins. A big launch, she went clear. She was ultimately caught back again, but just showed the kind of form that she is in, and the legs that she has. Pfeiffer Georgie, again with Anna Henderson forcing the final split, deep into the final lap in fact. Picnic Post and L, very well represented. And then coming into the finish, finding a little bit of space on the inside and ultimately opening up with a punch that nobody could match. We know a quick fight for Georgie. Again, slightly over-geared there as well, but once Cousins had opened things up, there was no catching her, and she could afford to throw both arms in the air with absolute delight to claim her first national road race title. 3.5 hours of racing. 3 World Tour riders on the podium. So kind of what one would have expected. But they had to work for it, didn't they?
Oh, they did.
And it showcased as well the importance of sacrificial teammates, didn't it, as well? The roles that teammates played for both first and second in this race, both for Cousins and Georgie, absolutely crucial.
And then earlier on, for Anna Henderson, she had Izzy Sharp, who could look after Henderson, just protect her, shelter her from the wind. If she needed anything, whether she wanted a gel or she needed some bottles, whatever it might have been. So it was really important for those riders having their teammates, but it was hard fought for. That didn't come easy, and I know we've mentioned it at great length about the breakaway, but it didn't come easy to try and close that gap, and that was incredibly difficult. There was moments where you thought, well, this is it. It was only down to a handful of riders who really committed. Hansling Alba Development Road Team, for example, Das Hutchinson, who committed, Flora Perkins, who was fully committed. It was exceptional. A brilliant national championship.
It was indeed. Well, here's confirmation of our top 10. Your new national champion is Millie Cousins of Phoenix to Koenig, ahead of Pfeiffer Georgie of Team Picnic Post and L. The defending champion, Anna Henderson, adds another medal to her burgeoning collection to take home 3rd for Little Trek. 4th, Josie Nelson of Team Picnic Post and L. 5th, Laura Dixon of Hansling Alba Development Team. Zoe Baxter took 6th for Canyon Schramm, Zonda Crypto. Kat Ferguson there in 7th for Movistar. Isla Shaw in 7th for the UE Development Team. Imogen Wolf in 9th for Team Visma Lisa Bike, and representing Hess Cycling Team. Ran out your top 10, Grace Lister at 54 seconds. Says Cousins takes the under-23. Baxter and Ferguson take the medals in the under-23 title as well. So we'll get a chance to see both of those podiums, hopefully just in a few minutes' time. Thanks wherever you are watching this. Hopefully you'll enjoy the podiums with us. We'll get a chance for a quick break and then the men's later, but that was just, it didn't, that 3.5 hours actually went by pretty quickly, didn't it? It really
I think the riders won't say the same thing.
No, they won't, no. We're sat in there in the comfort of an office chair with snacks aplenty. But no, so I actually think that was a great course as well.
I do.
Quite technical at times, certainly by no means dangerous, and the riders took it really well. So a little bit of everything, some really steep climbs, some longer ones, technical descents, a little bit of flat on the finishing circuit. A race that you had to have good legs for, but ultimately had to really think about the way you race that as well, with the climb so relatively far from the finish as well.
It was your distribution of effort that you really had to think about. It was, of course, very tactical. You don't want to show your card too early. I think it lent itself to some brilliant racing, and that's exactly what we have seen. Sometimes we have often seen, and it doesn't matter whether it's a national championship or another UCI professional race or the like. Sometimes if the race and the course is so difficult, sometimes it almost neutralises any of the racing. But what I think this course did, and British Cycling and the organisation have done a brilliant job in making this a brilliant course for racing, where it's open, riders aren't afraid to give it a nudge, get involved, try and break away, and that's exactly what we've seen. Already, as soon as the flag was waved and we'd gone through the neutralised section and through kilometre zero, riders were on the front, pushing the pace, particularly Frankie Hall in the first instance, who was doing that. But to see some of the domestic riders get themselves involved and get themselves into that breakaway, and not shy away and not be too overwhelmed of what is at stake.
Totally.
Yeah. And it was brilliant to see. I think we saw some standout performances. We've seen some of the riders who are, I think Joe Tinley, who we're looking at here, who was in the breakaway on the far left side there, I think she's probably the most experienced rider in this whole field today in terms of how many years she's been racing for. She's 38 years of age now, and she's been racing since she was a youth, sort of 10, 11 years old, and so she's got all of that experience, and she's showing no signs of slowing down.
No, she certainly isn't. Active all the time, active in the circuit race the other day, active in the road race. A real leader as well, I think it's fair to say, from her squad that rode very well. As we say, they had 2 riders in the move, including Jo herself, and they put up a very good fight against some brilliant opposition. But they were the ones on the front foot, and it was the World Tour riders that I'd imagine at one point in the race were a little bit concerned, and we saw some bit of nervous riding, maybe from Cat Ferguson at times, just looking around a little bit apprehensive of what happened in front. But ultimately, there can only be one winner, and Millie Cousins emerged from that elite breakaway with a real turn of speed. Disappointment here, I think it's fair to say, for Cat Ferguson. But I can pretty much guarantee, I think as best I can, that this young woman will be the national champion at some point in the future. But today, didn't quite have it on that circuit. And what she has to realise as well, as she grows, is that she couldn't respond to those digs on the climb by riders who had better legs on the day. I don't think she actually did anything wrong. But when the racing was on, she didn't quite have that snap on those climbs. But that class will come. She is a rider, one of the most exciting riders on the planet. That's fair to say about her.
Totally.
She'll be disappointed about that result today, but she's still only very young. And I'm sure we'll be commentating at some point in the future as she is crowned national champion.
I couldn't agree more, Matt. I think she's an exceptional talent. She is already shown incredible things by taking her first World Tour podium at Trofeo Alfredo Binda at the start of the year, being up there in many other races, but then of course taking her first World Tour victory on a stage of the Lloyds Tour of Britain Women only a few weeks ago, the youngest ever rider to win a stage of a World Tour race. So she's had an exceptional year already. She's already had a wonderful start to her career, and she can be proud of the way that she's ridden today. I think she took it on a lot, but she didn't shy away from doing any work.
She certainly didn't. There's a look at Anna Henderson. Trek, that's her mum. Anna Henderson comes from a place that I know very well. She comes from Hemel Hempstead. Spent a lot of time, actually, a member of the Hemel Hempstead Cycling Club. As the sun starts to come up, looks like it's going to be far warmer for the chaps this afternoon, doesn't it? It's looks like Cat Ferguson wiping a lot of the grit out of her eyes from earlier on. She's going to have to hang around because she will be on the podium alongside Zoe Baxted and Millie Cousins.
You know what's really nice as well when you come back to a national championship or a race back home, and I know her parents follow her to as many races as they possibly can, but your parents are acting as your sports director or your mechanic or your soigneur, handing up bottles at the roadside, and having a good little debrief with her parents just then. It's really nice, and they've been so supportive ever since she began cycling, and taking her to all different races and taking her abroad, and following, as I say, to as many races as possible where they can watch, and being at the World Championships last year in Zurich too.
It's nice to see as well all the riders that mixing with members of the public as well. It's such a cycling thing, isn't it? The access that you can get to these stars of our sport is so wonderful. Beautiful day here now. It's turning out to be a beautiful day. Proper seaside vibes here. Now the weather's changed. Once the sun comes out, the sea, even the Irish Sea, is slightly inviting, isn't it? Maybe just to dip your toes, have an ice cream, bag of fish and chips, roll up.
Now we're talking.
Roll up your jeans.
Now we're talking.
Dip your toes in.
Talking.
But no,
Five brave souls have braved the Irish Sea. Do you know what?
Still, is that the same five? They've been in there for ages, 3 hours. They'll be like prunes.
Quite invigorating, isn't it, when you get into cold waters?
It's more than invigorating. Yeah, it's it almost puts you into a cryogenic state. It's certainly cooling for the brave souls who've bared all and hopped in the sea there. We will get
They're encouraging a few others to wonder whether to dip the toe in or not.
Well, hopefully we'll be getting the podium in a few moments' time for you. As soon as we do, we will talk you through. Because we've got the men's, 1:45, I think. An opportunity for you guys to go and make a cheese and pickle sandwich. Maybe put some ham.
Oh, now we're talking. What about toasty?
Or I was going to say, I was just thinking toasty. If I was at home now with a toasty maker, I would have ham, cheddar cheese and tomato with some sriracha on the side.
Likewise, delicious.
Same.
But I don't know if I'd have sriracha.
No, would you have pickle? Tomato ketchup?
What would I have? A bit of brown sauce.
Brown sauce. I mean, that's
sauce.
I think if I had to rank my condiments, I'd go sriracha first, then I would have brown sauce next.
Would you?
So it wouldn't be...
I think I'd go brown, ketchup. To try sriracha.
It's all right.
Is it? Influence me.
You've got to be really careful, because some of them are very, very spicy. And almost too much spice and not enough flavour, so you've got to be careful. And the packaging looks exactly the same, so it's like spice roulette.
Next on the list.
Yeah.
Next on the list would be beans on toast, bit of grated cheese on top.
Bit of grated cheese. What I've done before,
proper ride food
with beans on toast, it's a game changer. Is put a little bit of Worcester sauce in the beans, just a touch, just gives it a bit of spice. And then, but beans on toast, I put Marmite on the toast, and then put the beans on top of that.
Exotic, aren't you?
Yeah, I've always been quite an exotic chap. Well, there we go. It's like a holiday magazine show, isn't it, at the moment? Counter Aberystwyth, but actually, I've been to Aberystwyth. I love it. It's a brilliant seaside town,
Beautiful.
isn't it? It's proper. It's a proper old school scene. It's podium time.
And there's a good chippy as well.
It's a good chippy. Well, this looks like it's the under-23 podium. So one particular person in the centre of the screen is going to make 2 appearances today. But first up, under-23 National Championships.
Place and winner of the bronze medal, representing Movistar team, Kat Ferguson.
Kat Ferguson gives a little wave. She'll be disappointed, but still takes home the bronze medal in the under-23 category. Remember, she is still, bears repeating, 19 years of age. So she's got another 3 or 4 years in this category as well, Hannah, hasn't she?
She has, and her time will come. Her time will certainly come. She can come away very, very proud of the way that she's ridden. So Zoe Baxter, what a ride, what a performance from Pontyclean.
Yep, Zoe Baxter really has got a national title this week. She took the elite time trial, silver in the under-23s.
Under-23 women's national road race champion, representing Felix de Koning, Millie Cousin.
There you go, is your new under-23 women's Lloyds National Road Race champion, Millie Cousins, to put on that jersey. The first of 2. And she is going to have a wardrobe full by the end of this week, isn't she? Under-23 time trial, under-23 road race, and the elite road race as well. And
Successful trip.
Contract year as well.
Yeah, it is.
What a time to win 3 national titles and the big one as well.
Do you know, for Phoenix de Koning, they've been so supportive of both Millie Cousins and Flora Perkins, being on training camps, altitude camps, having a wonderful support system around them. They've got a brilliant sports director as part of their World Tour team who's really helped and shaped and guided them so well and given them the time to grow and to learn.
Yeah, definitely. Well, we've certainly seen that today. That was a real mature, strong performance. So Baxter sheltering from the what will be the ensuing fizzy. Well, there we go. Top bit of cork poppage there from Cousins. She's done that before. And she'll probably do it again.
Maybe in a few minutes.
So she won't do it again. Sorry. Well, there you go. That's your under-23 podium. Millie Cousins will be back in a few moments' time to pop another cork and take another jersey as we look again at our hardy souls that have been in the sea for 3.5 hours. Here's that sprint again. We're having fun, aren't we?
We are.
We do
are.
love the national champs. It's a proper celebration. Here's the moment again that Millie Cousins takes the sprint. And look at the joy on her face as she took the title just ahead of Pfeiffer Georgie and, of course, Anna Henderson. Getting a bit of proper wave sound in as well now. If they're not careful, our production team, I'm going to fall to sleep. It's this soothing sounds, of the sea, yeah. Oh, just listen to that, folks at home. Crank up your YouTube and listen to this.
Dog's having his time of his life as well.
Of course it is. Dogs love a bit of seaside action, don't they? They always know that at the seaside it's a special occasion. They'll always know if there's some chips. They'll always get a few chips. Maybe the fish tail, bit of batter.
Always, yeah, always the fish tail and the batter.
Yeah.
Totally. And if your dog's really spoiled, even a bit of the actual fish itself.
A bit of the actual fish. Go on, then have a bit of that.
Go on.
Yeah. But if you're going to do that, you need to get a large portion. Otherwise, you know. No, we need the...
The medals and the
So here we
jersey
go.
will be presented
The
by
elite
Bob Housen,
women's
OBE,
2025
president of
National
British Cycling.
Road Race podium.
In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing Little Trek, Anna Henderson.
So Anna Henderson steps up to take another bronze medal. She's so consistent, didn't quite have the sprint to match the other two riders, say Millie Cousins and Pfeiffer Georgie, but still just shows her versatility and importantly her consistency at the top level, Hannah.
Very consistent, very consistent. Multiple times a bronze medalist, and multiple times a silver medalist. Going to have to wait another 12 months to try and win the elite road race title. I think she can come away very proud with... She was aggressive. She was a big protagonist, particularly in the final 3 laps.
She certainly was. Yeah, she certainly helped shape the race, as did Pfeiffer Georgie. 3 titles already, but silver medal on this occasion.
Millie Cousins.
And Millie Cousins, we've already seen her take the first jersey, but this is the big one, really, isn't it? I think it's fair to say she takes the elite title and will wear this for the next 12 months for her World Tour team, Phoenix de Koning, and what a ride that was. She's shown real class to best some of the finest riders in the world. And it's not just some of the finest riders, this is the British Championships, of course, but what we have now is some of the best talent in the world. And the 2 riders either side of young Millie Cousins here are world class. And Millie Cousins herself is entering into that era as well. She's in a big world-class team, and I'm sure there'll be plenty of teams after this performance to try and get her signature for next year, won't they?
Absolutely, they will, particularly in contract year, and before we even get to that point, there's some big races remaining on the calendar. The Giro d'Italia Donne is coming up, of course the Tour de France Femmes avec Zwift coming up after that kind of ride, after the form that we've seen her in over the last... particularly the last month, but to be honest, the whole year, and the way that she's able to help her team, her trade team, her World Tour trade team, no doubt she'll be heading off to one of those 2 big races, if not both.
You'd hope so. It'd be great to see her at the Tour de France fan, wouldn't it? But I think you're right. I think she'll go to one of those big Grand Tours. That'd be lovely to see her in that national jersey, repping in France. And there we go. A very high-class bit of corkage there from young Millie Cousins.
Bit of fine English sparkling wine.
Yeah, a bit of fine. Yeah, I wondered if it was what sort of wine it was, but it's fine English, is it? That's cool. Well, it is the British
Night Timber,
Championships.
yeah. A bit of a...
We're going to have a quick interview. Let's just crank up your YouTube and have a listen to this. Oh, maybe not. So that's confirming our top 10 in the Women's Elite Road Race Championships. Millie Cousins takes the title ahead of Pfeiffer Georgie and Anna Henderson. Josie Nelson was there in 4th, Lauren Dixon in 5th, Zoe Baxter in 6th, Kat Ferguson in 7th, taking bronze in the under-23s, Isla Shaw in 8th, Imogen Wolfe in 9th, and then Grace Lister for Hess Cycling Team in 10th place. Well, thank you very much indeed for joining us for the Women's Road Race Championships. There'll be more of the same a little bit later on when we take on the men's. But for now, we've got a bit of respite, but please do join us at around 13:40 British time for live coverage of the Men's Elite Road Race Championships. But for now, from me and from Hannah Walker, it's goodbye. We'll see you in a short time.
What a ride.
National Road Race Championships. We've got the men's elite road race starting in just a few minutes' time. In around 5 minutes, in fact, another 2 titles to be decided, the elite men's and the under-23 men's. We had a fantastic race for the women's title just around an hour ago. 4 riders led through into the finishing straight. Anna Henderson there in second wheel for Lidl Trek, but the rider who was to open up her sprint and not be seen again was Millie Cousins. Here she is on the inside for the Phoenix de Koning team, the defending champion, coming round the inside. Fight for Georgie as best she could, but there was nothing anybody could do to stop the 21-year-old taking her first title, 2 titles in the process, taking the elite and the under-23s. It is Millie Cousins who is your elite women's and under-23 national road race champion, to an appreciative crowd here in Aberystwyth. And delight all round. Congratulations from some of the biggest riders in the sport. Zoe Baxter there, a top 10 for her. So today, over a longer distance of 187 k's, we've got the men's event, and Hannah Walker, great to have you alongside me again for the men's race. An absolute corking women's race, wasn't it? So exciting to the very last. It kept us, it didn't seem like 3.5 hours had passed, but it's the men's turn now, and we've got another stacked field with 2 jerseys up for grabs. We
do. It was a race that kept us on our toes. It was a brilliant racing circuit. It was entertaining, it was exciting, and it was brilliant to see. It was a fantastic and exciting finish. But now we turn our attention to the men's race, and we've got so many big talents who are here, who are vying for that jersey. Here's one of the riders who will be hoping to try and get himself, and he will favour a very attritional course. This is Matt Holmes, a former World Tour professional, spent several years with Lotto, formerly Lotto Destiny. Of course, he won a stage of the Tour Down Under, winning on Wollonga Hill. He'll really favour this kind of race and this kind of parkour. But we've also got several riders from the Ineos Grenadiers, 2 former winners in Ben Swift and Connor Swift, the 2 cousins. But also the defending champion is here, Ethan Hayter of Soudal Quickstep. So it's going to be interesting. But 147 riders on this is a huge field.
It is a huge field. There's been 1 or 2 non-starters. Let's have a look at the course that's in store for our riders today. There we go, 5 big laps and 5 small laps. The big laps are 23.4 kilometres long, and they're taking a long, draggy climb. It's an anti-clockwise circuit, as you can see. There's a little bit of a run into the circuit itself, and there's a hard right-hander before we do that lap again. So 5 laps of that circuit, and then essentially 5.5 laps of the smaller circuit that takes us through and over the climb of Morea. A very sharp, steep, wet earlier on. I've no doubt it might have dried up a bit, descent, and then that little run into the finish line, which we were familiar with just a few days ago for the National Circuit Race Championships. So the last few hundred metres mimicking that run-in. So a little bit of everything on that course. There's a Joey Pidcock on the front line. His brother not riding in this one, but Joey Pidcock, just the brother of the double Olympic champion, there for Q36.5. And in total, you are listing the World Tour riders here. We've got 19 World Tour riders, and as you say, 3 former champions. Matt Holmes, as you say, a former World Tour champion, generally riding the gravel scene very successfully. He has won the UCI World Cup up in Scotland before, the Gralloch. He took that, didn't he? And it's interesting, he's had a bit of a time away and has now come back into the sport, and today could suit him. As you say, he'd prefer an attritional ride. There is Ethan Hayter, already a title taken this week, another win. I think that was his 3rd win, wasn't it, in the Time Trial Championships. A man on form, won a stage of the Tour of Belgium recently too, but he's a one-man band. He's got no teammates with him for company, so he's going to have to ride an attentive race, because I tell you what, some of the domestic teams, although it's not quite the scene we had in the past, there's a lot of individual riders and a lot of very good teams. Watch out for the likes of the wheelbase Cabtech Castelli team and Muck-Off Storks as well. We've got Adam Howell, who is leading the Rafa series overall at the moment. So watch out for him. He's had a corking season, and this race, of course, is part of that series as well. So the flag has been dropped. We have a little bit of a neutral run out of Aberystwyth, and then basically we hit the climb.
It's not long before they go through kilometre 0. They've got around 3.4 kilometres of neutral before the race will officially be underway and the flag will be waved, and then you've only got a couple of kilometres and then you're onto the climb already, and I expect that riders will be wanting to use that as a platform to try and get away, riders wanting to try and get into the breakaway of the day.
Definitely saw in the women's race that break form very early on. In fact, it was after only about 7 or 8 kilometres that the break went. 10 riders strong at one point, and it opened up a lead of 5 minutes. Will we see something similar today? Men's race, let's see. One man is pretty happy with his lot so far, just riding near the back there. We've got a slight shot of Cameron Mason. He's backed up his national cyclocross title, taking the circuit race title on Friday night as well. So he's certainly going to enjoy himself today. I don't think he'll be putting too much pressure on himself, but he can ride a pretty decent road race. But it might be a bit of a tall order to double up in this one. Primarily focusing on the shorter, punchier efforts. Often takes part in elite mountain biking as well as cyclocross, but took his first title and looked very, very good. And the man that was with him as well, you've got to think about for today as well. Bjorn Kjørt, who was second, he was an absolute engine. And we talked about the season that he's had so far. Okay, no outstanding results as such, but just the race programme he has had is going to put him in good stead over this sort of distance against this sort of opposition.
Absolutely. He showed his strength, he showed he was in very good form. The races that he's been in this year, I mean, coming out of the Dauphiné with some exceptional form, racing with Romain Bardet in his final race of his professional career, and he's learnt from the very best. So I think he's certainly put his hand up as a big contender for this elite title today, and rightly so. He's a very smart rider, he's incredibly strong, he's a great climber too, and as you say, when you take a look down at the races he's done with the Dauphiné, the Tour of Norway, Tour de Romandie, Itzulia over in the Basque Country, it's a Flash Wallon. It really is a wonderful season for him. Tirreno Adriatico, San Remo, Milano Tirreno. So it's been a wonderful season for him, but it's not going to be an easy title to try and win today. You've got Lewis Askey, who's at the back here, number 59 of Groupama FDJ. He's also got a couple of his teammates alongside him. Well, Matthew Walls, he's got with him. He's very comfortable. He's rider who's come into the 2025 season with some brilliant form, already taking. He's come so close to taking his first pro victory. He's had multiple second and third places so many times, and then he takes his first pro victory, and then they come along like buses.
Absolutely flying, as you quite rightly said. Just heading over the bridge here. That's the Trafeccan Bridge. We'll be heading over that on 5 more occasions. Let's look at Ben Swift, double title holder of the road race. In fact, he took it and held it through the COVID times, didn't he? So essentially had it for what was the best part of 3 years. That's Lewis Askey having a conversation just at the back, as you say. He's been flying this year.
I don't know about you, I think for Ben Swift as well, it seems like he's another rider who's come into some really good form, and he's such a valuable rider to that team, showing no signs of slowing down. He's been in several breakaways, he's been showing his card, and another rider who is a serious contender. He's had so many race days already, and we're only sort of halfway through the season, and he's had so many race days under his belt this year, but he's just such a valuable asset to have within a team.
Oh, he certainly is. Vastly experienced. He's got to be one of the oldest riders in the field, I think. I haven't got all the stats, but 37 years of age. The man from Rotherham, very likeable character, ridden multiple Grand Tours, had some big wins, but of late he seems to be coming into like a, let's say, a golden autumn. He's been consistent this year and is so reliable as a rider. Out of contract at the end of this year. I'm sure he might want to carry on for a couple more years. I've heard no more indications on what his intention is, but I'd imagine he'd probably want to see his career out with the Ineos Grenadiers. Had a small break, didn't he? A couple of years spent with UAE in 2017 and 2018, and that was an interesting bicycle on the left-hand side. I can't really describe it. It's just a very tall bicycle. Thankfully, that would not be within the UCI rules to race in this event. But you can, right the early stages, the flag's yet to be pulled in. You can sense how nervous it is already, can't you? It's going to be a long race, around about 5 hours or so, but you can already sense the nerves are jangling. And a few riders know in the British Championships, you've got to be so switched on. You cannot miss some of these moves, because we've seen breaks over the last few years go from the gun and never be caught.
And you don't see them again. You think back to when we were in Castle Douglas, for example, back in 2022.
Yep.
And that was another case that once the breakaway had gone, it was a case of riders having to come across with a lot of work to do. It was just such an attritional nationals course, and I think this is going to be very similar, and you can already start to see riders who are getting themselves set for the flag to be pulled in. They go through kilometre zero. Will Roberts is up towards the front in that fluorescent yellow and orange jersey of Dolan Racing.
Big field. There's a few, I tell you what, this is generally, well, there's a lot of wide roads, but there's also a lot of very narrow roads, especially on that finishing circuit. When we get to the top of the climb, that little narrow pinch point, this field, it will be whittled down a bit by then, one would imagine. But there's going to be some real technical points where you're not going to want to be near the back. Now here is the aforementioned rider we were talking about earlier on. Of course, that's Björn Kurt on the front. Again, that amazing seasoned racing. He's also got with him a teammate for company in the form of Sean Flynn. Max Poole was down to ride, as was Sam Llewellyn, but both of those aren't. But there's two representatives. So we look towards the back of this group. And this is the commencement of a climb, of the first climb, but this basically takes us through to the opening part of the circuit. So the official start, the flag has gone out, and we've got one attacker already going clear.
This is Will Roberts, the Welshman, who is the first rider to attack. They go through kilometre zero, and you could sense and you could feel that he already wanted to be up the road, because he was right on the bumper of the car.
Yeah,
Fast start, and as you can see, immediately through kilometre zero, and you're already climbing.
Exactly. It's Agnes Stoneman of the development team Picnic Post and Elk. The thing about their squad, their kit's exactly the same as the World Tour team. Same with EF Education, Easy Post as well. Their development team with Josh Goliker and Noah Hobbs is EF Education Avello, but from a distance you can't actually tell. They both look exactly the same.
Riders are going to have to pull over to, there you go, pull over to the far left-hand side of the road, because there's two cars here. The police having to quickly stop and wave everyone through here. Makes it through by the looks of things safely. One of the riders from EF Education merging across.
Yep, unfortunately, it's not what we like to see. Unfortunately, his car's on the circuit, but there is a rolling road closure. Thankfully, they had stopped. Let's just hope that improves as we get a little bit deeper into this course. So the opening couple of minutes have been very eventful. Would you say EF Education is supposed to represented? A very fast start. The thing is, we expected an early start. We know you talked about the National Championships a few years ago when Mark Cavendish went on to win. Do you remember that group that Mark Cavendish was in at that particular time? They only, for about best part of 40 miles, they had 12 seconds.
Yeah.
Do you remember it?
I do.
You could see that. I was like,
it was
why?
agonising.
It was. We were like, I was hurting. Sat down,
Yeah.
watching how hard they had to ride. Eventually, the gap started to open up as people started to tire. But the sheer speed, and I'm not expecting there to be a dull moment in this race today.
No, I don't think so.
As this big group is starting to form at the front here.
And you only have to take a look at the jerseys who have already got themselves into this front part of the race. Callum Thornley's there, the rider from the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe rookies. He's in the white jersey with the navy blue shorts, just dancing on the pedals on the right-hand side of your screen. You've also got a rider there from Picnic Postenel. Lewis Askey has made his way into the move in the navy blue jersey, as we see a problem here for one of the riders.
Come down,
number 34. That's Jordan Giles of Das Richardson.
Yep. So that clearly halted another couple of rides. I don't think anybody else actually fell in that one. But as you say, it is the Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. We're going to see that crash again. Well, more of a coming together. But so several riders actually caught behind that one. Again, with the size of the field and these relatively narrow roads, although these are actually quite wide, these roads are perfect to race on. But there is some very narrow lanes that will be racing a little bit later on. Still not fully on the circuit yet. This road continues to climb before we then join the circuit, and then we commence the laps. So the laps in total are 23.4 Ks. And then once we've done 5 of these big laps, we then do 5 and a bit of the small laps. It's more like 5 3/4 laps, isn't it? We do really. We start halfway up the climb, but it really is a difficult start. If you're going to need to have had a little bit of warm-up, or at least expect to deal with a big workload early on in this race.
But I think you're right. You do, when the start is so difficult. Okay, we've had 3.4 kilometres of a neutralised section that has set things up to take us out to the large loop, the first of 5 large loops. You do have to have had a warm-up to just get yourselves ready, get yourselves prepared, because you don't want to come into this knowing it's going to be such a difficult, demanding start and just not be able to cope with the attacks that come and find yourself on the back foot, and sometimes you can just never ride yourself into the race at all.
It can be really frustrating.
Yeah.
When you're a bigger rider, a more well-known rider on the back foot. So at the moment, it's 3 of the World Tour teams and their development teams getting involved in the mix. Team Visma Lisa Bike, Picnic Postenel getting involved in the chase. It might be Matt Brennan up in near the front as well, the slightly punchy figure of Matt Brennan. This is a very, very quick start. This weather's so changeable. It looks like it's actually, I think it's actually stopped raining, but it looks like the air is quite heavy, doesn't it? As we see this wet and dry figure.
And the wind's picking up as well. You can see the trees on the left-hand side. The wind has been picking up. It was around 9 kilometres per hour earlier on this morning, but it started to pick up. The weather has come in, very fine sprinkling of rain here.
Yeah.
Sometimes it sounds ridiculous, but it's like wet rain, isn't it?
It's wet rain. This is the kind of rain that wets you through, as Peter Kay would say. So a slender lead, yeah. It's spitting, run. So Cameron Mason up and near the front as well, the newly crowned circuit race champion. It's a brilliant, brilliant race, it really was. Occasionally we will get a little bit of picture breakup. We're running these pictures via 4G and 5G technology, but only patchy. So from time to time the pictures will break up a little bit, and as you can see we are actually passing through a low signal area. Trees there as well. This is a beautiful part of Wales. It really, really is one of my favourite places to ride a bike in the UK, and what a brilliant location for these series of races that we've had. It's been a success so far. The Welsh Government and Ceredigion Borough Council getting behind the National Championships and putting on a show, and we've been treated to some brilliant racing, haven't we?
And it's going to be here for the next few years, the National Championships.
It's a long-term deal.
It's a long-term deal, which is excellent. And I know that the Welsh Government and Ceredigion Council have supported the organisation and British Cycling a lot in helping with these national championships. It's only good for the area, it's good for Aberystwyth, it's good for the local economy, the shops, the cafes, the restaurants, the B&Bs, the hotels. So everyone's a winner, really. And if you're on the receiving end of how difficult this is, you're certainly being put to the test. We've already seen Oscar Pratt, who has been struggling at the tail end of the peloton. Also Stephen Swindley of the Royal Navy cycling team.
This is Jack Rootkin-Gray who's in this group as well at the front. It looked like the figure. A lot of the riders from the Education development team and the World Tour team, that they ride with those aero visors, don't they? Which is to good success. But as you can see, yeah, several riders already starting to struggle. Unsurprisingly, this is unrelenting. We're only 7 minutes into these national championships, and the riders are just getting punted straight out of the back because of this speed. We are gradually climbing here as well till we join the start of the circuit. As this drizzle starts to fall, and this is a decent little gap that's been opened up by these 4 or 5 riders out in front. It is indeed Callum Thornley, one of the under-23 riders here from Red Bull Borough-Hansgrohe Rookies. A great name for a team. It's more like a football club.
Brilliant.
Or American football. I quite like. That's no doubt to do with Red Bull, isn't it? But rather than an under-23 development team, they call them the Rookies. But he's not riding like a rookie at the moment. He's absolutely flying, and just look at the speed they are moving uphill here. So quick. We were talking about the speed of racing across the board, and this is a stark illustration of the just the relentless pace that has been set, that I do not think will settle down. So another rider gets dropped from the back of the bunch as Callum Thornley banks his bike over to GP Styley, as we briefly have a little bit more picture breakup. Again, we're just entering this this low signal area. So we're dropping a picture of the lovely beach that they'll be passing through a little bit later on. Give it about 3 hours' time. The riders will pass back through the finishing straight on the promenade here in a beautiful Aberystwyth. Earlier on we saw several rather hardy souls venturing into the sea and taking a dip. And we've heard, or the rumours are, they've heard on the street, the local paper will know about printing it, they actually had fish and chips and ice cream straight afterwards. Unofficial, Hannah. Unofficial. Well, this is official.
I'll be making my way to Aberystwyth tomorrow to buy the Aberystwyth Chronicle.
I've already had, I mean, we've been supplied with a lovely lunch here.
We have.
In our studio by our production team. Pizza, but I tell you what, once you hear the word fish and chips, you just get hungry again, don't you? Like curry.
Watering.
Curry does the same thing.
Yeah,
anyway.
watering.
So 5 riders who are working exceptionally hard. Wow, look at the pace at the back here. They are riveting along this course. This is unrelenting.
It's incredible, but take a look at how long the peloton is behind. You could be 250 metres in arrears right now, and you're going to have to wait for it to let up and to have a lull just to get yourselves towards the front, if you ever see the front of the race again.
Yeah, just look how hard this rider at the back is. That's
probably even more than 250 metres in length, this peloton. When you've got 147 riders, less the 5 who are out front, 142 riders who are all in one long line, it's incredibly difficult, and it's always the same. But this is a very strong quintet of riders who are trying to go clear.
It is. Well, 5 riders represented, and one big team that has missed it. Well, Group Armour have missed it, obviously, but Ineos Grenadiers, and they have 4 riders here. 2 haven't made the start, but Connor Swift, a former champion, Ben Swift, also the double champion, we talked about that earlier, Ben Turnett and Sam Watson. Sam Watson, a silver medalist, or silver medalist a couple of years ago behind Mark Cavendish in 2022, just ahead of Alexander Richardson. Member of last year's podium, Ethan Hayter the winner, Lewis Askey in 2nd place, and then Max Walker, who's back again, finished in the bronze medal position. But the gap is now closing. But this, I think, has really set the stall out for what is going to be a fast race here, as these riders are hoping and praying that it eases off so they can get back in contact. This is Sam Kettlewell of Tap Callas on the back. Just look at the way his shoulders are rocking and rolling. Almost being tortured here. And number 97 equally so as well, having a real tough time. That's Ben Miller of Reflex No Pins. Just another. These are all really decent national quality bike riders, but they've just been put to the sword.
And you've got Robert Smart, a private member, number 154, who is there, as well as Toby Bush of the BCC race team. Finally, a little bit of a lull, ever so slightly. Now the Ineos Grenadiers come to the front at the head of the peloton, just to keep things rolling along. Callum Thornley, the newly crowned under-23 time trial champion of Great Britain. Off the back of a successful Giro d'Italia as well. Well, Giro d'Italia Next Gen with his team of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe rookies. They had the Alia Rosa to defend with Luke Tuckwell, the Australian rider, but for Callum Thornley himself, a very good opening time trial. 2 top 10s on stages. Form is there.
It certainly is. As we continue to look at the travails of the riders just in the back, I think our friend just at the back is going to get back in contact. That's George Safranuskas of 360 Cycling. But meanwhile, this gap is starting to open up again. It's only been out as much as 10 or 11 seconds. Came back down again to 7 and has now gone back out again. But there's still a lot of firepower back here. But that is a move that I would imagine the Innis Grenadiers aren't particularly happy, and they will be watched when they're the biggest team here. They've got the most number, I guess, aside from EF Education, Easy Post and Picnic Post and L. When you combine their under-23 teams, the development riders and the other riders too. But yeah, it looks like we're heading into the gloom. It looks like one part of the circuit's going to be quite damp and the other part of the circuit just that little bit drier, which again just makes it pretty technical, especially when we do that descent. It's going to be deep into the race.
Max Walker at the back here, number 48 in that pink jersey of EF Education Easy Post. He had a wonderful ride a year ago, taking that bronze medal behind Ethan Hayter and Lewis Askey.
Superb performance. As we head a little bit further up the road, get the numbers of our breakaway now. That's Jacob Bush. He's one of the Team Picnic Post NL development riders. So he is there. Just about to...
Tom Gloag?
Thomas Gloag, yeah. A man who suffered from quite a lot of injury and illness, isn't he? Such a talented bike rider. Rides with the World Tour team. Continue to look towards the back. This is Ben Pearce of the Bridge North Cycling Club. Again, fighting to stay in contact. It is indeed Thomas Gloag. So a great mountain biker as well, Tom Gloag, isn't he? Such a versatile rider. But good to see him back from injury and getting stuck into this race. So in the back there, number 43, that's Josh Goliker. He's part of the development team for EF Education Easy Post.
Jack Rutkin-Gray, you mentioned him earlier on, that he would be a rider to watch out for, and you mentioned it was him in the breakaway earlier on. Good to see that EF Education Easy Post have got 2 riders there. Josh Goliker riding for the development team, EF Education Ivolo. Rutkin-Gray with the World Tour squad.
Yeah, it's a very, very strong little move. That is for sure. Continue to roll through. To have the likes of Callum Thornley. When you get a good TT specialist in your group, you know you've got a good chance of staying away for a pretty long time. But 17 seconds, and again, very much like a couple of years ago, they're having to work very hard to open up anything like a lead, but they're building it really nicely. And this is a classy, classy group of riders. No British-based riders in this group. All riders either riding at the World Tour or from the under-23 ranks of the big World Tour teams.
How times have changed.
I know.
At one point in the past, it would always be the domestic riders trying to get themselves into that early breakaway. Sometimes it would come back. We did have a year when Christian House won, when he was with Rafa Condor, and he beat the World Tour professionals. That was what, Aberystwyth 2009, I think.
2009, yeah.
But sort of since then, it's always been one of the World Tour professionals who's gone on to take the title. This is a strong group of riders who have got away, but nothing more than 15, 16, 17 seconds at the moment. Such fast roads.
Yeah, it's super fast. They're actually, the thing is, they're riding on these roads fast, but I wouldn't call them. They're just managing to ride fast on pretty grippy roads, but they are moving really quickly. But they do have a little bit of a tailwind on this stretch as well as they move out. So only a gentle breeze blowing today, but it will help them. But they are an absolutely dialed unit. Jack Rutkin-Gray, that real low style of his, got a contract with the EF Education Easy Post squad after finishing, I think it was 5th in the World Championships in Glasgow at the Super Worlds there. And that was an impressive ride. after riding for St Piran and having some pretty decent results with the UCI Conti team for a while, and is now riding at the highest level in the world. Right now they're trying to build this lead, and they're doing a pretty decent job. Again, it's not quite the optimum number here. I would say the optimum number is 6 or 7 for a break like this, because they're having to work pretty hard, but they've got it in a full team time trial train as we see our first significant counter-attack. Another little splinter move going clear, and again Ineos Grenadiers have missed this one.
Been hard fought for, and we're only 17 minutes into the race.
No.
And it's still just holding steady at 14, 15, 16 seconds, and it feels like already so much has happened. And yeah, as I say, we're not even 20 minutes into the race. All riders trying to bridge across. The one thing is, in the road race, sometimes you can bide your time, and the race almost comes to you as well, doesn't it, Matt? I mean, for those riders at the Ineos Grenadiers, they come with Connor Swift, Ben Swift, we already mentioned, but also Ben Turner and Sam Watson. You've got 4 riders, but there's a whole host of other riders who are incredibly strong, and so perhaps biding your time a little bit. Those two chasers at 11 seconds currently. One of those riders in the chase right now, this is Jack Brough of the AVCX and Provence team, number 27. It's Alistair Gardner of the CC Etapes. 2 riders who both live and spend their time racing in France.
Doing a good job here. Looks like they are going to make the junction, but it's a full gas effort. You can see it's almost, I mean, they're over into the red getting across this gap. Just look at the sort of speeds that they've got to continue riding at to bridge across, but that was a really decisive little move. And that will give us a nice number in this group if they're to make the gap. They're tantalisingly close. What's that? 50, 60 metres maximum as the road kicks up again. And just look at the short turns that they're taking here and trying to get as low as they can. Just taking the racing line, trying to shave off a metre or so on this road that is increasingly climbing up. The 2 circuits that we have in this race are circuits on basically just the side of a hill. So the way that we ride the climb is long and gradual, and then a steep descent before we head back round again. So it's quite interesting the way we've designed the course. Briefly in beside the motorbike, and our 2 chasers have made contact. So brilliant riding by these 2 pursuers here.
That was pretty efficient, the way that have jumped out of the peloton, catapulted themselves over to the 5 riders in the breakaway, made the junction. To say, very, very efficient. They're into Clanillard, 15.2 kilometres of racing done. Small little village. There's the line of Flanders on the right-hand side.
Literally, it is the line of Flanders, or a line of Flanders. I'm sure Johan Isaiah will have, if he's listening. He probably is. Yeah,
He'll be having
great
a word
to
with
see.
me later,
He'll be
I'm
having
sure
it.
he
He
will.
probably will. Just watch out for that. So a line of Flanders, just in case. So our 5 leads have been joined by 2. Using pure mathematics, that means we have 7 riders out in front now, and they are moving. They're slowly eking that lead out. It's gone from 15 up to 19 seconds now, so we continue to be assisted by this tailwind, but the road continues to rise. Just look at where the chain is on the block here. Well, they've moved it up the block a little bit, but they are absolutely flying here. So here, the full composition: Jacob Bush, he's just got on, Josh Golliker, Callum Thornley, Jack Rootkin-Gray. As we look at potentially a future champion. Of course, the national championships always inspires younger riders, especially for road race, especially if you're into cycling and you've got a big road race that passes right by your front door. What's not to like? Alistair Gardner's there, Tom Gloag in the yellow, and then Jack Brough as well. It's number 11, riding for ABC Aix-en-Provence. In fact, the other rider that's got on board, Alistair Gardner, is a teammate of Ben Askey, who's in turn the brother of Lewis Askey. But meanwhile, there's some furious chasing behind, because now that's swelled to 7. With 7 classy riders, the chase is really on. 21 seconds, but a lot of activity still behind.
Bob Donaldson taking it upon himself to just inject a little bit of pace. He's the rider in that purple jersey, racing for Jaco Alula. Another rider who is a sole representative of that World Tour squad here. 2 riders in this group here who are Rayner Foundation funded riders. Alistair Gardner, the rider in the Ticia Tubbs jersey, that orange jersey there, and also the rider in that green jersey, that's Jack Brough.
So these guys really
Supported to be able to race abroad and live in and race in France.
It's brilliant. No. As you say, I've been to the Dave Rayner, I used to race against Dave Rayner myself back in the day. He was sadly lost to us in the early 90s. Tragic loss. A wonderful young man was lost way too early, but his legacy lives on. One of the most important foundations in world cycling, I think it's fair to say, not just in Great Britain. So you get lots of stuff online about the foundation, how to get involved, how to support it. They have a yearly dinner that raises important funds for the Dave Rayner Foundation. So if you're interested, if you don't know much about it, please do read on, because it's so worthy and supports both male and female riders abroad, as you were just saying.
And the riders that have come through the foundation and had the support and then have gone on to race for many years at a World Tour level or even a Pro Tour level in that second division and had long illustrious careers has been phenomenal. And you mentioned about the dinner that happens every November. I have the pleasure of helping them and hosting that dinner, because it's a wonderful foundation. It's helped so many riders and continues to do so. And there's a number of riders in this bunch who are supported, live out in either Belgium, France, Spain. You've got Lucas Towers, the younger brother of Alice Towers, who's racing for the Spanish squad. So it really is. It's fantastic.
It's Lewis Askey getting involved. It's Matt Brennan now also getting involved as well. So a load of riders getting in the mix here. Also, the man on the front, Joe Blackmore, he's on the way to the Tour de France. So such a talent. Brilliant cyclocross rider, wonderful national level mountain bike rider too, and his season last year was absolutely phenomenal. He's had another great season so far and has earned himself a place in the Tour de France.
His progression, it's been
Nuts, isn't it?
the upward trajectory has been absolutely incredible. Wonderful to see.
He rode for the IPT Academy team and won pretty much for the first part of the season in 2024, won pretty much everything that he rode. It's just worth highlighting that. Won the Tour of Rwanda overall, won the Tour of Taiwan overall, won the Circuit of the Ardennes, won under 23 Liège-Bastogne-Liège, and then ultimately was snapped up and also won the Tour de l'Avenir, the biggest bike race there is for under 23. It's pretty much neck and neck with the Giro Next Gen, but depending on your point of view, I think that one, isn't it?
Yeah.
But both absolutely.
It's a good indication, isn't it?
It's not bad. Winning
it's
all that
lot.
No wonder he's riding for at the top tier now. Although, of course, IPT are a Pro Conti team. They're all but essence riding the same sort of races, and we'll be riding the Tour. Can't wait to see how Joe Blackmore gets on there.
It was brilliant at the after Liège-Bastogne-Liège we were on the same flight home and had the chance to have a word with him and see how his racing had gone over the Ardennes week, and he was talking about the Tour, and there'd of course been a lot of discussion whether he would be going, and we were discussing about the Tour de France, and he was so modest, so politely spoken about the opportunity and the potential that he could be going to his first Tour de France, and all official, all confirmed. Just less than a week's time he'll be in Lille for his first Tour de France. Incredible.
I know, absolutely amazing. He's had a good year this year. Fourth overall in the Tour des Alpes-Maritimes, and then the results as well, just the classics as well, as we look at this. The front of the peloton. I mean, 30th in Strada Bianca, 14th in both Flèche and Amstel Gold. These are really good indications of the future of Joseph Blackmore. You don't expect him to be winning that sort of race just yet. Still only 22 from Sid Cup, and then just outside the Tour, just inside the top 20 of the Tour of Switzerland as well. So again, a little bit of picture break up here.
I think it's a good indication from Joe Blackmore that he's able to perform in one-day races as well as stage races. And having the good results in the Ardennes on hard parkour, the Amstel Gold Race, a top 20 there, or top 15 there, 14th place there, 14th at Flèche Wallonne, just outside the top 30 in Liège-Bastogne-Liège in really hard, grippy races, is a good indication that of what he can do today, I think, and showing his level, his calibre. Jake Stewart just moving forward.
Yeah, they were another
The
big
blue.
Yeah, sorry, Hannah. They're another team that should have had somebody in that front split,
Yeah.
really, and that's why it's been shut
Definitely.
down. So already, we're so early in this race, so early. Sam Watson has got across there as well, the silver medalist a couple of years ago. Won at World Tour level this year, won the prologue, no less, in the Tour de Romandie. A slight surprise, even to himself, but to beat the likes of Remco Evenepoel, and Sam Watson has had a great season so far, so consistent. And I think he won a stage in the 4 days of Dunkirk. There was 3 British stage winners in that race, wasn't there?
Yeah.
All different lads.
Wonderful.
Absolutely great. It's wouldn't call it a renaissance period, but as you can see by the amount of riders on the front of this bunch, and the same for the women's scene as well, there are so many good young British talents out there, and today they are fighting it out for that coveted jersey. And imagine that, taking it, riding it, wearing it at the Tour de France. That's what everybody wants, isn't it? There's only a few that can say that.
And we all want to see it as well, don't we?
Of course we do.
We do.
We're going to be there. We want to interview him in those bands, don't we?
I'll fight you for the interview first.
So we can.
Get your elbows out.
Yeah, it's a bit nervous now. Thought we were friends.
You only have to take notice of the noticeable jerseys at the front here.
Yeah, it just says a lot, doesn't it?
It does.
And that, again, I'm not taking anything away from the domestic teams, but we have so much class. 19 World Tour teams here. That's not taking into account academy teams, under 23 teams, and there's about 5, 6, 7, 8 riders riding at Pro Conti level as well, because we do have some real British talent, the likes of James McKay and Tom Martin from Wheelbase. Watch out for those. James won the Lincoln Grand Prix this year, and if you win that race, you're a good bike racer. But right now, the pace is so high, it's only the riders that are racing at the top tier that are making a bit of an impact. Oliver Knight there from Cofford is just moving up as well in that new livery that they've got this year. So all of their, quite simply, the best riders on paper are occupying the first 20 or 30 places here. That's how hard this race is so far.
I don't know about you, but I was so impressed with Oliver Knight's individual time trial, taking a bronze medal the other day. That was really,
Yeah, slight
really
surprise
impressive.
to me, actually. Slight surprise, but a great ride.
But on a grippy course, I think it really shows what Oliver Knight can do. And again, he's a rider who is here alone. He doesn't have any teammates, so he's really got to forge an alliance with some rivals, really, and be pretty smart with the way that he uses his energy, the way that he races.
Well, we're on the far part of the circuit now, so we've just at Crosswood. We've just swung to that double right-hander, so every time we reach the double right-hander, we're basically the far side, so we're half a lap in to the first opening lap of 5. So early days in the British Championships, but this next part of the course is actually quite fast, so they drop off pretty quickly over the top of that climb, and then it's pretty fast, but they are going to be riding into a headwind. There's Connor Swift, I think, on the right hand side there, isn't it? Just trying to come across this gap. So one full lap, should I say. It's the other double right-hander. So they've basically just hit the outside. That's rapid. That is very, very rapid. So one full lap is done, and they're now doubled up, and they're heading back up this climb that they've already faced. So basically, back end of each circuit is a double right-hander. Should be used to that one now, shouldn't I? But that is the unmistakable figure of Connor Swift, national gravel racing champion in the past, bronze medalist it was in the World Gravel Championships a couple of years ago when it's held in Trento, and has really, although his focus is the road, he really likes doing these UCI Gravel World Cups as well, and is regularly in the top 10, if not better.
Do you know, I think it's good for riders to step out and take the pressure off the shoulders, enjoy the racing, have the opportunity where it fits with your road racing calendar to do a bit of the gravel racing and to just dip your toe in that. And for Lewis Askey, for example, where possible, he sometimes comes back and he'll do some of the local cyclocross races throughout the winter. So I think it's good for a rider to add to your training. And I think it's interesting. It keeps it fun. You can be pretty laid back about it. It's almost going back to the roots, isn't it? But for Connor Swift, I know he loves doing the gravel races, and as you say, a medalist in the World Championships behind Martin Mohoric that year.
Was, yeah. and his ride this year in Strada Bianca, 13th in the end, but was one of the last riders to stay with Tom Pidcock and Tadej Pogacar, wasn't he?
Yeah.
Was a surviving member of that breakaway.
Wow, such
held on with those riders.
So impressive.
And then, as we know, Tadej Pogacar dispatched both Connor Swift and Tom Pidcock to go on to win again. But that was, I think, although he finished outside the top 10, that was one of the rides of the year. Look at that, another rider. As soon as we hit the climb, he's gone. That was Robin Mould of the Foran at CT. As we're heading up the climb again. And the lower slopes of this climb are pretty hard. It just goes up in a series of steps. Just look how hard Connor Swift is having to ride here. And there's a reaction from behind. I think that's Tom
Portsmouth.
Tom Portsmouth as well. Just on the front. Was active in the Circuit Race Championships. Ended up doing a lot of chasing. Tom Portsmouth. That's the first time we've seen him at or near the front. Again, because it's been so quick, it can take a few riders. Took a little bit of time, half an hour, 40 minutes, sometimes a couple of hours. I used to not always struggle, but there could be some races where I felt awful, and then after a couple of hours, I just felt absolutely fine. But a few riders, it can take a little bit longer to warm up.
I feel like that at the start of the race, you're really cautious of how much energy you're using, and sometimes when you feel terrible, once you get yourself out of that terrible patch and the legs start to come round, you've saved a lot of energy because you've had to be very careful with your expenditure.
Yeah, I think it's sometimes a subconscious thing that your body does.
Yeah.
And I used to get feelings like that generally when I had better form, so I'd struggle in the first part of races, although I knew I had good form, and then later on my body would allow just to let go. And it must have been, now looking back on it, because it happened quite a few times, it must have been my body just holding on. Don't spend too much energy, like a natural protective system. Yeah, it's and back when I was younger, I didn't really kind of understand what was going on. But if you're not feeling good, you're not feeling good. But then it was like a light switch had been flicked on. I'm sure it happens to riders now as well. But sometimes you just got to try and push through, especially if you want to be represented in a move. So you can be in the front split or whatever, but feeling a bit grim. But this is starting to fracture again here. Tom Portsmouth is just about to get across this gap. It's taken him the best part of a kilometre to do so. Swift takes a quick glance round, and we'll see the figure of Portsmouth latching onto his wheel in that distinct fluo kit. Looks like he's actually matching the foliage at the side of the road here.
Blends in perfectly, doesn't he? But this is a great opportunity to see how difficult this climb is and how it ramps up in stages, and you get gradients of 8, 9, 10%, 12% at one point as well. So a very difficult, demanding section of the course. It all comes back together thanks to Tom Portsmouth, who has brought it back together. One long line. Lucas Towers is up towards the front in the white jersey of the feeder team to Cajaroal.
Yeah, there's
Just a reset.
It is, isn't it? As Portsmouth decides to go opposite side of the road. Again, we saw riders, we often see riders using the width just to split the elastic. We saw Anna Henderson doing that to dramatic effect earlier on in the women's race, where she has a little bit of road furniture that she used to her advantage, dropped back, pretended she was chatting to the team car, swapped the side of the road, and off she went. Brilliant, brilliant tactical bit of riding. You have to use the road as best you can as well. It's still all together, but there we go. The peloton about 9 or 10 seconds long, but I'm sure over the top of this climb there's a few conversations going on here, isn't there? It's really quite interesting to see. Big acceleration over the top of this climb. And on the front won his first World Tour race the other day in the Dauphiné. It was absolutely magnificent to see, wasn't it? It really was. Is he in the world? Is he going to the Tour?
Jake Stewart.
Yeah,
he is.
He is.
Second Tour de France, yeah.
There we go. I thought, I
There
just
he
wondered.
is.
I saw that Joe Blackmore announced it.
Yeah,
But
Jake
you'd
Stewart
be
is.
surprised if they weren't taking him. And it looks as if Jake Stewart is on that aero bike that nobody can talk about yet either. It's the as yet unannounced factor bike. We can talk about it because it looked. I mean, it's if we do get a close up, no doubt we will a little bit later on. He's got to be one of the hot favourites for this race, Jake Stewart, especially over a course like this. There he is. Just take a close look at firstly the handlebars. Again, not overly uncommon. Colnago use that sort of shape handlebar, as do Cervelo, but he's riding a factor, but it's not yet released. But just look at the width of the forks. There's a few question marks about the frame design and whether it technically might be outlawed at the start of next year. So we'll have to wait and see.
And all of the resource and the innovation and the work that's gone into creating and innovating that factor could come undone. But anyway, let's see. But for Jake Stewart, yeah, off to the Tour. Pretty magnificent stage victory in the Dauphiné a few weeks ago, wasn't it? Into Macron, and winning in pretty comfortably.
Yeah, it was a brilliant
It
sprint.
was unbelievable. And even on stage 1, for example.
Just behind the group of hitters, wasn't he?
Yeah, it was.
Pogacar, Vingegaard, Van der Poel. This is the double former champion on the front. Ben Swift now. Jake Stewart just slipped into his slipstream. He's trying to force the race apart here. And again, we get just that little bit of additional sense of speed at the back because the riders are a little bit more laboured. For some reason, this camera angle just gives you a real sense of how hard that riders are having to work. Spots of moisture on our camera here as we lose a little bit of elevation. Just to see what the average speed is going to be today, because despite these climbs, and we're at the total elevation of around 2,600 metres, it doesn't seem that they've been riding slowly at any point. It just seems that it's been relentless. Even the uphill sectors, they've been absolutely rocketing.
But that's what's lent to really exciting racing. Already, we've seen, as soon as the flag was dropped, we've seen a lot of action. We've seen a lot of riders wanting to take it up, to try and force a move, to snap the elastic. And this kind of parkour and on this terrain, it's been fantastic. But it's been demanding. And some riders have been put to the sword and been put into the red so early on. They haven't had any chance of even seeing the front of the race.
No, they certainly haven't. Here we go, back of the peloton now. Riders really fighting to stay, literally fighting to stay into contention here. That's Marinus Peterson of the UC Brioche. And another attack comes off the front. Tom Portsmouth equal to it, trying to bridge across the gap. Portsmouth latching onto us, been very active on this first part of our second lap. These loops, 23.4 kilometres, 5 of them to be taken as we head towards the back to see the riders just digging so deep. As Angus Stoneham of the development team Picnic Postonel there, number 41. You just hear that wonderful sound of rubber on tarmac and the echo of the road noise through the carbon rims. It's a sound I really do like. It's a little bit AMSR, isn't it? It's that, I do love the sound of the wheels on the tarmac. As we look at Peterson there, of UC Brioche. I wonder if they're sponsored by something to do with nice bits of soft bread.
My mouth watering once again, talking all the food chat.
Owain Doull now going, rode the Giro d'Italia earlier this year. He's ridden the Tour on a few occasions himself in the past, but Owain Doull, an Olympic champion, but has made himself, such an important member of the team of EF Education Easy Space. Spent several years with Sky, Ineos Grenadiers, but has now been with the American squad for 4 years, I think it is now, 3 or 4 years, and is deciding to try and forge his way clear here. He's never been a champion on the road, but certainly has the class and the attributes. Rides well in the Classic, is a really important part of the Classics team, but equally now he's part of the Grand Tour team as well, because he brings so much experience, and again is such a reliable member of the squad, isn't he?
He's a reliable member of the squad. He's incredibly strong. He's one of those riders, if you're in a Grand Tour, who can do a lot of the riding in the valley roads, on the flat roads, protecting their leaders within EF Education Easy Post, and he did a tremendous job of that in the Giro d'Italia for Richard Carapaz only just a little over a month ago. So he's found his place within the team, where he's such a huge asset, and he's got so much experience. As you say, he's so good in the Classics for his own goals and ambitions, but as a reliable domestique, he's had a wonderful career so far.
He certainly has. Matt Brennan now taken to the front. Looks across. Again, Callum Thornley has been very active in the race from Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe rookies. Takes to the front again. Here we go. There's our police motorcycle outrider. He's got a bead on board. An indication of the amount of resource that goes into putting on a bike race like this. We've thanked the Welsh Government, Ceredigion County Council as well, but there's it's a race couldn't be put on without the assistance of the NRG groups and also the police too. So thanks to those riders using their expertise. First and foremost, we want to have a safe race, for a safe passage of the race for all of the riders and riders involved. So that's the length of the time it takes for the peloton to pass at this sort of speed. Still riders struggling at the back. It's an enormous field whizzing through these beautiful country lanes here, and this pace has been completely unrelenting. For 40 minutes we have just had flat out racing. At no point has the peloton been across the road. Not a sense of any piano. And here's one of the men of the year so far in the World Tour peloton, Matty Brennan, flicking his elbow, looking for a little bit of assistance. I tell you what, we've got some fast finishers in this field, but nobody's going to want to take Brennan to the finish, are they? Even the likes of Jake Stewart, you'd be so worried, wouldn't you?
You would, but fast finishers, however, they can climb very well on these types of climbs. We're not talking about big alpine climbs of 15, 20 kilometres long. These are climbs that they can
just power over.
And I'm not going to say they can easily get through, but they can manage these kind of climbs. So we've made that switch. We're going to be heading into a little bit of a headwind. However, you do have the hedgerows for a little bit of protection. But some of these riders who've got a brilliant finish on them can deliver, and they can make it over the climbs.
Yep.
Josh Giddins from Lotto in the red jersey.
It's a race with his dad back in the day from the Derbyshire area, Jeff Giddings. Just look at that great shot there of the peloton snaking around these lanes. And the riders at the back, some big gaps starting to open up as well under the immense pressure that is being applied at the front of this bunch. So many riders with a lot of conditions. So many riders understand now how to race the national championships. You do not want to race it from behind. If you miss that split, you know you've got to chase. Now, a rider from a non-World Tour or Pro Tour team goes clear, and the reaction is a different one. And I say that with respect. They're not going to be too worried about this particular rider. We'll name check him when we can. But getting nice and aero. But why not try and get up the road yourself instead? Because they're not going to directly chase you, are they? So he's been well positioned, slingshotted himself clear, and is now opening up a little bit of a gap on this back part of the circuit. And there's a little bit more downhill as well on this back part of the circuit too.
This is one of our riders from AVC Aix-en-Provence. To the hedgerows, you can get the shelter despite it being bottom part of the course, but despite going into a slight headwind, you do have that protection from the hedgerows. Fast, grippy section.
Yeah, he's looking good. You can just see he's right on the very limit of what is legal in terms of his hand position. So he's got his little fingers wrapped around the brake hoods to try and get his shoulders nice and narrow.
Be careful.
Yeah, because you just see that when there's a little bump in the road, you can see his hands just like bouncing. See the vibrations of the hands there. So it is legal what he's doing, but it's right on the very boundary of what's legal because he's not properly gripping the handlebars. But what he's lacking in grip on the bars, he is theoretically gaining in an aerodynamic advantage. So that rule, it's been around a couple of years actually now, isn't it? About 3 or 4 years, that rule. Back on the drops, a little bit more of a purchase, but what it does open up is a little bit more of the frontal area. So the position 15 or 20 years ago when riding hold would be on the drops, but now it's essentially on the hoods. You still get descending on the drops in a bit, but you open up the forearm to the wind, so it's trying to keep yourself in that right angle position with your bars. But he wasn't getting a lot of purchase. That little finger thing, he didn't persist with that for too long. Maybe opening that gap, because maintaining those super aero tucks you can only do for a relatively short period of time before you adopt a slightly more comfy position.
On some of these rough roads too, you can feel it yourself that you just don't have the control. He goes back to it now, but he is going to have to be careful because the commissaires won't be afraid to penalise you, and ultimately it will lead to a disqualification. We've seen it in the past where riders have done it. So you hope for him that that won't happen.
Yeah, it's. I think the ruling dictates that you have to have hold of the handlebars. It doesn't actually say how, as long as your hand is touching it, and that's why he's not the only rider to do it. We're not singling him out, but what we're doing is just describing what we're seeing on our screen. So it's a very aero position. But as you can see by the road vibration, his hands were bouncing around on the bars. So all it needs is to hit a stone, and that's the reason the rule was in place. Is so because we did have riders in the past just resting their hands on the handlebars, so their hands weren't gripping anything, and we've seen riders come down, and it was at its worst when riders were doing that, leading the bunch. That was one of the big, and we've seen juniors doing it as well, who weren't quite as skillful. But as I say, it's been around for a while, but again, that rider out in front just definitely pushing the boundaries of that rule. But it's opened up a lead. 15 seconds as the road continues to drop as we head towards Aberystwyth, but things have changed again. We've got another big counter-attack off the front. Connor Swift involved in this one again on the inside, and several other teams as well. Cam Mason is in this group as well, just at the back in the grey there. Again, we have an appearance from the ever-present Callum Thornley too, so a good little move and a sizable one, Hannah.
It is. Matt Walls is in the move as well for Group Armour FDJ. He's the rider in the navy blue jersey. You can just see him halfway down the group. Another rider who's a fast man but can get over the climbs. Matt Brothwell, we already saw him on the move earlier on, the AVCX and Provence rider. Way again.
Just making sure he's checking that gap behind, which is again quite often the best thing to do is keep your eyes in front, but you do have to pay attention, because what you don't want to do is waste any energy. If there's a group coming across of that size, you can think, well, okay, I can afford myself maybe 20 seconds of rest here, especially so early on. So checking the gap, and he's only got 2 seconds now, so he'll ease up. I think it might already be caught. So this is a very strong move. So the riders absolutely piling on the pressure. Another one of the IPT riders trying to go clear. Lots of looking around and many little counterattacks coming across, because once you get a group going clear that's this strong, it's going to be hard to bring back, because they are relaying very well indeed. Our under 23 TT champion again for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe rookies, Callum Thornley, adding that real firepower to this group. And meanwhile we head back, right the way back to the peloton, and this is Max Walker. I don't know if he's feeling well, or it's not necessarily the place you'd want to ride. We do see some riders riding in this position and just gamble on hoping that things come back together. He does have representation, unless the plan is for the first part of the race, I'm just going to sit back, we get representation. But for a rider like Max Walker, I mean, a lot of racing still to go, but a move like this going clear, if you've got good legs, okay, you've got a couple of teammates, but to sit right at the very back, and he's been there for a while.
Risk.
It's a risky strategy,
It's a huge risk, and even at the start of the race, at the very beginning, we saw him at the back, and he's never really moved from that position. Always bringing up the rear. It gives you a lot of work to do, and ultimately can cost you the race. You've never really been in the thick of the action either. You've always been on the back foot. It's a very a bold place to sit, knowing that you can't really react to anything, and ultimately you can't even help your teammates to do anything, to either bring something back. If all of you miss it, you can't really assist. When it's strung out like it is here, that where we're seeing, it's incredibly difficult to move your way forward. It costs you so much energy.
It certainly does. Back of the peloton. Last place there was number 30, that's James Sawyers of Cycling Sheffield. A couple of riders from that club team here. Another flick of the elbow. We've got looks like about 12 or 15 riders in this group. Rob Donaldson there, you mentioned him earlier on, in that rather fetching kit of Jayco Alula. I do like that kit. That's more of a style there. So he's got very aero, but he's actually gripping onto the bars a little bit more safely. I think that's more my criticism. I don't want riders to deck it. It's as simple as that. So slightly more orthodox your aero style. Look at Connor Swift getting frustrated with the riders that are sat on. Wants a little bit more assistance, because this is a good chance to get a group clear as they continue to ride. Piling on the pressure here. So lots of glancing around just to see who's coming across, and it looks like Josh Giddings is coming across the gap as well. Here's that moment again. Clearly frustration on the face of Connor Swift, urging everybody to try and keep the two lines going. But I really think there's a few riders in this group, although they're present, they're actually suffering. They've got in a position, and it can be frustrating when you're in a breakaway, yet there's riders that are there that can't contribute. Often it's they won't, quite often it's they can't at the moment until things start to settle down.
Especially where they've made their move, because you're constantly up and down here. This is not a flat road, and this is a great opportunity to see the road just continuing to rise, very little time for any respite. And when you've overreached to get yourself into the breakaway, you think, oh, fantastic, I've made it here, but you're upwards of 170 beats per minute, and you simply can't come through. And I think there's a big difference. Whilst you've got a few of our domestic riders who've made it into the move, including one of the riders from Cycling Sheffield, which, by the way, back in the day is where Connor Swift had come from. He raced for Cycling Sheffield back in the day, in his younger days. There's a big difference, isn't there, in terms of the level of a rider who's done several Grand Tours, got several Grand Tours in the legs, races at the very highest level of the sport, and then you've got other riders who are racing in equally a fantastic domestic scene we've got here, but
it's
a different level.
It is a different level, and it's only this race that we bring all those levels together. But it's the natural hierarchy of any sport. But cycling is unique, that you get these opportunities to bring these riders together. Now the rider getting across the gap, this is Thomas Pattinson from Team Visma Development Team. He's managed to get himself across to Josh Giddings, and also in this move as well, that's it's Ben Wiggins of Hagens Berman Jayco JT, so the son of Bradley Wiggins, a lad I know very well. He's a lovely lad, is Ben, silver medalist in the under-23 time trial earlier in the week. Or was it a bronze? It was silver, actually, silver medalist Ben Wiggins. So clearly a man on form. He's had a lot of bad luck lately in races, a lot of mechanicals, but has managed to get in this little move, and there he is, sat on the wheel of Josh Giddings. Good to see Ben in the mix, and it does look like this group might be able to get across. A little flick of the elbow there. Giddings looks round again, another good track rider as well. Very powerfully built. That's the wheel to sit on, isn't it?
It is. Tall, rangy rider in the red jersey with the black shorts. Ben Wiggins, another rider who's come out of the Giro d'Italia Next Gen just over a week ago. 8 stages of hard racing, a good result in the individual time trial, the opening stage. Fantastic performance in the individual time trial in the national championships with that silver medal.
It's going to be hard for them. That's the thing, when you've got this amount of riders rolling through, and you have a couple of riders, 2 or 3 riders going across, it's different when it's 6 or 7, because you can keep that high speed. But to match the pace of these riders in front, they've got to go over and into the red. And it looked like they closed up, but now they're falling away again. Again, we're moving pretty quickly here, so the distances between the front of the race and the chases is going to open up slightly, although the time gap will remain the same. But they really need to commit, try and get across this gap as we head towards the far end of the circuit now again.
It seems like nothing, doesn't it? 6 seconds that you've got to...
This sort of speed.
Yeah. 6 seconds to have to try and close, but... Or 9 seconds, sorry, and then 6 seconds for the peloton.
So here we go, Cam Mason riding through. Rob Donaldson looks around. Mason slots in to the wheel of the man that he rode in the breakaway with the other day. So that is the unmistakable figure of Björn Kurt. So this is our group out in front, getting a closer look at the numbers, the representatives in at this breakaway. They've opened up a big gap, although I can just see the bunch behind, so it's only a slender gap. 16 seconds it is now. Having to work so hard. God, this has been absolutely relentless, this race.
Coming up to an hour, and it's not stopped once, has it? There's been no respite whatsoever, no recovery. It's just been full on from kilometre zero. Just got a little glimpse of those 3 riders who are trying to bridge across. There's a number of riders who've been so attentive throughout, who have made a number of the key moves so far. Callum Thornley, the way he just takes a little look over the rider in front of him, Bradley Perkins of AC Byzantine.
good to see Matt Walls.
Yeah, definitely. It is good to see Matt Walls.
He's had such a tough time, isn't he, the last couple of years?
Has. You think back all the way to
Cool,
20. Yeah, it was.
Sorry, that was close. Sorry, Hannah.
Back to 2022, where he had that crash, and he suffered a number of injuries, and having to come back from some bad crashes and having to recover from those, and not just the physical impacts of those crashes, but also mentally so difficult, having some hard crashes that have taken a long time to recover from. So it's great to see that for Matt Walls, he's had some pretty solid months with Groupama FDJ. He had such a wonderful start to his professional career with Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe as they were at that point. A number of stage wins, particularly in the Tour of Norway, and
The Milano Torino,
yeah,
didn't he?
yeah, and then there was another one towards the back end of the season in Italy. So he's had some really nice wins during his career so far.
Yeah, lots of looking around now. Björn Kjurt, who was away with Cameron Mason the other night, finished in the silver medal position. Again, we're coming now towards the end of the second lap. That's a double little right-hander. So these laps are being taken pretty quick. So we're coming up to the end of lap number 2 through the feed zone, denoting, which is handy for us, that little bit of a right-hander before we swing back. So bear in mind that's slightly uphill. They are absolutely moving. So 20-25 mile an hour uphill by the looks of things, and a big wave there. So Connor Swift, number 63, rounds the corner, continues to pedal round as the road kicks up. So that basically is the end of lap number 2.
Just thinking, I think that was his wife and his son, actually.
Yeah.
That was Sean.
Like it, didn't it?
Yeah. This is the only place you can feed from on this circuit, other than taking a feed from your team car. If you do have one, you've got to have, within your team, you've got to have a minimum of 3 riders to be able to have a team car in the convoy. And if you're a team who's maybe only got 1 or 2 riders, you are able to take on other riders. So, for example, you might have one World Tour team who will also help assist with Groupama FDJ, for example, because I know Visma Leasa Bike, they've brought a team car over. So maybe teams will group together and club together to be able to assist, but you can feed from the car. However, on a day like today, and the way that the race is unfolded, it's going to be nigh on impossible, and it's certainly not going to be something that you would want to be doing. You'll just want to wait to try and take a feed from the roadside, but you can't feed from anywhere other than that location in the official feed point.
Yeah, like you say, massively important to do it. It's been a consistent theme over the years in the national championships. Riders combining, really, and you might get one team car with a couple of mechanics in it, and just teams combining just to help each other out. Ultimately, although you're riding against each other, if you can support each other as well to the same end, it just makes things a little bit easier. As one of the Spirit riders just drops back to have a word, one of the teams that has got that's George Kimber. In fact, he's got a team car, but he's the only rider in the race. That's he's probably, again, it might be a team that's got several riders being represented. As we look at Matt Walls just at the back there, number 60. Again, another very fast finish. As the British male racing team are blessed with so many fast finishes, aren't we?
They are. And George Kimber, he's the reigning National Road Series champion. Another rider to watch out for. And Spirit could be one of those teams who said, yeah, do you know what, we'll be one of those teams who will help out with other riders who don't have a team car. We'll service them. We'll be able to take bottles and have them in the car if you need, or we'll help assist if you have any mechanicals.
18 slender seconds. You can just see sharp focus, the peloton behind. Matt Walls out of the saddle. 27 years of age now. Contract year for him as well. Started to get the results back again. We're talking about how difficult a time he's had, but solid performances in the Tour Down Under. A couple of top 10s there, and again another couple of top 10s recently. But it looks like that gap is starting to come down. It's certainly been foreshortened by the climb that we're on as we commence lap number 3. Another big lap of 23.4 kilometres. Hard circuit, and this has been raced unconditionally. So hard. Riders start to struggle already in the breakaway. Looks like Cam Mason deciding to drop back as well. So Cameron Mason, the newly crowned National Circuit Race Champion, already been dropped from the front of this group, dropping back to the peloton. As Connor Swift and Rob Donaldson continue to set the pace at the front as we look towards the back of the bunch, and a clear, stark indication of how hard these riders are having to ride. It's a difficult race, isn't it? An hour, just over an hour of racing, and fast
and nothing's
furious.
established.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, look at this gap. We've had hitter after hitter getting in these front splits, but nothing has properly stuck just yet. And if it has, the peloton have only been moving ever so slightly slower. So this group, if anything, has swelled. There's a split back to the bunch, but this group has swelled to about 25 or 30 riders, which is just way too big, isn't it?
It's too big, but you do have some incredibly strong riders. You've got some big names who are in the move, and it's not through wanting or trying. They've tried to make this stick. Connor Swift has been a bit of a captain within that front group, a leader within that front group, trying to gather everybody and make sure that everybody is rolling through and contributing. But it's just not stopped from behind either. Everybody, yeah, the pace hasn't stopped from the peloton. Everybody's wanting to, and they know that it's a danger. They know that if they allow this kind of group to have a minute, 2 minutes, it could be game over. And it doesn't sound much, but on this kind of circuit, it's just so difficult to close the gap. And it takes a lot of energy. Even if you do close the gap, you've burnt a lot of matches.
Oh, you certainly have. An hour of racing done, roughly another 4 hours to go. National Championships, let's be honest, is a big day out. A big day out. So a fifth of the distance roughly done now. And there we go. About 50 odd K's done, 137 to go. This group, same old faces at the front, isn't it? Another big move on the inside to try and split things up. Clearly these riders just aren't happy with the size of this group O, but again it's the same old faces. Bismarck by Ineos, Picnic Post and L, EF Education, Easy Post. Just the same teams at the front. Just look how far the last riders are in that group as another attack goes. There we go. They are moving at easily 40 k's an hour uphill here, Hannah. Up and over this rise. It's hardly an opportunity for anybody to rest up. This is brutal.
The terrain and the course is difficult as it is, just because of the terrain and the nature of the terrain. But the way that they're racing, making this so difficult, it's a course where you're going to finish and you're going to be completely fatigued. One of the riders there from Wheelbase Cabtech, Castelli, starting to be distanced. Looked like that was Leeming Sykes.
Ethan Hayter makes an appearance for the first time. Sorry to cut across you there. I was just going to ask, and I forgot, where's Ethan Hayter? Because he is one of those characters, and he won't mind me saying this, that does tend to ride at or near the back. He's been criticised for it in the past by me on a couple of occasions, but has now moved up through to the front. So he's a rider you cannot rule out, and he's in great form at the moment, winning that stage in the Tour of Belgium recently, finishing second overall in the end as well, and then taking his third national title the other day. He's clearly in good forms, knows how to win this bike race, and is right up the front where he needs to be.
And only coming down to the bonus seconds in the Tour of Belgium.
Exactly.
It was only on that final stage where he ended up losing that general classification to Baroncini. So for Ethan Hayter, in really good form, brilliant time trialist. He almost pops up at the right time, doesn't he? That's the thing. Maybe to some much annoyance. I remember back in Paris-Nice a few years back when he took second place to Mads Pedersen on an uphill sprint. I think it was stage 2, and for the majority of the day he'd been sitting at the back, and even with inside the final 10 kilometres he was still riding last wheel, and then somehow managed to snake his way through the peloton and ended up second on a stage, or podium on a stage. And you think if you were a little bit further up towards the front, and how much energy have you used up, and how many matches have you burnt? But it works for Hayter.
It certainly does. It is a rider that works. Sorry, it is a style that works for that particular rider. He's a rider of undoubted class. Just off the back here, just trying to get back. Sam Watson is at the back of this group as well. Lewis Askey again piles on the pressure up in front, deep into lap number 3 now, as this unrelenting pace continues unabated. Jake Stewart rolls through, continuing to look round. Elastic still hasn't snapped, and the peloton just behind here. Again, you can really feel the pain. Matt Walls has now gone from the front right the way through to the back, giving himself a little bit of an opportunity to recover. He's got a lot of ground to make up.
I have to say, it's really nice to see that Jake Stewart and Joe Blackmore, 2 riders who are off to the Tour de France, it's nice to see them racing here in the National Championships, because quite often if a rider is selected for the Tour for their trade team, they might often skip the National Road Race Championships. In Belgium, it's compulsory to ride the Nationals, regardless of the races coming up. So it's really nice to see that the Stewart and Blackmore are here, and amongst perhaps some other riders who, it's got a big calendar coming up, but really nice. And if they were to win the title, how nice it would be to see them in that jersey. But again, another group of riders has formed off the front with a slight advantage. One of the riders from Picnic Postinel is trying to close, or is that that's Bob Donaldson, sorry, in the purple jersey in between these two groups. Also one of the riders from EF Education. Bob Donaldson is the rider from Jayco Alula in the purple jersey, but another rider from Picnic Postinel does come to the back wheel of Bob Donaldson now. Yep,
this is Ethan Vernon on the front as well, so another IPT rider. Ethan Vernon, Joe Blackmore there, Jake Stewart, so 3 of the World Tour riders from IPT are now in the front. Jake Stewart looks over his shoulder, Matty Brennan rolls through. This is a classy move. Very good move indeed. So desperately, after being so dominant in the opening couple of laps, it's EF Education Easy Post and the under-23 team that are not represented. So this is a Lewis Askey at the back of this group as well. So a really strong, elite group of riders that's now moving clear. Sam Watson just at the back of that group. That rider that you described from Picnic Postinel has managed to latch on the back. So good ride by him, because this is a group containing a lot of firepower now.
This is where EF Education Easy Post need Max Walker to try and close the gap, to try and bridge across. He was the rider who we'd seen an awful lot sitting towards the back, and this is the first time, as you mentioned, Matt, that we've not seen one of their riders, World Tour or development team, represented in the front group. And so a lot of the onus now on them to try and close this gap, or at least send one rider up the front. Also, seems as though it's the Ineos Grenadiers.
Yeah, they're not happy.
They're not happy with this situation either, because there's several fast riders here, including Ethan Vernon, Jake Stewart, Matty Brennan is there.
The fact is outnumbered with teams, because there's 2 riders from Group Armour, there's 3 riders from IPT, 2 from Visma, and only 1, although Sam Watson is more than capable of looking after himself, just numerically it's not right. And obviously 2 riders as well from Picnic Postinel. So it's the Ineos Grenadiers chasing to try and bring things back with, unsurprisingly, EF Education Easy Post. But it looks like they are going to get back on terms, because this is a very dangerous move indeed.
Sean Flint is the rider from Picnic Postinel who's made it into the group here. He's a rider from Scotland.
Yep, well, there's a little counterattack's come across, but it doesn't contain anybody from the Ineos Grenadiers. So that is very interesting. A rider that's been doing a lot of work earlier on, of course, then was Connor Swift. He's missed this big split. If this does go clear, this could be very dangerous indeed. Jake Stewart just on the wheel of Matty Brennan. Brennan low on the bars. Is it 8 wins this year so far?
It's incredible,
I
isn't it?
think it's 8, might be even 9. It's 8 or 9 wins this so far, looking good. TT under-23 champion Callum Thornley takes his turn on the front. Lewis Askey now rolling through. What a hit a group this is. But it's swelling. It looks like it's actually been sewn back together over the top. Only a few metres gap now, but it's a big split. It's not the entire peloton, Hannah.
Fragmented into 3 groups, 3 distinctive groups from what we can see from this camera shot. Those 2 groups have started to merge, give or take a couple of bike lengths or so, and then you've got a larger group that's a little further off the back. One of the other riders who has just made it over to the first part of the group is the rider from Vendoux, Pays de Loire. That's Adam Mitchell, number 140, racing for that development team to Total Energy. The situation completely changes once again. Now you've gone from having 20 riders, 18 riders or so, now to 40 riders, 45 riders who are now back in the frame of things. Cameron Mason from Alpecin de Koning development team, he's in the move.
He looked like that was a big attack. He went wide, maybe wasn't carrying as much speed as he went back in again and has now tried to go clear. Again, smart move here. It's drawn Ethan Hayter, the defending road race champion and the current elite TT champion, has just slotted into the wheel of Cam Mason. Again, you've got to ride this one smart as well. You can't just keep relentlessly attacking and not thinking about it. Some riders better than others, Hannah, that can just, as well as having good legs, can sense the right moment to apply themselves. Poor old Hannah's had a Haribo moment. She's continuing to try and fuel to keep her strength up, and looks like one's gone down the wrong way, unfortunately. We'll get back to Hannah when we can. A little bit of a picture break up there. Again, we are operating, just a reminder, if you've just joined us on YouTube, that we every now and again on the back part of the circuit we go through a low signal area. We are bringing you this coverage on 4 and 5G technology, and there we go. As good as new, we're back again with Jake Stewart on the front. Again, it is Connor Swift who's back in the mix. Well, he's come from a long way back. Connor Swift wasn't there. Slots onto the wheel of his former teammate Ethan Hayter, determined to try and do something here. Good to see Hayter back in the mix and right at the very sharp end. Such a promising first couple of years, and then I think it's fair to say by his own standards, a couple of years where he didn't quite get the results that that he would have wanted, but has found, I think, a relatively happy home at the team that he's now with, Soudal Quickstep, and important to get that win for the team as well. Well, a couple of wins now with the national title and that tour in the home race, the Tour of Belgium. That would have been enormously important for Soudal Quickstep as a squad.
It's huge for the confidence for Ethan Hayter. You make your way into a new squad, new beginnings, new opportunities, and you get halfway through the season, and to have some really good results and to have taken that stage victory in the Tour of Belgium and to be fighting and vying for the overall general classification. Clearly they wanted to try and keep it all together and really put all of their eggs into the basket of Tim Merlier to win that final stage, which he did so successfully. But for Ethan Hayter, I think that would do a lot for your confidence being a part of that new team and showing your class being back on top.
What about the first lot? What time are you expecting then? Anytime. I don't know. So where's the route today? Do you know?
It's online. I'm not
it's
sure.
online. Yeah.
Just had some information actually from the Spirit team car. We were discussing, well, they've only got one rider in George Kimber, and you have to have a minimum of 3 riders within your team or club to be able to have a team car in the convoy. They're actually covering 9 riders. Some are former members of the team at Spirit and are now racing abroad, so they're looking after Matt King, also Fari Barber, George Kimber, Alex Murphy, Oliver Hurdle, Joe Hocroft, George Radcliffe, Sam Kettlewell and Adam Lewis. They're able to look after those riders and give them assistance. If they have a mechanical, it
actually helps out the race organiser.
It does.
Well, it takes the pressure off the neutral service as well. So if riders can combine and have an agreement, then it is a lot better. As I say, neutral service is there for everybody, but if you can have 6 or 7 riders that you service, and generally what a rider will do is just give them a pair of wheels. They'll be marked up so the rider can get their own wheels, because there'll be some teams here. I get normally an even split, isn't it, between SRAM these days and Shimano. A few riders might be on Campag, but it's just generally that they're the group sets that most riders are on these days. As we head back into these narrower lanes, heading back towards the far point of the circuit once more. We are really rattling through this distance today, an hour and 15 minutes of racing. But back together, that looked like a very dangerous split. Ooh, there is a crash.
Big crash.
Several riders down, and the road is completely blocked here. The road is completely blocked by this crash. That happened, looked like about 3/4 of the way down the bunch, so thankfully, and there's very little thanks for any sort of crash, Hannah, but thankfully there's only a few riders that are caught behind it. But let's hope that everybody's okay in that crash, first and foremost. Tom Portsmouth has now ridden off the front. Now, the thing is, because of this crash, the road is completely blocked, and there's no service for anybody and there's also nobody else from the race can pass, and there's also no medical support. So let's see if this actually affects the race, or if everybody can pick themselves up as quickly as possible. But the road there completely and utterly blocked, and continues to be blocked. We might see a neutralisation.
You can see some of the mechanics trying to get through with spare wheels just to try and take a look over. Visma Lisa bike are out of the car with wheels to see if any of their riders are caught up. Also the Ineos Grenadiers. But it seems as though things have slowed up behind.
Yeah, I think they're going to neutralise the race here because there's no medical support for the riders in front. So simple as that. Well, these are live pictures. They are continuing to race in front, but the information that they would have got is that the road is completely blocked. So basically we're in a situation now where the race has got no neutral service, and importantly, the most paramountly most important thing is the fact there's no medical support for the riders on the road. So at some point, unless I'm wrong, and I am often, but I'd imagine the race will be neutralised, and then we'll restart.
And you can see the commissaire on the far left side just trying to go up the banking into the bush just to take a look over as to the situation, such as the narrow roads in the hedgerows here, to see the situation. Oliver Stockwell is up towards the front. He's the rider in the white jersey of Bahrain Victorious on the far side.
Yeah, Josh Giddings was there again. That looked like a Pinarello bike that was being trying to take to the front. But the race is continuing here. Now, we will wait and see what happens here. This is, again, just based on experience. Nobody in this group has any support. And that includes neutral service, team support, but importantly, the medical ambulance that has to follow the race isn't there following the riders.
And it's such a large group as well. If anything else was to happen further down the road, it's disaster.
There we go. We're getting some close-ups.
I think they've got to make a quick decision here.
Yep. I mean,
to neutralise or.
The thing is, the power meter battery cap's just fallen off there, but no, they do need to make a decision quickly. There's several riders here, quite bloodied and bruised. Yeah, it did. Yeah, definitely was Josh Giddings who's come down in that crash as well. So, well, if they don't neutralise this race, there's a lot of riders out of the game basically. So, the fact that we're moving at this speed means we're moving at the speed of the lead car, where the commissaire is, and they have taken the decision at the moment to continue racing. But as you can see, there's no support vehicles behind at all. And that also, oh, this looks like it could be a collarbone here. Oh, this is not good to see. That's Dudley Hayton, I think that was there. So several riders are having to get into the ambulance here. So that means that that's Matt Holmes, as well as another rider who's been taken off in this crash. Catastrophic crash here. Look at the damage that has been caused.
So Joe Cosgrove was caught up in that from the Team Lotto Kernhouse PSD bank. This is Sebastian Grinley of the Little Trek Future Racing. A huge shame for Grinley, but when you see what's happening behind, you're quite right. When you don't have any medical cover and you've got such a large group here, there's nothing to support in terms of any ambulance or medical staff.
Yeah, we'll have to wait and see what happens here, but I'm expecting some sort of neutralisation because the vehicles in front know exactly the situation on the road, so there's no coverage for these riders unless they've taken the decision that the medical vehicles can pass by quickly. All it takes is for a rolling neutralisation, but they are continuing to race, and with no earpieces in this race, what else can these riders do? They don't know exactly the situation behind. A few of them will be aware because they can't see any team cars, and all they can see is a drastically reduced group. But also what they won't have is the extra support motorbikes to get ahead of the race. So now we're starting to move up now. So I don't want to predict, but I have a feeling that the race might be slowed, but let's just wait and see, because they are continuing to ride in front. Or are they starting to slow now? They must be getting a signal. Yeah, that's Ollie Wood on the front now, and the way he's taking a drink from his bottle, I think they are. There must be some sort of signal from the car that they've been told to ease off. Well, the racing continues on the right. The riders are trying to self-neutralise here, Hannah. But what more can they do? Until they're instructed to stop, they won't. Oh, there's the one of the lead cars up in front. So we're an hour and 20 minutes into the National Road Race Championships for men. And we've had a big crash about 3/4 of the way down the peloton, which has essentially chopped this field in half. There was a few riders detached anyway, so slightly ambiguous scenes on the road, but it does appear, Hannah, that the racing, for the time being, is continuing.
I wonder if when you saw that slowing, Hollywood was effectively just trying to, and also not wanting to ride. But then, if no one's been told otherwise,
It was not the rider's fault.
sometimes no, not at all.
Yeah, Sam Watson here on the front as well, having a look round. There's definitely a lack of desire to continue racing amongst some riders. And unless you've been looking round all the time, you might not even notice that there's no neutral service. But we've managed to get our motorbike camera in behind as well. Hopefully we'll see, and obviously on a circuit like this, the team cars can catch up pretty quick. And there we have got a vehicle behind, so here we go. Let's just see if this vehicle comes alongside and actually pass on some information. Let's just see. Wow, so
It's a huge shame for a huge chunk of riders, the fact that the road was completely blocked. You could say, well, it's a racing incident, but with that kind of crash.
yeah, I think normally if it was on a bit of road and the vehicles could pass, crashes are crashes. But the fact that the whole race was stopped and there's no neutral, and there still remains no neutral behind that I can see. So Owen Dahl having a look round at the situation. He's in this front split.
Matt Bostock going off the front here for Tekker's CC.
Won't be long before we're at the
There's a
end
lot
of
of
lap number
riders.
3 here.
I think there's a lot of riders who are not quite sure
What's going on?
what is going on and what they should do, because you already saw Connor Swift taking a good old look around to assess the situation at the back. He's number 63 of the Ineos Grenadiers. He's got Sam Watson in the group, number 68, but otherwise Ben Swift has been caught out, we believe, also Ben Turner.
Well, they're dropping in a neutral service by the looks of things, unless that car's just pulled over the side of the road. I think that is neutral service that was slotting behind these riders. So that will offer up some sort of low level of support. But we are in the very early phases of this race. Still 2 more complete laps once they pass through again. And these are the riders. It looks like they are putting their so it looks like we are trying to neutralise this race. Let's have a little look here. Well, these are riders that are off the back. These are well off the back. You can just see, I think that's a bit of a joke. I think they're just having a bit of a jest. These are riders that are well out of the back. Yeah, these are riders that are trying to chase. So this is back to the front of the race. And this will be the double left-hander that should take, well, we're heading in towards the end of lap number 3 in just a few moments' time. So slightly confusing scenes, but the front of the race continues unabated by the looks of things, and we do have another little split that's gone clear. And as you say, it's the former national circuit race champion from Tekker's who's in this group. Now this looks like it's Ben Swift. Yep, that's Swifty. Shake of the head there.
Disappointment.
He
Visible
must have been caught
disappointment.
behind in that crash, and that's it.
And that's it, race over now.
Yeah.
It's done. It's a huge shame. He's been in several of these moves that have gone clear and then been brought back to heel, but you've not really got into the real business end of the race, and already your race is done. It's a huge shame.
That is a real shame. It really, really is. But the race does continue. I think the rider on the front at the moment.
It's Walker, I think, you know.
Well, Max Walker it is indeed. He's managed to move his way to the front. He was in that front split anyway. It just feels to me that's like there's almost the riders are unsure.
I
Do you know
agree.
what I mean? We saw that real momentum. There's riders looking around, and there's a lot of riders that are almost like unsure of what they're doing at the moment.
Well, look, we already saw before one of the riders from Visma Lease Bike who was holding the arm, whatever the injury might have been, but that's it, race done. You don't quite know who is around, who's still in the race. What's the time gap to those who are chasing?
Exactly.
Because they won't have been given any information yet, and without having any race radio, to be able to have that news and information from your sports director, the team car behind. You don't quite know what the situational scenario is. And for Visma Lease Bike, for example, you've got several riders from the World Tour squad, you've got 4 riders from the development team. Sometimes you do need to take stock.
Well, we've got a big split going clear now. Another little split. This race is fragmented on numerous occasions. 2 from If Education, Easy Post. And there we go, 6 seconds it is for this little group that have now gone clear. A counter-attack of 4 riders trying to get across the gap as we head into the first hour and a half of what has been an eventful race so far. That big crash about 10 minutes ago now that took down a lot of riders. We are getting service in between, but it looks like there's only 2 cars still behind. Just shows how bad that crash was. Completely blocked the whole of the road. Several riders out of the race, several needing medical attention. We do wish all of those riders the best. We hope they're not too seriously hurt, but meanwhile the racing has continued and we're heading towards the end of that lap now. So it's almost like take stock. It's like it's Ethan Hayter on the front of the bunch there, isn't it, trying to bring things back. So this is one of the lead cars coming through. What is going to be said here? We come through the feed zone. Now, let's see if there's anything that's going to be said. I think the amount of time they've been racing for now, just to stop it now, is almost... it's just a little, just got to be honest, it's just a little bit odd what's happened there. But anyway, the race does continue, and that's the end of lap number 3. So lap number 3 done, and we commence the start of lap number 4. 2 more laps of this 23.5 kilometre circuit to go. There we go, the man on the right hand side just making sure that I'm staying sane. I am. I've got my maths right this time. So 2 more laps, the big circuit to go, and we've got some splits, and the racing is on again. After that kind of brief moment of hesitation, uncertainty about what was happening behind, the racing is on, and we've got an interesting split. But again, I think given we've had the first hour and a half has been so hard, you get the sense now that riders are trying to take stock a little bit and actually recover a little bit before the next phase of racing, because it's been so relentlessly on that surely it's a pace that needs to slow slightly for people to reconfigure, refuel, just rest a little bit, because it's been raced like a criterion.
And I'm not surprised, an hour and a half of flat-out full-gas racing, which hasn't relented. There's been no time for any recovery, any respite. Take your bottles and your gels when you can at the feed zone, because you certainly need it. And it's just not stopped. As soon as there's been a moment of pause, another rider, another team has attacked and counter-attacked and forced another move to go. And so you've not been able to rest on your laurels, not just physically but mentally here, just assessing the situation. Who's there? Who's in the move? Who's going up the road? Is that of some big danger that we really need to be wary of? And sometimes when we've seen a large group of riders of 20 riders, you think, well, this could be it. And one rider behind is fully committed to nullify it.
No, definitely. The rider's just at the back there, continuing to check, just resting up a little bit, doing perhaps what we, not we're suggesting, but we're saying might happen. Our rider's just taking a little bit of a breath, just to ride easy, even if it's just a few kilometres. And one of them is Connor Swift. He's been very active, and from what I can see, he's the only rider of Ineos Grenadiers left in the race. Or is there another one at the front there?
I think we had Sam Watson, who was a little further forward, so they've got 2 riders. After that crash of,
there is
we've already
indeed
seen,
Sam,
there
yeah.
he is. We of course saw Ben Swift, who was no longer in the frame of things. Sadly, he was caught up behind that crash, or within the crash, whichever it was. We didn't quite see what had happened to the elder cousin. And also Ben Turner, we've not had too much of a look of Ben Turner either.
Yeah, Jake Stewart's here, Matty Brennan is here, Ethan Hayter, the defending champion. And another rider who's here who's been attacking relentlessly, he's been ever present at the front of this bunch, is the new under-23 TT champion, who's gone again. And that is Callum Thornley. So he accelerates up the right. As we head to the back of the group, Ollie Knight is there on the left-hand side. A strong showing in the individual time trial, medaling there just the other day. So in the mix there for Caja Rural is Callum Johnson, a great climber, rides for the Pro Conti 2nd Division team, Caja Rural. Spends a lot of time, as you would expect, racing in Spain, racing for a team of climbers. And starting to struggle now is our national circuit race champion. No real surprise, doesn't really do a lot of racing over this sort of distance. But it's been a fantastic few days for Cam Mason. Not many riders can double up 2 national champs jerseys in one season. He's taken the criterium, or the circuit race championships, and also the national cyclocross champion as well on 3 occasions. So it's been a very successful haul, I think it's fair to say, as the team cars continue to start to rejoin. So we're getting a little bit more support for these riders as Matty Brennan now accelerates clear, and some replenishment here for Connor Swift. Bit of a conversation with the team car. Gives a bead on back, surveys the scene, and no doubt asking what on earth has happened behind, but meanwhile he's got a teammate up in front. Just confirmation that Sam Watson, the silver medalist from a couple of years ago, is also here for the Ineos Grenadiers. But it's a man of the moment, Matty Brennan, who was continuing to ride hard on the front for Visma Lease Bike. What a season this lad has had. So impressive. 7th in the individual time trial. Again, not his forte. A rider that's still only, get this, still only 19 years of age. Won the Tour of Norway overall in 2 stages, the Rundum Köln over in Germany, stage of the Tour de Romandie, 2 stages of the Volta Catalunya, won the Grand Prix de Nantes, Grand Prix Lillers, Le Tour de Cinq Communes. He's had an astonishing season so far. He's got a contract through to 2027. And with Matt Brennan, another super talent as well. That's Bjorn Kjurt, who finished 2nd the other night on Friday on the seafront in Aberystwyth. 8 seconds. That little lead group of riders is going clear. This is a pretty tasty group of riders. Sam Watson is also there. Another rider trying to get across. So looks like that was one of the IPT riders. I'd wager, just from the physique of the ride, it looked like it was Jake Stewart trying to get across the gap. Because this is a dangerous little move, especially with Sam Watson. He's had a great year so far with the Ineos Grenadiers. Again, another versatile rider. Talked earlier on about that victory in the Tour de Romandie. Again, a surprise for him, surprise to many, but he's a rider, and let's, how shall we say, with a lot of a top-end, likeable fellow as well. He's got himself into this front split. 23 years of age, and won the overall in the 4 days of Dunkirk, 2nd in the individual time trial the other day. So, and as I was talking about the programme, the Tour of Romandie, and there's 5th in Omloop Het Nieuwsblad too, so really versatile rider, can climb pretty well, very fast finish, and can execute a very respectable time trial as well. So heading on the outward leg of lap number 4 of the Lloyds National Road Race Championships for men. 2 championships still to be decided, the under-23 men's and the elite men's. And the current elite road race champion is just sat near the back. There he is, wearing number 1. Won last year in Saltburn. Changed teams for this season. Couple of year deal with Soudal Quickstep after riding for pretty much his entire career for Ineos Grenadiers. Tom Portsmouth also getting in the mix again. Lewis Askey also revisits the front of the peloton. Sat behind Callum Thornley. Callum Thornley has been racing today like his life depends on it. Making sure he's at the front. He's got to just make sure that he doesn't spend too much energy. Be very wary of that. 21 years of age, the young Scot from Edinburgh. He's actually already signed a World Tour contract with Red Bull Bora-Hansgrohe for the 26 and 27 seasons, but currently rides for their rookies team. He was a 10th overall in the Giro Next Gen. So 3rd overall in the Istrian Spring Trophy, and then took that National TT Championships for the under-23s earlier in the week, ahead of Ben Wiggins and Elliot Rowe. Again, this race, after that brief lull after that unfortunate crash, has started to light up again here. Tom Portsmouth in that fluoro kit. Sam Watson adjusting his slipstream. A couple of riders from Visma Lisa bike there as well. So the peloton that we are looking at now, from 160 odd riders, I think we had 165 riders on the start sheet. We had several non-starters, as is customary, or as is normal, should I say. But we only have, by the looks of things, about 50 or 60 riders, and that's such a big shame. But that sometimes is the very nature of bike racing. It's so unfortunate that that crash happened on a very narrow stretch of road, a high-hedged country road here, as we lose some elevation, career down this little descent. In the road still, as you can see, a little bit wet, a little bit dry, mostly dry, thank goodness. It did dry up at the end of the women's race, and we've had some drizzle. We've still only got a slender lead, 4 seconds or so, as Hannah very kindly drops me off a nice cup of coffee.
Very welcome.
I was going to say, this it's unfortunate that we had that crash, but it is the very nature of road racing sometimes. But it looks as if we've maybe got 70 riders left, that's all. And they are Lewis Askey piling on the pressure with Matty Brennan. There's a sense of familiarity at the faces of the front. You kind of know, or not kind of know, who's got the good legs today. But I was just saying that some of these riders have already invested so much in this race, and because of how hard it's been, even sat in the wheels, the amount of energy you're expending, fueling on this race is going to be so important, as Kurt goes again, followed by Portsmouth.
It's important, but it's also important to find yourself some time to fuel. It's very easy when it's full gas action, the attacking doesn't stop, you keep following the moves, and you simply don't get a moment to hydrate yourself, to take on some food, some fuel, some gels. It sounds ridiculous, but it's remembering to do so, and then taking the opportunity. And when you go through the feed zone, as I said before, that's the only place you can feed on this large circuit, so making sure that you take the opportunity to take a bottle, and if you have got teammates and they're around you, take the bottle, and maybe you can offer it up to them, because maybe they missed the bottle, or you've dropped the bottle, or you didn't manage to take one. So it's really important. And speaking of, a lot of riders have invested a lot of energy in this race so far. For some, you've invested a lot, but it will pay off. Even just being up towards the front, we saw that already. If you invest and be up towards the front, and in that front part of the washing machine effect, when it was all back together, you've not been caught out by the crash, and you've not been caught behind it. So you've ultimately saved yourself energy, but by not having to chase. We've seen a lot of riders who have chased back on, and it's been a long, hard chase, because they might have been at the very forefront of that crash, and they've come back, or maybe they were the front row who had just missed it. They've managed to get their way through, but you've had a long, hard chase to get back into the race. So you've spent a lot of energy, but ultimately you can almost save yourself some energy, particularly when you see those mishaps and the misfortunes that happened, 20 minutes ago now.
Exactly. It's you've got to be so careful, so wary, and as you know, on a course which is quite technical, well, there are bits that are particularly technical. Sam Watson rockets up the outside after taking some service, and Tom Portsmouth just slotting into the back of this group. And as a rider with no teammates, you just have to sometimes, rather than wait and get caught behind, why not every now and again dip your toe and try and get in front yourself?
Yeah.
You might find yourself being on the front foot. It sounds like a bit of a cliche, costs a little bit more energy quite often, but it can save you a lot, and can also save a lot of frustration, as we see Matt Bostock relaying through on the front here.
You know you can't rely on anybody else to do the
Exactly.
chasing, so you're the one who's got to put yourself in the good moves, on the front foot. You've got to make some pretty quick decisions as to which moves you want to get into, see some dangerous riders. You might spend a lot of energy, but you get the sense, you get the feeling that the race, you've got to come to the race here, because even now, an hour and 40 minutes on, and the gap has never been more than 16 seconds of any breakaway that we've seen so far throughout today. So, which is absolutely bonkers. And we've seen so many breakaways. I mean, this must be the 25th attempt at riders going clear, and still it's only 11 seconds.
Yep. And Max Walker is the rider indeed in this front group. But, on the podium in this race last year. 5th in the time trial the other day, so clearly a rider in good form. Just come off the back of the Tour of Switzerland. From Douglas in the Isle of Man. The Isle of Man has certainly had its more than its fair share of top-class cyclists over the years, isn't it? It's great to see. I was just looking on Instagram the other night, Mark Cavendish, and they've renamed that bike park, haven't they?
Yeah, they have.
After Mark, and he was there with his son and his family. It's lovely to see, and the amount of support and the amount of riders that they were from the local clubs, all celebrating Mark's legacy, and that is now cemented, and having that park that I've been to on a couple of occasions, said this is where I started racing, but to have it named after him, I know it means a lot. The Isle of Man is a place that he doesn't ever forget where he came from, does he? Does Mark? That's for sure. But great to see him over there celebrating that, and he'll have inspired future generations, wouldn't he?
I was just about to say, it's wonderful to have that, and he's of course done so much for the sport there in the Isle of Man, and of course here on the mainland and around the world, not just for Brits. He's inspired so many, but particularly the locals in the Isle of Man. He's done so much to inspire the next generation.
No, totally. Mark Cavendish himself, twice a winner of this race. The most recent, we had the pleasure of calling him home when it was up in Scotland. Just finished in front of Sam Watson, who was in this group, or was in one of these counterattacks, and now isn't in this one because it's constantly changing so fast at the front of this race. But both of the Tekkers riders are in this group. That is a good move by both Matt Bostock and Ollie Wood. Had to be happy with a bronze medal the other night. I don't think they were happy, to be honest. Let's be fair. They come into that race to win it. I mean, it's always nice to get a medal, but they'd come in as the dominant team with dominant riders and just got caught.
It was their race to lose, wasn't it?
It was their race to lose. I mean, they tried to piece it together in the end, but the two riders out in front, Cam Mason holding steady with Björn Kjort, they'd had too much firepower in the end, and they left themselves too much of a gap to cross ultimately. But still well under 2 hours of this race done, so we've got still a long way to go. Just look how low Ethan Hayter gets. So Hayter again on the front foot here, not taking any chances, as we were talking about before, willing to invest a little so he doesn't get caught behind, and he's one of the riders that has to race like this really. He can't rely on missing a split unless he starts to recruit a couple of club riders, but that isn't the case. So put the other teams on the front foot, and there's a few big teams like IPT have missed this one, Groupama have missed it, and Ineos Grenadiers have missed this one as well. So we haven't quite yet had the right combination of riders go clear.
The Ineos Grenadiers only have 2 riders remaining, don't forget, as well.
Exactly.
So it's only Colin Swift and Sam Watson. You don't have the resources of Turner and Ben Swift to help with the chase. With IPT, which other riders do they have? They also spent a lot of energy earlier on, and now that the chasing group behind the peloton have just come into shot, I got a glimpse of a jersey of the Ineos Grenadiers, who are on the front trying to close this dangerous move down. 8 seconds only is the advantage for those riders in the front of the race. Bringing up the rear is one of the riders from the AVC Aix-en-Provence. This is Jack Bruff once again in the green jersey and the black shorts. Just in front of him is Lucas Towers of the development team of Cajural. Also Cam Mason is there, number 7.
Yeah, Cam Mason got back in the mix. He was dropped on the climb, but has got back on, buying himself a little bit of sliding space after being very active, very aggressive, and did several of those front splits. Nice little group is moving clear, but still doesn't have much of a gap at all, as you were pointing out. Now, this is the point of the crash. Just saw that bit of debris. That was the location of the crash last time round. You could just see the disturbance in the grass and the moss. We're coming through to that point now. I think we've actually just passed it, but it was just here or hereabouts where the crash was. So thankfully we've passed through that point unscathed on this occasion, but it's had a dramatic effect on the race, that's for sure. We've got far more riders in the mix, And this group still holding steady, not even double digits, but just look at how hard, Hannah, they're having to ride just to maintain this advantage, or even try and carve one out.
Just to get it above 10 seconds is incredibly difficult. Everybody's contributing, everybody's working hard for a long spell in these hedgerows. Ethan Hayter fully committed himself on the front, almost as if he was acting as a worker for this front group here. But even by those standards, he's not been able to pull much more out, and everybody's contributing, everybody's rolling through. The Ineos Grenadiers with one rider, and that's Sam Watson, who is on the front by the looks of things now, is trying to come across. It's just relentless. It is absolutely relentless here.
Yeah, we're not even anywhere near halfway either. That's one thing you've got to remind yourself of. We're not halfway. This has been a brutally hard race, an attritional race. A really well-designed course, which has meant that the riders are happy to get stuck in and attack. They also know that the National Championships is a completely unique race and has to be raced, or needs to be raced in a certain way, because everybody's got the same mindset or a similar objective in the way to stay on the front foot. If everybody wants to be on the front foot, all that does is just add fuel to the fire, adds ridiculous momentum to the racing, and that is what we're seeing. It has been fireworks all day long, no split above 15 seconds at all. It'd be great if we could have the average speed up, because I think over this sort of terrain it would be more than respectable. I think it's going to be well in excess of like 42 k's an hour on these hard roads. You can just see the grippy road surface here as well, can't you? It's not easy. If you're a rider on your own, it's exceptionally hard. It looks like the rider from the Total Energies development team had a bit of cramp. They'd see him grab his thigh and give it a bit of a shakeout. No surprise the speed they've been riding at.
I was just about to say, there's no surprise at how difficult this race has been. It's the rider, Adam Mitchell. But when do you take a little bit of respite? Because as soon as the race comes back together, there's another rider, another team who is willing to attack, to push the pace, who is wanting to try and snap the elastic, wanting to try and take some advantage, and it just doesn't stop. Now it all comes back together.
Yep. Quick opportunity. This is one of the few that, again, as soon as there's an easement, there's an attack. As soon as there's a little sense of it easing, riders are seizing the opportunity. Callum Thornley, again, I've lost count of the amount of attack this man has launched into. Again, buoyed by that victory in the TT Championships, that 10th place overall in the next gen. There's a moving up to the World Tour team next year and the year beyond. But he's doing a lot. I'm putting it out there. He's doing a lot of riding here. He's obviously very confident, but he's doing a lot of riding. We haven't even hit 2 hours yet, and I'm feeling exhausted at just the momentum at which this race has been ridden at. It's been mightily impressive. Jake Stewart just moving up as well there. Matthew Brennan looks across at the fast man that's going to be riding his second Tour de France. Thank you for announcing that to me.
He's more than willing to invest, isn't he, Callum Thornley, because he knows that he's the only rider here for his team of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe rookies, and if he does miss a move, who's he got to help him close things down if a lot of the big teams are represented? And so very often he's been very happy to get into those moves, either be the instigator of a lot of the moves so far.
EF Education, easy post moving clear. Lewis Haskey on the front there. It was Ethan Hayter. Ethan Hayter's really eager today, isn't he?
I mean, nice to see.
It is great to see. He's clearly got great form. You don't win the TT like that and second overall in the Tour of Belgium without great form, but he's getting stuck into the racing. And although this is a big group of 60, maybe 65 riders, no teammates, he's the first one to shut down a lot of these little moves. So he's clearly very, very keen. But as soon as he saw there was somebody on his wheel, he's pulled the pin and has let this rider start to go clear. Glances around, sees there's a little bit of fresh air. And again, we have another rider from a team at Visma Lease Bike trying to get in the mix as well. God, this race has hardly let up at all, is it? It's been such brilliant entertainment. Fantastic to watch. One more big lap. It won't be too long, actually, before we head through the feed again. Then start our final big circuit. But it certainly looks like the weather's improved slightly. That drizzle that we saw earlier on has actually eased off as Ethan Hayter has fun around the cat's eyes and in the process has a bit of a stretch of his quads there and his hamstrings as well. So hamstring, should I say. Leaving it up to other riders to do the attacking here. So one rider up in front isn't going to be a bit of a problem. But with a group this small now, you can actually keep a wary eye on things and have a bit more of an opportunity to rest up, can't you? Look, but again, it's not too long till he's back on the front. He wants to race, doesn't he?
He does, and he saw that move start to move forward, carried the momentum, carried the speed onto this little rise. He's straight back towards into the front of the race, the front of the peloton. Rider from Visma Lisa Bikers come across to the front of the race to Josh Golliker. Looks as though this is the young Welsh rider, Thomas Pattinson. He's part of the development team of Visma Lisa Bike in that yellow jersey. Josh Golliker, don't forget, a couple of years ago when he was with Groupama FDJ in their Conti team, he had a wonderful ride in Saltburn the first year we were in Saltburn. So yeah, 2 years ago. He was on the podium of the under-23 race, but he was right up there in the elite race as well. So 2 years on, 2 years stronger.
And still 21 years of age from up north in Red Hill. 7th in the time trial earlier this week. And again, one of the many riders in this field that finished recently the Giro Next Gen. No team plans as yet for next year, so this is going to be an important race for him to try and prove himself. Try and get on that score sheet, but again, if you can do well in the National Championships a couple of years ago, well, to 21 years of age, you're going to be even stronger, so he can clearly go the distance, can't he? If he gets his racing right, gets his fueling right, has a good day, there's a chance for him to do well, and he's certainly put himself in the shop window, as it were, because the competition is so high at the under-23 level now, isn't it? You can do a couple of years in a high-level Conti team, but there's no guarantees, or a development team, there's no guarantees of that step up to World Tour. It isn't automatic at all,
No,
is it?
It's not at all. And we've seen that with a couple of riders who've been with a development team of a feeder team to a World Tour squad, and in the end not been signed onto their World Tour squad. But another team has seen the talent and got their signature, got pen to paper. Josh Golliker, as I said before, spent a couple of years with the Groupama FDJ Conti team before making his way to the development team of EF Education Uvolo. Those riders who are in the development teams of a World Tour squad, however, they do have the opportunity to race with the World Tour squad in certain races too. So whilst they are on the development team, they do get the opportunity to do some 0.1 races, some other races to get that experience amongst their World Tour riders, and so they can ride up and have that opportunity, have that chance to race in bigger races. And it does mean that those World Tour teams are bigger. I mean, essentially gone from having 30 riders or 27 riders on some of those teams, 28 riders, and it means that they've got another handful of 10 riders or so.
Exactly. Yeah, some of these under-23 teams have between 10, sometimes 15 riders, 14, 15 riders on their roster, so it does give the World Tour teams that little bit of extra resilience, especially when there's multiple programs going on. And there we go, Sam Watson has fired himself across to the leaders, so this is an interesting trio of riders out in front. So Sam Watson, a silver medalist a couple of years ago when it was Mark Cavendish who took the title up in Scotland. It was back in 2022, in fact. Sam Watson himself has had some good victories this year. There we go, just see that experience, just okay, we've got a good gap, let's keep riding him. And he is the most experienced out of this group. He is the only rider that does ride at World Tour level. Won the 4 days of Dunkirk this year, also won a stage of the Tour of Romandie, and meanwhile behind it's getting a little bit cagey, isn't it? But Lewis Askey decides, well, to use that sprint that he's got, that explosivity, to try and go clear himself. This could be interesting. It could be just riders in 1s and 2s who gets across the gap here. So IPT are the team to have really missed out as well now. So, but a big acceleration, sometimes you just cannot go, can you? You see a move and you think, oh, I'm just going to look the other way. I don't fancy trying to go with that one. And that's exactly what Askey's got. He's got some punch, this lad.
He does. We've already seen he's been in such exceptional form this season, but he's using the road to his advantage, using it as a launch pad to try and snap the elastic to try and bridge across. That gap now 14 seconds. Callum Thornley coming across, as is Oliver Knight, Joe Blackmore, one of the riders there from Picnic Postanel. But try and use the road to your advantage. Try and use it to get some leverage.
Here we're dropping down before we kick up. Won't be too long until we hit the feed again, actually. You could just see the sea in the distance as we head back towards Aberystwyth. He's still got one more big loop to go. Carrying a lot of speed on this section, and this is a nice little split that is being caused here as Askey looks around. Oliver Knight, as you just said, in the red and yellow of Cofidis, driving through. This is a decent little counter-attack with the right teams represented as well. Now,
Is that Matty Brennan?
I can't tell if it's Brennan or not. It's just in behind a Joe Blackmore, isn't he? If it is Brennan, it is. It's Matt Brennan. It is indeed. So he's not going to do any work. Although with the rider in the front group is in the development team, they're essentially going to ride as one team here, aren't they? I mean, some riders say it's not fair, but what else do you do? You can't not ride against your under-23 team at all. So Matty Brennan, if they do get across, he's going to have essentially a free ride.
However, if they get a substantial advantage over the peloton behind, that chasing group,
He might ride.
He might ride,
yeah,
because it's actually beneficial to work, and you've got a good situation. You assess and you take stock of the situation around you and think, right, well, I'm actually the fastest rider here. I can climb well. I've got a teammate. We can both work together. Depending on the scenario and the situation, as we start to ride deeper into the race, we've got all bases covered.
Here we go through the feed. Then we're going to take this a little right-hander, this double little kink right-hander. And imagine the riders would say, can't we just go to Aberystwyth now? But they can't. There we go, one lap to go on this big circuit now. As Ollie Knight hits the front, takes his sunglasses off. They are closing the gap. Lovely pedalling action from Sam Watson. He pedals beautifully, this lad, doesn't he? Just flicks the pedals round. Gives you a real sense that he's not actually pushing the pedals too hard, but I tell you what, he's putting out a lot of power, but uses that high cadence pedalling action. Goliker rummages around in his musette. What's he going to get in there? Will it be a twirl, maybe a flake, even a Mars? Could be a marathon. Now the Snickers marathons were basically Snickers. So I'm showing my age there, aren't I? But no marathons or Snickers in there, I don't think.
This race is a marathon.
This race is a marathon. But he doesn't want to have that musette flapping around too much. Look at the amount of wind it's taking. So I'd tuck that in your back pocket if I were you, mate. It's acting as a bit of a balloon, but he knows that. There we go. He's going to fold it up. He won't throw it. I doubt if he'll litter it. There we go.
Well, he tries to put it up his jersey, but he's not seen that the camera motorbike has kindly offered a hand to say, we'll take it off you.
Oh, fair play to him.
Yeah, absolutely fair play to him.
Well, it might, if he pushes it up a little bit further in between his chest, it actually will give him an aerodynamic advantage. Because we've seen these riders in the Tour de France put like a mini bottle of mineral water just to give that aerodynamic advantage, or like a little block of sponge. Now, you only see it in TTs, but it does actually help. So if he pushes it up a bit further, he might save him 3/4 of a watt or something.
You need all you can get in this race, don't you? But even in a time trial, we often see that riders have gone from putting the radio on the back to wearing it down the front, and now sometimes more so in road races, which is you're seeing the benefits when it's being trialled and tested.
Yeah. So Goliker, good lad, not littering. Well, it's the rules now, isn't it? Firstly, it's the right thing to do. Secondly, it's the rules. You can't throw litter off unless it's in a designated green zone in these races, which is understandable. It's been part of the cycling scene for the best part of a decade now. But before, we used to see riders just arbitrarily littering the roads, and it was never a good thing until governance stepped in, common sense as well. Great to see. It's almost second nature now. Riders just don't throw things off unless it's at the foot of a spectator, and occasionally it's just by accident it might come out, but they always tuck it. And a good one is just underneath the saddle, isn't it? On the saddle rails.
Yeah, it is.
With the gel wrappers underneath there.
Almost seems ridiculous it took so long for it to become a rule, to be quite honest.
No.
Given the beauty and how lucky we are to have the stadium is the roads and the nature, it's countryside.
Yep, sharing it with the horses and the cows. And here we go, this little counter-attack led by Lewis Askey. Joe Blackmore there as well for IPT. Oliver Knight just on the inside there for Cofidis, another medalist in the National Championships for the under-23s. Sorry, Callum Thornley this there as well, and another counter-attack to trying to come across this gap. The gap is opening up now, Hannah. There's certainly a lot of tired legs. That looked like it was the figure of Jake Stewart's trying to cross the gap as well, as Goliker just starts to struggle over the top of this climb. That's not a good sign for later into the race. I'm sure he'll get back on here, unless he was easing off on purpose, but he does appear to be starting to struggle, because once that group caught them, they went straight by and added another kilometre an hour or so, didn't they?
Both the development team and the World Tour squad of EF Education have been well represented throughout the race. And could it be now at the crunch point where this is a really dangerous move going clear, and the fact that Goliker is starting to struggle already with still so many more kilometres to go and remaining in this race, that they don't have someone represented. Before we saw Max Walker was up there, likewise with Owain Doull, Jack Rutkin-Gray earlier on. Now could it be that they are the team, and one of the big teams that have missed this, and this looks as though this is the figure of Owain Doull. Yeah,
that's definitely Owain Doull trying to get across this gap. He knows he might, again, I don't know how we'd got that information because there's no radios, but it's clearly sensed that with just one rider in the front, and maybe having spoken to Josh Goliker earlier on, knows that with only 2 hours racing done, and knowing the feeling in the legs, sometimes you just know when a race is so hard, you apply your own form to it, and you know how other riders are roughly going to feel, don't you? Just a lot of these riders will know each other very well and know how they can function. And if you're a good rider, although you might be feeling good but knowing it's hard, you know that slightly the riders that aren't maybe quite as good as you will be suffering even more. So that takes years. You can make these assessments of riders almost instantaneously, looking at the body language. Obviously you've got tactics to overlay as well. Some riders can play the cards really close to the chest, but as you said, you used the words, let the race come to you. A race like the National Championships is one that you have to treat with a lot of respect. You've got to be smart, you've got to be on the front foot, but you also have to be patient and just wait for the road to do the damage. This attritional pace can only be sustained at a cost, and it will be at the cost of most of the riders in this field will not be able to stay in front. And I think, although Goliker's working now, that little indication on the climb, I think Doull maybe thought, maybe Goliker might not be the right man in this move. We need at least another rider up in front, and that's why he's gone for it.
But Owain Doull, he also wants to be in the thick of the action.
Totally.
He also, for his own ambitions, wants an opportunity to go for the jersey, to go for a result. He's never won the National Road Race title. He's 30 years of age now, and so for Doull, perhaps feeling like, well, I've missed the move when it did go. You know, this is a big opportunity to try and get across. Jake Stewart thinking the same thing for IPT. He's also got one rider who is also trying to come across with him in that navy blue jersey. This is Belden.
I think anybody that can ride with it at this point is going to be a good ally. If you've got the legs to go with the likes of Jake Stewart and Owain Doull, you're going to have pretty decent legs, so you are going to be able to offer up a little bit of assistance. It's not as if it's a soft break that's gone early on and you're with a slightly weaker rider. No. These splits now, although we've only done 2 hours and 4 minutes of racing, this race has been brutally hard. It really has. You could just tell. And the way that these gaps are now starting to open up on the sorts of riders that are going clear, we are seeing slowly but surely just the best riders hit the front. A lot of riders are out of the game because of that crash. That's massively unfortunate, but we are left with this situation. And the longer they ride at these sorts of tempos, the gaps are going to start to go out now. And we are going to see the finest riders rising to the top, very much like we did in the women's race earlier on. All we had at the front of that race and at the end was the best riders on the day, and it's as simple as that. There was no fluke, there was no chance. It was about class and ability to sustain the punishment that you get when you're racing at this frequency on this sort of course.
To have that endurance, to have that stamina, to be able to be tactically astute as well, and to be careful where you burn your matches, but also to have the top form that you need to come into in a national championship. And we saw that with Millie Cousins, a fantastic performance from her, another rider who has been supported by the Rayner Foundation. It was a fantastic ride, and despite not having the numerical advantage within the team, it just shows that you can still pull off that victory, and you need to have the legs to be able to do so. Seen a couple of riders who are here alongside Owen Doull and Jake Stewart, one of those being Harrison Wood by the looks of things, another rider who is a rider who formerly rode for Cofidis.
Last year,
yeah.
Yeah,
Right.
he was. So he's riding for a smaller team, Sabagal Anikol. He's a lovely lad, Harrison Wood. I remember speaking to him at the Giro last year when he rode, but he was quite surprised and obviously very disappointed not to have been kept on by the team. But again, we were talking about it before. It said there's no guarantees. It's such a difficult sport to stay at the top level, considering the competition and the amount of good young riders that are constantly knocking at the door and biting at your heels.
Absolutely, and it's never a given. He worked hard for the team, the French squad at Cofidis, and during the Giro, I was speaking to Simon Gaschke, the German rider who's now retired from professional cycling, and he was with us for the 1 week of the Giro, and he was saying he was a great teammate. He always loved to room with Harrison Wood because he was a great rider. He's a great teammate, and it was a huge shame that they didn't keep him on because he was a hard worker. But if he can try and pull off another good result here in the national championships, you never know what lies in store for you.
Exactly, and it's not uncommon for riders. There are quite a few riders actually currently riding at World Tour who have ridden at World Tour, gone back to Conti, had a year at club team, and gone back up again.
James Shaw.
That was what I was thinking of. Yeah, rode for Lotto at World Tour, went back down to Conti level, then club level, then pro Conti, and then back up to World Tour again with the EF Education Easy Post, because of that self-belief and that belief that I am a good rider, I do deserve a place at the top table.
Persistence.
Yeah,
as well.
exactly. But it's a massive mental blow when you do end up dropping down the ranking. And our very own Adam Blythe as well worked with a lot. It was World Tour, down to club level, and then back up to World Tour again. He's had a similar situation.
11 years ago, racing for NFTO, one ride London in a pretty miserable edition, beating some world-class riders. Alaphilippe, I think Trentin, and as well as Swift. One ride London and went straight back to the World Tour.
Was also there, wasn't he?
Yeah.
If you're listening, Blythe, that costs you £5, please, mate, for that plot.
And a coffee.
And a coffee. Well, this is a very good group, and this is the biggest lead we've had so far. And we've got some classy riders in the Lewis Askey just at the back there for Group Armour, FDJ, chatting to a very relaxed-looking Matty Brennan with multiple World Tour wins, and a man also with World Tour wins just in front of him is Sam Watson. Joe Blackmore rolls through as well. The other rider there just rolling through, number 39. That is a Jacob Bush, one of the development team riders for Picnic Post NL. And then one of our new national champions, Callum Thornley for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe, rolling through too. Also in the mix, we have for Cofidis. That is, if I can get his name, rolling through too. But they're looking behind now just to see where that little group is. Now I'm wondering if number 43, Ollie Knight, sorry, Josh Golliker might. The thing is, he won't know unless he looks behind. He won't see Owen Doull coming across the gap. But I think if he looks round and sees that pink jersey, he will then ease off, won't he? But at the moment, no reddies, he doesn't know, does he?
On some of these roads, and we've seen this time and time again here, Matt, where you're on the country roads, you're constantly twisting and turning, so you don't have this, apart from, you've got this section of road where if he takes a look around, you'll see that the Doull is coming across, but on many of these roads, you're very quickly out of sight, and so you can't use the road to your advantage to see what's going on, and unless you have somebody at the roadside who can shout up and tell you what the situation on the road is. But they're making good inroads here, this quartet who are coming across: Doull, Stewart, Wood and Belden.
Yeah, Belden has had a good season so far as well. Part of one of the best domestic teams, Muckhoff SRCT Stork. His teammate Adam Howell isn't here, but he's leading the Rafa series overall. But he's had some good success as well, so good to see one of our domestic teams represented, and it is one of the most successful domestic teams so far this year.
That's huge for Belden.
Yeah, it is. They're not a Conti team, but they are one of the best elite teams who have performed exceptionally well. And to get amongst the mixed with these riders here, Owen Doull, World Tour, The man that's just swinging off Pro Conti, essentially World Tour, is Jake Stewart, and the man who's also in the mix as well has just stepped down from the World Tour level, having ridden the Giro d'Italia last year. So to be riding in that sort of esteemed company is absolutely fantastic, because there's no other British club teams or elite teams in this front group. It is a mix of development teams, World Tour teams and Pro Conti teams, so fair play to a young Belden there for getting in the move.
Jacob Bush has got a big job on his hands, being the only rider from Picnic Postenel development team represented. Neither of the two World Tour riders, Sean Flynn or Bjorn Kurt, are in the move. He's got a big job on his hands, particularly when you're up against two riders from, okay, one's from the World Tour squad and one from the development squad, but Visma Lease bike. They're going to work well together, and Thomas Pattinson has already shown what a class bike rider he is.
Look at Jake Stewart driving hard in this group against a former teammate, Lewis Askey, of course. They're on the same squad at Groupama for a few years. I think Jake Stewart has actually just signed an extension, isn't he, after that win in the Dauphiné? So he'll be staying with IPT. I think it's through to the end of 2027. So a good ride there from the man from Coventry. Again, so many of our British riders this year have had standout years, and I go back to the 4 days of Dunkirk, the fact that 3 British riders, all of them actually in this front split, all won stages in that race. So and another little counter is Ethan Vernon, another rider who's won at World Tour level over the last couple of years. So Ethan Vernon from IPT. So this is group number 3, and Ethan Vernon riding through. It's like Joey Pidcock is the rider in P3 in this little group as well, for Q36.5. So this race, because this race has been so close, Hannah, it actually feels, the way the rhythm of the race is, it actually feels that this group have got more than just 35 seconds. This race is still a knife edge. It just takes, because it's so fast, it takes that much more effort to actually open up any significant gaps. It's been breathless, relentless racing, but this race is by no means over, is it?
And even that second chasing group, Group 3 on the road, but the second chase group doesn't have an established advantage over the peloton, because they've not given up chase behind, and so their lead over the peloton is very fragile. As soon as a couple of riders don't contribute and start to come through, their gap is going to be nullified immediately. So you can't rest on your laurels, and certainly this front group cannot start to mess around just yet. Everyone has to fully commit. There's going to be another 4 riders who join the front of the race.
Yeah, we're deep into the final of the big laps now, so a big chunk of this race will have passed. We're then going to do 5.5 laps of the smaller circuit of a 12.5 Ks, as Maddie Brennan takes a look round just to see that little group containing Owen Doull and Jake Stewart latch on the back, giving us a nice group of riders out in the front. And everybody here will want to try and just ease a little bit, won't they? They cannot continue to ride at this furious pace, but just looking at the body language of the riders in this move, although they're riding hard, they have had to back off. Meanwhile, this is essentially Group 2, because Groups 1 and 2 have merged, so Group 3 that was on the road is now essentially Group 2, but this group has also come back together, and they're on a little bit further back down the road, continuing to descend. But just this low shot on the motorbike as Joey Pidcock rolls through, giving you a proper sense of just how fast they're going. And the gap has now come down. Once that bridge has been made, it's come down from 35 to 32. Through these narrow country lanes, they are still riveting along, aren't they? They're just not settling down at all. Got the holy trinity of farm animals now. We've got some sheep that we've had images of. We've had cows, and we've had
horses.
So that's there are several animals still to go. We haven't had any goats yet. Chickens. So there's a few to go, isn't it? We've got 3. We've got the hat trick.
Maybe a few llamas we might see out on the...
Llamas, maybe.
No alpacas.
Maybe one year we should do farm animal bingo. We should get like a bingo card made up by Rowan, our producer, with some decent graphics. And every time we see a farm animal, we tick it off, and then we shout farm animal bingo out loud in the middle of the race.
It's not too late to start.
It's not too late to start, is it?
Never too late to start.
Never too late to start.
Never too late to start to bring back your leaders when the gap's 32 seconds.
No, this
Certainly
group.
not.
Yeah, there is our defending champion as well, just tucked in. There is Ethan Hayter. He's missed this front group, so this now is group number 2. Ethan Vernon also pulling in this group as well. That Ethan Hayter, he understands. Now he's missed that counter-attack with Jake Stewart. He has to invest here because this is a very, very good group. Some sharing of bottles between Golica and Owain Doull. And this is the thing, because the gap's so slender, they haven't managed to drop in the neutral service in between. And I know some of our motorbikes will have bottles, but that isn't, I'm sure they would give them one if they had one, but that's not their function, is it?
No, it's not.
It's not to give them bead-on, so they're going to have to wait till they hit the feed again.
Just trying to think back to that previous feed where Golica had the musette. He took 2 bottles. I think on his second bottle he actually dropped it when he went to put it in his bottle cage. So he had the
down,
fuel.
isn't it?
It's one down, and on such a, as we've mentioned already, on such an arduous race, a attritional race, and on this course, you need all of those carbs. You need the fuel to keep yourselves topped up and well fueled and also hydrated. It's pretty humid out there as well. It doesn't look very nice, but it's around 17-18 degrees. You've got that cloud cover. Has been raining earlier on. It's dried out for the last hour and a quarter or so, but it's humid.
Yep, you're going to need, like you say, you're going to need to fuel up. You can just see that you know, when you pick your bottle up and you just give it a shake, and even if there's a little bit, there's a dreg left at the bottom, you'll sip that. But that was the shake of, oh no, I've hardly got any water left. Or if somebody asks you for a bead on, well, the first thing you do, you pick it up, you weigh it, you shake it, think, well, I've got a third of a bottle there, and you say, well, I've got a third, you can have that. You're kind of weighing up what you've got and what you've got left to give somebody else. And when you're in a group deep into a race with somebody from a rival team and they're asking you for a bottle, that's when it's like, well, do I? Quite often you say, no, I haven't. But if you've got some spare, you will give it. You know, it's one of those, it's not an unwritten rule, but quite often you will share. Maybe that's just more at the amateur level, because at the pro level there's a lot more support in place. As Jake Stewart hits the front, does the universal sign for come through. And that is what we call a double turn here. So this is when Golica had a sip from one. Now, does he put it in? And you're saying that it actually falls out. Let's have a little look. Yep, out. Well remembered. A little bit of a rueful shake of the head. So I didn't manage to get it in there, and released it, so we lost it. So 10 points to you, Hannah, for well remembering.
Can we add that to the bingo sheet?
That would go to, so farm animals and people missing their bead-ons, bingo. Very, very niche.
But that's what we like, isn't it?
That's what we like. Well, 28 seconds.
We can see how much it could cost Golica.
Oh, totally.
It seems pretty... Doesn't seem like much. You know, he already took a bottle, he's got one in his bottle cage, but on such a difficult day, you'd never know how much this can cost you.
Well, that's something that would.
And also how much he was suffering before, because we did see he started to get distanced on one of the climbs. He went through a bit of a rough patch.
Yeah, this is still Group 2. Trying to relay. And on the front, it was active in the National Crit Championships. So there's Ollie Wood, and there, look how aero the defending champion is getting here. So Ethan Hayter knows this is dangerous. He has to invest. They've split off. They've got quite a big gap themselves, maybe 10 or 12 seconds over the rest of the bunch. But Hayter now knows he has to invest. Now, Ethan Vernon, with only Jake Stewart in front, it looks like he's happy as well to get a little bit of a reinforcement up there, because Jake Stewart, although he's a classy rider, he's massively outnumbered there, isn't he? They want another rider in the mix, and Vernon's quick.
Yeah, I think just at the back, he's kept himself pretty anonymous. Joe Blackmore, who's at the back of the group, who is anonymous too for IPT. So there's two riders
there. Yeah.
But he's kept himself well protected out of the frame of things. Really, you just saw him like pop out there in that navy blue jersey.
I wonder if one of the riders that was in the break has actually punctured there and had to drop back. So that's a big shame, isn't it?
Such a shame.
Harrison Wood, that really is. After getting himself in the move, there he is just behind out the corner. He's not even going to be able to get in this breakaway. That is the worst luck. Now, Ethan Vernon working here, taking the defending champion across the gap. What are your thoughts on this? Do you think Vernon should be riding here, or maybe just thinking we want even more numbers up in front with such a dangerous group, or just trying to get himself in the race? Because let's be really honest about this. They might have come into this race saying we'll work with each other, but I want to win this title as well. There's a little bit of that goes on. I'm not taking anything away from Stewart, from Blackmore, or from Vernon, but none of those riders have won the British Championships before, and some of them might, though, go their entire career without winning it. So if they're in with a sniff, they're probably going to invest, aren't they?
Look, the gap's 30 seconds. This is not Ethan Vernon closing a gap of 3, 4, 5 minutes here to try and almost, not the race is done, but he believes that he can win. He can get over the climbs. He's a mightily powerful rider, but he packs a punch, and he's, dare I say it, given the recent form, Jake Stewart has shown that he can challenge Matty Brennan and be a close challenger, and the new bike that we've seen is incredibly fast, but probably realistically a rider who has a realistic chance of beating Matty Brennan from this group would be Ethan Vernon.
Yeah, it's
but as you say, it's huge.
It's
you want to win the British National Road Race Championships. You want to have your name amongst the big stars, the roll of honour list.
Totally.
And
you want to wear that jersey.
You want to wear that jersey for the next 12 months. As you say, you never know what the course might be over the next few years and whether it'll suit you. And when you're in prime condition and in good fitness, you want to try and take that jersey where you can. Don't forget, Ethan Vernon for the last couple of years has spent the large part of this part of the season focusing on the track for the Olympic Games. So
exactly,
he wants to have that success on the road and continue the success on the road.
No, he certainly does. As you say, he is very, very quick indeed. But when Ethan Vernon has been dropped off in a sprint, it's generally because he's a protected rider. He won't be able to get in breakaways and stuff like this. So it is a bit, some little object in the road there. Thankfully, they've missed out on that one. Maybe looked like just a rolled up newspaper or something, but definitely a clear hazard. So well done, Josh Golliker, for pointing that out. Jake Stewart just on his wheel. This group working very well indeed. There's a little bit of a split earlier on. There's one or two riders that are starting to sit on a little bit, and Sam Watson is one of those riders that's not doing as much as he was earlier on. Again, that's primarily because he hasn't got any teammates with him. IPT have got 2 in there. We know that Visma Lisa Bike have got 2 as well. So EF Education Easy Post also with 2. So Sam Watson will ride every now and again, but what he's not going to do at the moment is commit too much as the Innes Grenadiers team car bows forward and slots into the gap. It's only 25 seconds between the front group and this group number 2, with Ollie Wood just sat at the back stretching out his legs.
I was thinking before when we saw Ollie Wood and Ethan Hayter side by side, both of them in that distinctive style on the hoods, on the tops. They've got a very familiar style together.
Yeah.
They almost mirror each other, really. The way that they're able to get themselves as aerodynamic as possible.
There's a lot of good team pursuiters here, isn't there?
There is.
Ollie Wood, Ethan Hayter, Ethan Vernon, all medalists on the track in the past. An Olympic champion as well in the form of Ethan Hayter.
All 3 silver medalists in the team pursuit last year, weren't they?
Of course. Yeah, they'll all know each other very well, and they all know how to get pretty low on a bike. Vernon, the slightly bigger rider, as we head back to Sam Watson. Sadly, that gel exploded on the road, crushed by the wheels.
It's Ian Stannard.
It is Ian Stannard. Let's have a listen. Apologies for the silence. We're just trying to listen in to that conversation. Now, the one thing I did hear from Ian Stannard there, he said, you're all on your own, so keep it crafty. Perfect advice, simple advice. Sam Watson knows that, but quite often what the DSs will say, and it won't be rocket science, but it's just reinforcing the simple things about how to ride a bike race in this sort of situation. It's been a hard race so far. We're roughly within 5 or 10 minutes, maybe 15 minutes, we're roughly halfway. But it's been hard. He's a classy rider, but he is massively outnumbered with some really good riders. So keep it crafty. So roll through, make sure they know you're there, but hold that energy back and watch for those long-range attacks. Because this group is big, but I don't think it's going to be big for too much longer, especially when we head into this finishing circuit. Because now, as we go through the feed, we'll drop straight in do that extra little bit of a leg and then join halfway around the final finishing circuit.
Often the sports directors take that opportunity to say the situation on the road. What's happening behind? What's going on up ahead? What is the situation on the road? Who's represented where? Who's pulling behind in the group that Ian Stannard has just overtaken? He's seen what's happened in that chasing group behind. What is the scenario on the road? Who is there? Who is represented? The mechanic will also be of high value in that team car to listen in to the race radio from the commissaires and to see what is the situation. Which riders are in that chasing group, for example? What's the time gap?
Looks like they are actually closing here. This seems to be a big group of riders up in front, led by Ethan Hayter. Another Ethan just at the back there, out of the saddle, then number 71 for IPT. That is Ethan Vernon. And then just behind him is Max Walker, also a VF Education Easy Post. So if Max Walker gets across, we're going to have 3 riders from EF Education Easy Post there, 3 from IPT. There's Tom Portsmouth. Well done, Tom, to get yourself in this group. Got a good crit champs.
So Danilo Rani from Foreign CT,
Cool.
the rider in that.
So just all I was going to do, sorry Hannah, is listen to the speed. You can hear speed, can't you? Listen to that. The sound of speed as we whiz towards Aberystwyth. They are absolutely motoring here. That's a lovely shot of the riders, isn't it? You can just see the road passing by, but also that lovely sound. Saski rolling through here. The Groupama FDJ. And there is the aforementioned Sam Watson, having that little bit of sage advice from Ian Stannard. Stannard knows how to win this bike race. He's a former British road race champion. This little kick up. It's a real characteristic of these roads here in Wales, isn't it? They're up and down. Not quite the big long climbs in Snowdonia, but a real punchy terrain. And look at the way Aski's just punching over the top of this one as well. Okay, it might hurt his legs a little, but it's just going to inject a little bit of pain into the legs behind and also make it even harder for these chasers because they're not on yet. It's going to take them a while if they continue to ride as they are at the front. It's still going to be a good 4 or 5 Ks for this group, and it's increasingly putting on pressure from the riders in this group as well. So Vernon's having to burn a lot of matches, and importantly, Ethan Hayter, the defending champion, is having to invest here. So the other riders will look to him as defending champ to invest. If you want to get across, you've got to work through the feed. And a clean catch there on this occasion by Golick, who necks the water straight away. So we're going to go right here, but we're not going to go right again on this occasion. We'll continue rounds. And there we go, swing left. So before we would have gone right again. And this is this little road that knits together the 2 circuits. Straight down on the little ring. Another little, as we say in Italian, a little muro, isn't it? A horrible little wall. Well, I'm going to be honest with you, those of you watching, we've just been given a Mars ice cream. So thank you very much indeed. That's going to... I don't think it's
Russell.
Yeah, thanks, Russell. Very kind of you, mate.
Rustling up some snacks.
It's been an epic day here in the comms booth. Not quite as hard as it is for the riders, but
been well fueled. Some
we have been well
fueled. Flake, a Mars ice cream.
We've had a
banana.
rummage. Yeah, we've had a rummage around in Josh Gollicker's museum. You can have a rummage in ours, and we've got an ice cream Mars. What scenes here? And what scenes on the road? It's been a brilliant bike race. Still very difficult to call who is going to emerge victorious here. 2 jerseys up for grabs in the Lloyds National Road Race Championship for men. It's been an absolutely fantastic few days of racing. It really has. Jake Stewart dropped to the back of this group. There's the first glance to actually have a real look at that almost space-age machine.
Stuff,
Jake Stewart, yeah, he's just having a bit of a chat. I wonder if he managed to get a feed through there. He might be asking, I want his team car.
He wants the team car.
Yeah, can you call them when you can? Yeah, you need some fuel. You really, really do. Ethan Vernon is in the group behind. He's got Josh Blackmore with him for company. So IPT are very well represented here. Man from Coventry has to be one of the big favourites. Now the race, just looking at the demeanour there, the gap's gone out to 25 seconds, but this race, it's fair to say, I mean, I might be wrong, it has now just settled ever so slightly. The pace is still hard, but they know they've still got the best part of, well over 2 hours of racing still to go. So the race is going to start to really come to them now, isn't it? Rather than them making the race now, this race on these finishing circuit is just going to get harder and harder and harder.
You've got this reset. We're into the next phase of the race. You've got 5.5 laps of these smaller circuits, and once they come through that finish line, you'll have 5 laps to go. The lap itself, 12.4 kilometres per lap, but the lap itself is almost in 3 parts. You've got the climb where you see gradients. I would say it's not as steep as the climb that we had on the big loop, but we still have gradients of 7, 8, 9%. But then you've got a really fast technical descent when you come to the top of the climb, you crest for 1 kilometre or so, then you have a sharp left-hand turn onto a single track lane, which has been patchy, wet and dry. At some parts you're under the trees, so there's a bit of moss, there's a little bit of debris on the road itself, and it's so steep down that descent itself. It's around -13 to -18%, which then takes you into the flat section. Tim Alverson giving the time gap. There you go. 8 riders at 25 seconds, and then also giving him the information of the time gap to the peloton behind.
Yep. And then importantly telling him he's got another teammate coming across
Yep.
as well. So that might mean, well, they can see him up in front, still 25 seconds on this nasty little slope that takes us into the finishing circuits. Say finishing circuits, we've still got around about 2.5 hours of racing still to go, because it's 5 laps, or 5.5 laps of 12.4 Ks. So a considerable distance still yet to be raced. As we saw Alex Belden there of Mokov SRCT Stork, just backing off a little bit. He doesn't need to do too much riding here, and I don't think the World Tour, the Pro Team and the Development Team riders will mind him sitting on. He's a rider from an elite club team in the UK, but a very high quality club team at that. They've won races left, right and centre, and they are leading the National Road standings, or the Rafa Super League as it's now known. Big shout out to Rafa as well for supporting this series and breathing new life into the domestic road scene, both for the men and the women. Massively important that it gets investment to try and get it back to the heights that it was a few years ago. Sadly, we only have one domestic continental team now, and the only other team we have are Ineos Grenadiers at World Tour level. So, but clearly there are riders that want to race, because we've got a classy field here as we head over the top at Mora. We'll be heading in this direction the other way soon, or actually partway around the circuit now. So this is the top part of the climb, and Hannah is just nibbling away at her ice cream Mars bar. So I'll take you around this top corner. This, where the little pennant man there, dressed all in fluorescent orange. This is this really hard left-hand corner. Thankfully it's dry, and this will take us into a very narrow descent, 9–10%. So we lose pretty much all the elevation we gained in 6K in about 1.5 K, and then it's completely flat all the way through to the finish before we drag up again. So Hannah describing the circuit as 3 parts, and I do agree. It's this really hard descent leading into the flat section, the technical section through the finish, and then the long drag up the other side. And that breakaway looks like they've actually shut that gap down. It says 27 seconds. It might be a little bit less than that now. So maybe 15 or 20 seconds. So they have closed up. And here we go, still wet. That still is around half a minute. That's just me then, getting a little bit carried away. But in the middle of the road here, you can just see that wet and dry. This moss, these country lanes, this foliage, almost this canopy over the top of the road, protecting the road from the sunlight, and therefore not allowing it to dry quite as quickly, quite as thoroughly. So the riders here having to be very aware of the potential change in grip levels as they descend at speed. So particularly technical downhill section, and we saw in the women's race, it did actually cause the group to fracture quite a lot, but the men's race is already into pieces on those 5 opening laps. So Goliker just at the back, making sure he kept a bit of momentum. Tom Portsmouth just dropping back here a little bit, having a little bit more difficulty navigating that descent as Goliker sows himself back into contention. But basically, in that short period of time, in 1,500 metres, we've lost all the elevation that it's taken us 6k to get back on the other side. So now it's pan flat for the next 5k.
And you can see how much difficulty some riders were having on the descent. Given it's a single track lane, there's a little bit of loose debris on top. It's patchy, wet and dry. You've got the moss, you've got the change in a few parts of the road surface too. Tom Portsmouth having a little bit of difficulty on that descent too. Ejected out of the chasing group here. You've got to work hard then to come back. You lose 60 metres or so, and then you've got to work tirelessly to come back. So you're again burning matches.
Yeah, it's not the sort of energy that you want to expend. But by the same token, if you don't want to ride outside of your comfort zone on a descent that technical, I mean, it's purely, you might think, oh, he's not good at descending. He's made a call on keeping in control. And if you try to descend with other riders outside of your comfort zone, it can be a pretty dangerous thing to do. And that is for sure. And that's one thing that it is very easy to criticise riders when they get dropped on a descent. It's something that riders can work on, but on a descent like that, there's no way you want to take any risks whatsoever at all. But the cost to that is you're going to have to chase a little bit from time to time.
You know, the thing for me is when you are on your limit and you're really starting to feel the fatigue, and then you have a fast descent, a technical descent, it's so easy to make a small mistake which can cost you so much because you're already overreaching.
Totally.
And you certainly don't want to overreach and to have a big mistake.
Oh no, totally.
And it costs the whole race, and you never know what might happen.
Oh, little bit of a bottleneck of traffic there. Everybody has got through safely. Josh Goliker just on the back of this group, sprinting to get back into contention with Alex Belden.
Saw Belden ask him if he was going to come through, and the shake of the head from Josh Goliker. So he's going through a bit of a rough patch here, Josh Goliker.
Yeah. I don't think Goliker's mucking around here.
Not at all, not at all.
We saw, it was a while ago now, best part of 45 minutes ago, when they pressed on the climb, he had a really bad patch, and you've just got to save yourself. If he's going to provide any use to the team, he's got to rest up a little bit, otherwise you just get dropped. If you commit too much too early, this is the group with another teammate, Max Walker from EF Education. Easy Post is here. There's our defending champion. Tom Portsmouth hasn't got on yet. So Portsmouth was tantalisingly close to getting onto this group, but he hasn't managed to get through just yet. There's Ethan Vernon just rolling through. Max Walker rolling through.
Matty Dodd going through there in that multicoloured jersey with the white shoulders.
Yeah, Peter Cockeritt is from Das Richardson's, is also in this group as well. And here finally is Tom Portsmouth. There you go. That took him the best part 3 kilometres to close that gap. I think the best thing for Tom now is just to rest up and just wait, recuperate a little bit as we head ever nearer Aberystwyth. Now, next time through, they will see 5 laps to go. Well, the first time through, should I say, as Goliker starts to move up just a little bit. You probably want to have a word with Owen Doyle and give him information that, like, we've got Max Walker coming across, and I'm not feeling good. You need to know if you've got a teammate in a group and you're not feeling good, you need to communicate that, don't you? And you'd say, look, I'm going to do what I can, but don't rely on me, just so you're not waiting for another teammate to cross the gap. And although it might be a bit of a disappointment to hear that your teammate hasn't got the legs, but you need to know, don't you? So communication, even when you've got numbers, everybody's in different states of fatigue here, so you need to call it, don't you?
Don't forget, once we go through the finish here in Aberystwyth and we'll see 5 laps remaining, it's pretty technical when you go down towards the harbour, but then it's not long until you start the climb. And so if you're already suffering, the best thing for you to do if you're Josh Goliker is go to Irondale and say, look, mate, do you need anything? Can I be of assistance? Do you want me to do anything? Do you want a gel? Do you want some bottles? You know, I can pick some up the next time through. Whatever it might be, how can I help? How can I assist?
Yeah, totally. You don't want to ride anonymously. Now, I'm wondering if Goliker's actually spoken to Doyle and said, look, I'll do some turns on the flat so we got representation, so we don't upset the equilibrium of the group, and you can go and sit at the back now. because the way that Dooley's been riding, you know, he's one of those riders that if he ended up winning this race, it would feel right, wouldn't it? It would feel deserved. The career that he's had, he's a rider of that sort of stature that would feel fitting to wear the jersey. Has also got the physical capacity to deliver that win as well. So that little flick round of a rider that's clearly maybe coming towards the end of what he can do today, Golica moving through to the front, ensures the team are still represented and therefore ensures the continued momentum at the moment of this group out in front. As Ollie Knight rolls through, Joshua Blackmore just drops into the wheel of the man from Cofidis, and Owen Dool, former Olympic champion, world champion on the track, is at the back. And here we go, 5 laps to go in the Lloyds National Road Race Championships for men. It's been a fantastic, fast, attritional race so far, and the race is split up. Unfortunately, we did have a crash earlier in the race. I think that was on lap 3 that happened, or lap 2.5. Here are the chasers. They're only 21 seconds behind, but there are riders that are clearly starting to suffer here. So bang on 21 seconds. The rider just at the back holding the wheel, that's Sean Flynn from Team Pitnick Post NL. Max Walker's also in here, Ethan Vernon in the mix as well. Tom Portsmouth in that lime green top slots himself back into the wheels as we head around the harbour. Be going over the bridge shortly, and as you were saying, there's the group just in front. They're shutting this down nicely, but the thing is, as soon as they get on, if they trap, the way that the speed they're riding at the moment, they are going to hit it right at the bottom of that horrible climb, where the climb is actually at its steepest at the bottom.
And it's an unforgiving climb. If you've got tired legs, you can't hide at all. And it's just a real drag, goes up in steps. Once you get towards the top of the climb itself, and it starts to plateau, but you're still dragging up. And it's such a grind up that climb itself. It's a wonderful place if you've got good legs, and I'm not necessarily saying it's going to happen on this time round up the climb, but if you've got the legs, a brilliant place to try and snap the elastic and put your rivals under a lot of pressure.
Exactly. I think there's also
difficulty.
Yeah, I think the group we've got here, and there's been an attack. Is that Lewis Askey that's gone clear? Low. So Askey has jumped clear very early on, before the bottom of the climb. That's an interesting move. Clearly one that he's felt is the right thing to do. A couple of riders shaking out the legs. Max Walker giving his legs a little bit of a shake out there. Not necessarily cramping up, but it's been such a difficult race. Even riders of this sort of quality are going to start to suffer a little bit. It's been an unrelenting race. This is a super technical part of the course. Luckily, the field has thinned itself out a little bit, and everybody's got a lot of space on the road. So you can just see the hill. There we go. Askey has flown. Yeah, he's gone. So Askey's gone. Remember, Askey's got no teammates in that group, is he? So the only rider from Group Armour. So he decided to go clear. 16 seconds it is to the chasers as we just head over this little bridge, the Trefechan Bridge. Riders are just taking a bit of a drink. You can just see the big hill looming in front, because that is what we've got to climb up. Not literally over the top of that one, but essentially we have 4.5 Ks of climbing, steep at the bottom, then it can just continue to drag to the top corner. Then we take in that stiff descent again. And there's the group just out in front, not quite touching distance, but certainly closable. And Ethan Hayter hits the front here. So here we go. Askey, a man on form, a man who's medalled in this championships, won the Circuit Race Championships last year, and is eager and has made a very early bid for glory to try and pull on the jersey in the Road Championships, but it's still a very long way to go, Hannah.
Yeah, we're inside 60 kilometres to go now. To the first descent of this part of the course on the smaller loops on this climb. Really great to see Alex Belden. He's the rider on that pink bike with the navy blue jersey. Great to see he's made it into this move. He's a great talent, second year under 23. Really unfortunate for him not to find a Conti team at the end of last year when Trinity Racing folded. A huge shame for him, because he was showing such promising signs. He's a great rider, very, very committed. Fantastic to see that he's made it into this front group here in the National Road Race Championships. Also for that elite club team. Seems as though a little bit of impetus has started to fall out of that chasing group. Meanwhile, it's Callum Thornley in the white jersey of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe rookies who is pushing on, knowing that well, Askey's been swallowed up. He's back in this group.
Now wondering, just trying to see where Josh Goliker is now. And that's Goliker's surely he was there a moment ago, unless he's just drifting back. He might be drifting back to help out Owen Doull. So when you've got a teammate with you and you do have your car behind, although the gap being at 23 seconds, it's not yet, as you said, sorry, yet it's just not big enough at the moment. So Owen Doull looking around, but I wonder where Goliker has indeed gone. Now, very interesting. So I can't see Goliker in the gap unless he's chipped off the front. I can't see that happening, but we briefly have lost Josh Goliker as we look at a teammate of Goliker. And this is Max Walker, a medalist last year in this championships, no less. Ethan Hayter, the defending champion, with number 1 on his back. And there we go, there's Goliker's coming back. He must have dropped back for some reason. Has a look, has a chat, and this is the bottom part of the climb, which is very steep. Ramps up to 9 or 10%. And it looks like they might make the junction, but when the road's steep, the gap remains the same, but the distance changes, doesn't it? So it's definitely come down. It's only about 10 or 12 seconds now, though, as Ethan Hayter senses that this is an opportunity to get properly back in contention to the front of the race.
Spotted Stevie Williams' parents on the roadside there, of course, giving a little cheer on to his teammate from IPT, Ethan Vernon, who is in that chasing group. A huge shame for Stevie Williams, who can't race. It would be literally a home National Road Race Championships. Comes from Aberystwyth. A huge shame for Welshman due to that injury that's still persistent.
He's got an actual knee condition, isn't he? Which is after that superb season last year. Yeah, such a big shame. He would have been heading ordinarily to the Tour de France. One of the big leaders of that team now.
Certainly is.
But no, big shame. We do wish you all the best if you're watching, Stevie, and your family. Meanwhile, one rider's gone clear. Wood starting to... Tom Portsmouth just starting to suffer on this climb now. Slightly heavier chap, but he's driving hard. Such an attritional race. This is going to be the feature of the lower slopes of this climb now, isn't it? Oh, Askey has been caught and passed. And Jake Stewart also starting to suffer a little bit, maybe just been caught behind the wheel. There you go, Askey accelerates over the top of the climb, and this is where it eases a bit. It's now essentially just a long drag to the top now, isn't it?
First descent of this climb on the smaller loops, doing all of the damage. This rider, Matty Dodd, in the white jersey with the multicoloured section on the panel on the back of the jersey from the Tyrrell KTM team.
Continuing to ride, so that little foray off the front.
Just a real grind, isn't it?
Yeah. And here's that group about to make contact. Ethan Vernon and Ethan Hayter, the two Ethans in this chasing group, are about to make contact with the front of the race. So the defending champion is a solo rider. A couple of riders have now been jettisoned from this group. Not too sure how far the peloton are, but the way that this race is and the flotilla of vehicles behind suggests to me, I don't think we're going to see the peloton at the front of this race again. All of the big riders are in the front. It was reduced anyway because of the crash that we saw, and it looks like we've got around half of that group in front now. So this is the group, I think, Hannah, it's fair to say, with which we're going to see the new National Elite Road Race Champion emerge. Who is it going to be? Can Ethan Hayter double up? Will Ethan Vernon take his first title? Just sat there in front. Both of these riders know each other very well. In fact, all of these riders will know themselves, know each other very well. They know their weaknesses, they know their strengths, they know their foibles, they know the body language. They can sense if they're tired, they can maybe even sense if they're foxing. And Joe Blackmore in second position. Goliker here doing a superb ride here for his teammate. In fact, he's got two teammates there now. He's got Max Walker in the group and Owen Doull. And that is why I think Goliker's on the front, as you were talking about before, trying to do what he can, keep the momentum here.
By the looks of things, there's only 4 riders who are without a teammate. Oliver Knight of Cofidis, he's the sole representative from his team. He's the only British rider within the team. You've got Alex Belden from the elite club team of Mukoff, SRCT Storks. Then you've got Callum Thornley of Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe rookies. And then you've got Lewis Askey. And everybody else has a teammate in that front group as at the moment. You've got these 2 riders who are trying to get themselves back in. This is Matty Dodd and then number 57 in that purpley jersey. That is Danilo Rigny of the foreign CT team.
Well, Max Walker's decided to go here. So there is almost looking as if they were going to get back on over the top. We've gone over the steepest part of the climb. So the climb does have a couple of little steps in it, doesn't it? It drops down, then continues to rise up to its highest point. A desperate chase here But Max Walker, with just under 3 hours of racing underway, has decided to try and go clear and is clearly feeling pretty decent. And he's got the luxury of the two teammates who can also sit on behind and marshal things as best they can.
Certainly can. Just another rider to add to that list. Sam Watson, of course, the only rider from the Ineos Grenadiers.
Of course. Well, this is where
And Ethan Hayter. No.
Yeah, so the riders that don't have any teammates, should I say, can actually look to each other. And it's not exactly an alliance, but what they can often do is, look, I won't chase you, leave it to the others. And sometimes those little alliances, it's interesting that, I can't this rider, they bring it up. Why would you look to the other teams to do that sort of thing in this sort of situation? Again,
stop spending your energy. Just be a little bit more patient, Matt.
Yeah, I mean, it's very easy for us to criticise, but we're just observing and, you know, rightly speaking about riders with teammates, riders without teammates. And when you don't have a teammate, the first thing you do when chasing an individual rider is to look to the other teams to chase.
Certainly.
Otherwise, they're going to just let you do it. It's not unless there's a particular reason or you're feeling ridiculously strong and you can jump across. So our leaders have just gone around the corner. Tom Portsmouth has been joined by the other two chasers here as they round that really tight right-hander. Thankfully, it's dried up now, but the rest of the descent is still pretty wet and dry. It's going to be difficult for them to get back in contact unless they really start to ease up out in front. Can't really see that happening, but you just never know. You just got to keep fighting on a course like this, especially with the really high attrition rate. If you just settle into a rhythm you know you can sustain on a circuit like this, you could end up with a top 10 spot. And for these three riders here, a top 10 spot would be one heck of a ride, wouldn't it?
It'd be huge. It'd be probably a career best performance overall if they could try and take a top 10 placing, even a top 15. In the way that the race has unfolded thus far, it would be an exceptional performance.
No, definitely.
There's been some standout performances, I've got to say, already before we've even finished the race. For riders to even make this move and be in this situation, and particularly the elite club teams, Belden for one, Matty Dodd there, one of the riders who's racing for the Austrian Tyrrell KTM team.
And Belden's still in the front, isn't he, as well? So done a superb performance. So it's a pretty big group now, sizable group of riders. And as you say, several riders starting to struggle. Actually, yeah, I think that's just the descent. He just doesn't quite like that descent. It is such a tricky one, isn't it? As Matt Brennan
if you're
rolls
not comfortable with it.
Yeah, that's it. It's just, it's awkward because you just want him to not have to expend the extra energy. But as you say, the first thing you learn when you're riding a bike is never ride outside of your comfort zone. If you feel like you're taking too many risks, you generally are. Your body has a warning signal. If you feel out of control on a push bike, on a wet, slippery descent with moss, you've got to back off. It's something you can learn to deal with. Lots of teams now, especially at the World Tour level, a good example was Thibaut Pinot back in the day, was having an awful, torrid time on descents. He got a coach on board to really help him with that. Quite often, it's a psychological thing as well. So one or two riders have issues on descents due to nerves and stuff, but it's something you really have to learn to manage. But the first thing is staying upright and staying safe, keeping yourself in the race.
Totally. If you put yourself out, it's, first of all, it's been so difficult to get to this point, but don't scupper your chances here by making a silly error and taking too many risks. And you talk about Thibaut Pinot, for example, but I know there's several other World Tour riders who have seeked the advice and the experience and knowledge of a former mountain biker, a Spanish mountain biker, Oscar Seitz, who has been helping a lot of riders to learn how to descend, be a lot more comfortable with descending and overcome that fear. It doesn't matter whether you're a big Grand Tour rider, no matter who it is. You could be a great climber, but you also need to be a good descender to be able to stay with the front of the race and still be in the race. You can lose a race by not being comfortable on the descents.
Right. So it's Johnny Towers, who's Alice Towers' dad, also provides descending classes for some riders. So remember when I was at the Zwift Academy, he came in as the descending coach to offer up assistance to riders about how to learn and improve their descending. It's a real skill that you need to be able to do well.
also comes from a motorbike background
He
as
does.
well, doesn't he?
He's a motorcyclist.
Yeah.
So certainly knows how to corner and how and where that tyre grip trade-off lies. But it's the whole thing about learning to descend is basically descending efficiently and safely. It's not about risk-taking. It's just about understanding where that grip lies. But again, it's not a simple art. It's one that takes a lot of learning, and there's a lot to do with your past history as well. If you've had one or two awful crashes, it's going to play on your mind as well, isn't it? So many factors. Wow, we're coming in to the end of our opening lap on this finishing circuit. 5.5 laps will have been done when we hit the finish line for the final time. This race in Aberystwyth. Things have settled down ever so slightly. We've got a big group of riders out in front, including several of the pre-race favourites. A man just at the back there has had a good one so far. Jacob Bush of the development team for Picnic Post LL. 3 riders here from EF Education Easy Post, including Owen Dahl. Matty Brennan is here. Lewis Askey for Group Armour. Jake Stewart also in the mix as well. Ethan Vernon. So 3 riders for the IPT squad, and all of them, well, they're all pretty decent finishers. 2 exceptional finishers, 2 of the finest sprinters in the world. And the man just coming through, again, one of the most an up-and-coming all-rounder, isn't he? We don't really know what Joseph Blackmore's going to do in the future. Will he be a classic specialist? Will he be a stage race rider? He is on a voyage of discovery and is still a very young man. But he's certainly one rider that can go downhill very fast as well with that cyclocross and mountain biking background.
And pretty special that he'll be off to his first ever Grand Tour.
It's brilliant, isn't it?
Starting his first ever Grand Tour in 6 days'
so
time.
excited, yeah.
Oh, can you imagine?
So excited. Vernon just at the back there. So doing a cracking ride. Ollie Knight there from Cofidis, just sitting last man at the moment as we head into the final K of this lap.
So in the National Championships, UCI points are on offer.
A lot
Now,
more than
Cofidis,
usual as well, isn't there?
Yes. And Cofidis are in a bit of a danger zone in terms of the UCI World Tour relegation. And so if Oliver Knight can pick up a huge chunk of points today, that's good news for them.
It certainly is. It's a top 10 riders get points, actually, I think, don't they? Just looking back at the women's race from earlier on. I'm sure it is the top 10 that score points as we round into the finishing straight. Next time through, there will be 4 laps to go. Bush leads them through. Our leading group of riders, Ollie Knight just at the back there for Cofidis. What can he do today? He's going to really have to not spend too much time on the front, try and think his way around these last couple of laps and hope that he has good legs. Callum Thornley on the right-hand side as we look at them, representing Red Bull Borough rookies. But he's riding like a far more experienced rider here today. He really is. And they're just backing off a little bit. Sam Watson almost just backs off the pedals here. Doesn't want to do any more than he needs to. 4 laps to go now. And that little easing through has allowed this group of 3 riders to get back in contact. So it's going to be another opportunity for these riders to at least survive for a bit more. But again, given the fact they've been dropped on the climb, Hannah, it's only a matter of time, one would imagine, unless there's a real change of fortune, change of level, they will actually survive once more. But they're certainly keeping themselves in the mix. And as you say, all it takes is for 1 or 2 other riders in that group to be at the end of their tether and start to crack, even blow, miss fuel. So you have to keep fighting, don't you? But I wouldn't imagine any of these are going to do any pulling on the front. They might even try and go clear to buy themselves some time.
We'd already seen on the previous lap at this particular point on the course, all it took was for 1 or 2 riders to press on through the harbour here, and it started to split things, and riders had a bit of difficulty because it does get technical. It's we didn't get too much of a look at it, Matt, but it's quite a steep climb out of Aberystwyth before you go over the Trefechan Bridge. It's 3 hours of racing. Taking that sweeping left-hand turn, you'll head back down towards the harbour itself. There it is on the right-hand side. They've made the junction. You've just got to try and sit in the wheels for, it sounds obvious, sit in the wheels for as long as possible. Just try and get some respite and get some recovery. and
hope they don't go too hard on the climb.
Yeah.
Thing
Give
is-
yourself 10, 15 minutes if you can, just to recover.
Exactly. Well, here's the chasing group. Now, they're not that far behind either, but I think seeing the front of the race again is going to be very hard, I think, for this group of riders. This is Callum Johnson rolling through for the Caja Rural team.
Coming up to, they're 151 behind
It's
that group of
it's
riders.
certainly they're certainly not out of the game, but they're going to have to lose a lot of momentum behind. It could be that some of the riders in that group actually catch the ones in front, but let's just see. But everybody's going to be preparing themselves for the onslaught of these next 4 climbs now. Some riders will be looking forward to it if they're feeling good. Others riders will be fearing this climb. That's going to be an interesting one to see how these next couple of laps evolve. So Matty Brennan moved through to the front. It's the lower part of this climb where it's at its steepest. As when there's a big attack on there, I think it's Bush who's gone on the right-hand side. So Bush has gone. So Bush, I think it is, that's going clear now. Massive acceleration here from the young rider from the development team, pedalling beautifully up this climb. So a good acceleration, crisp, clean one again, using another illustration, Hannah, of using the width of the road to your advantage. And there wasn't an immediate response, was there? But there is one now.
Using the width of the road, but also using the terrain of the road. Slight little uphill. It's a real punchy power section of the course here before you get to the real base of the climb. And Jacob Bush is giving Owen Dool a real hard time, the rider in the paint jersey, in trying to come across. Ollie Knight of Cofidis in that red and yellow jersey of the French World Tour squad bridges across pretty effortlessly, actually. Also Callum Thornley, the rider in that white jersey, the Scottish rider, comes up making it 4 riders in the front, and that move from Jacob Bush has put Josh Golliker of EF Education Ivolo out of the back, and several bike lengths off the back.
This is fascinating stuff. It really, really is. Now, Thomas Pattinson has been put through to the front. I think that's been instruction from Matty Brennan to try and at least hold this gap, because this is a dangerous little move. I think some of the bigger favourites are still actually back in the group here, but with a rider to use, you might as well use him when you can. And Golliker now getting back on terms as best he can. He's been yo-yoing here a little bit, struggling on the descent, and then when there's any injections of pace, it's also starting to suffer a little bit, but again, has managed to latch back on to the back of this group. And just over this small rise, it drops again, and that's where the gradient really starts to bite. But this is a good opening acceleration. So Callum Thornley riding through, Owen Dool on his wheel. Jacob Bush just sat at the back of this group, and then Ollie Knight, the other rider in this group. So 4 riders clear. Already they've built up a lead of 7 seconds, but the steepest part of the climb is only a few hundred metres away, Hannah.
Working well together already. Oh, go through the feed zone. Ollie Knight just missed the bottle there. The bottle gets rid of the gel, doesn't want that. So, just trying to fight for the bottles. 2 missed bottle there for Joe Blackmore, and
It's the last thing. It's reaching across another rider. It's always, feeds are always quite chaotic, but you do need to give everybody else a little bit of space. Perfectly okay to jettison the bottles at this point. Out of the saddle, they're still on the big ring for Ethan Hayter. Not panicking at the moment. Blackmore there on the right.
it's almost quite a cruel position to have the feed, isn't it? Because you've got feed.
Sorry, last thing you want to do is take a 250 gram bottle on a climb like that, is it? Meanwhile, these guys are over it and they're building up a lead. But yeah, you don't mind it on a bit of a drag, but on a steep slope, especially when you have to get out of the saddle, that's the last thing you want to do. But that is where the feed is. It is the same for everybody. So 4 riders clear. Callum Thornley looks around. He's had a great week of racing so far, and he's been so aggressive in this race so far. And that's a big gap that's opened up, 15 seconds and building. Now IPT are one of the big teams that have missed it. And again, another acceleration on the front, just to try and keep this lead from going down, but no real panic from the group behind. Ethan Hayter is still here. This is a big pull here on the front there from Oliver Knight. Again, showed that form the other day as you were talking about in the individual time trial, and this group is pretty determined here. Jacob Bush sat there for the development team for Picnic Postonel in 3rd, pedalling really beautifully. He kicked things off just on the lower slopes of the climb when it first went up. This group relaying really well, but lots of different pedalling styles on offer. Ollie Knight rolling around a huge gear, but doing it pretty effectively.
Such a difference between him and Owain Doull when they're shoulder to shoulder, side by side, isn't it? Where Owain Doull, far higher cadence. You know, it's really great to see Callum Thornley be so active throughout this race, and he's been in so many of these moves. Not least because during Paris-Roubaix Espoir, he crashed before they even got to the first sector. He broke several bones. It's been a long road to recovery. First race back was the Giro Next Gen last week, and clearly having a very good ride, carrying some very good form. You know, breaking your scapula, a few ribs, a broken collarbone. He had great support from his team, but comes through to this part of the season with some great form and recovering well.
Yep. As you say, you just showed me a picture of his skin seal. Well, this is an acceleration by Matty Brennan. So Matty Brennan accelerating across the gap here, using that ridiculous turn of speed. He has really burst onto the scene. Such a talent, but I don't think anybody, including himself and even his team. Remember, he rides at World Tour level, so you know kind of what to expect from a rider. Otherwise, they wouldn't be paid to ride in a World Tour team. But the way he's arrived on the scene. That sprinting, it was Catalonia, wasn't it, at the start of the year? It was absolutely insane. You can find it on YouTube, but I think he's about to be brought back by the looks of it. Sam Watson sensing the danger, but meanwhile up in front, our 4 breakaway riders are carving themselves a nice, well, it's not a little lead, it is a considerable lead, 25 seconds. Most of the climb, or the hardest part of the climb, should I say, has now been dealt with, and from here on in, there's a definite benefit from sitting behind. And the steep sectors are done. So this way it meanders through to the top of the climb now. This is certainly suits a breakaway, especially if they're all dialed, and they are. Everybody 100% committed. Still a long way to go in this bike race. Next time through, there'll still be 3 laps to go. But this is a significant move that's going clear of 4 very strong riders. But I tell you what, it was not calling it opportunistic, but it's quite interesting how a lot of the other riders from the slightly more fancier riders decided just to back off a little bit. Let's see what happens, because Owain Doull, again the most experienced by a long way of these riders, so experienced, has been a pro for a long time now. He has certainly got what it takes. 25 seconds is something that they certainly deserve, but they'll be looking to Owain Doull to maybe have a little bit of advice. Sam Watson just knows it's just a dangerous group, isn't it?
Got to do something about this group sooner rather than later, especially given that they're 4 very strong riders. They're working well together. They've got the cohesion, they've got the cooperation. And Alex Belden, the young rider, the second year under 23 rider from the elite club team, Mukoff, is not leaving anything to chance, and he's taking it upon himself.
Yeah, this is great. I mean, he is going to be right in the shop window for some of the pro teams and some of the World Tour teams as well. It's a massive performance. He's already impressed this year on the domestic scene, and against this sort of opposition. Remember, given the riders that have now been dropped from that group, he is the sole representative of a domestic British team. They don't even ride at the 3rd division. So essentially, for want of a better word, a 4th division elite team, a very well organised team.
Amateur.
Yeah, a very well organised team with good backup, but nowhere near the funding of even a continental team. So chapeau to him. Whatever happens today, this has been an impressive ride. And I tell you what, it looks like he might be able to go the distance here. That was a confident attack, and it's taken that big acceleration from the youngster. It's taken 7 seconds off the lead as we plummet down the other side. It is a case again of hold on to your hats as Jacob Bush, 4th man, navigates his way around these difficult corners.
Given that this is a single track, and we've had, of course, the whole women's race that has been on this part of the course, we've already been down it on 2 occasions. This is the 3rd occasion on this descent. You've got the motorbikes, you've got the NEG, you've got the police motorbikes, you've got the camera motorbikes, the team cars, you've got the race convoy, bringing up a little bit of debris and loose stones onto the descent. It makes it so difficult, and it's still patchy and wet in places, particularly under the trees.
Yeah, you just got to
close your eyes a little bit.
Oh, definitely. Just carry a bit of pace, even on the dry, and you drift wide and you get into the wet stuff or the slippery stuff, or you grab a little bit too much of a break and your back wheels over that moss. Oh, Lewis Askey has managed to pull himself clear on the lower slopes. Well, we're off the descent, we're on this flat section, and as we run back in to Aberystwyth, so Askey flicks the elbow, Matty Brennan obliges and slides through. And there's a nod of the head from Alex Belden. I'm in a club team, you're World Tour, you can do the riding here. You know, I'm not saying I'm just happy to be here is maybe a little, it's not enough, but he doesn't need to run. He's got to really measure his effort, so he's perfectly entitled to just do bits when he can. There's no point in going 100% at this point. He needs to ride a canny race. Maybe needs to take a leaf out of Ian Stannard's advice. Be cagey, whatever the word it was he said earlier on. Keep an eye on your opponents, never do too much. So a slight little bit of picture breakup as we head back towards the finish. It won't be too long before a leader's career around this corner into the finishing straight again.
These laps come thick and fast, don't they, on the smaller loops?
Oh, they certainly are.
One team that has missed this move here, and the fact that Lewis Askey, Belden had a little bit of an advantage there, as well as Matty Brennan, is IPT.
Yep, 3, haven't they?
Got 3, and none of them are represented in the moves going at the minute.
Yeah, the gap has come down, primarily under the pressure of Team Visma but Thomas Patterson has definitely now, well, as soon as he got into this move and there was Matty Brennan there, it's always a role of a domestique, isn't it? And the teams will look to them, and also with the form that Matty Brennan has shown this year, he's one of the outright favourites for this race. So other teams will look to him, but Jake Stewart as well, they have to ride. Ethan Vernon's just dropped back a little bit, and there, here we go. So a little bit of advice, look, do what you can, we need to try and pull this back, assist with the pacemaking. So Jake Stewart again won't want to invest too much, but given the composition of the group there, maybe Sam Watson said, you chase, you've got 3 riders, I'm only on my own, I'm not going to commit, and you jump over the top. So there's a little bit of a poker that's being played now already, isn't there? So Sam Watson's playing a bit of poker. Ethan Hayter also using, you've got 3, I'm only on my own, and I know how strong you guys are as well. So there's that's going to start to come into play.
And you should do.
Totally, it's cycling.
Absolutely, because you think, well, you've got the numerical advantage, you want this jersey within your team, you also have to work for it. I'm the sole representative here from my team, so we need you to put a rider up towards the front, and that's what they've done between Visma Lease Bike and IPT. They've put a rider on the front here. Stewart clearly committing himself, and is this all for Ethan Vernon?
It's an interesting one, isn't it? They must have had a conversation. The amount of riding that Jake Stewart's doing, it's either they're riding for Vernon to try and take this sprint, or Vernon's not feeling too good. But if it was that way around, and Vernon wasn't feeling too good on this flat, you just get him on the front and say, right, do what you can. He's asking for assistance there. That might be his team car actually, a little bit of support, get some more food, maybe another bead on for the final lap. But on a circuit like this with that sort of climb, you'd want to do a 1-bottle strategy on this circuit. You don't want to be carrying any extra weight on that steep climb, do you? Or if you do, you take a bottle at the top. But again, there's only one place to do the feed. So,
however, I think you can get away with going with 1 bottle. It's only 12.2 on this loop.
Totally.
Definitely on the larger loop.
Not so much.
It's not so much. It poses a real risk. But I think here a lap of 12.2 kilometres, you can get away with racing with 1 bead on. A little bit of discussion between Max Walker and Ethan Hayter.
So Max Walker now is on his own as well. His teammate has now gone. So some big responsibility on the shoulders of young Thomas Patterson here. He's doing a fantastic job riding in the service of his teammate. Both young riders gone through the K to go banner, now heading back towards the finish on the promenade in Aberystwyth. What a week of racing it has been. The time trials earlier in the week, a magnificently exciting, thrilling in fact, circuit races we had on Friday night, and now 2 brilliant road races, and still we cannot call it. One of the riders that's going to win it will come from this group, all the group in front. It's still pretty evenly balanced, and at the moment, Hannah, from what I've seen, nobody has told me in terms of their body language, what they put on the road, there's no standout rider.
No.
We've got, I would say,
Quite evenly matched.
there's like 6 or 7 riders that could say, yeah, going to win it, and the others will that maybe
Yeah.
a slight surprise, especially some of the younger riders. But the big World Tour hitters, your Sam Watsons, your Ethan Hayters, your Jake Stewarts, they all look pretty evenly matched, and your Matty Brennans. But that big acceleration that Brennan did over the climb, you can open a gap, but then it gets shut down again over the top.
Nobody's showing any signs of that fatigue starting to creep in. They've been shown 3 laps to go here. 3 laps to go, 36.4 kilometres remaining here. Just over 3 hours and 15 minutes of racing. The crowd's building nicely here on the seafront too.
Certainly is.
A bit of discussion here between...
I'm not riding. Right, we're not
Right.
riding now. IPT need to ride as well, so Joseph Blackmore's going to roll through to the front. You've done enough. Brennan has said you've done enough. The cohesion has gone out of this group a little bit, not totally. So there you go. Max Walker just sat at the back there, quietly confident, and also forcing everybody else to chase. So it's on the shoulders now of Joe Blackmore, which, again, a rider that could win on a circuit like this, but given the climb is so far from the finish, and the fact the steep section is only quite short, and the fact that Vernon hasn't looked to be any sort of difficulty, even a rider of the class of Joseph Blackmore is heading to the Tour de France, has got to end up being a domestique and put his shoulder to the wheel as well. But given the situation, because they're so evenly matched, given the stakes that are so high, you wonder how much Blackmore would want to commit to the front. OK, I'm going to do a bit of riding, but I want to hold a bit back, because you might need me if to follow Brennan or something over the top of the climb, or even to attack himself.
You've got to be smart, and this is what we were saying before. On some parts, you've got to be patient. You've got to burn your matches very, very wisely. However, they are the strongest team numerically, and with that numerical advantage. However, they also have one of the fastest riders who can certainly challenge for the victory. So you can't shy away from it either.
You certainly can't.
Quite right in saying, though, if this comes down and it starts to ramp up, and you've got the, let's say, the pure climbers or purer climbers who start to move forward, Joe Blackmore is going to be needed later on. Underestimate Ollie Knight in this situation. He's another rider who's looking very, very good. His cadence, his body language.
Again, if you could get a good result for Cofidis in this race, again, another rider who is at the end of his contract with Cofidis. It's the end of a 2-year deal. It's amazing how many riders are out there. So 2025, end of contract. That's not to say...
by, doesn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it's especially the fact he's still so young. Comes from Bedford, but he's certainly looking good today as we hit the bottom of this climb. And still, riding hard on the front, Thomas Pattinson. This is proper sacrificial riding. It's Jake Stewart. They seem to be rotating between Blackmore and Stewart on the front, so doing a bit, but not doing too much. So although they're having to commit to ride, they're also holding a little bit back at the same time, while everybody else with just one rider in this group are just looking to IPT and to Visma Leasebike to ride, including the defending champion, Ethan Hayter, and including Sam Watson and the rest of the riders in this group. So Max Walker just sat last man, not having to do a tap at the moment, but why should he? He's riding a very smart race as well.
Very smart. He's got his teammate up the road. He doesn't have to be riding on the front and contributing. Save as much energy as possible, follow the wheels, use the slipstream, take the draft.
It's a fascinating race. It's so delicately balanced at the moment, but these 4 riders out in front, Callum Thornley, Owen Dool, MBE, courtesy of that Olympic championship and multiple world championships too. Oliver Knight and Jacob Bush. Ollie Knight currently sat in second wheel. Callum Thornley driving hard on the front. Matty Brennan wants some assistance as his teammate continues to drive on the front. Pattinson still driving hard. Jake Stewart in the slipstream of the young man from the Visma Leasebike development team. He's riding in a TT, one of these rather, I don't know whether to use the word famous, infamous TT helmets that some people like, other people hate, but they are very effective.
Effective. They'll be banned from being used in a road racing situation with the new UCI rules that have see in 2026.
See the bikes and the kit is so high-tech these days. Again, there's a lot of people who cast an eye over and want it to be aesthetically pleasing. There we go. See, Jake was just saying, come on, boys, come on, just keep this rolling. He knows they can't. If this goes up to 45 seconds, 50 seconds, this race could be slipping away. As we head to the bottom of the steepest part of the climb again, Callum Thornley just waving, takes a bottle successfully, grabs it, takes off the gel, necks a little bit, will probably throw one off, but he's already thrown that one off. And again, out of the saddle straight away. Owen Doull in the saddle, planted, still got the drink in the other hand. Bush out of the saddle as well on this. This is the steepest part of the climb. That camera angle there gives you a real sense of the gradient on the lower part of that climb. Absolutely horrific here. Just look how far up the block Jacob Bush is riding. He's probably only got 1 or 2 sprockets spare there.
And the gritted teeth of Callum Thornley, just gritting his teeth just to stay on the wheel of Ollie Knight. He's making light work of this, Ollie Knight, the way that he's riding, putting his hands in the centre of the bars right next to the stem. He's looking really, really comfortable. Man from Bedfordshire. Pattinson working tirelessly. Rider from the Visma Lisa Bike development team. Welsh rider. Bush, however, look at this with pure focus, poise. This is really starting to bite now here. Whatever happens, whoever goes on to win this 2025 Lloyds National Road Race Championship here in the men's elite race, it's going to be so well deserved. A little bit of organisation here in this group. Sam Watson rolls through, he gives a turn. A couple of riders starting to be distanced, including riders from EF Education. Enter back to the team car, as is one of the riders from IPT, and that is Jake Stewart. Back at the team car, taking on some bottles. A good opportunity to have a bit of a discussion with the sports director that they've got here today. That's Tim Elverson. Brannan taking it upon himself to go through, do a turn, snakes his way across the road. Sean Flynn's not going to come through. He's the rider from Picnic Postonel, racing for their World Tour squad. Seconds. Gained another couple of seconds here in the leading quartet. It's to well over a minute. This is going to be incredibly difficult to bring back because the fatigue is starting to set in. Running out of resources. Riders also starting to think as we get towards the real sharp end of this race. What can we do? How can we win this race? How can we win this title? Goliker has done a stupendous job at staying here. He's been yo-yoing on and off the back. He was just distanced on the steeper part of the climb, made his way back. Really, really impressive from Goliker. He's already starting to suffer on the larger loops, but he stayed there for another 65 kilometers or so. Good opportunity to see this climb once again from the rear and how it ramps up. It's a real drag, and in parts once you get to the top of the climb it's a real false flat. It still continues to rise and fall before they'll make that left-hand turn. They'll be back onto the short, steep and fast descent onto that single track road. More of a lane really. Thomas Patterson has done his work for the day for Matty Brennan. It's leaving it up to... He's had 8 victories this year alone of Visma Lisa Bike in that yellow and black jersey. Darlington. used up all of their resources, this Melissa bike. Still fighting to get back, isn't he, Josh Goliker? Pulls away, and then the road starts to ramp up, and then he's distanced once again. He fights his way back on. I believe for the best part of 30 kilometres or so, that's the largest gap that Goliker's had to really close, and it's been a valiant effort.
Certainly has. He's been certainly fighting on all fronts today, as Goliker. As the sun makes an appearance once more, as we hit this descent, next time through the finish there'll be 2 laps to go. As I tell you what, Oliver Knight of Cofidis is one of the, each time that he's led this group down, and even earlier on when he was part of the big group, he's descended the fastest. He's the one that's decided to take it on. Jacob Bush is just at the back. Owen Dool in the middle of the road there, sat closely on the wheel of Callum Thornley, but Oliver Knight has decided, and sometimes that happens in a group. And here we go, and just in the gap there, Josh Goliker. Meanwhile, a little bit further down this very steep climb, these riders have navigated pretty perfectly. Again, just look at that little chicane there, that little right, that little left, as the riders throw their bikes into this corner. Jacob Bush just drifting over to the right-hand side, keeping left to the say, then banking the bike right, and another little left-hander. It's a proper little roller coaster, this one. Twists and turns, and then there we go, back on to the more regular asphalt, and the markings in the centre of the road, and the descent is done once more. All that elevation lost in very short
Problem
order.
here for Knight.
What's happened to his gears? His chain has come off. Has it got? Oh, what an absolute nightmare.
Heartbreak.
Oh, this is awful. Absolutely flying, this man. He's going to have to get off his bike, try and readjust. The chain has come off. Ah, the chain's got a loop in it. The chain has twisted. That is going to be almost impossible to undo. The chain is somehow tangled. It's a weird phenomenon that happens in a bike. Well, he's not panicking. They need a spare bike. That is going to be the breakaway, going to be past him in a second. Let's have a look. It looks like he went over a pothole. Sometimes it throws the chain off. It's gone under, and it's very difficult for me to explain to you how the chain does that, but it loops round and it becomes almost impossible, like a puzzle, to untangle. Certainly you can't do it on the bike. If it's just the chain that comes off, you can actually do it, but somehow it's looped around the rear mech. He's managed to do it, fair play. He's actually got it done with the assistance of the motorbike rider there. Well, there we go. That's very unfortunate. So there we go, Goliker is essentially Group 3 on the road. So he's fighting to get back in contact, so the race is not exactly over here, but it's going to be very hard for him to get back in contact. It's not really figuring in. So Goliker continuing to ride, and you never know what might happen at the front. Might need a bike change or anything, so he's always there, so he'll just keep on riding for as long as he can.
The big thing for me now with Ollie Knight is, has he been overtaken by that chasing group behind? How much has that cost him? It's cost him the front group for certain. He was looking one of the most comfortable in this leading group of 4. Huge, huge shame. He was having a tremendous ride. But what's the situation?
It's going to cause, what it does, it's going to mean that the 3 riders in front have got to work that little bit harder to stay away. As you say, that's a big lot of extra work, percentage-wise, that have now got to be taken on by these 3 riders in front.
But behind, if Oliver Knight is within that group containing Sam Watson, Jake Stewart, Ethan Vernon, Ethan Hayter et al., he'll want to try and contribute. He wants to put himself in a position. Yeah, I think he's been passed by those riders.
He has. So,
it's a huge shame.
Yeah, as the camera was pointing, there's only about 30 seconds left. 24 seconds is the gap between our leaders. So this is...
Because Thomas Patterson is caught back up to Oliver Knight, so he's been caught and passed by that group containing Ethan Vernon, Ethan Hayter, Sam Watson, Matty Brennan,
Now finds himself from being on the front foot and looking at possibly winning this bike race on the back foot and chasing to get back into contention.
And these two riders have done so much, Matt.
Well, they're not going to offer, and it's not that they wouldn't want to ride with him, but they're spent. They've done their job, as you said. They've done so much. Yeah, riding in the service of Owen Doull and Max Walker. Owen Doull at the front here. So basically, 18 seconds is the gap, so it is coming down. Unfortunately, we haven't got sight of the group behind chasing, but clearly they're doing a very good job. You'd imagine it'd be IPT that are doing most of the chasing now, because Pattinson's back there, so Matty Brennan has lost his key domestique. I want to say lost him, he's done what he can. And here we go, back to the chasing group. What is the situation here? So it is Joseph Blackmore is just towards the back of this group. Ethan Hayter biding his time. It's getting a bit, they're closing the gap, but they're also being super wary. Lewis Askey, again, no teammates with him for company. He's looking around for some support too. 3.5 hours of racing done. Next time they go through, there'll be 25 Ks to go, give or take 24.5 Ks, 2 laps to go. So that's going to equate to around half an hour of racing once they pass through, give or take a few minutes.
Depending on the gap between these riders we're looking at now and Ollie Knight, I was going to say, if they can see them up the road, but I think he's got a lot of work to do here, Ollie Knight, sadly.
It's what it's going to take out of him.
He needs a lull in that chasing group to the leading trio, actually, if he wants to try and get back, and even the team car's gone past. That's heartbreak for Oliver Knight. It really is.
Just shows that this is a sport where you do need to have luck on your side. He'd certainly give himself a fighting chance, but just it happens from time to time. Whatever equipment you're running, sometimes if you hit something in the road and the pedaling just at the wrong time, it's not something that's your fault. It's just the luck of the draw, isn't it? The chain comes off. It is really, really unfortunate. I think he's actually using a Campagnolo for that particular team. So 19 seconds it is. Gone through the kilometres to go board. Next time through, there will be 2 laps to go. Owen Doull hits the front. And again, Owen Doull, a proud Welshman as well. So imagine winning your first national road title at home in Wales. Rides for the American team, EF Education, Easy Post. One of the most experienced riders in that squad as well as being in this field. Would be a deserved winner, but this race by no means over yet. Doull takes the round, but Jacob Bush in the slipstream. Callum Thornley just behind. To an appreciative round of applause from these seaside holiday makers. Look at the face of Owen Doull. 100% commitment here, Hannah. This has been a brilliant race. It's going to get harder and harder these last couple of laps to a really appreciative crowd. What a championships we've had so far, and this one, Hannah, is coming to the ball. Here is the chase group.
2 laps to go and inside 24 kilometres remaining here in this race. Through gritted teeth, you see the facial expression of these riders, and the time gap's gone out, 27 seconds now, and they all start to look around, start to look at each other. Jake Stewart is saying, well, if we're not going to continue here and we're not going to be cooperative and have this cohesion, then look, I'm gonna press on, and we need to try and split this group up. The group's far too large. We've got too many passengers within the group.
Yeah. Ethan Hayter caught on the back foot there. Had a look round. Okay, I'm not going to get any assistance for two or three of those riders, because a couple have got teammates in front, so better go. It is to get into that point of the race. It's the point of the race where riders are trying to do the best they can by doing the least amount of work, and that's what's happening. So, right, I've got 2 more laps. I can't afford to. Everybody's energy stores are heading towards that red zone. If it was a battery graphic, they'd be in the red, wouldn't they? And how much they've got to nurse that little bit of energy they've got left to try and get over these climbs. The 2 ascents, get down that descent, also think rationally and make the right sort of decisions, and also deliver the winning blow, whether that's in a sprint or an individual ride to the line. So there's still a lot of racing, so riders are reluctant to give too much, so we end up with this game of poker, don't we?
Who's got the legs at this point in the race to use the climb once you've gone through the feed zone to try and jump across? And it's one big blow, as opposed for it being a pretty consistent effort by one team who's committed a rider on the front to try and close this, because right now that's not worked.
Yep.
It's not through want nor trying. Teams have tried, IPT have tried, Visma Lisa Bike have tried on several occasions. Sam Watson's even come through and given a turn or two. Likewise, Lewis Askey.
Yeah, they've done it when they can, but they also know they need to keep, like you say, just to keep a little bit back, either to try and attack themselves, or to try and follow and to try and get over the climb. So the likes of Ethan Vernon, for example, he's not going to attack on the climb. So what he needs to do is hold on the climb and then deliver a sprint. But the likes of Ethan Hayter can deliver a quick sprint, but he's not the quickest out of this group, is he? I mean, we've got so many very quick riders who are still going to win this race in slightly different ways. And I actually think if we fast forward and this group have got 35 seconds last time up, it might be too late to go on the climb. You can make no difference on the descent and very little difference on that run into the line. So it has to be this time up that a move has to go. I think if the likes of Hayter want to make a difference, like so Jake Stewart want to try and make a little bit of difference in this race as well. And even Joseph Blackmore, they want to try that card on the climb to try and go clear as well. They need to do it. So I think this time up the steep part, somebody has to go. Otherwise, I think this group may actually stay clear.
Once they make it to the feed zone, they'll just be outside 20 kilometres remaining. They'll get onto the climb itself, and it'll be around 19.5 kilometres to go until the finish. And you've got to try and use that section of the climb to your advantage. Look at Ollie Knight now. He's grinding, but he's got them in the sights. He's got them in the sights.
But it's splitting. This is the back part of the group. It's starting to split, but they are certainly in the sights. What a ride by Ollie Knight. He's ridden everybody else. Is Max walking out with Matty Brennan. Lewis Askey is there. Joseph Blackmore just on the front. As we get a little bit of picture break up again, that was Sam Watson. So the group's starting to fragment. Meanwhile, up in front, all these riders can do is ride at this consistent pace, knowing they've got to get over this steep section, and then they've got another full lap to do just yet. So they're going to have to hold something back. They can't go all in, but they still have to give something. They still have to commit. All the medals are up for grabs from this little group, but this race, as I've said on numerous occasions, with this lead only very delicate at 25 seconds, if somebody wants to try and bridge across, it's certainly doable. But with each kilometre that passes by, each mile that disappears, evaporates, the opportunity to close this gap, if it remains at 25 seconds, dissipates at the same time. This race hanging in the balance. What a thrilling race this has been. It's been absolutely unrelenting. Big shame that we had the crash at around half distance, but I think that most of the protagonists, save for one or two, save for the Ineos Grenadiers, I think had a really bad luck losing a couple of riders in that split. There's a Max Walker now is on the back foot, can't quite respond to these stingy accelerations. All he can hope for now is that he can get over the top of this climb and deliver something, but that doesn't particularly augur well here, does it? But this is a real stop-start style of racing here.
Doesn't necessarily suit him, but what does suit him is where it's just consistent and he can claw his way back. And
just keeping that pace even.
Yeah, keep it even. He doesn't panic when there is a little bit of an acceleration. He might lose a bike length or two, but we've seen that on a number of occasions throughout this race today, that Max Walker just comes back, he bides his time. Jacob Bush, however, every time we get to this section of the course, he loves it, doesn't he? He really does. And another acceleration from him, which puts Owen Doull into some difficulty. You see the grimace on the face of Callum Thornley.
Yeah, this is where somebody needs to make a difference on this part of the climb if they want to try and bridge this gap. If it stays at 27 seconds and Matty Brennan is really applying the pressure, he's got no teammates with him for company now. He needs to try and make the best difference that he can. So also in the mix there as well, Josh Gollock, who's done a hell of a race. He's been yo-yoing left, right and centre, has managed to claw himself back into contention there. Meanwhile, at the front, the leader's gone back out again. 29 seconds, so our three leaders are working in complete and utter unison. Nobody's sat on yet. They're all willing to invest because they know they have a realistic chance of one of them taking home the title. 32 seconds as riders continue to be dispatched from this group. This is Jamie White. Different rider. Sorry, that is Sean Flynn, who's also getting dropped from that lead group now. Bush looks around. Doull comes through. A little bit of a glance there from Callum Thornley. Again, he's the best. Well, two of the riders in this group are going to be fighting for the under-23 championships. Thornley and Bush, both of them. So number 2 jerseys up for grabs today. The elite title, which they can wear the coveted jersey for the next 12 months. Dool finishes his turn on the front, drifts across, takes a look, casts an eye over the two younger riders in this group. Has he got the beating of them? What he needs right now is everybody to work through and then to see what he's got at the end. But I would imagine that group, he looks like he's on the edge, doesn't he?
He does. He really looks like he's on a knife edge right now, Owen Dool, where you start to see the hips rock and roll, the grimace is permanently etched on his face. Now Alex Belden, the rider from the Muc-Off SRT Stalk team, having been a bit of a protagonist, actually, he's took it upon himself to attack from the group. He's one of the only elite club riders, or for a long while, but he now is the only elite club rider who is in this part of the race. It's been a phenomenal ride from the second year under 23.
Yeah, it certainly has.
I think it's going to have turned some heads, his performance today,
definitely.
and I think rightly so.
Yeah, definitely. It certainly will be an opportunity. Jake Stewart, should I say, he's got a bit of a problem as well. He's already been dispatched, but there we go. Chain problems. Got it back on again, though. Thankfully, back out the saddle. You can see the strain in his calf muscles as he stamps on the power to get back in contact. And what a ride by Oliver Knight here, dragging himself back into the fray after being at the side of the road for the best part of 25 seconds, half a minute, untangling his chain with one of our motorcycle riders. But meanwhile, it is Matty Brennan piling on the pressure up in front. But now the responsibility shifts once more, because everybody in this front group, save for Max Walker at the back, doesn't have any representation in front. So one would imagine that everybody, if they can, would want to ride with Matty Brennan here.
You would think so. And I think for Matty Brennan, knowing that there are some great riders who have been distanced and ejected out of the back here on this climb, he wants to continue to apply the pressure and not give them an easy ride to get back.
Well,
you've also got Ethan Vernon, who is hauling his way up the climb. He's still looking good. However, you never know when his elastic might snap.
Exactly.
And look at the face on Lewis Askey.
That's interesting. Look, so Matty Brennan looks round, doesn't get any support. But bear in mind, apart from Max Walker, nobody's got anybody in the front there. So Joseph Blackmore, rightly so, takes it upon himself. He needs to, if he's going to ride either for himself or for Ethan Vernon. Vernon, I don't think, will ride on the climb. He'll help on the flat. He's got to save himself for the sprint finish, but they cannot afford to play around if they want to bring this group back. They need to ride. It's interesting that Ethan Hayter isn't willing. He's forcing the youngster to try and... again, this is smart riding, but it's also risky business. But what they're doing is draining that strength from Matty Brennan, because everybody knows that he might be the quickest from that group.
For me, I think IPT need to make a decision.
Yeah.
There's no consistent riding between any of them as of late, to be honest. So, okay, it's coming down to 14 seconds, but this is merely down to Matty Brennan.
It's only down to Matty Brennan. We saw that little bit of a move from Joseph Blackmore, but the way that Brennan was riding and just the facial expressions that Blackmore was pulling on his wheel, I think Blackmore was near the limit when Matty Brennan was riding hard on the front. And Matty Brennan is clearly showing his hander as well. He's showing you, if you're not going to help me, I'm just going to ride over the top of this one.
How clever Ethan Hayter is.
Last man getting
Last
low.
man getting low, freewheel where possible, save some energy, get a little bit of free speed. So efficient.
We're going down this descent for the penultimate time now. Our defending champion just on the back of this group, on the wheel of Ethan Vernon. Meanwhile, up in front, only a handful of seconds away, about to between 10 and 15 seconds. This has always been wet or dry. This is a pretty hair-raising descent, but they've got the lines dialed now, haven't they? They know what to expect. These are professional bike riders at the top of their game. But even when you take that into account, just the unpredictability of this road surface means it's nervous viewing, isn't it? It really is. Even the likes of the remarkably well-decorated Owen Dool, it does make for nervous watching, especially this next couple of switchback. Jacob Bush on the front. Remember, he rides for the development team of Picnic Post and and descending like an absolute demon is Callum Thornley as well. Owen Dool deciding just to give himself a little bit of sliding space as well. And that's just being professional. You don't need to ride right on the back wheel of the other rider in front. I think what Dool is doing on this descent is just riding a bit smart. That is just smart, if you ask me. Banking it over, still within distance, straight back on the power and immediately in the slipstream, but just allowing him that little bit of space should one of the other riders come to grief. It's just smart riding. But still nervous watching.
It's a real nervous watch, it really is. even that final corner, once you get onto the flat section there, you carry so much speed. Incredibly smart from Dool, as you say, leaving a little bit of a gap, giving yourself some space, some room. Got themselves back together pretty efficiently, pretty quickly. 7 riders now in the chase: Brennan, Watson, Blackmore, Walker, Vernon, Askey and Hayter.
This is a who's who of young and up-and-coming riders, isn't it? All of those riders in their 20s. The oldest rider in this front group is Owen Dool. He's still only a relatively young 32 years of age. It feels like he's been around for years. Well, he has been around for years. Turned pro, well, continental level back in 2014 with Ann Post, the team of Sean Kelly. Then rode for Team Wiggins for a couple of years, and then started his career at Team Sky, that were to morph into Ineos back in 2016, and joined EF Education Easy Post in 2022. So I was right, this is his 4th season with the American team. Can the man from Cardiff pull off one of the biggest wins of his career? As we were saying before, it would feel right, it would feel well deserved. Such a likeable character, and so well respected within his team. Primarily now rides the domestique, been given a little bit of freedom in the classics, but it's just a very high-class utility rider, versatile, and is driving hard here. But the gap, if we believe that gap, it's coming down to just 6 seconds now. Max Walker just latched himself at the back of this group. That's the advantage of having a man out in front. A rueful glance round from Owen Dool. If that gap is correct, they'll be able to see them just around the corner. Could this come back together for what would be an absolutely rip-roaring finale? But again, still difficult to pick between the riders. We've had no decisive attack. Brennan has shown himself, Hannah, to be one of the strongest riders there, but what he hasn't managed to do, even with that real punch that he's got, is actually snap the elastic.
He's tried. He's put everybody on the ropes. He's put everybody into difficulty. Not successfully been able to snap the elastic. However, you get the sense perhaps it's only a matter of time, and we're being shown now 5 seconds, 4 seconds to those leaders. We're going to have a change in situation here at the front of the race, and I think he's shown his hand as one of the strongest. Matty Brennan, it's what he's got left here, Matt, in the tank. And what is the situation going to be? Now Dool is just taken himself over to the far left side. He's taken stock of the situation. He knows the situation in this race is going to change.
Yeah, he's got to think, what can he, not so much salvage, how does he go again? And the 2 riders from IPT are speaking together, and they've got 3 in the mix now. How are they going to win this bike race? Between Joseph Blackmore, Ethan Vernon, and also our man from Coventry, Jake Stewart. How are they going to do it?
Back, did he? He's still in the group with Oliver Knight, who was off the back, right? Surely Ollie Knight would have made it back too.
He was. You're right. So it's just 2. That's right, because he unshipped his chain while he was chasing, wasn't he? And they can't be that. If these guys, because there's nobody out in front now, why do they need to ride hard? That's the thing now. So that may open the door for Jake Stewart and even Ollie Knight to have another bite of the cherry. It's been a hard couple of bunches at the cherry for him, hasn't it?
You'd hope so.
Got back on, went back off the back again. Now, they won't have lost that much time. Ethan Vernon rolls through to the front. Jacob Bush looks behind. He doesn't. He's got to think about how he plays this one as well. There's a big attack. Max Walker has been sat on. He goes clear on the right-hand side. Owen Dool looks around and looks to Matty Brennan. Brennan knows that all eyes are going to be upon him. But Walker now, big acceleration, has had pretty much as you can on a course like this, an armchair ride, courtesy of Dool being in the front, and now it's EF Education Easy Post on the offensive.
Brennan pretty acute to that move, knowing that he just wants to try and nullify, knowing that he's got no teammates, nullify and bring this back to heel as quick as possible. He's not resting on his laurels, waiting for any other riders, any other teams, any of his rivals to do the chasing.
Well, that's interesting, the rider that's chasing him back, Callum Thornley.
Yeah.
All things considered, 3 IPT riders there. Why on earth, you've just been in front, why on earth are you doing that? Again, I've got to say what I see in a situation as critical as this. Why would you bring back one rider when you've got the class of Ethan Hayter in this group as well? So maybe a little bit of naivety there, bringing back that rider. But we shall see, especially if he goes on to win.
Yeah,
An interesting
absolutely.
one.
But sometimes if you've got good legs, you're using your legs a little bit too much, and we've seen that Thornley has had superb legs
He might be
throughout.
flying,
He's
totally.
absolutely flying, and I just caught a glimpse that the trio who are chasing
they are.
up, there
Just
they are.
latched on.
They've latched on. Great for Belden, Stewart and Knight, and I'm thrilled for Oliver Knight.
Yeah, in particular.
I really am.
Yeah, that's what a little story. So many little subplots are going on. Right, we are heading into the final lap here of the Lloyds National Road Race Championships 2025. What a championship race this has been. It has been so attritional. Sam Watson goes on the left-hand side, his right, Matty Brennan. How much has he got left in the tank? He's been attacking, he's been chasing. All eyes are on him because he has to be the pre-race favourite. 1 lap to go.
12.2 kilometres remaining. Watson bided his time. And this section of the course, it doesn't look like much, to be quite honest. But it's a good place to gain a handful of seconds, to
Especially
take
these
everyone by
corners.
surprise with those corners, with the narrow section. It's a little bit technical on this far side when you go through the harbour. Then you kick up and you come out the other side, and then you're onto that wide road. And quite quickly, you're able to open up a gap, and that's exactly what Sam Watson has done.
Well, this particular part of the circuit was the old Criterium circuit
It
for
was.
the Tour Series, wasn't it?
Yeah.
So again, if you can corner quick, there's another second you found, and we've seen the way that Sam Watson has ridden this year, particularly when you look at the Romandy stage win. The Tour of Romandy prologue is one of the most it's a short prologue, but it's so complicated. It's really technical, and he's used this as you say, using this bit of road. He's got that top end power, but look at the gap that he's managed to open up. That was a stealthy seated acceleration. Again, playing the numbers game as well, and it was IPT that had their eye off the ball there. They're the team now who are responsible for the chasing, unless, of course, they can force the hand of other riders. Owen Dahl has put himself on the front. He's now sacrificing himself, one would imagine, fully aware he's at the end of his abilities after being clear for so long for Max Walker. So the tables have turned from the EF Education Easy Post perspective, and now Owen Dahl, the man from Wales, riding for the US squad, is on the front. But I tell you what, Watson has flown. It's only a handful of seconds, but it's not a bad lead, Hannah.
It's not a bad lead at all, and we've seen already how difficult it is to close any kind of advantage, or deficit, should I say, on this kind of course. Even earlier on, when we saw an advantage of 15 seconds for a breakaway, it took an awful long time for anybody to close it down. But it's difficult to gain much more than that, but he's looking good. He's looking very
comfortable despite how hard this race has been so far. He's still got a solid form. He's solid in his upper body. Good cadence, little acceleration out of the saddle onto this little false flat. It's a real difficult part of the course here on these wide roads.
This is a superb.
Back.
Sorry, Hannah. A superb ride by Sam Watson. Again, he's bought himself that little bit of an advantage. Again, used that width in the road. It wasn't a stinging acceleration out of the saddle sprint, but this is the first of a series of really nasty steps. Again, they'll be able to see him very easily on this particular stretch of road. He's just got to concentrate on his own effort. Right now, at this stage of the race, he can't worry about what's happening behind. He just needs to continue to pile on as much pressure as he can, knowing if he gets over the steep bit, he might have a chance. If he can get over the top of this climb with 15 seconds to go, what IPT are going to have to do is sacrifice a rider. They're going to have to say, right, how are we going to win this bike race? Who is going to win it? Is it going to be Verden? Is it going to be Stewart? And Blackmore, we need you to ride for us. That's the situation that they're at. And here we go. There's your answer. It's all about Vernon now for that team, for me.
Yeah, I totally agree. I totally agree. And the longer you take to make that decision, the more likely that Sam Watson is going to be able to stay away. And he's already gained another handful of seconds, 16 seconds now to Samuel Watson, the man from Leeds. And so the longer you take to decide, it's only going in favour of our sole rider out front. Brennan comes through in the yellow jersey.
Well, Sam Watson is out of sight on this 18 seconds, so continues to take time. He's got in that aero position. This is essentially an individual time trial, and he's not bad at those. He was second behind Ethan Hayter just a few days ago, so he knows how to ride an individual time trial. There's this young man, 23 years of age, year one with the Ineos Grenadiers, raced for Trinity back in 2021, then went to the Conti team of Groupama, but now this is forcing the hand of Matty Brennan, who's assisting with the pacemaking. Ethan Vernon straight onto the back wheel. This is a real, it's not exactly a stand-up, it's just, It's so interesting that IPT have the responsibility, when you look at it from a numbers perspective, to take on this race. But I do understand their relative cautiousness. But look at the way that Dool is riding. He's looking after Max Walker. He's going, how much have I got in the tank? He's probably thinking, I can't actually win this bike race, but I'm going to try and go clear. That wasn't an attack. That was to try and drag this group back. And it's Matty Brennan who's bridging himself across to Owen Dool. Joseph Blackmore now. He's a little bit further back, 21 seconds onto this horribly steep section. He is taking time. He just needs to get himself over this really nasty section as Dool drives hard in the chase behind. Look at the face of Lewis Askey in fourth wheel, teeth gritted, a man on the limit. I think everybody's at or near the limit now, Hannah.
And I'm not surprised the way that they've raced this race and the terrain that they've had to deal to cope with. But Dool has completely capitulated. He's emptied the tank completely for Max Walker here to try and set things up on the steeper section. He's come to an absolute halt there. Top job from Owen Dool.
Yep, Jake Stewart also struggling again. He struggled last time up, didn't he? Jake Stewart losing contact on the lower slopes of this steep section. He might haul himself up with a man who's taken it upon himself to do the chasing again, as he had the lap before. As he had the lap before that is one of the big pre-race favourites, Matty Brennan, who's had a spectacular season so far. But this man has had an amazing season as well. And now he has a lead of 24 seconds to go. And we only have around about 9 kilometres of this course still to go. Another couple of Ks uphill, but the steepest part of this horrible climb is now over. But the thing about this climb is it's arrow straight, almost like a runway, so they will still be able to see him out in front. But with 24 seconds, this is looking good. Askey now gets in the mix. I don't think Vernon can offer a lot more. Everybody else seems to be really on the back foot. Max Walker can't offer too much. Ollie Knight starting to struggle as well after his difficult travails.
The thing is, when you take a look at the body composition of these riders, Ethan Vernon is a tall rider, and he's far bigger in stature than a lot of these riders who are in this group. So he's having to haul himself. He's surviving. He's just having to haul his way over these climbs, and you can see just from the body language, constantly on the drops, his head is falling ever so slightly. Joe Blackmore can't quite get a sense of how he's feeling, to be honest.
I think you're right. Now, out of all this group, apart from Max Walker, he's the kind of purest climber. Bush the same, but again,
we've seen Bush really take the race on.
Yeah. Well, Bush has gone again. Remember, he was in that group earlier on. So big acceleration from Bush. That's immediately, unsurprisingly, sliced a handful of seconds off the lead. But he's taken Matty Brennan with him. So Brennan will take this wind here. But in answer to your question, I don't think Blackmore is actually on his A game necessarily. He's going well, but the way he shook his head there, he couldn't close on Bush, and Bush had already been away, as we said before. So Brennan is going to work with him. Is he going to try and work through? But now Max Walker tries to shut the gap. We're heading towards the top of this climb as this man continues his solo TT effort.
You get to the top of the climb, and then you have that false flat, that draggy section where you start to bear towards the left-hand side. The road bears left, then right. You come out of these trees, and then you'll get to the very top, you'll plateau, and then you'll make that left-hand turn with 6.4 kilometres to go down the steep single-track lane, and then you'll be onto the flat section with less than 4 kilometres to go.
Yeah, he's got to get himself, if he can keep most of that lead intact, there he is just in vision on this straight section of road. As you say, 21 seconds, so it's bouncing around. Another superb gamely performance from Callum Thornley here from the Red Bull Borough Hansgrohe rookies team. But again, he's already done a lot in this race. Max Walker there sat in fifth wheel. There's a slight look of maybe frustration on the face of Matty Brennan as again out of the saddle, turning that big gear. He tries to close the gap. Ethan Hayter at the back of this group. I think if Hayter could do something, he would have already attacked. I think that so many riders are on their limit here. But meanwhile, cresting that little rise, this man is on a roll. He's definitely hurting, but I tell you what, he's maintaining superb form here, Hannah.
He's flying right at the bottom of the block, churning a massive gear. Hurting, but looking, at the same time, looking comfortable.
Yeah, he is. He's out of sight
Top
around
flight.
that corner, yeah. And he would have really liked this little downhill section that leads into the final kicker. There was Askey now on the front, just on his wheel, Alex Belden. So Askey, the only representative here. He's got no teammates, nor has Belden. Nor is Max Walker now after that sacrificial little bit of riding by Owen Dool. So the worst of the climb is over now. He'll be given the information on the lead. That's what he needs. But as we've said before, if he can get over the top of this time, maybe even just with 15 seconds, that should be enough to take him all the way to the line. Everybody here is at or near what they can tolerate, but it looks as if at the moment Sam Watson is in a great position, and maybe, I don't want to give the curse of the commentator just yet because we've got this very sketchy descent still to come. So, folks at home, hold on to your hats. We've got this one last descent to come, and then a 5k run into the line, and Sam Watson from the Ineos Grenadiers, hailing from Leeds, is our solo leader.
Banks it into that left-hander, and Jacob Bush once again takes it up at the front of this group. Another big acceleration from the young under-23 rider from the development team of Picnic PostNL. He's going to drive it into this left-hand corner. We've already seen that he's a really good descender, Jacob Bush, and he falls like a stone down the descent itself.
Here we are, well, about a third of the way down the descent already is Sam Watson. Just, it's looking good. Great form on the bike, keeping that backside planted, hands on the drops, giving himself as much control and stability as he can. Glides through that first corner. At the moment, it looks like he's cornering on rails, absolutely dialed, full of focus. Again, out of the saddle ever so slightly, a little bit of mountain bike technique employed now. Most of the descent is now done. He's got this one nasty right-hander, then it goes immediately left again. One more little chicane. The way he throws his bike into the corner. Wow, he's banking it over, and he's at the bottom of the descent. Wow. And now it's a flat run to glory, hopefully, for this man. 23 seconds is the lead, Hannah. Can he hold on?
With this kind of advantage, with less than 5 kilometres to go, this is looking very likely. And as you say, don't want to give the commentator's curse. However, barring any issue mechanical, I do think he's going to ride away here and take the British title and become the elite champion in the road race.
Well,
he's already been the under-23 champion in the road race in the past.
He was second in 2022, wasn't he, behind Mark Cavendish? So this is the chase behind. Ethan Hayter now getting involved. Is it too little? Is it too late? Here is the chasing group. Everybody here has given it absolutely everything today. A real selective race today, a fast one, an aggressive one, a challenging one. But again, the cream has really risen to the top. Bar one rider in this field, and that's in this group, shall I say, the man at the back. You've got to doff your cap to Alex Belden, the only solo representative of a British club team. And whatever the result, it is going to be a superb one. But all eyes are on this man. He's maintained that lead, hit the top of the climb with 23 seconds and has held it. We've only got about 3.5 kilometres to go now, approximately. There's a few little traffic islands to negotiate. He's hugging the right-hand side of the road, but this man looks as if he is riding to glory. Sam Watson of the Ineos Grenadiers is looking good, and what a time to go as well. Didn't wait to the climb, just used that little lull, should I say, used the width of the road, accelerated clear, seated, so it wasn't an explosive effort that would put him into the red. It was a seated effort that was maintained, and now Joseph Blackmore is being sacrificed on the front. Remember, this team, well, they did have 3. I think they've now lost one of their riders out of the back, and they have indeed. Of course, the man that is dropped was Jake Stewart. So Joseph Blackmore trying to sacrifice something for Ethan Vernon. 28
seconds. Yeah, the sense it's just too late to really have that full commitment now to try and bring back Samuel Watson, the man from Leeds.
This is a superb solo performance.
There's been too much. It's been a consistent effort from Samuel Watson, whereas here in this chasing group, we saw big accelerations, then there was the lull, there was no impetus, there was no cooperation or cohesion. It gave Samuel Watson another 5 seconds, then they would start to work again. But now into this point, 31 seconds, Samuel Watson head down, heading for the finish into Aberystwyth. Back to this group, Jacob Bush, well, what a ride he's had so far, been in the main breakaway of the day. Top performance from the young under-23.
Yeah, absolutely superb. He's actually built his lead despite the best efforts of Joseph Blackmore, who shrugs, flicks his elbow. Well, Ethan Vernon, his teammate, won't commit on the front. He'll want to try and salvage something, at least the silver medal. But Matty Brennan locked onto the wheel, so the 2 fastest men in this race, I think it's fair to say, are Matty Brennan and Ethan Vernon. Ethan Hayter is no slouch, but it's going to be that little bit of a headwind finisher. 34 seconds now. This man is clearly riding to glory. And bear in mind, he's been solo in this group for the entirety of the second part of this race. A couple of his teammates were brought down in that crash, or at least halted by the crash. He had Connor Swift company for a bit, but he slipped south, so he's had to manage himself. And Ethan Hayter now going for a late bid for glory. Accelerates clear, but he's got Lewis Askey on his wheel.
Lewis Askey and also Alex Belden has immediately reacted to that move there. Hayter flicks the elbow. Whether Askey will come through, what's Askey got left, to be quite honest? We've already seen him go through a little bit of a rough patch during this race. It all comes back to heel. Ethan Vernon taking a look around. He's the rider in the navy blue jersey with the one right shoulder. Here goes Jacob Bush trying to get away. Doesn't quite manage to get through as they just close the door on the left-hand side.
Well, Oliver Knight might try something as well as they start. So this is now, they're finessing now. Looks like Ethan Hayter always blocked in again, inadvertently there by Josh. Oh, there we go, by Blackmore. But Hayter goes again, but he's kind of telegraphed this one as well. 1 kilometre to go now from the man out in front representing the Ineos Grenadiers. Samuel Watson. He's medalled in this championship before, silver medalist behind Sir Mark Cavendish, and it looks as if he's going to ride himself into glory. He takes another look round, and all he will see is emptiness. Wide open tarmac, and the feeling that now, very shortly, he will become the British road race champion, Hannah.
This has been an incredible performance from Samuel Watson. Chapeau to him. The way that he rode off the front here to get that advantage, it was almost stealth-like, wasn't it? Rolled off the front. He's going to come into this final left-hand turn now, into the double left-hand turn, into the seafront here in Aberystwyth. Chapeau, Samuel Watson. He'll be the 2025 Lloyds National Road Race champion and wear the British bands for the next 12 months. What a season it's been for Watson, the man from Leeds. The victories he's taken, and now this is going to be huge. Look at the smile on his face.
This is what it is all about. He knows he has done it. The Ineos Grenadiers are going to win the title again, but Sam Watson solo is going to soak this up. The crowd roar with applause. Sam Watson, 23 years of age, takes it. He almost can't believe it. There is your national road race champion. Sam Watson takes the title in fine style. Chapeau, sheer class, taking the victory there. There's going to be a big battle for second place as we roll through. Who is going to take this one as they round the final corner? It looks like it's going to be Bush on the front, Matty Brennan with Lewis Askey, Ethan Vernon, the 3 fastest riders coming home, and it looks like it's going to be the man from Visma Leasebike who's going to take second place on the day. Silver medal for Matty Brennan, bronze medal, I think it was there for Ethan Vernon, and 4th place, I think, for the defending champion, Ethan Hayter. Wow, fantastic racing. We have been treated, at the risk of repeating myself, we've been treated to some brilliant, brilliant racing. And what a demonstration of raw power, true class, and picked his moment perfectly, didn't he? Your new national champion, wear those coveted bands for the next 12 months in some of the biggest races in the world. And Sam Watson, take a bow.
Certainly take a bow. And at points, he didn't shy away from not doing any work. He did contribute. He was there, and chapeau to Watson. I think it's emotional. It's a huge moment for Samuel Watson to take this victory and to become the national champion. A lot of it towards the back end of the race, doing it alone without any teammates because of what happened around halfway through with Ben Turner and Ben Swift getting caught up, and then Connor Swift missing the move.
Here's the moment that he became national champion. As you say, he had to really think his way around this one. But then, rather than wait for the climb to go, took his opportunity early, benefited from a moment of hesitation, but he created the hesitation by going and making other riders think. On the front foot again, no doubt about second place. The fastest man from the remainder of the group was indeed Vernon, that took 3rd place ahead of the defending champion Hayter. Lewis Askey looked like he was in 5th there. So a superb performance from this man. And there we go. Absolutely wonderful scenes, emotional scenes. It's such a big moment in any rider's career to win a national title. They'll carry those bands for a year, and then they'll carry the bands on their sleeves for the rest of their cycling professional career as well. So absolutely wonderful scenes, and this is what our sport is all about. It's the commitment, it's the sacrifice, and then from time to time, Hannah, the elation as well.
Absolutely, and it's all of the hard work, all of the training, all of the training camps, time spent away from your friends, your family, your girlfriend, all of that goes into racing at the top level, and to be able to pull this off. And it's great to see Giles and Sonia Pidcock, the parents of Tom and Joe Pidcock, congratulating and offering their congratulations to Samuel
Comes from the
Watson.
same era, doesn't it? That's just up the road as well.
Of course, absolutely. And so, fantastic to see, and a huge moment in the career of Samuel Watson in his first year racing for the Ineos Grenadiers.
Yeah, it's been a brilliant year. That's win number 4 for him this year. I think the tide's gone out. It's not bad. The tide's gone out. Our swimmers aren't there. They're probably going to be assembling around the podium with maybe their second batch of fish and chips of the day, to maybe catch a bit of the bubbly sprayed. There we go. There's confirmation of the result here in Aberystwyth. Sam Watson is your new national road race champion for men from the Ineos Grenadiers. Second place goes to Matthew Brennan, who also will take the under-23 title for Team Visma Lease Bike. Third place for Ethan Vernon from the IPT squad. Ethan Hayter, the defending champion, will have to settle for fourth for Soudal Quickstep. Then we have Lewis Askey of Groupama FDJ. Callum Thornley, sixth, will take second in the under-23s for Red Bull Bora Hansgrohe. And a great redemptive ride there from Oliver Knight, taking home some well-earned UCI points for his Cofidis team in seventh. Alex Belden there in eighth. That's another standout performance from him. He'll get a medal in the under-23 as well for the Mokov SRCT scheme, the bronze medal. Then we have Jacob Bush in ninth for the development team for Picnic Post NL.
Blackmore rounding out the top 10.
Thank you very much indeed for reading that for me. A classy top 10. Here we go. Here's that final moment where he could really savour that run into the line. Didn't need to sprint, could really soak up the emotion. A double check round, Hannah, and what a lovely moment this is.
You know what's really nice as well? You see the crowd who are willing and cheering him on as he comes in, and they're just as equally delighted for Watson coming through. A moment for him to soak it up, a shake of the head. I think it'll take a little while for it to sink in, the way that he rode that race, and the fact that one lap ago he made that attack and no one saw him again, despite the biggest of efforts, and particularly from this man, Matty Brennan. You have to say chapeau to Matty Brennan.
Yep.
Because he is another rider who didn't shy away from working hard. Also Thomas Pattinson, his teammate, although a part of the development team of Visma Lease Bike, they worked so hard throughout today's race to try and deliver a result for the team. And Brennan, for a long while towards the back end of the race, was alone once Pattinson had done his job.
It certainly was. It was a superb ride. And I think as well, just to single out Matty Brennan, he knew he was one of the race favourites. If it had come down to a sprint, it looks like he would have won it. It's what ifs though, isn't it? That's bike race. You can say what if, but I think he never at any point lost his rag, got frustrated. There was never super animated. He knew he had a certain responsibility, given the season that he's had so far, to actually do what he could. But ultimately, and it wasn't even he didn't have the legs. He was probably the strongest on the climb there.
Yeah.
But in the end, it was a moment's hesitation created by Sam Watson, who backed up that attack with strong legs. You can't end up in that selection unless you're flying. And as we said before, look at the season that Sam Watson has had. He is a rider of true class. A silver medalist a couple of years ago, and now is our national champion. So here are the race highlights. Unfortunately, one of the highlights of the race was really a low light for the race as well. That was the crash that happened around half distance. As you can see, multiple riders were caught up. There was a moment of confusion in the race as well. And this was where part of the break formed. It wasn't the final breakaway that went, but there was definitely some confusion after that breakaway formed. And then our final break started to move clear, containing some of the pre-race favourites. Matty Brennan was there, Lewis Askey was there as well. 4 riders that then went clear, including Oliver Knight, Callum Thornley, Owen Doole and Jacob Bush. And this really was essentially the break of the day. They took in on 5 occasions this really sketchy descent, but thankfully everybody stayed upright, navigated their way down this twisty country lane to the best of their abilities, Bush spending a lot of time on the front. But ultimately though, our 4 leaders were caught. Disaster struck for Oliver Knight from Cofidis when his chain came off, and in the process created a tangle in the chain, which eventually undid and managed to finish inside the top 10. But again, didn't panic and was patient. Max Walker also attacked late in the day, coming in with a lap to go. But then it was this man who finally went clear. He attacked with 1 lap to go, literally through the finish line, launched his move with 100 meters to go, ultimately went clear. There were numerous attacks to try and bring him back, but by this time, our solo leader from Leeds, representing the Ineos Grenadiers, had built up a lead of around 38 seconds. So much so, in fact, he could enjoy the last few 100 meters and soak in what it means to be British national champion. Sprint for second place was taken, predictably, I think it's fair to say, by Matty Brennan. Ethan Vernon salvaging a bronze medal for the IPT squad. And a good battling defensive ride as well by the champion of last year, Ethan Hayter, to come home in 4th. So, I hope you've enjoyed that. It's been a fantastic weekend's entertainment. It really has. The Crit Champs, the Circuit Race Championships on Friday, the TTs earlier in the week. Now, to round out the weekend, we've had a spectacular couple of races. The elite women earlier on, and now the elite men this afternoon. 2 jerseys to award, the under-23 prize, and of course, national champion, the elite national champion, which goes to Sam Watson. So 100 UCI points in the bag for Sam Watson as well. Points distributed all the way through to the top 10. Coming home in 10th was Israel Premier Tech's Joseph Blackmore, scoring 3 points there. But a really stellar ride by Alex Belden of the Muckhoff SRCT Stork team to take 10 UCI points too. And what a ride by Callum Thornley. Oliver Knight. Awful mechanical at the most inopportune moment. Saw him manage to salvage a fine 7th place, and with it 20 UCI points as well. So just looking back at the UCI points, of 100 points off Hannah, so quite generous for the championships here. Very important, as you say, especially for, not so much for Ineos, they're always going to survive as a World Tour team, but Cofidis will be more than happy with the contribution from their rider today, despite that that really awfully timed mechanical. There's no good time for a mechanical, but when you're at the front of the race, it couldn't come at a worse moment.
And when you miss the chasing group behind because you're still trying to unravel your chain. Fortunately, he did have the motorbike who would stop to help and assist and get him back underway, which was fantastic for him. But for Ollie Knight, it's almost a what could have been. What would have happened to that leading group of 4 had he not been forced out of that front group? But I have to say, and as you just rightly said, to salvage 7th place despite that, and it was a long, hard chase after already what was an attritional, arduous race anyway. Great job from Oliver Knight, and so well deserved to finish in the top 10. But I do hope in contract year that the team realise what a strong rider he's becoming, and having those 2 years as a neo-pro under his belt, the big things are to come for him.
Definitely. I do agree. He rode with a lot of spirit, superbly strong as well. As you say, the amount he invested, remember being out in front for all that time with that group, that was essentially the break of the day, wasn't it? Once they'd split off from the front of that big group of around 15 or 20 riders, which was whittled down as we progressed through those finishing circuits. But yeah, to salvage 7th place, I think he's got to be pretty happy with that. Disappointed, but the way he turned it round was admirable.
Yeah, definitely.
So we'll get the podium protocol as soon as we can.
Another great ride from another rider who had a great ride, Callum Thornley, taking 6th place, taking the silver medal in the under-23 championship. But he was so active throughout. He was, right from the very beginning, he was always putting himself on the front foot. Maybe at times we question whether he's doing a little bit too much, but again, you know, you had to pick your moments. And for him, he clearly had very, very good legs. He's come out of the Giro Next Gen very well with some good form, and I think only good things to come for Thornley, the Scottish rider.
Definitely. Let's see how he goes over the next couple of years. So, as you say, we're moving on to World Tour next 2 years. Certainly a rider of real talent, especially after the difficult start to the season with that bad crash he had, and has come through that very well, and his form is continuing to build. So an appreciative crowd waiting.
I hope they'll take stock of the performance from Belden.
I hope so.
Really hope
should
some
almost
teams.
be. Yeah, he's the 8th place today on the day. And when you look at the riders around him, they either ride for World Tour development teams, pro teams, or World Tour teams. So that is a heck of a performance. So the presentation should happen shortly. Yep, hope at home you were jigging along to the disco beats there. LCD sound?
Do you know what? I'm trying to think.
No, it's
Calvin
Calvin Harris. I was thinking it's LCD sound system, but it's actually Calvin Harris.
Calvin Harris.
I know Calvin Harris watches a lot of cycling, so apologies there.
What's that? Right, so?
Were you born in the 80s or the 90s? 90s.
Yeah,
So
90s.
I wasn't born in the 80s. I wasn't born in the 80s either. The other one.
You wouldn't tell, put it that way. Not at all.
Thanks.
Still sprightly.
Checks in the post.
I want more than a fiver.
It's definitely more than a fiver.
Cheers.
I see what I can rustle up. Great to see so many young riders here that would have ridden out to watch the race, the club support, and the Welsh. There's so many clubs in Wales that are massively important to the ecosystem that come and support these races, and of course national championships are put on with the support of the government and the council, but also local clubs will give riders people who volunteer as well. So there's so many volunteers that get stuck into road racing. They're involved at grassroots level and also help out at elite level. There's so many volunteers. That's Sandy Gilchrist there.
Ah, yes, it is.
In the blue top.
And Kathy.
He was my mechanic at the Olympics in 1992. I think you might guess what era I was born in now.
That's the year I was born. Sorry, Matt.
Was it? Oh, God.
Yeah,
There we go.
alongside his wife, Kathy Gilchrist.
Yeah.
Two very important people within the sport, I've got to say.
Oh, yeah, definitely. They've given up such a lot. And Sandy Gilchrist, back in his day, was an exceptionally good rider as well. But he's worked for BC over the years, on the road, done a lot of mountain biking, mechanicking as well, team management. Yeah, he's not texting you, Hannah, is he? Saying thanks for all the lovely comments. Go. Riders making sure they get cleaned up and refreshed before they head to the podium. Actually been to Aberystwyth with Sandy Gilchrist in the milk race back in the 90s. Sorting out all our bikes. Enjoyed yourself over there? Oh, just making sure your ears are okay. Just unfolding one of your ears that folded up over the headphones. But it's been a great few races, isn't it? I'm exhausted in a good way. I tell you what, we've had some banging races.
We've been treated. We really have. I said it at the very beginning of the men's race, having seen the women's race. We were treated to a wonderful race, and this circuit, this parkour, lent itself to exciting racing. It was proper racing from start to finish. It was tactical, but you needed the legs, you needed the physical ability to be able to be up there. You're not in that front group by default. You really had to work hard, and it took a long while for the elastic to snap, but it was exciting. Even until the final part of today's race, we still didn't know who was going to be able to win, because there was still action on the climb, and it was only once we got to the bottom of the descent that it was apparent that, barring any crash, any incident or mechanical, Watson would go on and take the elite title. So chapeau to Ceredigion Council, the Welsh Government, British Cycling, and all those who've also those who've created this route and this course and picked the roads. Chapeau.
Yeah, it's a route that, as I said, that big circuit and the small circuit that I actually recognised from 30 years ago. So it's a well-used bit of road, but I think we've never had it in the British Championships in that way. So I think the balance of the route was absolutely brilliant. Well, it's time for the prize presentation. It's an important bit of the day when our medals will be awarded. So this is, of course, for the Under-23 Championships.
By Councillor Clive Davies, Ceredigion County Council. In third place, winner of the bronze medal, representing Muckath SRCT Stork, Alex Belden.
So Alex Belden takes the applause, a superb performance, a bronze medal in the Under-23s for him, and an 8th place in the actual race itself. So definitely a rider to watch, and I think there'll be a few phone calls, a few emails, a few text messages to this lad over the coming months, because it's a lad of real talent. This lad too is already established, will be riding at World Tour level in 2026. Callum Thornley in 2nd place in the Under-23 Championships and rode a brilliant race.
And in first place, gold medal and your 2025 Under-23 Men's National Road Race Champion, representing Team Visma Lisa Bike, Matthew Brennan.
Matthew Brennan takes the title. I think the one he wanted would have been the elite one, but again, he's still a very young rider, only 19 years of age. You know, he's got a bright future. Apparently some of the, not just the results, but some of the power numbers that this man is putting out is even surprising the Visma Lisa Bike coaches. They're like, well, wow, this lad is a real talent. So I believe his contract to 2027 has currently being renegotiated, understandably, given the level of the results, given the amount of World Tour wins that he's delivered to the team. But still an important moment. There we go. Rode a brilliant race, didn't he? But again, it's just, what more can he do? It's almost like he had a target on his back, and it was unfortunate. But he never got flustered, never lost his rag. He rode with real maturity, I think.
I think he did as well. I think he was patient at times, but also he took the race on himself. He wasn't waiting for others to do the work for him. He knew he was one of the fastest. He knew he could get over that climb on the smaller circuit when he looked one of the strongest, if I'm quite honest. And I think he also has some thanks to his teammates who were helping him, particularly in Thomas Pattinson, for all of the work that he'd done earlier on.
Time for Matthew John Court, the bubbly.
Time will come though, it certainly will, and 8 victories already this season. I mean, it's been exceptional.
It certainly has. Good court poppage as well. Very brilliant spray. Why not enjoy the moment? So well done to Matty Brennan. There we go. Alex Belden happy to have a swing as well. Hopefully somebody will be driving him home. There we go. You'll be seeing more of Matty Brennan and all 3 of those riders. Let's see where Alex Belden ends up next. But right now, he can enjoy his moment on the podium. And he's definitely heading in the right direction towards a contract with a professional team of some sort, one would imagine. Certainly hope so. Deserves it. But next up is this man, Sam Watson, your elite national champion. Will be next to step up to take his gold medal and, importantly, that beautiful red, white and blue banded jersey. People still hanging around for the protocol. Thoroughly entertained by the racing that they've seen. It's always good to have circuit finishes, isn't it, in the national championships? Any sort of race. I quite like commentating on circuits as well, with a bit of a climb in. You know, you get a real sense of building tension, and nothing wrong with a place-to-place classic, of course, or a stage of the tour. But I do like a race with laps every now and again, but especially for a national champs in the world.
I think if you're trying to take the race to a location within Great Britain for a national championship. It's also attractive
Ladies
for
and
the
gentlemen,
host
the medal
location.
ceremony for the
The race comes
2025
around several
Lloyds
times. It means you can build up a little bit of a
National Road
festival.
Race
You can build up
Championships.
some good crowds, good fans. They can make a day of it. They can bring a picnic, go to the cafe, go to the local restaurants, and you can make a day of it. And so I'm
The
totally
medals
agreeing with
and the
you.
jersey will be presented by Bob Howden, OBE, President of British Cycling.
Howden in the jacket on the left,
In
poised,
third
ready.
place, winner of the bronze medal, representing Israel Conterattack, Ethan Vernon.
Ethan Vernon takes the bronze medal. He's finished behind Matty Brennan in that sprint for second place. Again, one of the fastest riders out there. Looks
In
slightly
second
disappointed. I
place,
think
winner
that's
of
normal.
the
He wanted to
silver
come here
medal,
and win.
representing Team Visma Lisa Bike, Matthew Brennan.
Matty Brennan takes second place in the process. He's the national under-23 champion, but second in the elite race, taking the silver medal.
And in first place, gold medal and your 2025 Men's National Road Race Champion, representing Ineos Grenadiers, Sam Watson.
But Sam Watson gives a smile to the crowd. I think he can still struggling to soak it all up. He'll be out on his bike tomorrow in that jersey, I would imagine, loosen his legs after a difficult ride. He is your national road race champion for 2025. And what a brilliant ride it was. Isolated, well, not isolated, but on his own in that group. Had to really think about how he was going to unlock the key to win that bike race. But once he opened up the gap, he had to continue with that effort because there was an active pursuit behind. So a memorable performance by this man. And the Ineos Grenadiers, formerly Team Sky, over the years have had to tot it up. They've had more than their fair share of national championships, haven't they? It's got to be approaching 10 now, I think.
Ladies
Yeah,
and
Something like that.
gentlemen,
Gary
your
Thomas, Pete Kenyon
2025
several
Lloyds
times,
British
Stannard.
Cycling
Wiggins,
Men's
Stannard.
National
Three
Road
Swifts.
Race Champion.
Yeah, totally right. Yeah.
And now this man, he gives a smile. Absolutely superb. That is your podium in the national championship. Sam Watson, your new national champion for the Ineos Grenadiers. Matt Brennan, second place for Team Visma Lisa Bike. And Ethan Vernon in third for IPT. Pop this one, pops it with aplomb.
And the
There
champagne
we go.
celebration, the sparkling wine celebration from Night Timber. For Sam Watson, your
Big
national
swig,
champion.
as you would
Congratulations also
expect.
to Matthew
And
Brennan
there we go.
and to Ethan
Brilliant
Vernon.
scenes here in Aberystwyth. The culmination of a wonderful week of racing, hosted.
Sam, just stay with us for one moment.
Oh.
We'll have a quick chat with our new national champion. Just before he heads off to enjoy the rest of his
Visibly
Night Timber.
disappointed, isn't he, Ethan Vernon,
Yeah.
and rightly so. I don't know if I can imagine there's going to
Well,
be
Sam,
a little bit of
what a race. You left it to the last
talks
time.
post-race there, a bit of a debrief between the riders at IPT, to be honest.
Definitely. Be interesting to be a fly on the wall there. But there we are. There's your top 10 again. Sam Watson takes the title ahead of Matt Brennan. Ethan Vernon in third. That's your podium. Ethan Hayter, the defending champion, in fourth. Lewis Askey in fifth. Callum Thornley in sixth. Ollie Knight, great ride by him in seventh there for Cofidis. Alex Belden, superb performance by the domestic rider there in eighth. Jacob Bush, solid in ninth. And Joseph Blackmore rounding out your top 10 for IPT. Well, it's been a fantastic few days of racing. Thank you so much to all of you at home for watching. Thank you to Aberystwyth. Thank you to Ceredigion Borough Council. Thank you to the Welsh Government. Thank you to BC and Lloyds. Thank you to you, Hannah Walker, for being so brilliant as ever. Thank you to the sheep. Thank you to the cows who spectated too. It's been absolutely magnificent. We'll see you next year. But from me, Matt Stevens, by the seaside, it's goodbye.